Long Live Summons Chapter 1326 to Chapter 1369. Destiny, is there such a divine power in this world? The invincible supremacy was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Titan you would ask such a difficult question. Could it be that this brat really has such a special divine power? Impossible. Fate couldn't be controlled by others, and even a god-level expert could only forcefully free himself from it. He couldn't change the trajectory of other people's destinies. Is he trying to scare me? The invincible supremacy relaxed at this thought. He laughed heartily. All right, you have successfully amused me. Destiny? Haha, I really can't wait to see what the destiny divine power is like. Come, show it to me. Aren't you a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Aren't you the first successor who saved the Tong Tian Tower from destruction? You must have the destiny divine power, right? You really scared me to death. Hurry up and use it to scare me. Look, my little heart is about to fly out of my body. Holding his stomach. Laughing loudly. Laughing louder and louder. It got out of hand. The invincible supremacy laughed so hard that tears were flowing out of his eyes. Yu Yang did not say anything. He only took out a sword, and the invincible supremacy's laughter was as sharp as a knife. No, that's impossible. Although this is a space-time maze, it has already merged with the laws of the chessboard world. You can't use treasures. This sword is fake, it's definitely fake. The invincible supremacy felt that Yu Yang was using some kind of illusion technique, just like the moon in the sky. He was trying to deceive his eyes. Yu Yang had heard this saying before, never take an idiot seriously, because he will drag your intelligence down to the same level, and then use his rich experience to defeat you. Sword. It was created by Yu Yang personally bearing part of the destiny divine power. It was one of the 9 weapons of destiny, the sword of destiny. The sword of fate is the head of the 9 weapons of fate. It is in charge of justice and judgment. It will judge all evil, including its creator and wielder. Yu Yang, who had never been a good boy, didn't feel good holding the sword of fate. After all, there were too many evil thoughts in his mind. If he dared to fantasize even a little while holding the sword of fate would unceremoniously use the power of fate to cleanse his desires, purifying his master. He held the sword carefully. Yu Yang kept imagining himself to be an old monk with a heart like a withered tree, unperturbed, a vegetarian for hundreds of years who had never killed anyone. If he thought of the old monk normally, he would definitely expand his imagination. Stretch out words like Shakespeare. Now. He didn't dare. At this moment, he had to be an obedient child. Otherwise, the sword of fate would unleash its power and tell him how important it was to be a good child. If he had something good in his hands, he would definitely share it with others. Yu Yang, who had always been a compassionate person, immediately took out the sword of fate and gave it to the undefeatable Supreme Elder who was said to be undefeatable as a gift for their first meeting. Long live Xianxia! Yu Yang, who thought that he was the idiot with the sword in his hand, leapt up high and raised the sword of fate in his hand. Then, he charged towards the sky, piercing through the sky. Then, he reversed the direction of the sword and nailed it firmly onto the undefeatable Zhizun's head. Of course, he didn't need to do this, because no one, not even a god tier, could escape from the power of fate. This is... The invincible Zhizun was shocked. Such a terrifying huge sword pierced down. He thought that he would be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Who knew? There wasn't even a single wound on his body. The invincible Zhizun opened his hands and looked at them. He realized that there wasn't a single wound on his body. Could it really be a fake image that Titan you made to scare him? If he had even a little bit of divine power, it would be impossible for him to not feel anything. The only explanation was that it was fake. You want to scare me with a fake sword? Do you know how the challenger who tried to trick me with illusions before you died? I humiliated him to death. I used 3,600 different methods to destroy his body and mind, allowing him to be completely unobstructed from inside out. Because I exploded him 1,000 times, it felt so good. Titan you, it's your turn. Just as the invincible Zhizun was fantasizing about how to deal with Yu Yang, he realized that there was something strange on top of his head, as if something was forcefully squeezing through the cracks in his skull. He grabbed with his hand. But he didn't touch anything. He was so angry that he thought it was Yu Yang's doing. Titan you, do you think that you can scare me with such a weak attack? What a joke, let me teach you what a cruel blow is. I want to kill you 1,000 times, and every time you are about to die, I will revive you, and then. The invincible Jizun didn't finish cursing, but he couldn't make any sound. He felt a strange pain. His brain seemed to have been opened by something. Whether it was the evil thoughts of the past or the present, they were all released. They surged out from his enlightened brain, like ants in the face of a flood. A sword appeared in his soul. It was impossible to see what it looked like, but it grew 1,000,000 times bigger in the evil thoughts. Then, it pierced through his soul, into his body, and out of the void. It stabbed into his head. That kind of pain was really. The invincible Jizun felt that even if all the pain he had suffered in his life was multiplied by 100, it wouldn't be even 1,000th of this pain. He couldn't use his divine power to defend himself, nor could he escape. It attacked his soul, cleansing it from the inside out like a flood. When it encountered any evil thoughts or memories, its power would multiply, and it would pierce through his body with an unstoppable force, making his soul and body suffer this kind of judgment together. The invincible Jizun's tears, snot, and saliva flowed out. This kind of pain was 1,000,000 times more painful than having a sharp sword stabbed into his brain. His soul was injured, and that kind of pain wasn't something his willpower could resist. Not to mention, there was also a kind of judgment power cleansing everything. Don't you feel very good? Look, you must have had an orgasm. Ah, you can even boast? I didn't expect you to have this kind of talent. Yu Yang looked at the invincible Jizun, who was vomiting blood crazily, and clapped his hands in schadenfreude. If the invincible Jizun could move now. He swore that he would use his teeth to bite this kid to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't even move a finger. There was no end to the judgment, and the power of the sword of fate wouldn't disappear until the judgment of evil was done. At this moment, Yu Yang smiled and held a divine weapon of fate. Aha, I thought I was a good kid, but who knew that you're even more obedient than me? Alright, in order to praise you, I've decided to reward you with a little red flower. This is what you deserve, don't stand on ceremony. The Whip of Fate. It was also formed by the power of fate that Yu Yang had personally endured. It was one of the 9 weapons of fate, and its main purpose was to punish sins. Unlike the Sword of Fate, which focused on justice and judgment, would usually not kill the judge. Most of the time, it would purge the judge into an idiot. If that was not enough, it would continue to purge the judge for an endless amount of time until the target's soul was cleansed into a blank sheet of paper. The Whip of Fate was different. The Whip of Fate punished both the body and the soul. Once it started to punish, all evil would be destroyed into nothingness. Whether the remaining part was dead or alive, it was not under its control. You've defeated more than 99,000 opponents. I don't believe that you're a good person. Yu Yang raised the Whip of Fate and swung it lightly. The invincible Jizun, who was being cleansed by the Sword of Fate, screamed in pain. It didn't last longer than the Sword of Fate. But in terms of pain, the punishment from the Whip of Fate was clearly better. Every time Yu Yang lashed out with the whip, the Paragon Undefeatable's body would crumble a little. As long as Yu Yang willed it, he could swing the whip a few thousand times. No matter how powerful the Paragon Undefeatable's god force was, he would still be reduced to a pile of minced meat. As for his soul, it would most likely be reduced to nothingness. After all the bad things the Paragon Undefeatable had done in his life, it was almost impossible for him to have a good ending. How can you do this? Suddenly, someone behind Yu Yang criticized sternly, "Stop right now." Yu Yang turned around and realized that the person who came was actually the Night Empress with her starlight domain. As for Yu Yang's action of whipping people, Yu Yang was infuriated. The Night Empress was very unhappy. This was especially so since the target was the undefeatable sovereign, which made her oppose it from the bottom of her heart. How can you let him off so easily? Have you forgotten that he killed the Starlight Princess and almost destroyed our Heaven Stairway clan? If you kill him just like that, wouldn't our years of hatred and years of bitter waiting be wasted? As for the Night Empress criticism, Yu Yang hurriedly apologized. Yes. I was just having fun and almost forgot about these things. When Yu Yang saw that the Night Empress didn't seem to be angry anymore, he hurriedly offered up the whip of fate in his hand and gestured for the Night Empress to do the same. You try it too. It's fine. This guy has a lot of HP and can take a beating. With his God-forsaken realm, I reckon that even if I hang him up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights, he should still be able to take it. This is the famous Paragon Undefeatable, ranked at least 3rd in the central shrine in the Heaven Realm. He is known as the Undefeatable Sovereign. It's fine. You try it too. It should feel good. After the Night Empress tried a dozen whips, she felt a little better. However, she was still a little worried. It's too boring to kill him just like that. Can't you think of some other way? When Yu Yang heard this, he felt a headache coming on. Girls, torturing people was an art. It was something that was very difficult to do well. How could there be such a good thing in order to let oneself feel comfortable and satisfied, and at the same time, let the guy who was being tortured live 100 years? Can't you just put up with it and use this whip of fate to casually whip him until he's skinny and can't even wrap his bones? For the undefeatable sovereign, other than using the whip to whip him, it would be a piece of cake to use tiger stool and chili oil. Who knows, he might even enjoy it. I think I saw the mark of the god's wife on the forehead of Jizun's guardian beast. The Night Empress, whose whole body was hidden in the starlight, seemed to be recalling an important point. It's just an illusion. You didn't see anything. Yu Yang sweated profusely. If the Night Empress complained to Jizun, he would probably be finished. His mind spun rapidly, and an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. He quickly put the ring of fate on the Night Empress' slender finger. Thinking about it, maybe he felt that he didn't have enough power to bribe her, so he put the staff of fate into her hand. I know and understand your wish. You want to take revenge for Princess Starlight. I support this 100%. Look at this staff of fate. As long as you have it in your hand, you can fight however you want. It is in charge of life, it can completely control life. Together with this ring of fate that is in charge of free will, without your permission, he won't be able to die even if he wants to. The Night Empress was very satisfied. As expected, he did something bad while everyone was still asleep. Otherwise, how could he be so obedient? Forget it, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. I'll just borrow 2 divine weapons of destiny for the time being. You should take the Sword of Destiny and the Whip of Destiny with you. I reckon that the immovable sovereign is waiting ahead to scheme against you. I can't beat that old fellow, so you'll have to work hard. Yu Yang looked at the Night Empress. The current him could clearly see through the starlight domain and see the Night Empress' true appearance hidden in the starlight. He could even see her beautiful snow-white body under the thin veil. But he pretended that he didn't see anything. Just like usual. He calmly retracted his almost completely transparent gaze and waved his hand. Then be careful, this fellow is really strong. If you really can't do it, you can call for help. Back then, the 3 of them didn't even blush when they surrounded Princess Starlight, so you don't have to be polite with him. You should take care of yourself first. The Night Empress sent Yu Yang away with a meteor teleportation. When Yu Yang completely disappeared into the horizon, she, who was hidden in the starlight, shyly stamped her foot. This brat must have seen it. Pervert, he actually pretended to be dumb even after seeing it. If I didn't feel his heartbeat increase, I wouldn't have known that he could see through the domain. Why were you in such a hurry, rushing over the moment you woke up? In the end, you let this brat take advantage of you for nothing. This is so embarrassing. Using 10 days to pass through 1,000 individual worlds that were constantly changing their entrances and exits, finding the east, it looked simple on the surface, but in fact, this was a task that no one could complete alone. Yu Yang discovered that this space-time labyrinth that connected various individual worlds was changing every minute, or even every second. The changes were so mysterious and fast that even he, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could not easily see through it. Moreover, even if he had seen through the lost path and broke through the puzzle, he would still encounter various difficulties when he went to the next world and found the east that had already disappeared. For example, whenever he went to the next world, he would not know what kind of world he would step into, or whether he would return to a world that he had already passed through. Each of the worlds here was different. There were endless changes. And characteristics. What made Yu Yang feel even more inconceivable was that this space-time labyrinth could actually connect Heaven Realm, Heaven Stairway, Tong Tian Tower, Soaring Dragon Continent, Central Shrine, God's Ruins, and other places, and form a whole. This was too inconceivable. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Yu Yang would not dare to believe that this was a fact. Eh? Yu Yang moved forward at his fastest speed. After passing through more than 10 worlds, he was surprised to find that he had returned to the starting point. No, to be precise, this was not the starting point, but the place that Yu Yang had walked through before, the Gate of Heaven Realm. At this time, the Gate of Heaven Realm looked exceptionally calm. There was no battle, and no one was guarding it. The captain who was originally guarding here. There was no trace of him. What was even more strange was that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others who came to help were also nowhere to be seen. There was only the door that Yu Yang had opened, standing alone in the open space in front of the Gate of Heaven Realm. If it was not for its existence, Yu Yang would not be able to confirm that he had been here before, and would suspect that this was the Gate of Heaven Realm from another spacetime. The door that Yu Yang had opened was still there, but everyone had disappeared. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the other reinforcements had all disappeared without a trace. There were also no traces of battle on the ground. This was probably the scariest part of this space-time labyrinth. Not only space, but even time is a part of the maze? Yu Yang reached out and carefully sensed the door that he had opened. He was 100% the creator of the Gates of Wonders. There was no possibility of any transformation. Furthermore, this divine power was fused with the will of a supreme being. It was not something that could be negated by any power. Therefore, this door still existed and was not affected by time and space. However, the space-time labyrinth had quietly erased other traces. Yu Yang was unable to sense the existence of Fatty Hai and the others in the world of the Heaven Realm Gate. However, through the door, he could know that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the others had already led their troops into this world. Furthermore, they had sent out their entire army. Even the clown fishmen and other Sea clan servants who had almost no fighting power were no exception. At least 100,000 reinforcements had entered this world through the door. But now, not a single trace was left. One must know. For example, Sky Execution and the others who already had the power of a godhead, their aura, battle traces and marks that were deliberately left behind could all be completely erased. Yu Yang couldn't help but sigh in agreement. This space-time labyrinth was really awesome. If this continues, let alone 10 days, even if it was a year, or even 100 years, we might not be able to find the East. Yu Yang frowned tightly. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a mysterious flash of light in the Heaven Realm Gate. Red and Aman appeared in front of him together. The two of them were surprised and happy to meet Yu Yang here. It's true. That's great. Red's excited little face was shining. She flew into Yu Yang's arms like a swallow returning to the forest. Aman, who was a step slower, also ran over happily. She opened her arms and hugged Yu Yang from behind, together with Red. What's wrong with you guys? Yu Yang felt that something was wrong. We met an enemy on the way. That guy even tried to change into your appearance to attack us. He's too hateful. Red told Yu Yang what had happened before. Only then did he know that they met a god-level ranker from the Central Shrine camp in the Heaven Realm. That guy changed into his appearance, thinking that he could deceive Red and Aman, who were guardian war beasts. In the end, he was seen through on the spot, and a long chase broke out. Red and Aman chased him all the way to this Heaven Realm Gate and met the Real Yu Yang. Only then did they realize that even if they entered a different world gate a second later, the destination would be completely different and deviated. Surprisingly, maybe it was because the two of them had a tacit understanding, but their actions were as one. Before this, they had passed through several unit worlds. But they had never been separated. Yu Yang felt that he seemed to have grasped a trace of a secret, but he couldn't grasp the general direction of this thought. There was only a faint flash. Who else has woken up? Yu Yang now had millions of telepathic senses at the same time. Because he hadn't completely grasped divine power, and he hadn't truly comprehended the divine supreme realm and Godhead, he didn't dare to easily connect his mind with everyone. He was afraid that doing so would cause unpredictable harm or influence to everyone. When we woke up, Xianu, Bao Er, and the others had already woken up. However, the few mistresses were still in a deep sleep. Red indicated that she and Ah Man had also just woken up. They had only fought once, and it was a chase after seeing through the enemy. Although I can return to the Holy Grimoire world through the gate, I suspect that the enemy is secretly spying on us. So, I decided not to go back for the time being. You guys go back and take a look. If Wu Xia and the others have woken up, then tell them to come immediately. I will wait for you here. If Wu Xia and the others haven't woken up yet, you can also ask Sister Yu, Inan, or Lu Yi to come. I need their talent to verify something. Yu Yang thought for a while, and then handed the hammer of fate that controlled the power of heaven and earth to Ah Man. If you pass through this gate and don't return to our home, then use this to smash all the enemies you meet on the way. Remember, as long as you hold the hammer in your hand, you have endless power. Red and Ah Man listened to the instructions and didn't dare to be careless. The two held hands and carefully passed through the strange gate. In the next second, their figures teleported and disappeared. Yu Yang's face immediately became angry. Because he sensed that Red and Ah Man didn't return to the grimoire world in the Holy Grimoire as he had imagined. Instead, they were sent to another unit world by the space-time maze. Sure enough, the enemy had been watching him, and this space-time maze was also under their control. They couldn't change the strange gate that they had created with their divine power and wisdom, but they, who had the key to the space-time maze, could control everything inside. Now, the strange gate had become a one-way passage that could only be exited from inside, but could not be re-entered. Moreover, Yu Yang believed that even if Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai came out of the gate, they wouldn't appear beside him. The enemy would definitely transfer them to another space-time first. Is it you? Is it you who is playing tricks? Immovable Sovereign. Yu Yang looked up to the sky and said in a deep voice like thunder. There was no response from the sky at all. However, Yu Yang sensed that there was some kind of mysterious spying that he couldn't detect before, and it disappeared without a sound. Maybe it was because they were worried about Yu Yang's counterattack, or maybe it was because of the confusion, or maybe it was because of other reasons. The enemy temporarily left. They gave up on the spying that had always been there and followed them like a shadow. Yu Yang was in the front, back, left, and right of the first strange gate. He continued to create 4 strange gates. 5 of them stood together. The surface of the gate was painted with ancient runes that only Yu Yang, Wu Xia, Wu Hen, and Fallen Flowers understood. Maybe the immovable sovereign hiding in the dark could change the direction of the teleportation, but he couldn't deny what Yu Yang had created with his divine power. With these ancient runes, when Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai came out and saw the runes, they would definitely understand what Yu Yang was referring to. Before I find the east, it seems that I have to drag you out first, you old tortoise. Otherwise, I won't be able to find the exit of the maze with peace of mind. Yu Yang had a premonition that since Invincible Sovereign and Invincible Sovereign were here, there was no reason for the Immovable Sovereign to just stand by and watch. This old guy must be hiding behind, waiting for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. This old man will wait for you at the sky beyond heaven. God knows how distant the spacetime was, but suddenly there was such a message, passing through various spacetime unhindered, and transmitted into Yu Yang's mind. The sky beyond heaven, could it be that there was a sky beyond heaven in the heaven realm? Yu Yang had entered the tower beyond tower, the mountain beyond mountain, and the sky beyond heaven in the divine trial grimoire. Could it be that the immovable sovereign could connect the spacetime maze to the divine trial grimoire in his hands? No, it was impossible. If that was the case, he could kill him in the divine grimoire. He was the master of the divine grimoire. Even if the immovable sovereign ate a moron, he wouldn't do that. The only explanation and possibility was that there was a sky beyond heaven in the heaven realm. Maybe it was the nest created by the immovable sovereign himself. After thinking for a while, Yu Yang imprinted a few heaven rune circles on the strange door. He indicated the destination he was about to go. His body turned into a meteor. He cut through the sky and entered the heaven realm gate that had never changed since ancient times. As soon as Yu Yang left this world, the whole world immediately changed. It was as if thousands of years had passed in a second. Except for the 5 strange doors that stood in the middle of the field, the world was instantly renewed. Next, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang and the others could be seen returning from another spacetime. They continued to move forward in astonishment. When they disappeared, the world of the Heaven Realm Gate changed again. Just like this, changes happened one after another. When Yu Yang returned to the Heaven Realm Gate again, the world had changed at least 18 times. But whether it was the message left by Fatty Hai and the others on the ground, or the divine power mark that Sky Execution and the others had imprinted on the ground, they had all disappeared, leaving not a trace. Yu Yang did not care about his surroundings. He just glanced at the strange door that he had created with his own hands. Suddenly, a sunny smile appeared on his lips. So it was like this, the truth? There was always only one. Heaven Realm Gate. Yu Yang had already left. No one knew which unit world he had been teleported to. The strange doors were still standing in the middle. On every door, there were different ancient runes. They shone with different radiance and symbolized different meanings. When Yu Yang disappeared, a shadow quietly appeared beside the 5 strange doors. It observed them carefully and pondered deeply, trying to guess the true meaning of the ancient runes. Unfortunately, no matter how much the shadow looked or guessed, it couldn't figure out what the truth behind it was. Maybe it was out of curiosity. In the end, the shadow chose to continue peeping. Gradually, its body became transparent like air. Then, it disappeared in an instant, somewhere in the Heaven Realm Gate. The Heaven Realm Gate that no one had teleported to before. Suddenly, someone else came in. At this time, the person who came in was a fatty. According to the information in the shadow's hands, this fatty, who was known as the Meat Mountain Demon King or extremely cheap fat demon, was Titan Yu's best teammate and also one of his loyal followers. This person's talent was not above others. He was definitely not a genius. But his training speed and realm. He was not below any genius in the world. Other than the unprecedented super abnormal Titan Yu, there were very few people who could be compared to this fatty. He was even in existence that countless geniuses and outstanding juniors in the Heaven Realm could only look up to. The most important point that was shown in the report was that this fatty's willpower was extraordinarily tenacious. It had never been heard of him collapsing in a battle. He was known for his thick skin. He was also very good at using superficial illusions to confuse his enemies. Pretending to be weak to deceive his enemies was his most common trick. In private, no one would have thought that this wretched man who looked like a coward, a man who was afraid of death, would be a qualified martial artist who could not be swayed and could not be successfully roped in. Dong Feng had personally judged that this person must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would become a disaster in the future. If a blacklist was made based on the number of people killed. This man was called Hai Defu. He could probably be ranked in the top 10 warriors of Tong Tian Tower. He was second only to Sky Execution, his teammate Yi Kong, his teacher Shui Dong Lu, and the even more powerful and talented Shui Tanlang. I really didn't expect that fatty to have such a high ranking. The shadow could not figure it out. He had carefully observed the other party before and had always felt that this little fatty was incomparably mediocre. No matter what he did, it was ordinary and unremarkable. It was impossible for him to surpass his companions, especially Shui Tanlang, who was even more dazzling than a diamond. In fact, the shadow clone felt that, apart from looking like he deserved a beating and being slightly eye-catching, there was simply nothing good about this little fatty, but the East could never be wrong. In this world, anyone could make a mistake, except for the East. The shadow firmly believed this. He could doubt anyone in the world, but he would never doubt the judgment of the East. There was nothing wrong with the East. In that case, the only possibility was that he had misjudged or missed something. Damn it, I'm the only one left now. I know, it's all your tricks, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Come out, I've already seen your little tail. Don't think that because this young master is afraid of you. You idiots, don't you know that I, Hai Dafu, am the #1 genius of Skysplit Tower? Come out and accept your death. Fatty Hai felt that something was wrong. He had just charged together with Yi Kong and the others. Who knew that in less than a second, he would be the only one teleported here? Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and the others walked together. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for the enemy causing trouble behind the scenes, Then there was really something wrong. Looking at Hai Dafu's frightened, bear-like face, the shadow was confused again. If it wasn't for Dongfang's affirmation, the shadow would have thought that the person who commented on this idiotic fatty was blind. No matter how he looked at it, this Hai Dafu was a trash existence. I can't see through him. Forget it, the main target now is not him. The shadow observed for a long time and finally could not stand the extreme contrast between what he saw and what he felt. He waved his hand. Hai Dafu, who was scared half to death, had successfully escaped from the Heaven Realm Gate. Immediately after, he observed Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo and other important targets in the intelligence report. He found that these young people were exactly the same as the East's previous evaluation. They were indeed very unique or extremely outstanding geniuses. Other than Hai Dafu, there was no other abnormality. This kind of discovery made the shadow very puzzled and troubled. Was Hai Dafu really pretending to be stupid and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, or was there another Hai Dafu? Could there be two of them and people confused them together? Looking at the Hai Dafu just now, the shadow could not imagine that this kind of person was the young Master Hai, that the East's evaluation was extremely high. I'll let it go for now. Although Hai Dafu's evaluation is not bad, he is not my most important target. The shadow thought for a long time but could not understand. Thus, he threw away this doubt and decided to carry out the initial plan. According to the East's instructions, he would stay here and wait for the target to appear. Hai Dafu, no matter if he was strong or weak, it didn't matter if he was left to be killed in the future. But that target must be killed first. He must be eliminated successfully before Titan Yu was killed. Otherwise, this space-time labyrinth that no one had been able to break since the ancient times could be broken. Because, that was a name that even the East was afraid of, Xue Wuxia, the shadow had never heard of this name before. But after the East said one sentence, he no longer had any doubts. Because, the East said that it was an extraordinary woman who had inherited the legacy of the goddess of wisdom, he definitely could not let the Xue Wuxia, who was said to be the biggest helper of Titan Yu's life, enter the space-time labyrinth. Once discovered, he must use the fastest speed and the greatest strength to kill her. The door to heaven, there is a rune imprint left by that bad guy. From the strange door, a few women came out. Some were holding swords, some were holding spears. Some were hugging a pipa. Some had a little fox as a pet, some had a panda daughter, and some even had a group of spiders, but their original body was a hornless dragon. There were all kinds of them, but the target that the shadow was waiting for, Xue Wuxia. According to the information, that Xue Wuxia liked to read books. Whether she was in battle or not, she would always have a book of truth. But, among the few women that appeared, none of them were her. Not to mention Xue Wuxia. Even the other woman who looked very similar to her, who was also known for her intelligence, Xue Wuhan, Xue Wuxia's cousin, did not appear. Strange, she should be the first to come out to help, why is she nowhere to be seen? Could it be that there is someone in this world who could see through the East's labyrinth before entering the trap? No, impossible. The shadow felt that the most likely explanation was that when Xue Wuxia was assisting Titan Yu in breaking through to the Holy Supreme Martial Artist realm, she was unable to resist the strong power of destiny and died prematurely. Without her dedication, Titan Yu would not have been able to live until now. Right. That must be it, but these women in front of him did not seem to be sad. Maybe they were rivals in love. Their biggest rival in love, Xue Wuxia, had died. It was reasonable for them to be so happy. The shadow tried to comfort himself. Women were always full of jealousy. Even if they were smiling on the surface, they would secretly want to get rid of them. After a while, another group of women came out. There was still no sign of Xue Wuxia. Even the one who was said to be Xue Wuxia's biggest rival in love, the Princess Sisai who carried a divine sword on her back, had already left for a long time. Xue Wuxia. There was still no sign of her. Could it be that the little girl that even the East was deeply afraid of was already dead? Was she really dead? After waiting for 3 hours, the shadow, who felt that his body was about to stiffen, finally gave up on the idea of ambushing the target. Xue Wuxia was most likely dead. Even if she was not dead, she was definitely heavily injured and was currently recuperating, unable to participate in the battle. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to not take any action until now. One must know, the earliest group of girls had already set off for 3 hours. Even Princess Sisai had set off for 2 hours, so disappointing. I thought that I could ambush the most valuable target. The shadow shook his head regretfully. He took out an item from his bosom. The shape of an orb. It rushed towards the Heaven Realm Gate and suddenly flashed. The Heaven Realm Gate emitted an intense light, and the endless space-time vortex rotated crazily. All the ants who thought that you have successfully left the Heaven Realm Gate, come back. You will never think that as long as you have my return orb, no matter where you are, you will be pulled back to this world. Moreover, you will be under my control. The shadow laughed out loud, tremble and struggle helplessly. Don't mention the space-time maze of 1,000-unit worlds, even if it is a single unit. World of the Heaven Realm Gate, you will never be able to cross it. Now, all of you, return to your original point, return to my space-time and world. This is my will. Although I really don't want to praise an enemy, you can use your own talent to transform into a treasure, avoid the rules of the chessboard, and combine it with your own will and the Heaven Realm Gate to reverse the space-time maze. In this space-time maze, you can deceive your opponent with fake and real. I have to say, this is really a genius's wonderful idea. Suddenly, behind the shadow, there was a gentle voice that sounded like the sound of nature. When the shadow heard it, his body shook violently. He never dreamed that there would be an enemy hiding behind him without him noticing. It's you? Shui Wuxia. The shadow turned his head and discovered that there was an extra person in front of him. It was Shui Wuxia, whom he had been waiting for a long time but had always mistakenly thought that she had already been sacrificed. You want to ambush me? If it is possible, I want to give you a piece of advice. If the information that you have gathered is a little more detailed, then maybe you will know that the person who has the Book of Truth will never let the enemy sneak attack him. I won't brag about my telepathy. Just by combining my talent, domain, holy book and wisdom inheritance, it is impossible for me to not react when someone comes to bully me. Maybe Dongfeng forgot to mention it, or maybe he deliberately didn't mention it and has other plans. But, here, I really want to tell you that if I need to, I can actually communicate with my fiancé, who is also the Titan you that you all speak of, anytime and anywhere. Do you think that a mere space-time maze can stop the two of us from communicating with each other? Not to mention that our fates are tied together. Any slight tremble, any slight movement, I will feel it. Pitiful you are just a chess piece that Dongfeng is trying to interfere with us. Shui Wuxia smiled. The shadow in front of her didn't seem to be a god-level expert, but a pitiful little thief that was being used by others. Dongfeng will definitely not do that. I believe in him. As for you, there is no use in quibbling. The shadow's eyes flashed, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems that you want to fight? Shui Wuxia sighed. My hands are very fast. I will kill you without any pain. The shadow had enough confidence in fighting. This is exactly what I wanted to say. After Shui Wuxia finished speaking, she slowly shook her head. Her lily-white hands were like how she usually read a book. In an incomparably elegant manner, she gently turned a page on the holy book that had completely fused with the Book of Truth. The Gate of Heaven. On the battlefield, divine light shone brightly, splashing in all directions, as if the sun had shattered. Wherever the divine light touched, everything collapsed. At this moment, from the whirlpool of the Heaven Realm Gate, two shadows quietly slid out. They seemed to belong to the same camp as the previous shadow, but these two shadows did not immediately attack. Instead, they chose to watch from the sidelines, leisurely and contentedly watching the battle. How many seconds do you think Duanlu will need to end the battle? The shadow on the left asked. Well, 100 seconds, maybe more. The shadow on the right estimated. I think at most 30 seconds. The shadow on the left said. Impossible. The shadow on the right immediately denied. Why don't we make a bet? Let's bet. While the two shadows were leisurely making a bet, on the battlefield, as if they heard the bet or sensed the arrival of their teammates, a new round of attacks broke out in the midst of the fierce battle. It was as terrifying as the heavenly fire burning the plains, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Rays of divine light cut through the space like swords. If it weren't for the two shadows supporting the gate of the heaven with their divine power to protect it, the gate of the heaven that had existed since ancient times would have been severely damaged to the point where it couldn't be repaired. The last wave of the divine power whirlpool engulfed the entire battle space. Even the sound couldn't escape. It disappeared little by little in the black hole-like whirlpool. Only the divine light shone for a long time. The shadows watching the battle had to cover their eyes with their hands and use their divine power to barely resist this blinding light. It's over. 20 seconds. I won. The shadow on the left was particularly happy when he saw this result. Damn it, the warriors of Tongtian Tower are too weak. They even said that it was the inheritance of the goddess of wisdom, but they won without even using their ultimate moves. The shadow on the right was indignant. He felt that he had been deceived by the information from the east. At least, he had been misled. The warriors of Tongtian Tower were not as powerful as they had imagined, whether it was the inheritance of the goddess of wisdom or self-enlightenment. The divine light on the battlefield gradually weakened. When their eyes adapted, the two shadows found that their companions who were fighting were walking towards them. The shadow on the left, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but tease, "How is it? Don't you feel a sense of accomplishment killing Shui Wuxia, a target that even the East is afraid of?" The shadow on the right snorted unhappily, "What's the big deal about killing a junior? She's just a little girl who hasn't stopped drinking milk. I don't know what the East is doing. They actually want us to kill such a small target. It's so boring. Can't they find us a target that's truly valuable? I've been waiting for so long that my hands are itching, but there isn't even a single person who can fight. Even the Titan Yu that they boasted about couldn't even withstand 2 moves before fleeing. Could it be that Tongtian Tower's specialty is to produce weaklings?" The shadow on the left laughed heartily. "No, I like an easy life. The easier the better. Challenging the strong is boring. It's more exciting to kill rookies." The fighting shadow did not utter a single word. He just walked forward slowly. Perhaps it was because they had discovered that the situation wasn't quite right. The two shadows' leisurely expression suddenly turned into one of shock. "Hey, Duan Lu, you're not injured, are you? A little girl like that actually injured you? Are you kidding me? Don't pretend. You want to scare us, don't you? I've already seen through you." "Haha, I have to say, Duan Lu, you're very good at pretending. I almost believed you. But do you think I'll be fooled? Impossible." The figure of the fighting shadow was getting closer and closer, but his footsteps were getting slower and slower. He looked very much like a martial artist who was seriously injured. Just for the obsession in his heart. Only then did he insist on returning. Regarding this strange situation, the two shadows first looked at each other in surprise, and then burst into laughter. They laughed so hard that their eyes were splashing. "Your acting is too good." "Oh, no, I'm going to die from laughing. My stomach hurts." "I say, Duan Lu, you're too talented in acting. If we didn't know that you'd be fine, we might have been fooled by you." Okay, you don't need to pretend anymore. We've already seen through you. Why are you still pretending?" The fighting shadow turned a deaf ear to them and continued to move forward. Step by step. He walked in front of his two companions in an unusually heavy manner. Suddenly, he couldn't hold on any longer. With a bang, he fell on the rock surface, which had been shattered into pieces by the divine power, and a burst of smoke and dust splashed. The two shadows could no longer keep calm at this time. They hurriedly raised their divine power shields to prevent any possibility of a sneak attack. They were deeply vigilant. The shadow on the left tentatively took 2 steps forward and shouted at his companion who had fallen into the mud, "Duan Lu, we've already seen through your little trick. You can't deceive us. Get up immediately. It doesn't look like he's pretending. Is Duan Lu really defeated?" The shadow on the right was a little skeptical. "How is it possible? The 3 of us are mortal divine level experts, especially Duan Lu. His returning godhead can make everything go back to normal. Not to mention minor injuries, even a fatal blow can be immediately restored to its original state." The shadow on the left didn't believe it at all. "Then tell me, what the hell is going on? Isn't the one who was defeated Xianxia? I clearly saw it. The shadow on the right felt incredible. Yes, I just saw with my own eyes that Duanlu used the river-severing resonance to kill the enemy. The shadow on the left was also confused. Then how could Duanlu be seriously injured and fallen to the ground now? The shadow on the right was about to go crazy because of this infinitely strange scene in front of him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe that this would be the truth. Or, he still suspected that this was his teammate who was joking with him. In the next second, this hateful guy would use the divine personality to restore everything to the original state. Let me tell you the answer. A sound of nature. From afar, the sound drifted into the eardrums of the two shadows. In the distant sky, an indescribably perfect and beautiful figure quietly emerged under the illumination of the divine light. She was walking gracefully towards them. Before she arrived, the divine light of wisdom, which was exuding supreme power, had already filled the whole world. The comrade who was lying on the ground on one side and the enemy who was slowly descending with a grimoire on the other side formed a clear visual impact. The shock was no less than an earthquake. In the hearts of the two shadows, it formed an impact that was hard to calm down. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak again, the shadow on the left had already screamed, "This is fake, impossible. It's impossible for Duanlu, who has the divine personality, to fall to the ground. Any injury, any blow, will not stay on his body even for a minute or a second. Not to mention you, even an ancient god who is 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times stronger than you cannot kill Duanlu. The only thing that can make him afraid is the Nirvana sealing god seal. It's not like what you are doing now, using divine power to kill him. No, it's impossible. This is a fake illusion, an illusion created by you. Duanlu is an existence that can't be killed at all." Xianxia's jade-like fingers gently slid on the grimoire, as if she was making an important decision. However, her eyes didn't look at the enemy. It was as if the two shadows in front of her. These two equally powerful enemies simply didn't exist. After a long time, she sighed slightly. "Perhaps the answer is a little cruel to you, but I still want to tell you the truth. In fact, not only him, but also you are all images of this spacetime labyrinth. Let me put it this way, in one sentence, you don't exist." "What did you say?" The two shadows' complexion changed as they heard this. It was as if they had heard the most terrifying thing in the world. Their whole bodies trembled. "Whether it's Duanlu or you, you've all died long ago. Pay attention, it's completely dead. It's not like the Nirvana sealing god seal from the black hole prison. Maybe it's the creator of the spacetime labyrinth, or maybe it's someone else. I don't know which great god did it, but you've all been killed long ago. This is an indisputable fact. Because of the special reason of this spacetime labyrinth, your peak state before your death has been perfectly copied. The value of your existence has also been changed by someone, and you've become the guardian of this spacetime labyrinth. I believe that you've never realized why you've been trapped here forever." Xianxia's words scared the wits out of the two shadows, and made their minds go crazy. "No, you're lying. We've been shuttling back and forth in different spaces every day. We've been living in different worlds with different people. We've been living wonderful lives every day. We're living divine-level experts. No, we haven't been killed, we're alive, we haven't died." The shadow on the right was about to go crazy. Every life in this world, even if it's a lowly life, has a past, a present, and a future. Xianxia smiled. "As for you, powerful divine-level experts, you don't have a past, and you don't have a future. Only the current you hasn't left any trace in the heaven realm. We've never heard of your existence, and the heaven realm doesn't have any legends about you. This is because the history that belonged to you has long been annihilated. You're divine-level experts from tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer. The current heaven realm has already forgotten about you, so you don't have a past. And in my book of truth, you don't have a future either, not even for a second. You only have a present, a copied body, a copied memory, and a copied divine power. Maybe it's intentional by the creator of this spacetime labyrinth, or maybe it's because of other reasons. In short, you're just an existence that's close to a real image in this spacetime labyrinth, and you're not a living person." "Ah, no." The two shadows were in despair. Although they wanted to refute Shui Wuxia, their minds began to collapse. If she hadn't mentioned it, they would never have doubted this point. But after being reminded, a lot of horrible images immediately emerged in their minds, and then the whole world began to collapse. Shui Wuxia walked past the two shadows, who were kneeling on the ground in pain and despair. She seemed to let out a soft sigh. It was faintly discernible. It broke the hearts of the two shadows. Dongfang, you lied to us. Dongfang, why? Why didn't you tell us the truth? We trusted you like brothers. We're like brothers. Why did you lie to us? Also, Tianyu, everything is fake. We have no relatives, no friends, no everything in our lives, everything is fake, everything is a lie, everything is nothingness. Dongfang, Tianyu, why did you do this? All these years, we've been living in your lies. You've gone too far, why did you do this? Why did you use us, who have died in battle? Why didn't you let us sleep in eternal sleep? Why did you use us? Why? No past, no future. You've used our obsessions, it's too much. We've lived for more than 10,000 years, but not a single day was real, not a single thing really existed. The two shadows roared in pain. The shadow Duanlu, who had fallen to the ground just now, stood up at this time, intact. He looked at his two teammates strangely. Ji Feng, flaming fire, what's wrong with you? Why did you go crazy all of a sudden? What we have to do now is to complete Dongfang's entrustment and kill Shui Wuxia, who has obtained the inheritance of the goddess of wisdom. Hey, what's with your expressions? Do you doubt Dongfang's words? The shadow on the left suddenly rushed over with tears streaming down his face and hugged him tightly. I understand, now I finally understand. We're not brothers, not twin triplets, but the same person. Duanlu, you don't have any return talent, and I can't be reborn. The reason why we're immortal is that we're simply illusions of nothingness. As soon as we fall, we'll automatically return to our original state. Sadly, we can't even rest in peace, because we've been turned into puppets and tools by others. The shadow on the right also rushed over, opened its arms, and hugged the two shadows. That's right, I remember now. Our innate skill should be an afterimage. We are not the real one. The real me died a long time ago. We are just 3 afterimages left behind by the innate skill. Name, that my name, I seem to remember, oh my god, I also remember, and the situation when we were killed that year. Damn Tianyu, you're so vicious. Just as the 3 shadows cursed, the world of the gate of the heavenly realm suddenly collapsed silently. Between heaven and earth, everything was melting, loosening like sand, and then dissipating like smoke. The 3 extremely painful shadows, with their last curse and endless relief, gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Their existence was closely related to this world. When their will collapsed and their divine power was no longer supported, the whole world would change. Or even cease to exist. The 10 worlds were all destroyed, and even the gate of the heavenly realm, like the moon in the water or the flower in the mirror, disappeared in a flash. Only the strange door left by Yu Yang remained. It stood eternally. Maybe not even a second, maybe thousands of years had passed. As if it had never been destroyed. The heaven realm gate was reborn again. The whole world was like a sleeping giant waking up. The sky brightened and the world returned to its original state. The space-time labyrinth was not easy to break. Even if Shui Wuxia used her wisdom and divine power to destroy it, it was restored in an instant. Moreover, it was as good as before. The whole world is destroyed, can it still be restored? This labyrinth is really interesting. 2 women stood at the side of the door. One of them clapped her hands and laughed. There is no such thing as the heaven realm gate. Jizun was completely unmoved. The other one was naturally her guardian beast, Jiaoyu goddess, no, phantom moon goddess, who had never appeared before. Different from Yu Yang thinking hard to find the answer, different from Shui Wuxia reading the book of truth to destroy the world gate, Jizun used the most direct and violent method. Black pieces, one after another, appeared around her body. When there were 18 of them, they gradually arranged themselves to form an extremely mysterious and beautiful divine sense array. They expanded rapidly and were immediately compressed by Jizun's will. This was repeated for 10 times. The whole world, whether it was rocks, sand, air, or even light, could not escape the attraction of this divine sense array. It was more powerful than the terrifying black hole after the space was broken. It could devour everything. Jizun slowly stretched out her slender arm. She drew a beautiful circle in the air. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand grabbing towards the heaven realm gate. Immediately after, it became huge at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding the heaven realm gate and expanding to the entire world. In the palm of this invisible hand, the world suddenly became smaller. Perhaps the seal of the nirvana deification was like this. The whole world was completely wrapped in it. The heaven realm gate was compressed to a size smaller than a marble. Under the dual effect of the divine sense array and Jizun's will, the world slowly entered it and became a part of a black piece, becoming 1/18 of the divine sense array. Success! Great success! The phantom moon goddess, who was no different from Jizun in appearance and charm, clapped her hands and praised. Humph! Jizun gave her a cold look. I think little Yu Yang is quite pitiful. Please don't be angry anymore. The illusionary moon goddess obediently fawned on Jizun. She used her little fists to massage Jizun's shoulders. In front of Jizun, she was like a timid little sister. She didn't have the demeanor of the #1 goddess of Tongtian Tower at all. Her two little fingers touched each other cutely. I only let him succeed because I wasn't careful. You did it on purpose, don't think that I don't know. The Jizun was very angry. But it felt really good, so I couldn't help it. The phantom moon goddess wanted to explain weakly, but when Jizun glared at her, she was so scared that she curled up into a ball. The reality gate reappeared and everything returned to normal. Jizun gently waved her jade-like hand. The second seal. Begin. After the ninth black piece became the inner world black piece that sealed the world gate, the world no longer recovered, and the world gate no longer reappeared. Other than the mystic door left behind by Yu Yang, which existed eternally, everything else in the area had been transformed into the void. Is the labyrinth going to be broken? It's not fun anymore. The phantom moon goddess seemed like she had lost a very fun toy. This is just the beginning. Now, I announce that because a certain goddess who likes to play dumb has offended her superiors by using my image to seduce a certain bold junior and made a mess of things. Therefore, I hereby make the following punishment: a certain goddess will stay and deal with the big monster hiding at the back of the labyrinth alone. Jizun pointed her hand and put away the divine sense array that sealed the 9 inner worlds. I'll stay behind, what about you? The phantom moon goddess was stunned. This place doesn't seem to be interesting anymore. I've decided to go to another battlefield that is more interesting. Jizun raised her small face, her gaze seemed to be able to see through the void. That guy has lived for tens of thousands of years, his arms are already a few thousand meters long. It feels really dangerous, it's better to let Queen Vivian Li fight him. The phantom moon goddess wanted to persuade Jizun to change her mind. It's not one old guy, it's 2. Jizun slightly muttered, maybe 3. We also have a silly demon dragon on our side. If the demon dragon heard what the phantom moon goddess said, the bearded uncle would definitely cry bitterly. A guy who only knows how to fight with brute force is not reliable, I have to go and see for myself. Jizun had already made her decision, and no one could change her will. Moreover, the battle outside was more dangerous than the chaotic battle in the labyrinth world. Now, no one knew how the battle between the demon dragon, the peerless emperor, and the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple were. Were they evenly matched, or were their chrysanthemums broken? Based on the previous situation, the latter was very likely. Of course, if Queen Vivian Li woke up, with her help, the possibility of Uncle Demon Dragon and the other party exploding each other was also very high. After all, the reputation of the conquering queen of the heavenly realm was not given in vain. Jizun disappeared in the void without a trace. The phantom moon goddess who was acting cute and trying to please Yu Yang changed instantly and became excited. Aha, little Yu Yang, I'm coming. She turned into a stream of light, 10,000 times colder than the sun piercing through the darkness, and disappeared in a flash. When the two ladies were far away. In the void, a shadow slowly floated up like a piece of wood floating out of the water. Although it is a dimensional world, to be able to directly seal 9 of them at once, completely breaking the laws of the labyrinth, Dongfeng was right, the human Jizun is really an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Unfortunately, the human Jizun is still too young. In front of the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple, she has no chance of turning the tables. Behind the shadow, there was a light flickering like a firefly. The phantom moon goddess reappeared and laughed like a bell. You must be the immovable Jizun who has thousands of incarnations and is as immovable as a mountain, right? What an amazing talent. Your real body is as immovable as a mountain, but you have countless shadow incarnations of the same strength as you. You can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground to support your real body. You have the complete control of the battle. The shadow was slightly startled, and immediately shook his head. It's an incarnation, not a clone. What's the difference between the two? The phantom moon goddess was curious. There's a big difference. The shadow's true appearance gradually appeared, turning into a white-haired old man with a kind face. An incarnation can transform into anything, but a clone can't. The guardian beast of the human Jizun could actually level up to become a god. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe that there was actually someone in the lower realm Tongtian Tower who could raise a beast to such a level. Amazing, truly amazing. Wait till I capture you and wrap you up as a gift for little Yu Yang. You will feel even more amazing then. The phantom moon goddess laughed. If I was a clone, your actions would naturally be a huge blow to me. But I'm just an incarnation of the shadow. There's no meaning in capturing me. I'm just a 1 in 10,000 of my real body's incarnations. You'll have to waste your energy, but in the end, you'll end up empty-handed. The old man laughed out loud. Capturing an incarnation like you shouldn't take much effort. The phantom moon goddess didn't care. Try it. The old man made an estimation. Without 3 days and 3 nights, with your current god realm, you wouldn't be able to do more. Would I say, just a moment is enough? The phantom moon goddess imitated Yu Yang's hand gesture and snapped her fingers. Behind her, a bright moon rose. It was incomparably bright, its radiance illuminating the entire void, reaching everywhere and everywhere. The old man bathed in the moonlight. Suddenly, his entire body solidified like a stone. At first, he could still struggle a little. But very quickly, he couldn't even blink his eyes. The phantom moon goddess smiled indifferently. Killing or capturing an incarnation with the support of a real body is of course difficult, but I don't need to do that. As long as my moonlight is eternal, then everything will be eternal. Just stay here quietly and reflect on yourself. Do you want me to give you a sincere advice? Don't ever treat others as fools. If you really do that, it will only show that your intelligence is a problem. You don't understand this, right? When you meet little Yu Yang, I believe he will explain it to you. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Everything was eternal. The old man stood still like a stone. After an unknown amount of time, a shadow appeared from the old man's shadow. It was not tainted by any light at all. He stretched out his black hand, ready to bring the fossilized old man out of the world of the eternal moonlight of the void. The shadow's hand touched the old man's stone body lightly. Before he could gather his divine power, the old man's chest had already been penetrated by thousands of moonlight rays. It was like a waterless surface, shining directly on the shadow's body. The shadow instantly turned stiff like a stone. Damn it, this isn't petrification. This is a law that can stop time and space. The shadow struggled to say, I hope I'm the last fool. Unfortunately, his wish was not fulfilled. After an unknown amount of time, a third shadow appeared from the shadows of the two people. This shadow was very vigilant. Once he realized something was wrong, he immediately escaped. He wanted to merge into the shadows and leave the void. However, a ray of moonlight appeared out of nowhere. It shone brightly from below him and made his entire head transparent. There was no body, only a fossilized head. It stopped alone in the eternal moonlight of the broken void. In another world, Dongfeng and an old man were sitting cross-legged in the space of the ancient tree. A headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Dongfeng looked at the corpse, then looked at the old man opposite him. He could not say a word. The skinny old man opposite him was quite open-minded. There was even a smile on his lips. Not bad. Now it's getting interesting. In the sky above their heads, two golden giants that were more than 10,000 meters tall were fighting each other. They were fighting fiercely, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. If it were not for the fact that the two worlds were completely different, Dongfang and the old man's space of the ancient tree would have been smashed into pieces by this terrifying and barbaric fight. The image flashed. The fight between the 10,000 meters tall golden giants disappeared. Yu Yang's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. What is this brat thinking? Dongfang was a little confused now. He really could not understand. It would be fine if he was like a normal person, but this Yu clan's third young master had clearly seen through the mysteries of the labyrinth world. He had even found the labyrinth door and the labyrinth path. In the end, he only needed to use the labyrinth key to solve the endless changes of the labyrinth world. However, he did not do anything. He had been idling around in different worlds. What was he thinking? He might be trying to stall for time. The old man sitting opposite Dongfang had this suspicion. The problem is, there is not enough time. Dongfang denied. Maybe he thinks that there is enough time. The old man said again. No, there must be another reason. Yu clan's third young master is definitely not waiting for death. He must be planning something. Moreover, it is a plan that can be reversed. We must not let our guard down. Dongfang thought hard, but no matter how he guessed, he could not find anything. Yu Yang's image appeared in the sky. No matter what he did not miss anything. Fighting, flying, traversing through the different spaces in the maze world. Everything could be seen. However, Dongfang, who was in the space of the ancient tree, frowned even more. The old man playing the game felt a little strange. He had never seen Dongfang so distressed before. It should be known that Dongfang was the wisest person in the central divine hall. Scheming, manipulating, and toying with others were the most common. How could he not see through others? The old man put down his chess piece and asked with a smile, "Do you think there's something wrong with this Titan Yu?" "I can't feel anything wrong at all. That's why I feel something is wrong." The more Dongfang thought, the more he felt something was wrong. Even if he's a demon that only appears once every 10,000 years, even if he's the most abnormal Yu clan third young master, even if he's the luckiest person in the world, so what? This is a space-time maze created by the Master of the Void, Mystery. It was also modified by the Sky Chariot for 10,000 years. In the end, it even fused with your chessboard world. Especially with the interference of my thousands of clones, I don't believe that anyone in the world can escape from it. Unless an ancient god comes, the truth will forever be a mystery. The old man was very calm. Although you're right. Dongfang was still doubtful. He felt a trace of uneasiness lingering in his heart. Could it be that you, a chess player who has always been watching from the sidelines, also have the confusion of a chess piece? The old man laughed out loud. No, not good. The old man's unintentional words had inadvertently inspired Dongfang, causing his expression to change greatly. Dongfang lost his composure and stood there in shock. He raised his head and stared at Yu Yang's image in the sky, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, this damned Yu clan's third young master. What's wrong? The originally calm old man was shocked by Dongfang's expression. Titan Yu has already escaped from my chessboard world. No, he has already completely escaped from the space-time maze created by the Master of the Void, Mystery. The Titan Yu we saw wasn't real at all. He was just a damned illusion. I have always felt that it was strange and suspicious. Why did Titan Yu keep such a low profile? Why didn't he take any action? Actually, he had already taken action a long time ago. After he set up the heaven rune at the gate of the world, he left the space-time labyrinth and left our line of sight. He left behind a shadow that looked exactly like him to confuse our eyes while he secretly slipped away. Dongfang angrily smashed the chess piece in his hand onto the ground. Just now, he thought that his opponent was in his trap. No one wanted to. His opponent, whom he thought he would lose for sure, had already slipped away when he was not paying attention. Furthermore, he had left so quietly that he did not even notice. The old man was stunned. He pointed his right hand at the image of Yu Yang in the sky. He's fake? But it looked very real, exactly the same as the original Titan Yu. There was no possibility of it being fake at all. Furthermore, could the space-time maze allow Titan Yu to escape? This is impossible. Dongfang took a deep breath and forcefully regained his calmness. His voice became even colder than frost and snow. This is fake. This Titan Yu is a shadow. He is incomparably real, just like the real Titan Yu. However, he is fake. He is just an illusion. I believe that this is Titan Yu's innate skill. I understand now. Why was Titan Yu so low-key in his previous performance? Not only his performance in the space-time maze, but also in the battle before this. With his ability, he could completely suppress his opponent. However, he did not. So he was doing this on purpose. He hid his strength deeply and left behind a shadow that could not completely replace him to confuse us. This fellow, did he prepare for this before the battle? He was really an opponent that could make people go crazy. Yu Clan's third young master, you must have gone to the Radiant Light Mountain to challenge Jizun of the temple, right? The old man was shocked. Yu Clan's third young master went to the Radiant Light Mountain? Dongfang nodded and said with certainty. He did not completely escape from the spacetime maze. On the contrary, he used the shortcut of the spacetime maze to head towards the Radiant Mountain. This judgment made the old man speechless for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. Looks like Titan Yu has an innate skill that is not inferior to mine. Although I can transform into millions of people, it is still an innate skill. It is not possible to hide from a god ranker. However, this Titan Yu actually used his shadow to confuse our eyes. Sometimes I don't want to admit it, but there's no other way. Our generation is really old. Radiant Mountain. It was also known as the Divine Mountain in Heaven Realm. It had always been a pilgrimage place for Heaven Realm warriors. The central shrine that controlled the world for tens of thousands of years was built on top of it. This world-shaking mountain that even Queen Vivian Li could not conquer was the Radiant Mountain. It was not just a simple mountain, but a world mountain that was even bigger than a normal dimension world. Just based on the surface area, it was probably 100 times bigger than the entire Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor. If the soaring dragon continent was compared to it, it would probably be like a pebble at the foot of the mountain. If the heaven stairway was the world tree, then the Radiant Mountain was the world mountain. A world mountain that formed the whole world with mountains. Its bottom was said to be the abyss of the dark world. The everlasting hatred prison and the prisoner's secret room managed by the warden of the central shrine, Tantai Tumia, was at the bottom of the Radiant Mountain. The dark world that was suppressed by the Radiant Mountain would never be able to rise again. Just like the fallen warriors that were exiled in the dark world, they would forever be slaves and criminals that were controlled by the central shrine. The lower part of the Radiant Mountain existed in Heaven Realm. The pilgrimage of Heaven Realm warriors mostly gathered at the foot of the Radiant Mountain. The entrance of the central shrine was the door of the shrine guarded by the giant god Nagato. The middle part was where the shrine of wind, fire, water, earth, light and dark was located. The upper part was located in Heaven Realm. It was also the real starting point of the Great Radiant Mountain and the central shrine. It was also the real hub of the central shrine. Is this what the legendary Central Divine Hall looks like? At the foot of the Radiant Mountain, at the beginning of the path to heaven, in front of the shrine, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. Unlike the pilgrims who prostrated themselves on the ground, this young man's face did not have that kind of pious light at all. Instead, there was an endless murderous intention that could not be concealed. In his hand was a Gemini mask that surpassed the sacred level and had special power. Before he put it on, it had already turned the world within a kilometer into black and white. Under the guidance of the young man's will, the world within a kilometer of only black and white was not fixed. On the contrary, they were constantly changing, like two giant black and white fish circling each other. More than a kilometer away, in the space further away, there was a bright and shining galaxy. These stars were born one by one. One by one, they rose. All the way to the sky. Countless Deity Templar warriors and the Deity Templar commanders who were guarding the entrance of the Deity Templar surged out like a tidal wave and surrounded this mysterious young man from afar. However, due to the fear of his prestige, nobody dared to attack without a leader since the first captain on duty was not around. This is really out of my expectation. Could it be that all the young people in Tong Tian Tower are so outstanding? A golden light shot down from the sky. Before the dazzled shrine warriors could recover, there was already an old man holding a cane in the field. His hair and beard were all white, and he had a ruddy complexion. Not only was there a god-level emblem on his forehead, there was also an incomparably beautiful light wheel on his back, which was as brilliant as the sun. "You are?" Yu Yang, who slowly put on the Gemini mask, did not know the old man in front of him at all. "I'm just a time prisoner, nothing more. After so many years, I have almost forgotten my own name." The old man seriously recalled for a long time before he finally remembered his name, Everlasting Hatred. "Who is the captain to you?" Yu Yang had only heard of the first captain on duty in the central shrine. Maybe the 19th generation great-grandson, maybe the 18th generation. "It has been too long, I have completely forgotten." This Everlasting Hatred old man seemed to have a bad memory. "Since you are the captain's elder, then things will be much easier." Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised, "Your 19th generation great-grandson, the captain, owes me a few divine equipment. As his elder, even if you can't pay him back in full, shouldn't you help him pay some interest?" "Interest?" The Everlasting Hatred old man had never heard of a divine equipment having interest. "Everyone knows that I am an honest, loyal, righteous, noble, and generous person. I am usually the kindest person in the world. Many young ladies say that if they want to find a boyfriend, they should find someone like me. How could a good man like me, who is generous and generous, who takes pleasure in helping others, and who sees money as dirt, do something as shameless as multiplying interest every day? As long as it's 9 out 13 returns, it will be enough. I have always been generous to my friends. Your 19th generation great-grandson, the senior captain, borrowed 9 of my divine equipment yesterday. You don't have to return too much today, just return 13 of them." Yu Yang said with a smile on his face, as if he was making a fortune. As expected of the Yu clan's third young master. The Everlasting Hatred old man was so impressed that he almost wanted to write a shameless banner for Yu Yang as a souvenir. As expected of the legendary stingy senior Changhen, who loves money as much as his life, is stingy, doesn't repay his debts, and refuses to die until the end. Yu Yang also clapped and laughed. "The East can't do anything to you, but that doesn't mean that you can run to the central shrine and behave atrociously." The Everlasting Hatred old man advised Yu Yang to look at the situation clearly. "Well said. The prison emperor can't do anything to you, but that doesn't mean that you can ignore the fact that you went to the Tongtian Tower and molested a sow and pushed an old granny into the sea. If Yu Yang became a judge one day, he believed that there wouldn't be any misjudged cases in this world anymore. Everything would definitely be unjust." Hearing Yu Yang accuse him of going to the Tongtian Tower and molesting a sow, the Everlasting Hatred old man was so angry that his nose became crooked. Pushing an old granny into the sea was one thing, but he might have done that many times in the past. What was with that molesting a sow? At the foot of the Great Light Mountain, the ancient code is so majestic. You are just a little kid, and you want to challenge the central shrine? Not to mention you, even your master, Fei Wenli, who is known as the Conquering Queen and wants to conquer the Heaven Realm, wouldn't dare to step on this mountain. The Everlasting Hatred old man sneered. "I don't dare to step on this mountain? What a joke." Behind Yu Yang, Queen Vivian Li suddenly appeared and looked down on everyone. In front of her, the holy light mountain that pierced through the sky seemed to have become shorter in an instant. The Everlasting Hatred old man looked as if he had seen a ghost. "You, why did you come out?" "Impossible, you have already been sealed by the Nirvana seal, your body and soul should have been destroyed. It is impossible for you to return to the Heaven Realm." Queen Vivian Li did not even look at him. In her eyes, the Everlasting Hatred old man, who was extremely powerful and omnipotent in the eyes of the Heaven Realm warriors, was no different from a flea. She just reached out and patted Yu Yang's shoulder lightly, comforting him, "Little guy, wait for me here for a while. Wait until I beat the unparalleled emperor back to the Black Tower to die, then I will come and demolish the house with you." Yu Yang hurriedly reminded her, "You have to come back quickly, or else what if I get bullied until I cry?" The surrounding temple warriors suddenly had the urge to vomit blood when they heard this. "It would be good enough if you don't bully others." The Everlasting Hatred old man's mouth twitched. If he was not afraid of Queen Vivian Li, he would have already slapped Yu Yang's face. Queen Vivian Li laughed. "Okay, I will try to come back quickly, but you are not a child anymore. If others bully you, you can fight back. Yu Yang shook his head vigorously. How can I do that? I'm a loyal supporter of pacifism. I only use my mouth and not my fists. When someone slaps the left side of my face, I will offer the right side of my face for him to slap. If others don't like it, then it must be because I did not do well enough. If I don't enjoy myself when others bully me, then I will never be at ease for the rest of my life. The temple warriors were about to explode when they heard this. If it weren't for the fact that they were intimidated by Empress Fei Wenli's majesty and were afraid of being killed in a second by her, they would have already jumped out and shouted, "Brat, the number of people you've killed is even higher than the Radiance Mountain, why are you pretending to be kind? Who doesn't know that you are the Yu clan's third young master? Not to mention the Western Heaven Realm, even in the central shrine, you have killed countless people. Why are you still talking about pacifism? Wasn't bullying others and slapping their faces the Yu clan's third young master's specialty?" Queen Vivian Li, who was in a good mood, laughed along the way. He was already far away. However, her heavenly laughter still lingered in the air. Yu Yang, who had lost his backer, suddenly became obedient, revealing a look that said, "Everyone, don't bully me, or I'll cry." At this moment, Old Man Everlasting Hatred really wanted to smash this kid's head with his walking stick. I've already come to you with a kitchen knife, and you're still playing dumb? Do you think that I will lower my guard against a man who can deceive the East? The Old Man of Everlasting Hatred had to use all his patience to restrain himself from smashing the kid's skull. Do it, there's no need to waste words. Yu clan's third young master, no matter what you say or do, it's useless. I've already seen through you. I won't do it. Yu Yang raised the pacifist flag high above his head. Can you stop pretending? One of the commanders guarding the gate of the shrine finally couldn't help but explode. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Don't waste time here, okay? You really want to fight? Yu Yang, who was surrounded by enemies, looked around and suddenly laughed. It's easy to fight, but if you do that, I'll be tricked. Don't think that I don't know that your shrine has a special ancient code. If I attack, it'll be equivalent to invading your shrine. Then, I'll be punished by the ancient code of Radiance Mountain. Why don't you attack first? Isn't it because of the existence of this ancient code? Although this is my first time here, don't think that I don't know what kind of place this Radiance Mountain used to be. This was the original prison of the Upper Realm, and all the criminals of the Upper Realm were thrown here. Over time, this place became a paradise for criminals, and when the warden was derelict in his duty and cooperated with the biggest criminal to take control of this prison, the building of the Radiance Mountain changed its name to Central Temple. Yu Yang pointed at Old Man Everlasting Hatred in front of him. You are one of the criminals from the past. Old Man Everlasting Hatred was so angry that he laughed. A god-level criminal? I, a supreme god-level martial artist, have also become a criminal? Yu Yang laughed. If you're not a criminal, you, a god-level ranker, try to walk out of Radiance Mountain. I say, Senior Everlasting Hatred, you don't have to walk far. Can you walk in front of me? If not for the ancient code, I'm afraid you would have already attacked me. How could you let a junior like me go? Old Man Everlasting Hatred shut his mouth. He was speechless. With the appearance of the Conquest Queen, she might not be able to kill you instantly, but she won't need much effort to deal with you. What gives you the guts to stand in front of her and act presumptuously? It's fine if you're a god level, but why aren't those shrine warriors, who are weaker than ants, paralyzed on the ground? Could it be that their guts are bigger than the sky? Could it be that they aren't even afraid of the Conquest Queen who swept through the Heaven Realm? What a joke. All of you are just relying on the ancient laws of this prison. Yu Yang spat on the ground. His disdain made the surrounding warriors feel ashamed. If you have the guts, come up and try. If you don't, then scram. Old Man Everlasting Hatred snorted. What was the truth? The truth would often change according to one's strength. Back then, even if Radiance Mountain was the prison of the Heaven Realm, so what? Tens of thousands of years later, it was the Radiance Mountain that intimidated the entire Heaven Realm. It was the central shrine that controlled the entire world. Even in the heaven realm, no one and no force could shake its position, let alone a small place like Heaven Realm and Tong Tian Tower. This was the truth of history. This was the result of one's strength. The shrine warriors also became noisy, shouting and shouting. Their words were extremely unrestrained, and some of them even made vulgar gestures to provoke him. Yu Yang used his right index finger to lightly tap on the Gemini mask on his face, pointing directly at the eye of the underworld that had just filled the gap between his eyebrows. Everyone was curious. They quietened down for a moment, wanting to see what this brat was up to. Yu Yang's expression suddenly became solemn. His eyes flashed with an incomparably fierce divine light. In the name of the Holy Sovereign, I, Yu Yang, Titan Yu, declare that Radiance Mountain is a prison that has failed to guard. It must be rejudged, judged and cleansed until there are no more crimes and no more evil. His words shocked the old man everlasting hatred. But when he looked carefully, there was no golden light above Yu Yang's head, nor was there any change in the starlight behind him. The ancient code was still there. Everything was normal. Only then did he calm down with great difficulty. Fortunately, this Yu clan's third young master was not the Holy Sovereign. Otherwise, once he declared it, it would be like a god's decree. When the time comes to execute his god power, not only would he not be restricted by the ancient code, he would also receive great support and protection. With your current god power, you want to declare as the Holy Sovereign? What a joke. Even your master Fei Wenli does not have this ability. You are just a small god that she created with her god power and god blood. How dare you be so arrogant? Why don't you take a look at where you are? Ha ha ha, you really overestimate yourself. Without your master Fei Wenli, in my eyes, you are just a small stinky bug. The old man everlasting hatred really wanted to slap this brat to death in front of him. But he could not, because this brat was just standing outside of the Radiance Mountain. He was only one step away, but the old man everlasting hatred had no way to cross over. He was sure that if this Yu clan's third young master dared to take a step forward, even if it was an insignificant step, this brat would definitely die. The warriors of the Divine Hall burst into laughter. Some of them even rolled on the ground, tears flowing down their cheeks. A brat who did not have supreme power but was arrogantly declaring in the name of the Holy Sovereign, was he trying to boast to the heavens? Yu Yang remained expressionless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took a step downwards. When he stepped on the first step of the mountain of brightness, he had already raised his right hand before the warriors of the Divine Hall could react. Like swatting a fly, he slapped the warriors of the Divine Hall who were still laughing and jeering at each other to death in front of him. You dare to attack the temple? The old man everlasting hatred was startled at first, then he became ecstatic. Attack first? Forget about the ancient code, even if you did not have it, you are still looking for death. Old man, I should hit you. If I don't hit you, you will be sad. Yu Yang casually took out his crescent blade and waved it. Other than the old man everlasting hatred, everyone else was beheaded and killed on the spot. Before the corpses of the temple warriors fell to the ground, the world changed. Endless flames rose up on one side of Yu Yang, and endless cold air descended on the other side, forming a terrifying world of two extremes. The temple warriors who were killed on the spot, as well as their mounts and beasts, were all sealed in this world of two extremes. Some turned into flames, some turned into flying snow. Yu Yang slowly clenched his right hand. Everything in the world of two extremes was instantly compressed into a ball of fire and ice. Pa! With a crisp sound, the ball of ice and fire shattered. The two opposing energies neutralized each other and disappeared. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, the everlasting hatred old man would not have believed that the young man in front of him possessed such divine power. He was able to kill thousands of deity Templars on the spot and annihilate them. Even their souls were completely annihilated in the void. Brat, you are really ruthless. I have underestimated you. The old man everlasting hatred was furious. There were many temple warriors, so it was not a pity that they died. However, killing them in front of him was like slapping his own face. You are not underestimating me, you are just blind from old age. It was unknown when Yu Yang had appeared behind the old man of everlasting hatred in a flash. He punched the old man of everlasting hatred's protective divine power and pressed his other hand on the back of the old man of everlasting hatred's head. He had brutally pressed the god-level ranker who had lived for tens of thousands of years onto the ground. Rumble, the whole Radiance Mountain shook. Before the terrifying shockwave could spread far, Yu Yang had already thrown the old man everlasting hatred into the sky. In the sky, Yu Yang appeared in a flash. He grabbed the old man everlasting hatred's ankle and fiercely threw him down towards the temple gate that was as thin as a palm. Now that I am the prison warden, life and death are in my hands, all of you can die. When the dust settled, the shrine's door that was protected by the ancient code was still standing. However, the huge door pillar was starting to crack. If Yu Yang continued to attack, the shrine's door that had been standing for tens of thousands of years would become history. The everlasting hatred old man, who had smashed a corner of the shrine's door and sunk deep into the ground, crawled out of the hole in pain. He rubbed his waist and groaned in pain. If I wasn't a god ranked and had divine power to protect my body, I would have been killed by you, Yu Clan's third young master. Although my bones are fine, it hurts a lot. Is it impossible to execute criminals in this prison? Yu Yang had found out that the people locked in here could be tortured, beaten, and scolded, but they could not be killed. At least, before he took over the Radiance Mountain as the god's prison, he could not go beyond the ancient code to execute any god-ranked criminals. Even if you don't have the ancient code, you won't be able to kill me with that little bit of divine power in your body. The everlasting hatred old man laughed coldly. He leaned on the walking stick in his hand lightly. His body emitted countless rays of incomparably brilliant divine light. A vast divine power that had been stored in his body for tens of thousands of years erupted like a volcano. Countless rays of divine light and divine power fused with each other. Under the effect of the old man of everlasting regret's unique godhood, they turned into a very strange divine ring. It was crimson gold in color, and it looked as if it was real. It covered the old man of everlasting regret's body, including his forehead, neck, arms, wrists, waist, and shins. The everlasting hatred old man's body was also changing rapidly. Other than becoming bigger, he was also recovering his youthful vigor. When he unsealed the walking stick in his hand and turned it into a divine-ranked purple gold halberd with his divine power, his appearance and body had returned to the prime of his 30s or 40s. His beard was as black as ink, his hair was like dark clouds, and his strong muscles were bulging. With a light stomp of his foot, he left a deep footprint on the hard ground of the shrine. When he steadied himself, he casually waved his hand, and all the clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed to reveal the sun. With his divine sense, they all scattered, revealing the clear sky above his head. Your name is Tong Hu, right? Yu Yang couldn't help but retort. He was obviously a god tier, and his body couldn't possibly age, so why did he have to pretend to be an old man? Yu Clan's third young master, unseal your divine power too. I don't want to carry out meaningless tests. The battle between deities will last for at least a few days. I can't wait to have a good battle. Eternal hatred no longer looked like an old man. He, who had recovered his divine-level golden body, was a mighty and majestic giant. He was at least 5 meters tall. Yu Yang gently floated down and landed in front of him. Compared to him, Yu Yang was like a tiny dot. Eternal hatred casually stretched out a finger. It was also thicker than Yu Yang's arm. Yu Yang sized him up. He didn't unseal his divine power like lonesome hatred did. Instead, he sneaked over to the door of the shrine to check on the damage. Chang Hen was baffled by his actions. Aren't you here to cause trouble? Why are you concerned about the damage? It's a pity. If I had time, I would carry this door back to exchange for malt candies. How much would that be worth? Yu Yang sighed. Chang Hen's words made him speechless. Other than Yu Xuan, no one else in the world would agree with Yu Yang's action of carrying the door of the shrine to exchange for malt candies. Of course, if it was just to show off, Fatty Hai would be the first to raise his hand in approval. Yu Yang picked up a huge brick and weighed it in his hand. He sighed, these are all good things. How can such good things be used on the floor of a prison? Moreover, the door of a prison should be sturdy, why make it so beautiful? If this wasn't a prison, I would have moved in. Eternal hatred didn't resent Yu Yang at all. As long as you stay here for tens of thousands of years, even if this place is 100 times more beautiful, I believe you won't feel anything. Eternal hatred felt nauseous towards the Radiant Mountain. He had lived here for far too long. If he could change it, he would rather stay in a shabby latrine under the Tongtian Tower than stay in this magnificent central temple. Even if I have good fortune, I won't enjoy it. Yu Yang shook his head and sighed. He immediately took out the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar and attacked without hesitation. He didn't care about formalities or hypocrisy at all. He smashed Eternal Hatred's head with a heavy blow. Half of Eternal Hatred's body was smashed into the stone floor. But the expression on his face, it didn't change at all. He waited for Yu Yang to raise the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar again and asked calmly, "Can we finally fight?" Yu Yang's second heavy blow landed as fast as lightning. He replied calmly, "You are a senior, why don't you let me, a junior, have 3 moves first?" The purple gold halberd tore the sky apart. Wherever the golden halberd slashed, the divine power was piercingly cold. Everything in the world turned into powder. Yu Yang used the mysterious 3 styles to dodge the attack. The afterimage caused the divine power that exploded from the tip of the halberd to disappear in an instant. On the incomparably hard stone steps of the shrine, a huge crater that was a kilometer long, 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep appeared. An old ghost that has lived for tens of thousands of years, you really have some skills. Yu Yang carried the gigantic prison emperor's 7 stars pillar and appeared at the top of the shrine's door. He calmly took out a chicken drumstick and nibbled on it. Your speed is not bad. Eternal Hatred lowered his right hand that was holding the halberd and raised his left hand. Under the control of the divine power, the light wheel behind him turned into thousands of golden spears that covered the entire sky. A special power of the ancient code that he comprehended with his innate skill and condensed from his divine spark was connected to every spear tip like a silk net. It interweaved into a 10,000-meter wide space of the ancient code, enveloping himself and Yu Yang within it. Yu Yang used the chicken drumstick in his hand to touch it lightly. The power of the ancient code instantly destroyed the fragrant chicken drumstick, leaving not even a bit of powder behind. Yu Yang's eyes opened wider than a cow's. "Old man, you can't be, right? The power of the ancient code is so powerful? Give me back my chicken drumstick." Eternal Hatred sneered, "Under my heart-piercing law, as long as you touch any of the divine spears or any of the divine threads, you will be punished by the ancient code. The lightest punishment is equivalent to the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing your heart. If you don't believe me, you can try." Yu Yang had always politely declined such brainless actions like "just try it." "Do you think I'm that idiot Fatty High?" Even Fatty High wouldn't try the punishment of the power of the ancient code. He was an idiot, but not to such a pitiful extent. When Yu Yang saw that his opponent had used the power of the ancient code, he finally perked up and became serious. He decided to play with the power of the ancient code too. Because he hadn't completely comprehended the holy supreme realm, the power of the ancient code that Yu Yang comprehended was still in its infancy. Without wrath, the golden giant that could control fate couldn't do as it pleased. Therefore, he could only use 2 or 3 types of power of the ancient code. He didn't have many choices. One was the power of the ancient code of the divine power of disaster. As long as he didn't predict it, his opponent would definitely suffer for 18 lifetimes. The other was the power of the starry sky, imitating the power of the Night Empress. Other than the above 2, there was also the rule of the moon fate that he accidentally pushed down a certain illusory moon goddess. Of course, Yu Yang could also use the ancient code of creation and ancient code of fate that he had comprehended himself. However, most of them were like little bean sprout. They were still growing and couldn't be of much use for the time being. The cunning guy from another world wouldn't easily use them before he fought against the Jizun of the Divine Temple and the Peerless Emperor. What kind of relationship do we have? We don't get to know each other if we don't fight. After a while, we are already old friends. Since that's the case, let's use the whole moon to play. After a certain Yu clan's 3rd young master pushed down a certain goddess, the moon fate and illusory moon divine power of the first divine wife were naturally born in his body. Although it was his first time using it, it felt pretty good. He used it very smoothly. A bright moon silently rose behind Yu Yang. It was as bright as frost. The moonlight was omnipotent. Wherever it went, there was nothing that it couldn't turn into eternity. The dust that was stirred up on the ground also stopped moving and floated quietly in the air. Changhen was stunned. He realized that his opponent's power of the ancient code could actually invade his ancient code space. What was even more strange was that after this power of the ancient code invaded, there was no warning or resistance. The heart-piercing code coexisted with his opponent's code and there was no conflict at all. What was even more unbelievable was that, under this moonlight-like power of the ancient code, his whole body felt like it was petrified. Was it an illusion, or was it a real reaction? The shocked Changhen released his divine power. He stomped on the ground with both feet and his huge body soared into the sky. However, what he didn't expect was that the huge force that could have easily soared 10,000 meters was only enough for him to hover 3 inches above the ground. He didn't even reach half a foot. His stomp shattered the incomparably hard divine temple's stone surface, but his leap into the sky was pitifully small. If you're big, your jumping ability will be slightly weaker. I understand very well. Who doesn't know about Big Yao's tragedy? However, Yu Yang was different. He was like a fish in water or a tiger with wings. He was as fast as a stream of light and appeared in front of Changhen in a flash. He stepped on the tip of Changhen's halberd and slid on the halberd's shaft. He then punched Changhen's left eye fiercely, causing Changhen to see stars and become disoriented. Changhen's body was 1,000,000 times heavier than a rock. However, Yu Yang was as agile as a swimming dragon. He easily dodged Changhen's counterattack and pressed his hands on the top of Changhen's head. His legs struck 18 times in a row. In the end, he even did a beautiful inverted golden hook like a swallow returning to its nest. Impossible. Changhen couldn't believe that this was real. I also feel that it's very strange. Yu Yang expressed that using other people's divine power and ancient code was indescribable, but the effect was surprisingly good. This isn't your divine power and ancient code at all. Changhen was about to go crazy. The divine power that this brat used didn't seem to be something that he had comprehended. This was because he had a feeling that the more he used it, the more familiar it became. Only when he used other people's things would he have such an inconceivable reaction. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Furthermore, it's my first time using it. Don't be too calculative, okay? Yu Yang felt that his performance should be passable. However, was this lunar fate code really used like this by Yu Yang, in the time-space labyrinth, in the shattered void of the gate to the heaven realm? If the 3 stone-like shadows could still speak, they would definitely correct Yu Yang's current mistake. Unfortunately, this answer, this truth, could only be kept in silence for the time being. Furthermore, this period of time was very likely to be an eternity. On the 10th level of the heaven stairway, the void world, which was already broken and had space-time cracks appearing and disappearing, became even more broken due to the brutal fight between the 2 10,000-meter-tall god-level giants. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancient rules were still there to keep the world from collapsing, the entire world would have been annihilated by their crazy fight. There were no spectators or judges. The 2 giants were engaged in an endless battle with the heaven and earth as their arena. With their abilities, even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, there would be no result. Under the damage they had unintentionally caused, the mountains could be flattened in an instant, the oceans could dry up into deserts in the blink of an eye, and the clear sky could be torn into pieces at any time and reassembled unbelievably, turning into something like a rotten fishing net that was full of holes. Fortunately, there were no living creatures in the void world on the 10th level of the heaven stairway. Otherwise, no living creature would be able to survive the catastrophe of the god-level war. Even a god-level expert who could dominate the upper realm would not be able to survive for more than a minute if he dared to intervene, let alone a human's body of flesh and blood. There were no shockwaves from the air explosion, and there were no loud sounds of mountains collapsing. Because even the sound was directly swallowed by the divine power. In the entire world, there were only 2 10,000-meter-tall golden gods standing there. The rest were either in the process of destruction or waiting to be destroyed. Damn it, you're really ruthless. A golden god with a giant horn on his head was once again knocked to the ground by the golden god who was 500 or 600 meters taller. On the ground, his body created a huge crater that was a few hundred kilometers wide and a dozen kilometers deep. He was bathed in blood and was now covered with cuts and bruises. Not only that, there was an extremely terrifying injury on his chest. It was a transparent hole in the front and back of his body. No one knew who had punched it, but even his 10,000-meter-tall god-level body could not withstand it. You're not any better. How dare you use the monkey steel's peach just now? You shameless fellow, can you still be considered a god-level expert? The golden god who had one eye on the sun and one eye on the moon was also in a sorry state. He did not have the confidence of a complete victory. I used the lion steel's peach. The horned golden god looked regretful. It seemed like he did not manage to steal anything just now. Scram back to the heaven realm. You don't need to care about the matters of Tong Tian Tower. The golden deity whose eyes were like the sun and moon was extremely annoyed. Skysplit Tower is now my little brother's. I can come and go as I please. What does it have to do with you? You're just an outdated old fool. You should be rotting in your coffin, yet you still run out to harass the juniors. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? An old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years actually dared to make life difficult for a child. Not to mention me, even if the one being bullied wasn't my little brother and was an outsider, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Do you think that my nickname of Heaven's #1 righteous demon dragon is just for show? The golden god with a horn was naturally Mo Long. It was unknown if it was because he knew Yu Yang, but this bearded uncle Mo Long actually dared to say that he was the most righteous person in the heaven realm. How could the creatures in the heaven realm who had been harmed by him endure this? The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon was speechless. The nickname of the most righteous person in the heavenly realm, not to mention saying it out loud, even hearing it would make one blush. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't recovered to my peak state, you would have long been beaten into a pulp by me. Why are you so arrogant? The golden god with horns was very unhappy. After fighting for the past few days, he had suffered a lot. I'm just going easy on you. If I really fought you, you wouldn't even have a single intact bone left. The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon sneered. You still dare to brag? The golden god with horns was furious when he heard that. At least I'm a little better than a masochist like you. The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon blocked his opponent who was pouncing towards him. With an extremely agile turn, he instantly pulled his opponent's huge body up and threw him with all his might. The huge body of the golden god with horns streaked across the sky and smashed into a mountain range nearly 1,000 kilometers away. In an instant, that mountain turned into dust. The golden god with horns was extremely furious. He stomped his feet on the ground. The entire ground exploded. It was even faster than a meteor. His huge body flew back in front of the golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon. This time, there was no possibility of him being thrown out. He grabbed his opponent's huge wrist and kicked his chest, heavily kicking the golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon in the chest. When this move was effective, the golden god with horns controlled his opponent's huge arm again, intending to use a strangling technique to seal off his opponent's struggle. The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon roared. His voice was thousands of times louder than thunder. His divine power exploded wildly. He lifted the enemy who was locked behind his back and smashed him in front of him. Then, he pressed his opponent's forehead and prepared to give him a ruthless punch that made him unrecognizable. The golden god with horns who was smashed below him did not want to fall behind. He used both his hands to grab his opponent's neck tightly. He even raised his knee, intending to end his son's life. Just as they were fighting fiercely and fiercely, suddenly, a voice rang out. You too, are you gay? The sky and earth darkened. When it became bright again, the world of the void, which was filled with the combined will and power of law of the two golden gods, suddenly had one more person. The two golden gods who were fighting were stunned, and they couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. The two golden gods who were tens of thousands of meters tall originally thought that the brilliant divine light and divine will of their bodies were enough to overwhelm everything in the world. However, they realized that there was actually such a strange and unique person in the world. The light on his body was like a precious diamond. Although it was not big and did not exceed the size of his body, it was extremely condensed and dazzling like the ultimate star. To a certain extent, it was even better than the extraordinary divine light that they were emitting. That dazzling brilliance was something that even the first light of heaven and earth, or the heavenly fire of the sun and moon could not take away. In this world, there was nothing that could conceal the birth of his divine power. There was nothing that could suppress the natural divine power. What astonished the two golden deities the most was that this special deity was actually a woman. You are my sister-in-law, that human Jizun, right? The golden god with horns quickly turned over and pushed his opponent away. He patted his body and tried to bring out the aura of a boss. I am, little Yu Yang must have told you that I am the demon dragon, his big brother. You are really the big brother? Jizun expressed deep doubts about this ranking. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can go to a place where there are no people to ask. The demon dragon quickly patted his chest and promised. This time even Jizun was speechless. Could it be that everyone who was familiar with Yu Yang would be led astray by him? An old guy who had lived for nearly 100,000 years, couldn't he have a little personality? The golden god with eyes like the sun and moon covered his head with a headache. If he hadn't fought for a few days and nights, he wouldn't have believed that the Ruffy-like guy in front of him was the demon dragon who was known as the #1 villain in the heaven realm. Don't worry, I am the big brother, I will cover you. I don't need your help here, I can easily deal with this bullshit *T Emperor Wu Shuang by myself. The demon dragon patted his chest, and then intentionally or unintentionally pressed his hand on the big transparent hole in front and back. You are the Emperor Wu Shuang? Jizun no longer looked at the demon dragon, who was obviously a dead chicken trying to eat rice, and turned to the golden god with eyes like the sun and moon. There is no benefit to being called the Emperor Wu Shuang. It is depressing enough to be in prison, and there are people who come to disturb me every 1,000 or hundreds of years. If I can change it, I would rather change it to a name like Useless Ghost or something like that. The golden god with eyes like the sun and moon shook his head and said to Jizun in the sky, You are a junior, I will not fight with you. Does this mean that you admit defeat? Jizun's words almost made the Emperor Wu Shuang choke to death. On the other side, the demon dragon gave a thumbs up on the spot. Although you are the strongest human Jizun in the modern era of the Tong Tian Tower, it does not mean that your strength is really the strongest in the world. The Emperor Wu Shuang didn't care about it because he was a junior. If it was someone from the heaven realm or the heaven realm who said this, he would have already smashed him with a big fist. No matter who it is, I will definitely be the first. Not to mention you, even Yu Yang is the same. Jizun proudly snorted, there is only one first in the Tong Tian Tower, and that is me. What if someone is not convinced? The demon dragon took the opportunity to add oil to the fire and provoke. Then beat him until he is convinced. Jizun had always done things like this, simply and directly. Good, I admire strong people like you the most. The demon dragon almost took out a book and asked for an autograph. He clapped his hands and praised, now there are at least 2 people in the Tong Tian Tower who are worthy of my admiration. One is that little girl Fei Wenli. I am so arrogant, but I dare not say that I will destroy the heaven realm, but she dares to do that. I can't help but admire her. Now there is you, little sister-in-law, I also admire you, because you are a tough woman who dares to pull down an old ghost like the Emperor Wu Shuang. Good, the Tong Tian Tower needs descendants like you. Tough woman? Jizun felt that the demon dragon had been completely led astray by that kid Yu Yang. Only those guys who could not spit out such boring adjectives would keep coming out. What Emperor Wu Shuang? He is just a stepping stone. Hurry up and slap his face. Don't be polite with me. Seniors are meant to be eliminated. The demon dragon saw that Jizun's expression was not right and quickly changed the topic. Among so many little sisters-in-law, he felt that the one in front of him was the most serious. She was not as easy to talk to as the little girl Inan and the hornless dragon girl. As the #1 villain in the heaven realm, he had to be careful when he made a joke. Senior, I respectfully address you as senior. If you admit defeat now, give up the disturbance of the world, and return to the Black Tower to sleep, then I can pretend that nothing happened. Jizun paid her respect to the Emperor Wu Shuang, but her words were not so tactful. She was very direct and did not care about her senior's face at all. What if I don't admit defeat? The Emperor Wu Shuang was so proud. If there was a junior begging him to return to the Black Tower to sleep, then it would be fine. Admit defeat, was it also something that the Emperor Wu Shuang would do, in this world, who dared to speak like this? Even the divine palace's supreme heavenly chariot would not dare to say such words to him. Jizun's face was solemn, and the divine power on her body was about to be released. In an instant, all things in the world were guided by her divine sense. Since that is the case, then please enlighten me, Senior. Her attitude was so firm that not only the Emperor Wu Shuang, but even the demon dragon, who had just added oil to the fire, was stunned. Are you serious? This guy is the Emperor Wu Shuang, the Emperor Wu Shuang. Although he is slightly weaker than me, to be honest, this guy is quite thick-skinned. Do you really want to fight? The peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was a powerful existence that was simply indescribable. All adjectives, when used on him, seemed to become a synonym for powerlessness and emptiness. However, there was no need to describe it at all. Everyone knew that he was the pinnacle of existence in the world, and no one could surpass him. In the heaven realm, in the Tong Tian Tower, in the whole world, only he could be called unprecedented and unparalleled. Regarding this, even the demon dragon, who had been fighting hard for several days, deeply agreed with it. The peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was definitely not an opponent that could be easily challenged. If there was another choice, another way to go, the demon dragon would definitely not make the move to start a war with him, only after fighting. Only then did he know and truly understand the strength of this opponent. And now, Jizun actually dared to use the identity of a young junior. Moreover, she used the body of a woman who had always given others a feeling of weakness and powerlessness to challenge a senior who had never been surpassed by anyone for tens of thousands of years. This really made the demon dragon's heart tremble. At least, this courage was enough to look down on all the heroes in the world. You are not my opponent. Little girl, not to mention you who only cultivated for 1,000 years, even if Fei Wenli who had not appeared for 10,000 years came, even if she was the conqueror queen who had the power to devour heaven and earth, she would not be able to make my will bow down. Even for a second. Young man, go back and cultivate for 10,000 years, and then come back to challenge me. The peerless emperor snorted coldly, and on his golden body, a radiant divine power comparable to the sun instantly emerged. He raised his right hand and pressed it down, letting this unique and unparalleled radiant divine power penetrate the entire broken world of the 10th floor of the heaven stairway. Then, with the irresistible Jizun's will, he released this unique law to his heart's content, until the end of the world. Just at this moment. Between heaven and earth. Only the existence of his will, other than that, nothing else could coexist. Huh? The demon dragon only saw a blur in front of him. When he regained his senses and looked again, he realized that he had been thrown out of the 10th floor of the heaven stairway by the peerless unparalleled precepts. He had even been thrown out of the Tong Tian Tower and returned to the heaven realm. The anger in his heart suddenly erupted like a volcano. The demon dragon stretched out his giant golden hand and forcibly tore apart the spatial barrier of an unknown place in the heaven realm. At the same time, he roared at the sky, "Peerless Emperor, you bastard, you actually held back in the previous battle. You dare to look down on your uncle Demon Dragon, you make me so angry. I don't care anymore, even if it's like this, I will still go all out. If Tong Tian Tower collapses, it has nothing to do with me. It's all your fault, you damned bastard, how dare you hide your strength." However, at this moment, he had been thrown far away from Tong Tian Tower. Even if he had supreme divine strength, it was unlikely that he would be able to rush back to the duel immediately. The heaven realm was vast and complicated, and there were many passageways. Without any guidance, it would be impossible to accurately locate the heaven-reaching pagoda in a short time. It's really annoying. After spending so much effort, I finally got rid of this raging bull. After being sealed for 100,000 years, he's still so belligerent. Has this guy never reflected on himself? Next, let's proceed to the second stage. We've already wasted too much time. Peerless Emperor was not feeling good either. After all, the demon dragon's fists were not for nothing. Before the demon dragon rushed back, Peerless Emperor decided to do something serious. According to his plan. Now, it was time to implement the second stage. Just as Peerless Emperor was about to teleport and leave the 10th floor of the heaven stairway, he suddenly stopped moving. He turned his head back with a slightly stunned expression. "What's going on? Weren't you banished under my peerless law?" Jizun's figure, like the rising sun, appeared little by little. Her face was as calm as ever. Senior, your peerless law is very strong. It can be said that it's unparalleled in the world. Once it's unleashed, no one can match it. Even that stupid demon dragon was expelled by you. However, this does not mean that you can do whatever you want. I am also the sovereign of Heaven Tower, and I have always been, not only in the past, present, and future. The divine light condensed like a crystal, not leaking a single bit from Jizun's skin. However, it was precisely because of this divine power that the law-born could maintain its eternal self under peerless law. The law you're comprehending is actually the sovereign law. When Peerless Emperor saw it, his face was moved, and a shocked expression appeared for the first time. How is it possible? You've only cultivated for 1,000 years. Moreover, how could the world give birth to such a supreme sovereign law? This is not something that a woman's will can comprehend at all. Even Fei Wenli, that little girl, doesn't dare to cultivate like this. How did you do it? Can't a woman become a sovereign? Jizun never thought there was anything wrong with this. Emperor Wu Shuang didn't know what to say for a moment. He really didn't know how the little girl in front of him cultivated. He also didn't know what kind of master she had to teach her. The cultivation method of women are the most supreme in the world. He slept in the Black Tower and didn't know that the woman in front of him never had a master. She had been comprehending on her own. Cultivating on her own. As for the cultivation method of I am the only one in the world, no one had ever taught her. It was just her nature and the direction of her cultivation. Perhaps loneliness was her teacher. In the endless years of loneliness, in the days when she quietly waited for the birth of her younger brother, only loneliness accompanied her. Unknowingly, she became the most powerful sovereign in the world. Senior, let's fight. I really want to see how powerful Peerless Emperor, whom no one dared to say they could surpass for tens of thousands of years, and how deeply hidden his true strength is. Jizun didn't summon her grimoire, but just unsealed and released the extremely compressed divine power in her body. A divine statue that was over 6,000 meters tall appeared behind her. Her appearance was no different from that of a sovereign. However, she wore a crown on her head, and the spirit pearls inlaid on it shone brilliantly. On her forehead, which was as clear as jade, was a unique emblem that represented her own godhood. From the supreme godly armor that covered her whole body and the divine halo behind her that was even brighter than the sun's flames, one could tell that this was a battle-type godhood. 6,000 meters tall, and it's the first time it's unsealed. Peerless Emperor was shocked. He found that he urgently needed to change his original fixed views. In just 1,000 years of cultivation, she had reached an incredible height of 6,000 meters. How did this little girl cultivate? No wonder she dared to challenge him. This little girl, who was known as the human sovereign, really couldn't be taken lightly. Sword. Jizun naturally knew the difference between 6,000 meters and 10,000 meters. She was not arrogant, but came prepared. When the divine power in her body was unsealed for the second time, the 6,000 meters tall divine statue didn't increase at all. It floated in front of Peerless Emperor's 10,000 meters tall body, like a female warrior in front of a giant, still unable to look at the same level. However, after the vast divine power erupted, it perfectly combined with the humanoid divine weapon that was originally flying around Jizun's shoulder, instantly transforming into an 18-winged blood angel that was 3,000 meters tall. Peerless Emperor was stunned. Why didn't she add the divine power she cultivated to herself, but pour it into the humanoid divine weapon? No matter how much divine power she had, it shouldn't be wasted like this, right? Didn't her master teach her that the real achievement was to add divine power to one's own body? This little girl's cultivation path was obviously wrong. But then again, how could she still have such terrifying divine power and such high achievements if her cultivation path was wrong? What the hell was going on? Jizun stretched out her hand, and the 18-winged blood angel transformed in the beautiful and endless rainbow brilliance. Sword transformation. In front of Jizun was a 3,000 meters long divine sword of life. When the statue behind Jizun held the sword, with a shout, all things on the entire 10 levels of the heaven stairway bowed under the rule of Jizun. Even the golden body of Peerless Emperor was instantly suppressed, his feet sinking deep into the ground, up to his knees. At this time, the eyes of Jizun's statue were almost at the same level as the golden body that was sunk deep into the ground. Moreover, in her hand, there was an additional divine sword of life. Interesting, I'm really surprised. Peerless Emperor looked up to the sky and laughed. The little girl in front of him had already gained his recognition. This was already an opponent worthy of fighting, just like the demonic dragon before. Kill. Jizun waved her slender hand forward. The statue behind her immediately held the sword above her head, moved forward, and slashed down at Peerless Emperor, who was 10,000 meters away. Heaven and earth cracked, and the sky of the 10th floor of the Tongtian Tower was slashed by the divine sword of life, leaving a terrifying sword scar that was difficult to erase and almost permanent. Under the sword, Peerless Emperor's eyes shone with the divine light of the sun and moon. He did not fight head-on like in the battle with the demonic dragon, but held up a thick shield of divine power with one hand. While defending against the divine sword of life, he pressed forward at an extreme speed. His other hand clenched into a giant fist, and with the power of wind, fire, and thunder, he crushed everything in his path, including the space. He punched toward the supreme divine body's face with incomparable ferocity. A fist for a sword. This was Peerless Emperor's response. Even if it was the most outstanding junior who challenged him in the most heroic manner, he was still the unparalleled Peerless Emperor in the heavens and earth. The demonic dragon could not take advantage of him, and now, this young junior, still could not. Not to mention her, even if the proudest and craziest martial arts fanatic from the upper realm came, he would have the same answer. Because, my name is Peerless Emperor, Jizun and the supreme divine statue behind her, with a loud bang, were sent flying 200 kilometers away. On the ground, a deep mark was left. This was Peerless Emperor's answer to any challenger in the world. My name is Peerless Emperor, unparalleled in the world. What a fast sword. Peerless Emperor sent Jizun flying with a punch, but there was no joy on his face. On the contrary, his expression was serious. And the divine light of the sun and moon in his eyes was more of a kind of fanaticism that was close to hunger for battle. His left hand, which was holding the divine shield high, had a crack on all 3 fingers. That was the wound left by Jizun's divine sword of life after splitting the divine shield. If it was not for the sword to defend against his fist, it was believed that it would not only be 3 fingers that were injured. Peerless Emperor reached down and touched the left rib on his waist, where there was a delicate footprint. This footprint was not caused by the demonic dragon, but by Jizun's counterattack before she withdrew her sword to defend. Really a little girl who refuses to suffer losses. Peerless Emperor now understood the fact that the little girl in front of him was not as easy to provoke as the demonic dragon just now. At least, her close combat ability was not inferior to that bull-like demonic dragon. Peerless Emperor pondered for a moment, and suddenly sighed, I really want to have a good fight with you. You are a rare opponent, more interesting than that demonic dragon. Jizun waited quietly. She knew that what Peerless Emperor wanted to say was not this. Unfortunately, I promised someone else. Now, I have to go and do something else. Peerless Emperor stretched out his hands and clapped them together. The divine power instantly exploded like the sun, sweeping the whole world. Even the voice behind him was annihilated. I will wait for you in the Black Tower, and that you Titan. Heaven Realm, Radiance Mountain, in front of the divine palace. The battle between Yu Yang and Eternal Hatred was still going on. Moreover, Yu Yang had already knocked Eternal Hatred to the ground for the 108th time, but Eternal Hatred was still alive and kicking like an undying cockroach. There were no signs of him being seriously injured. He was in a sorry state and was in pain. Under the attack of the Moon of Destiny and the Illusion Moon divine power, he, a divine-level expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was beaten like a dog by Yu Yang. However, Eternal Hatred was still a divine-level expert. His divine power was immeasurable. Any injury on his body could be healed quickly, and his battle power was not greatly affected. At the same time, he realized that Yu Yang did not know how to use the Illusion Moon divine power at all. Although it was effective, it could not display half of its power. If it was the real owner of the Illusion Moon divine power, the result would probably be different. Have you had enough? Eternal Hatred had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never been as angry as he was today. Of course, he had never been in such a sorry state. Just a little bit more, let me explode your anus a few more times. Yu Yang seemed to be very interested in exploding other people's anus. As soon as he finished speaking, he slid out of the gap between the heart-piercing divine spear like a fish. He dodged Eternal Hatred's purple-gold divine halberd. His body slid across the ground. Just like a little hooligan, he kicked towards the sky, right in the middle of Eternal Hatred's crotch. If it was not for the Moon of Destiny's eternal stagnation, Eternal Hatred would have 100 ways to dodge, and even take the opportunity to counterattack Yu Yang with 1,000 kicks and 10,000 halberds. But now, he, who was like a zombie, couldn't do anything. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's big foot made intimate contact with his lower body. Even though there was no sound of his balls breaking, it was enough to make Everlasting Hatred feel extremely humiliated and ashamed. This old man will not let you off today. Eternal Hatred was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Where's your egg? Not only did she not stop after hitting him, this curious baby was still pursuing the most secretive question. Go to hell. Eternal Hatred thundered. Without eggs, how did you give birth to your 19 great-grandchildren? Yu Yang was baffled, but a thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately understood. He slapped the back of his head with his palm. Ayaya, I've been wondering why that idiot captain doesn't look like you at all. It turns out that he's an egg laid by another rooster. Everlasting Hatred's eyes were about to split open. His divine power burst out completely. Heart-piercing divine spears densely covered the sky. All of them disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying Azura hell, with countless spikes growing all over the place. The entire Azura world covered the entire Brilliance Mountain, with only Yu Yang and the Eternal Hatred inside. A scarlet rain of blood poured down from the sky, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind that blew across the entire thorny hell. Yu Yang calmed down and looked around. He realized that there was no sun or moon in the Hell of Needles, only blood and needles existed. At this moment, Everlasting Hatred was like a madman, madly rushing to the sky. In the sky, he was greeted by billions of sharp and flexible needles. Anyhow, people with trypophobia would spit out so many needles at a glance, and all of them pierced into Everlasting Hatred's body. That disgusting scene made Yu Yang's heart twitch. A howl that was thousands of times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts burst out from Everlasting Hatred's mouth. He, who was covered in spikes, was howling at the top of his lungs. Not knowing whether it was because of his howl or because of other reasons, the blood rain in the sky became denser and faster. The ground full of spikes began to accumulate into a pool of blood, and it was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, diffusing and spreading, while pressing towards the soles of Yu Yang's feet that were suspended in the air. Can creating a hell negate the Moon of Destiny? Yu Yang was about to burst out the illusion moon divine power again, but before he could do so, his face suddenly changed. He suddenly had a feeling. This terrifying and disgusting hell of needles was not an illusion of Everlasting Hatred, but a real existence. Radiance Mountain was a prison of God, so it was impossible that it did not have any methods of punishment or punishment for disobedient criminals. The Hell of Needles should be one of them. But as time passed, the prison guards colluded with the prisoners, and these Hell of Needles gradually turned into tools and means for them to establish their divine might. Just like Everlasting Hatred in front of him, he could not escape from the Hell of Needles, but he could pull his enemies into it, and after suffering the pain of the needles, he could destroy the laws, and make Yu Yang suffer the punishment of the laws. If Yu Yang made a move, it would be seen as a confrontation. Perhaps in the next second, he would be punished and punished 1,000 times more. You found out? Ha ha ha, unfortunately, you found out too late. If the first drop of blood rain fell on your body, if the first needle pierced my body, you might have been able to escape by borrowing the divine power of the Moon of Destiny. But now, no matter what you do, it's too late. You must suffer the pain of the needles with me, and you will suffer 100 times, 1,000 times more than me. Struggling out of the needles, Everlasting Hatred, whose body was covered in needles, laughed crazily. You old ghost, you're so vicious. Yu Yang finally understood why Everlasting Hatred did not attack him, but instead pounced towards the Needle Mountain like a madman. It turned out that he wanted him to suffer more pain. Cry, shout, and then wail in this hell of needles forever. Everlasting Hatred had never hated a person so much. He decided in his heart, every time Titan Yu suffered 100 times or 1,000 times more pain than him, he would attack the Needle Mountain again, and let him be imprisoned in this hell of needles forever, suffering forever, unable to escape. This was originally his prison cell. But now, he needed another cellmate. Although Titan Yu, who came from the countryside of Tongtian Tower, made him extremely unhappy, everlasting hatred did not care what kind of person his cellmate was. The more he hated the enemy, the more he needed to share this punishment and pain with them. In this world, was there any music more beautiful than the wailing of his enemy? Yu Yang carefully stretched out his hand, and with his index finger, he lightly touched one of the needles. Before he could even touch it, his hand retracted like lightning. Even so, he was in so much pain that he hissed and clenched his teeth. F*CK, who actually thought of this hell of needles? This needle pricking a person's body is too painful. Yu Yang was in so much pain that his vision blurred. He sucked on his finger for a long time, but he still could not recover. Enjoy it, you have enough time to enjoy all of this. Originally, all of this belonged to me alone, but now, you will also be the owner of this place. Furthermore, you can enjoy everything I have 1,000 times more. Don't think that this is all. No, this is only the beginning, your pain is far from here. Everlasting hatred was like a madman, constantly stabbing needles into his body, while screaming in a perverted manner. His distorted face and pierced body were filled with an indescribable terror. Everlasting hatred not only stabbed needles into his body, but also poured blood on his body. The blood rain, the blood, every drop, burned on his body. Everlasting hatred's godly body was like a mortal's body that had encountered fire, and a tragic wail resounded throughout the entire hell of needles. Facing Yu Yang's dumbfounded gaze, everlasting hatred's eyes were filled with the pleasure of revenge and thirst for hatred. Don't worry, you will soon enjoy everything I have, and it will definitely be 100 or 1,000 times more. Don't be too envious of me, all of this, you will have a share. If you feel that it's not enough, I can increase it for you at any time, ha 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 ha. Yu Yang was scared by this madman, and almost peed his pants. However, he was not a stubborn idiot. If this young master couldn't beat him, couldn't he just hide? What prison, what hell of needles, it has nothing to do with me. I am not a criminal, since he couldn't kill everlasting hatred, this old bastard, why would he still stay in this pain in the ass place? Even if the needles here didn't pierce people, they still looked terrifying. Wasn't this the legendary trypophobia? Yu Yang prepared to teleport and leave this space. Everlasting hatred, who had been staring at him, suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can leave this hell of needles? What a clever genius from Tongtian Tower, what a delusional idiot. If it was so easy to leave the god prison, why would I still be trapped here for tens of thousands of years to suffer? You are not the first person to enter this hell, and you are also not the first idiot to want to leave. However, do I have to tell you that there are already 67 geniuses like you buried under this pool of blood? Before your divine power is exhausted, you won't be able to commit suicide even if you want to, because this is the real hell, a god's prison that can even imprison god rankers. Any beast, inherent skill, law or even divine spark would not be able to go against the ancient god's prison. Unless you could surpass the ancient god. Otherwise, this place would be a prison forever. Looking at Yu Yang's pale face, looking at his expression of disbelief, everlasting hatred felt extremely comfortable. A kind of pleasure spread crazily in his body like poison. He couldn't help but laugh wildly towards the sky. When he laughed most excitedly, he plunged into the mountain of needles again, letting those dense needles pierce through his skull, deep into his bone marrow, and even deep into his brain. He believed that any pain that he had to endure would be added 1,000 times to the young man in front of him, even if it wasn't immediately, but in the near future. No matter if it was sooner or later, this brat would have to endure it eventually. Moreover, it would be 100 times more than his. At that time, watching him wail endlessly in the mountain of needles, it would be even more pleasurable and comfortable, ha 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 ha. Whenever enduring hatred thought of this, he would feel a boundless sense of pleasure. It seemed that the pain of the god's punishment of needles had also weakened. After a carefree and satisfied laughter, everlasting hatred finally turned his gaze towards his new companion, his new cellmate, who was about to face a tragedy. In the next moment, he would be able to enjoy the pain and tragedy of the other party. What kind of reaction would this brat have? Would he cry bitterly, curse, or even commit suicide in vain? A great show was about to begin. As the only spectator, everlasting hatred felt that his excitement had reached its limit. If it increased a little more, he believed that he would erupt like a volcano. However, just when everlasting hatred thought that he could enjoy himself to his heart's content, an unforeseen event made him feel like an otaku who was about to take off his pants, only to find out that it was Sister Feng who was depressed. Goddamn Titan you, he had actually disappeared. In this hell of needles where it was impossible to leave, this damned Titan you had actually disappeared. Everlasting hatred felt as if his brain had exploded, as if he was going to go crazy immediately. This was impossible. At the gate of the shrine, Yu Yang was leisurely walking up the steps, like a traveler enjoying the flowers. No one knew that he had just returned from the hell of needles. The captain was not on duty, and the confident old man Changhen was trapped in his own prison. At the foot of the bright mountain, no one could stop Yu Yang from moving forward. Some shrine guards or believers found Yu Yang, but they did not dare to stop him. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Even if they saw Yu Yang walking up the steps from afar, no one dared to stop him. They just hurriedly ran to report. Soon, Yu Yang came to a receiving platform. This was originally a receiving platform for believers to worship in all directions. The wind, fire, water and earth shrines all set up huge statues here. At the same time, they were attached with crystal pillars to facilitate the movement of believers. The demolition work had begun, but which shrine should he flatten first? Yu Yang held his chin and thought about this problem. Wind shrine, water shrine or fire shrine? Just as Yu Yang was looking at the statues and crystal pillars one by one, trying to find the most suitable target, a short old man, carrying a black fish basket on his back and an emerald green fishing rod in his hand, walked over with a smile. This old man's attitude was unusually friendly, as if he had seen a friend and relative. He shouted at Yu Yang, "Boy, why are you here?" Yu Yang was surprised. He carefully looked at this smiling old man. "I don't seem to know you. Aren't you the third young master of the Yu clan in the soaring dragon continent of Tongtian Tower?" The old man knew Yu Yang, and it seemed that he was very familiar with him. "That's right, but you are?" Yu Yang touched the back of his head. He was a little confused. He didn't have any relatives or friends in the central shrine. Why did this old man act like he was familiar with him? Moreover, it didn't look like a disguise. In the central shrine, weren't they all enemies? How could there be such a strange old man? "I'm the famous Fan Jiang." "Sigh, I forgot that you are too young. You must have never heard of it." "It's okay, you can call me fishing expert." "I like it when people call me fishing expert." Yu Yang had never heard of the old man's famous name Fan Jiang before. Ever since he became the new prison emperor, he had read a lot of Tongtian Tower's history books. There were even some secret and hidden histories, but the name Fan Jiang had never appeared before. Could it be that this old man was also a senior of Tongtian Tower? Was it just that too much time had passed and history had forgotten about it? "Fishing expert, there are no fish in your basket." Yu Yang looked inside and realized that this fishing expert was even worse than him. There wasn't even a single fish hair. "How dare you call yourself a fishing expert? Even an expert's fish basket doesn't have any fish." The old man's face turned red as he tried his best to defend himself. Yu Yang was speechless. It was an idiotic act to discuss fishing with a fishing idiot. Yu Yang decided that he would never talk to this old man about fishing, not even about fish. He finally understood that this fishing expert was no better than Fatty Hai, who would doze off when fishing and would snore when he slept, scaring away all the fish. The old man waited for a long time and realized that the brat in front of him had no intention of flattering or boasting about his fishing skills. He couldn't help but feel bored. No matter what, he was still a senior. This brat didn't give him any face at all. This was too hateful. Were the juniors these days all so rude? Yu Yang wasn't a shameless guy like Fatty Hai. Although it was common to flatter seniors, it was impossible for him to flatter a fishing idiot as a fishing expert. Thus, a certain third young master looked up at the sky and pretended not to see the old man's desire to be flattered and flattered. After waiting for a long time, the old man finally lost his patience and hurriedly said, fishing is an extremely profound skill. When I'm free, I, a fishing expert, will give you some pointers. Now, I'll enlighten you in other aspects, lest you act like a wild child who has no parents and no one to discipline you. You'll be laughed at by others. As long as it wasn't fishing skills. As for other aspects, Yu Yang was still interested. Hey, isn't the senior man Jiang? It's an honor to see senior here today. Yu Yang's moral integrity had already fallen to the ground. It's the famous Fan Jiang. The old man quickly corrected when he heard that something was wrong. Although a certain third young master had called his name wrongly, it was still worth forgiving for a young junior to make a small mistake occasionally. Especially when he was a magnanimous senior, he couldn't be bothered with him. The weather is really good today. Has Senior Man Jiang had breakfast? Why don't I treat you? The third young master warmly held the old man's hand. Not Man Jiang, it's the famous Fan Jiang. The old man patiently corrected the junior's mistake. The famous Senior Man Jiang, I've heard of him since I was 3 years old. The third young master expressed that the senior's name was like a bolt from the blue. You should just call me fishing expert. The old man realized that it was not easy to correct this junior's mistake. Could it be that his reputation was too shocking, causing this junior to be so excited that he couldn't control himself and called him by the wrong name? No matter what, it was worth forgiving for a junior to make a small mistake. His name was not important. In any case, he was an extremely low-key senior who lived in seclusion in the city. Calling him fishing expert was more suitable for his current identity. How could a junior like me casually call senior by his elegant name? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? The third young master hurriedly waved his hand. It's all right, I've always been approachable. The old man had an amiable smile on his face. To be able to meet such an approachable senior, I'm really lucky. The third young master once again held the old man's hand and shook it up and down. The old man was very satisfied with the third young master's enthusiasm and worship. If there's anything in the future, just say my name. This old man will protect you. The old man smiled like a chrysanthemum flower. Senior is too great. The third young master directly gave a thumbs up. It's nothing. I've always liked to take care of the juniors. Who made me a senior who doesn't care about himself? The old man was so happy that he wanted to laugh. Senior, why are you here today? Yu Yang felt strange. If this old man was a senior of Tong Tian Tower, why wasn't he in Tong Tian Tower, but in Radiance Mountain Central Shrine? Isn't there a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest? During the war between Tong Tian Tower and Radiance Mountain, there was no place in the Heaven Realm that was safe. I decided to infiltrate into the enemy's territory, confuse the enemy, disguise myself as a fisherman, and hide myself. Kid, how is it? Isn't my disguise very ingenious? I've been hiding here for tens of thousands of years, and no one has discovered me. Ha 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 ha, this old man is truly hiding behind the enemy's back. The old man was beaming with joy as his saliva flew everywhere. Did you win or lose that war? Yu Yang couldn't help but be curious. Of course we won. If it weren't for some old ghost supporting Radiance Mountain, it would have been flattened by our Tong Tian Tower long ago. In the old man's era, Tong Tian Tower was still very powerful, completely different from the bitter situation now. Yu Yang really wanted to smack this old man to death with a brick, then drag him away and bury him. If we won, we could just directly destroy Radiance Mountain. Why are you still hiding? After disguising as a fisherman for tens of thousands of years, this old man's fishing skills have greatly improved, and I've already become a fishing expert. This is really an unintentional result. Of course, for a genius like me, I can learn anything very quickly. The old man stroked his white beard, showing a smug expression that said, Kid, you have to learn from me. Yu Yang looked at the empty fish basket. Was this the fishing skills that had greatly improved in tens of thousands of years? Don't be too envious of this old man, some people have some talent that can't be envied. The old man thought that Yu Yang was sad, and hurriedly comforted him, but no matter how you look at it, it sounded like he was showing off. Yu Yang even had the heart to bury this old man alive. After an unusually strenuous conversation, Yu Yang finally understood that this old man was really a senior of Tong Tian Tower, and not an enemy in disguise. Moreover, he was an old ghost that had lived for who knows how many thousands of years. As for why this old man didn't return to Tongtian Tower for tens of thousands of years, but stayed in Radiance Mountain, that was purely a manifestation of his idiocy. An idiot didn't need to do anything strange. On the contrary, if an idiot suddenly did something normal, then be careful, it might be a sign of the end of the world, since it was really a senior. Even if he was an idiot, Yu Yang's tensed heart still secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of having a senior protecting him was not bad. If this senior wasn't an idiot, then the feeling would be even better. After discussing fishing skills, the senior and Yu Yang discussed camouflage. After discussing camouflage, the senior excitedly discussed fishing skills with Yu Yang. If Yu Yang was fatty high, then the two of them would definitely have a good conversation. However, although Yu Yang's moral integrity often fell to the ground, he was still a normal person after all. At the end of the discussion, Yu Yang finally couldn't take it anymore, and hurriedly left. "Senior, it's getting late, I still have something to do. Let's have a meal together when you're free, it's my treat." The third young master had never treated the senior to a meal before, but it didn't affect his promise. "Alright, let's contact each other when we're free." The senior was reluctant to part. It was rare to meet a young man who could listen to his fishing skills. However, just as Yu Yang was about to slip away, he immediately reacted, "Hey, wait, brat, what are you going to do? Demolish the house?" Yu Yang's tone was obviously that of a demolition officer. "I'm going to demolish the house where?" The old man also had a talent for doing bad things. As soon as he heard about demolishing the house, he immediately signed up. "It's here, Mount Brightness." "Senior, don't you think there are too many houses here? The buildings here are not in line with the development and planning of a harmonious society, so I've decided to demolish all of them and rebuild a new one." "Why, are you interested, senior?" Yu Yang didn't think that this old man would help. If he wanted to demolish the house, he would have done it in the past 10,000 years. Why would he wait until now? The buildings here are not in line with what? The old man didn't understand, but he finally understood Yu Yang's intention to demolish Mount Brightness. "Senior, you should continue fishing. No matter how big the matter is, you shouldn't delay your hobby. Moreover, this is a small matter, just leave it to me, a young junior. There's no need to trouble senior." Yu Yang never counted on this old senior. As long as the stupid old man with unfathomable strength wasn't an enemy, he would be satisfied. "Leave it to you? Brat, you're still lacking. Mount Brightness isn't something you can demolish just because you want to. Other than me, it's not easy for others to demolish it. Although you're a little abnormal, compared to me, you're still far from it." As the old man spoke, he started to brag about himself. Of course, he had the capital to brag. At least, Yu Yang, who was never convinced by others, didn't object. If it was another person, a certain third young master would have already killed, dragged, and buried him long ago. Why would he still discuss fishing techniques and camouflage? Then how can we flatten this radiant mountain? Yu Yang was like a primary school student who loved to learn, asking humbly. "It's very simple. If you have the same strength as me, that's more or less enough." The old man's tone was very arrogant. "What if you don't?" Yu Yang rolled his eyes when he heard this. "Damn you, you've lived for tens of thousands of years, who wants to compete with you? If you have the guts, compete with this young master to see who's younger." The old man stood on his tiptoes, stretched out his arm, and patted Yu Yang's shoulder with great effort. With a look of a senior, he said sincerely, "Don't be afraid, I like you a lot, so I'll give you some guidance. If you can comprehend 20 to 30% of it, you might be able to escape unscathed. Although you won't be able to improve much, you'll be able to protect yourself." Yu Yang really wanted to take off his shoes and flatten this arrogant old man into a paper man, but he used all his strength to resist. If not for the fact that you're a senior, no, if not for the fact that you're an idiot, I would have used my innate sword chi to dismember you long ago. Old man, can you not be so arrogant? Isn't it just living for tens of thousands of years? If you have the ability, increase your intelligence a little. If it was someone else, this old man definitely wouldn't say anything. Although you don't look that good, your comprehension is still alright. This old man will reluctantly make an exception and give you some guidance. I'll teach you other things for now, and when your cultivation is up to par, I'll teach you some profound fishing techniques." The old man's words almost made Yu Yang fall to the ground. He had been criticized many times in his life, but no one had ever said that he didn't look good. "Please, Senior, what era's aesthetic standards are these? The Divine Supreme Realm, this kid has always been confused, I hope Senior can guide me." Yu Yang bowed to the old man, which was a rare sight. When asking for guidance, Yu Yang's attitude was still relatively proper. "It's still too early to talk about the Divine Supreme Realm, you're still far from it. That's something even more profound than fishing techniques. Kid, don't be too greedy, be careful that you choke. This old man will reluctantly give you some pointers on the Divine Supreme Realm today." When the old man said this, Yu Yang was stunned. Divine Supreme Realm, what the hell is this? Although he didn't know much about the Divine Supreme Realm, it wasn't little either. Why had he never heard anything about the Divine Supreme Realm? Even his mother's inheritance of wisdom hadn't mentioned it. What exactly was this Divine Supreme Realm? The old man jumped up onto a small step. He looked down from above. As if he was giving pointers, he explained this mysterious divine throne to Yu Yang. "Are you sure no one taught you before? You don't even know such a simple thing, it's too pitiful. A child with no one to teach and take care of you, you're just like weeds in a wasteland. This can't go on. If you don't even know this, you'll become a laughingstock." The old man shook his head and sighed. Yu Yang's anger was accumulating like a volcano. Fuck, who was the one who caused this? Isn't it all because of you old ghosts, all of you hiding away and not seeing anyone, causing the younger generation to be locked up or hung up? Just the slightest bit of exposure would cause them to encounter danger. Sky Split Tower, up and down, big and small, all of you are like wild children without parents. Anyone can bully you, anyone can kill their way to your door and kick you. Whose responsibility is this? It's all because of you ignorant seniors. If all the old ghosts in Tong Tian Tower were here, Prison Emperor wouldn't have died. Queen Vivian Li wouldn't have been locked up. It was him. He wouldn't have been forced to the point where he didn't even know what the Divine Throne was and could only be a laughingstock. The more Yu Yang thought about it, the angrier he got. He really wanted to turn hostile and punch this bullshit senior into the sky, then fight with Tianyu to the death. No one told you, it's normal that you don't know. Because if you don't meet the requirements, most people won't tell you. This is the secret of the heavens, the secret of the secret. Also, you're a little special, your speed is very fast. It doesn't make sense. When we weren't paying attention, you appeared. Maybe your master didn't even have time to tell you." The old man saw that the little guy was angry and quickly comforted him. The secret of the secret? When Yu Yang heard this, his anger subsided a little. If it's something too simple, then there's no need for this old man to enlighten you. Your master will teach you. The old man stroked his white beard proudly. Hey, I don't have a master, I'm self-taught. It wasn't that Yu Yang didn't have any teachers, but he knew that this old man wasn't talking about Shui Donglu, Fei Wenli, or the other teachers who had taught him, but an old ghost who was hiding behind the scenes. Impossible. The old man shook his head vigorously. He absolutely did not believe that there were people in this world who could become successful through self-study. Forget it if you don't believe me. A thought flashed through Yu Yang's mind. Could this old man be talking about the old Taoist who kicked his butt? No, if the old Taoist priest was protecting him from behind, then why would the heavenly sword goddess exist? Moreover, this old man came from the Tong Tian Tower, and the old Taoist should be from the Eastern Immortal tribe. There was no relationship between them at all. Yu Yang's expression did not change, but his mind was racing like lightning. He guessed that the master that this old man was talking about was a Tong Tian Tower ranker who was also hidden in the depths of the heaven realm like him, a person from the same generation as him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sure that he had a master to teach him. At the same time, he wouldn't be surprised that he didn't know the secrets of the Divine Throne. The old man was skeptical at first, but seeing that Yu Yang didn't look like he was joking, and even denied his master, he felt that no matter how mischievous this kid was, he wouldn't be like this. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You really don't have a master? You really trained yourself to become a talent? How is this possible? Yu Yang brushed his hair in a carefree manner. please don't be too surprised. You have to know that you are talking to a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. After being stunned for a while, the old man suddenly jumped down excitedly and grabbed Yu Yang's arm. Kid, I think highly of you. Why don't I be your master? As long as I teach you a few tricks, I guarantee that you will benefit from it for the rest of your life. Although I don't pay much attention to the ceremony, I still have the ceremony of 3 kneeling and 9 kowtows. Kid, if you sincerely become my disciple, this old man will not only teach you the divine throne and other heavenly secrets, but I will also teach you the ultimate fishing technique. I guarantee that you can also become an expert in fishing. He didn't mention fishing, but the moment he mentioned Yu Yang, he got angry. Fishing your sister, what I want to catch the most is not fish, but girls. If you want to teach me fishing techniques, I will call you master. What bullshit fishing, who the hell wants it? I'm sorry, I only want beauties to be my master. Although Senior is handsome and outstanding, you are not a beauty, so I'm sorry. Yu Yang rejected without hesitation. It was fine if he didn't have a master. Anyway, he had the heavenly sword goddess to protect him. If he really couldn't do it, he could find the old Taoist priest who kicked him. That old Taoist priest was probably more powerful. Even if he wanted to become his disciple, there was no reason for him to find an idiot. I am so handsome, yet you don't want to worship me? What a pity. The old man was originally very unhappy. It was rare for him to want to take him as a disciple, but this brat actually didn't know what was good for him and rejected him. Fortunately, he still had a good eye and knew that he was handsome. Senior, you are a person of virtue and prestige, and are reasonable. You should support my ideals, right? Yu Yang's moral integrity and whatnot fell to the ground with a bang. Of course, of course. The old man beamed with joy as he listened. An erudite and knowledgeable senior, you must know the secret of the divine throne that mortals don't know about. A certain third young master hypnotized himself to possess Fatty Hai. The divine throne is a secret that cannot be revealed to normal people, but to me, it is too simple. The old man's bones seemed to have lightened by a few tales. If I, a junior, can listen to Senior's earnest teachings, even if I can't respectfully call you master because of my ideals, I believe that deep in my heart, I can't help but respect Senior's noble demeanor. A certain third young master sighed sadly, as if he was secretly regretting his vow to only worship beauties as his master. It's about ideals. I understand that children have unreliable ideals, after all, you are still young. The old man's heart softened. Senior, you are too great. A certain third young master was moved and gave a thumbs up. Haha. The old man laughed proudly. Other than admiration, I can't find another word to describe my current feelings. A certain third young master's bootlicking did not pay with his life. Not to mention an idiotic old man, even a rational great sage might not be able to withstand such a sugar-coated bullet. Good, good, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Today, I am in a good mood, so I will tell you about the divine throne. The old man was so happy that he didn't know which way was north. When Yu Yang heard that it was a secret, he hurriedly listened attentively. Bootlicking was one thing. But the old man still had real skills. If it wasn't for his idiotic personality, the deity shrine's supreme Tianyu who sat at the top of the radiant light mountain might not be able to survive. Yu Yang now suspected why Tianyu would train so crazily. Perhaps it was because of this old man's stimulation. There was a strong opponent hovering right under his nose every day. Even if he was an idiot, it was still frightening. The old man cleared his throat and stroked his beard. He walked 2 rounds in front of Yu Yang, making sure that this brat was 100% focused, before he began to explain. Divine throne is a deity position. Deity position? Yu Yang was confused. Why did it sound so familiar? Calling it deity position doesn't sound good. Those above are usually called divine throne. The old man made a gesture with his hand. Divine throne is actually the definition of a deity's level. In other words, only those who have divine throne can be considered a true deity. Those who don't, sorry, those above won't recognize them. I don't understand at all. Yu Yang was even more confused. What a pitiful brat. You don't even know anything about the things above. The old man said in a tone that was asking for a beating. pitying Yu Yang for 3 seconds. This action almost made Yu Yang smash his head on a piece of tofu. Damn it, who knows about the things above the deities? I came from Tongtian Tower, that countryside place. Aren't deities divided into true gods and false gods? Yu Yang realized that all the historical records wrote this way. There was no such thing as divine throne. False gods are also considered deities? The old man was amused. True gods are not considered deities. Only those who have the qualifications to become divine thrones are called true gods by the outside world. These are all myths from the lower realm. More accurately, only deities who have their own unique divine throne will be recognized by the higher-ups. Without recognition from the higher-ups, without any records from the higher-ups, people will know where you came from. No one recognizes you, and you don't have a master. So even if you get bullied miserably here, no one will care. No wonder the demons with backgrounds in Journey to the West were all taken away. Yu Yang suddenly realized. Damn it, the truth was enough to make people cry in their hearts. People without any background or backing could only be described with one word, miserable. Yu Yang thought that he could not go on like this. He had to change quickly. Thus, he asked anxiously, then, how can I obtain a divine throne? He began to wonder if he should pay some protection fees, give some treasures, or get a certificate of allegiance, register an ID card, or join some society or organization. Who knew that the old man would make him feel disappointed when he opened his mouth? The old man shook his head and waved his hands. Divine throne is not something you can obtain just because you want to. You have to fulfill 3 conditions. First, you have to have enough cultivation. Without this, no one will be able to use it. Second, you have to have a master who can help you become a divine throne. You can't do it yourself. Even if you have the ability to learn by yourself, you won't be able to become a divine throne without 100 or 80,000 years, even if it's the lowest level divine throne. Third, this is the simplest, but also the hardest. You have to make a very important decision. That is to use all your current divine power, talent, laws, and so on to become a divine throne. In other words, after you become a divine throne, you will be defined. What level you are, what position you will be in, those are almost fixed, and there will not be much possibility of change. Do you still not understand? In other words, your cultivation is almost over. This divine throne is the end point. After becoming a divine throne, I can't cultivate anymore? Yu Yang was shocked. Yes, but in theory, many active people can still continue to cultivate, but it will be very slow, especially those who have exhausted their potential and don't have a lot of power of faith to convert. In that case, I estimate that even if they cultivate for 10,000 or 1,000 years, they won't grow much. The old man expressed his affirmation. I can't cultivate any more in the future, then why should I become a divine throne? Or maybe I can wait until I reach the end of my cultivation, then it won't be too late. When Yu Yang heard that he couldn't cultivate anymore, he couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. The divine throne is not something you can get just because you want it. Do you think it's cabbages? The old man was overjoyed. He never thought that Yu Yang actually didn't want it now. If I can do it now, why can't I do it in the future? Yu Yang was even more puzzled. You can do it now, because you have just started cultivating and are like a blank piece of paper. It will be easier for your master to help you become a divine throne. In the future, when all aspects of you are fixed and the good and bad are mixed together, you might not be able to achieve it. Even if you can, it might not be as good as now. Also, after you reach the divine level, your power will be revealed. You might inadvertently cause earth-shattering changes in some places. It's hard to judge whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. If you do something wrong, the will and laws of the ancient gods will punish you. So, it will be even harder to become a divine throne. Yu Yang finally understood the old man's words. This divine throne was the definition of a divine level. It was an achievement at the end of one's cultivation. It was a way for the gods to verify and display their power. Without it, then, those old fellows in the heaven realm would not admit it. Moreover, this divine throne was very difficult to obtain. It wasn't something that could be easily obtained. It was impossible without someone on it. Yu Yang secretly complained in his heart. There was no one behind him. God knows where that old Taoist priest went. Fortunately, there was still the heavenly sword goddess. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. What kind of divine throne do you think I can achieve now? Yu Yang asked a little tentatively. If he couldn't even achieve the lowest level of divine throne, then forget it. He would train for another 10,000 or 1,000 years before thinking about it. I don't know. It is determined according to the various aspects that you possess. For example, your grimoire, divine power and divinity, innate skill and laws. When many things are mixed together, the more outstanding you are, the higher your position will be, and the more glorious your divine throne will be. Oh right, in the whole process of your cultivation, the more things you have done, the more you have to pay back. No matter if it's good or bad, you have to pay them all back. Only then can you achieve your divine throne. The old man talked non-stop as he introduced. I have to pay back for doing good deeds? Yu Yang was shocked. Of course, if you do good deeds, you will also change other people's fate. Then, you will have to take responsibility until the end. Unless you can control the other party's fate, or make their fate merge with yours, making them live in your world, otherwise, even if you don't do anything, no one will help you clean up the mess. It doesn't matter if you are a normal person, but you are a god, you can't go back on your word. Moreover, this is not without benefits. They have become your subordinates, and with their worship, they can also give you some power of faith in return, increasing the glory of your divine throne. In the future, a large part of your cultivation will depend on them. That's why, without this, you can't do it. The old man's explanation made Yu Yang speechless. Fortunately, he was not a meddlesome person, or else he would have a headache. No wonder these old ghosts did not come out and did not do anything. It turned out that it was not because they did not want to take care of their descendants, but because they were afraid that they would get into trouble and become a full-time nanny. Yu Yang thought for a while. It was better to go back and ask the heavenly sword goddess. Moreover, it was still too early to think about this. When he completely understood the holy supreme realm, he did not believe that he could not become a glorious divine throne. With another thought, Yu Yang secretly suspected that all the things the heavenly sword goddess had done to him might be the prelude to becoming a divine throne. Otherwise, she would not have interfered with his cultivation so many times. Furthermore, at the most critical moment, she was the one who secretly helped him. Thinking of this, Yu Yang's heart became clear. Sigh, the world was so big, he did not need to care about anything else. He only needed to follow her arrangements and cultivate. He had her for everything. As for the divine throne, there was definitely no lack of it. Yu Yang was much calmer now. The heavy feeling he had when he first heard of the god throne was washed away. His mood was like seeing the sun again. The blue sky reappeared. The old man originally wanted to brag to Yu Yang for a while, but he frowned and stretched out his arm to pat Yu Yang's shoulder. Brat, let's stop here for now. When I'm free, I'll talk to you again. There's a madman here. He's very suspicious. Although he didn't find me, he's been looking for me all these years. I can't let him find me, haha. Yu Yang was speechless. Senior, are you here to play hide and seek? If you had the strength, you could just slap him to death like how you would slap a fly, right? Why are you playing such a boring game? You're tens of thousands of years old, not a few years old, okay? If he asks you, don't ever say that you've seen me. The old man even reminded Yu Yang not to reveal anything. I say, Senior, why are you running? Just beat him up until he's like a fallen flowers looking for his teeth on the ground. Even his grandmother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Yu Yang couldn't understand this idiot's world at all. Not only was he strong, but he was also a senior expert. Why didn't he show a little bit of the demeanor of a senior expert? He was completely stupid. What was going on? No, I don't want to fight with a brat who's only lived for 20 to 30,000 years. If I beat him to tears, he'll go back and tell the adults that I bullied a kid. Then my old face will be gone. No, I can't do something that's beneath my dignity. The old man waved his hands. Just when Yu Yang couldn't help but want to smash his skull and replace it with a piece of tofu. The old man disappeared in an instant. He disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Even someone as strong as Yu Yang's heaven eyes divine vision couldn't see through it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just heard about the Divine Throne's secret, Yu Yang would have really suspected that this stupid senior had never appeared before, and was just an illusion that the enemy had given him. Why did Tong Tian Tower have so many seniors like this? Is it normal for there not to be an old ghost? It was no wonder that Skysplit Tower had sunk into oblivion. Damn it, these idiots were their seniors. If Skysplit Tower hadn't sunk into oblivion, then there would be no justice in the world. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Yu Yang felt indignant in his heart. With so many powerful seniors around, the juniors of Tong Tian Tower were still like wild children who had no parents, and could be bullied by anyone. This really made him speechless. What was the use of having these kinds of seniors? I might as well not have it at all. If Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li didn't mention it, prison Emperor Zhongfeng's death would only be an injustice, but then again. According to this old fellow's words, it could be seen that although the deity's Templar Supreme Tianyu was a brat who had lived for 20 to 30,000 years, there was an adult behind him. It seemed that the old fogies still had some concerns about not making a move. Perhaps there was some kind of agreement between the higher-ups, and the adults were not in a position to interfere with the matters of the lower ranks. Instead, they let the little brats fight however they wanted. However, how old was this young master? The deity's Templar Supreme Tianyu, a brat who had lived for 20 to 30,000 years, wanted to fight with him. Wouldn't he be embarrassed? Wouldn't he be bullying others, 20 to 30,000 years old, and he was still a brat? Damn it, this old man's eyes were really blind, since the adults above didn't care, and allowed the people below to fight as they please. Then things would be easy to handle. Yu Yang decided to wreak havoc in this radiant mountain. If he didn't kill his way in and out of this damned central shrine, he wouldn't be called the Yu clan's third young master. Sorry for the long wait, guest from Tong Tian Tower. The legendary genius Titan Yu that only appears once in 10,000 years, please allow me, the left imperial messenger of the central shrine, to welcome you on behalf of the Supreme Lord. A tall and incomparably handsome middle-aged man was standing behind Yu Yang at some point in time. He was gracefully bowing to Yu Yang. From his face, one could see the accumulated maturity of the vicissitudes of life, but not a single trace of aging could be seen. On the contrary, this person's eyes had a special kind of light. Perfectly mixed with worldly experience, it formed a very wonderful charm. If an ignorant young girl saw this, her heart would definitely be aroused. She would be hopelessly infatuated with this middle-aged uncle whose appearance was shockingly lethal, as if she had been poisoned. Compared to Yu Yang's youthful handsomeness, youthful valiance, and exuberant vitality, this middle-aged uncle had a similar but completely different charm. He was mature, steady, and as steady as a mountain. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was extremely reliable. Even if the sky collapsed, he would be able to shoulder it with his shoulders. You are the left imperial messenger? Yu Yang had never heard of the left imperial messenger before, but with his heaven-eyes divine vision, he understood that this left imperial messenger was not a human at all. He was the deity's Templar Supreme Tianyu's guardian spirit beast that had already transformed into a perfect human and reached god level. No wonder he dared to represent Tianyu to welcome him. Yu Yang looked him up and down, trying his best to find some faults with this middle-aged uncle. But unfortunately, he couldn't find anything in such a short amount of time. Furthermore, he couldn't criticize him against his will, so he could only change the topic. As the host, you didn't personally welcome your guests, and even deliberately gave them the cold shoulder, making them wait in vain. If such neglect were to spread out, I'm afraid you would become a laughingstock. The middle-aged uncle who was the left imperial messenger was not angry when he heard this. He only smiled slightly. There are many kinds of guests. There is one kind that comes uninvited. Whether the host personally welcomes them or not, I believe that they will not feel cold. Yu Yang clapped his hands. Well said. It just so happens that a group of shameless guests came to my house. The middle-aged uncle's face was full of regret as he spread his hands. I personally sympathize with your unfortunate experience. Maybe you can try my suggestion. Why don't you protest and denounce them? Yu Yang laughed when he heard this. He couldn't stop laughing. I haven't learned how to protest and denounce. Uncle, why don't you demonstrate it yourself? The middle-aged uncle waved his hands lightly. Protest and denounce are always the rights of the weak. I'm not good at it either. If you want to see how the central shrine expel its guests, then I don't mind demonstrating it. Young man, although we are on opposing sides, I personally have a very sincere advice here. The Bright Mountain and the Central Shrine are not places that a young man like you can challenge yet. If I were you, I would go back and train hard for thousands of years. When that time comes, I believe that the result would be completely different. I'm not you. I'm me. Yu Yang didn't deny the other party's advice. He knew that what the other party said was not exaggerated or boastful. It was just the truth. However, as the Yu clan's third young master, he always had his own pride and persistence. Here, let me say something very impolitely. Yu clan's third young master, you can't even defeat me right now. How can you challenge my master? The middle-aged uncle shook his head. I can fight even if I can't win. I never thought of winning. Yu Yang's smile was as bright as the summer sun. You still want to fight even if you know you're going to lose? The middle-aged uncle frowned. No, I've never failed. Yu Yang was full of confidence. Are you sure? The middle-aged uncle was extremely shocked by Yu Yang's confidence at this moment. What kind of confidence did he have that allowed him to stand under the Bright Mountain, stand in front of the central shrine, stand on the opposite side of the supreme heavenly chariot, and say that he had never been defeated in his life? Regarding this Yu clan third young master, every higher-up in the central divine palace had incomparably detailed information on him. Other than a few trump cards that no one could guess, Dong Feng and the other higher-ups knew everything about him. However, thinking back, this was really the case. The battles that this young man had participated in before, no matter if it was witnessed by someone or if it was a secret that no one knew about, his battle results were incomparably glorious. It seemed that he really had never failed, not even once. All the enemies who thought that they could defeat me, they all failed. Yu Yang recalled the various enemies he had faced in various stages of his life. Whether it was his initial enemy Marquis of Zijin, or Void and Jiao Shao he met in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, or the Scarlet Emperor in the middle, Ancient Demon King and Kai Tian Demon Elder in the late, or even the Nine Lights Heaven Empress who invaded with her entire clan and the Sun King who was full of confidence and thirst for the Divine Grimoire, they all failed. Only he persevered until the end and laughed until the end. It was precisely because there were so many strong enemies along the way. There were so many bitter battles. That caused him to become stronger and braver as he met strong enemies. If it was possible, Yu Yang really wanted to say thank you to those enemies who had fought fiercely with him before. Thank you for having you along the way. Today's Yu Yang, the Yu clan's third young master who said that he would flatten the Bright Mountain and challenge the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple, the middle-aged uncle saw that Yu Yang's aura had changed. The combination of self-confidence and divine power gradually showed signs of forming a unique divinity. He took a step forward and sincerely raised his hand, saluting Yu Yang. Young man, you are indeed an outstanding young man. Other than my master, I have never seen a second genius like you. Maybe your future path will be very long and your future is limitless. However, let me use facts to tell you a truth. There are no gods below the God throne in this world, and there are no opponents below the God throne. When he straightened his back, the middle-aged uncle's face shone with a solemn and holy radiance. Young man, since you have never been defeated in your life, then today, I, the left imperial messenger under my master, Zizai Tian, will grant you a defeat. Zizai Tian? Yu Yang felt that this name sounded familiar. However, he immediately realized that the Zizai Tian in front of him was completely different from the Zizai Tian that he had heard of before. Furthermore, the Zizai Tian that he had heard of before was also very confusing due to various explanations. No one knew the truth, and Yu Yang was not an expert in that field, so he did not have the heart to investigate. When he first heard the middle-aged uncle's name, Zizai Tian, Yu Yang was still shocked. After all, in the heaven realm, there were many strong warriors. This kind of awesome name was not something that a dog or cat could casually call out. The deity Templar's Tian Yu actually dared to give his guardian beast such a name. This proved that this middle-aged uncle really had some ability. The name Zizai Tian and his strength made Yu Yang's expression change. However, when he said he would grant him a defeat, Yu Yang's ears automatically chose to ignore it. Almost all the strong enemies had said the same thing. It was a pity that the only person who could make the guy from another world fail and unable to take revenge was the old Taoist priest who had kicked him in the butt. Come, grant me a defeat, just like the Sun King who told me this many years ago. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, he was shocked to find that the whole world had already been annihilated by a terrifying holy light. The light dissipated. The receiving platform was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a world of nothingness. In this world of nothingness where there wasn't even any light, life and matter were all annihilated. Other than Mahasvara who was standing in the center, nothing else existed. After an unknown amount of time, from the netherworld, a dream-like thought came, Mahasvara, has he already been annihilated by your holy light? The middle-aged uncle Mahasvara was thinking silently. He didn't reply. Another thought came down from the sky dome, is this the true strength of a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Too weak. However, this result isn't strange, he is still too young. Originally, I was looking forward to seeing him fight against eternal hatred, but who would have thought that he couldn't even withstand a single move from Mahasvara? This is too depressing. In Tong Tian Tower, Titan Yu is already the most outstanding one, but he is so disappointing. Titan Yu, even though his body was annihilated by the holy light, I have a feeling that he isn't an opponent that can be defeated so easily. Perhaps, it's just my misconception. The dreamlike thought sighed slightly. Haha, Mahasvara, you are always so pessimistic. You are still so worried about a person who has already been annihilated. Really, please don't forget why our Lord gave you the name Mahasvara. He hoped that you would be more optimistic, open your mind, and enjoy the pleasures of life. You are already a god with a throne, so don't be as depressed as before. Only a weak and powerless woman would be like that. Happy Sky, no matter what, you're now a deity on par with the two of us. Think of some happy things once in a while and enjoy your endless life. The will descending from the top of the vault of heaven exhorted its companion with a hint of dissatisfaction. I just had a sudden thought, I hope that it was just a misconception. The dreamlike thought that was called Mahasvara by his companion still hadn't completely relaxed. No, it wasn't a misconception. The middle-aged uncle Mahasvara finally spoke. What? The dreamlike thought and the other sky dome were shocked when they heard this. After unrestrained heaven spoke, his voice couldn't be transmitted, but his will was like a flash of light, piercing through the entire void. Titan Yu isn't dead, this is for sure. He isn't an opponent that can be killed in one move. Not to mention us, even if my master came, he wouldn't be able to do it. The will of the sky was very puzzled, I clearly saw him being annihilated by your holy light. There's no mistake about it. The middle-aged uncle's eye nodded, my holy light had indeed annihilated my opponent, but that wasn't Titan Yu. That should be a shadow created by his will. It wasn't even a beast. The will of the dream realm, Joyous Sky, also expressed his agreement. Now, I understand. Eternal hatred dragged Titan Yu into the piercing hell. Why was he able to escape the ancient god's imprisonment laws? Because of this, enduring hatred didn't pull in his true body but Titan Yu's shadow. Just like how carefree heaven tried to pull him into this world of nothingness, he didn't succeed. My worries aren't wrong. I'm afraid that the real Titan Yu has already started a battle with my lord. Heavenly freedom fell into silence. With regards to Titan Yu's reaction, including his crazy counterattack, he was mentally prepared. However, now, he had slipped out of his sight without anyone noticing, leaving behind a shadow that was so real that it was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Using this to confuse him, he even made him believe that it was real and launched an erroneous attack. Such an ending was something he had never thought of. Could it be that this young man, the Yu clan's third young master, was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower? He was even more outstanding than Conquest Queen Fei Wenli and Prison Emperor Zhang Feng. The will of the sky was silent for a while. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, ha ha ha, Joyous Sky and Carefree Sky, you don't have to worry at all. My lord doesn't only have the three of us. Although those fellows haven't obtained the divine throne like us, from a certain point of view, their battle power isn't inferior to ours. They might even be stronger than us. We still have to be careful when we attack, but they don't have this obstacle at all. If they were to encounter Titan Yu, they might tear him into pieces and swallow him whole in less than 10 minutes. I hope that's the case. Heavenly Freedom nodded again. Dongfeng is right. He is indeed not an opponent to be underestimated. Only now do I fully understand the meaning behind Dongfeng's words. The more interesting the opponent, the more fun it is, isn't it? The Will of the Sky was not dejected at all. On the contrary, his morale was rising. Indeed, in our long lives and endless years, we really need such an opponent to spice up our lives. It's really boring to live a peaceful life for too long. Now, I'm suddenly looking forward to the battle between Radiance Mountain and Skirich Tower. Unrestrained's eyes flashed with a resplendent radiance. His battle intent erupted from his body, multiplying by 1,000,000 times. Can I attack as well? Titan Yu is yours. I heard from Dongfeng that Titan Yu has an incredibly intelligent fiancée who has been scheming for him from behind the scenes. She's always been like his left and right arms. I really want to see just what kind of girl she is. The Will of the Dream Realm was also interested. How many years has it been since we last attacked together? How nostalgic. The Will of the Sky was extremely excited. However, the Yu Yang they were talking about was not at the escort platform. He was not even at Radiance Mountain. A few shadows of different heights searched the surroundings, but they couldn't find any trace of Yu Yang at all. He was like smoke, disappearing without a trace. If it wasn't for the will of Mahasvara, coming from the void world, telling them that the Yu clan's third young master had successfully escaped, the few shadows that were bitterly searching for him would have suspected that Titan Yu had already been killed by Mahasvara, in the void world where one could not escape once they entered. How could such an impossible thing happen? Was the Yu clan's third young master really that hard to kill? Where did he go? Skirich Tower, Heaven Stairway Level 10. Shattered space. Emperor Wu Shuang used his supreme divine power to open an extremely secretive space passage. He entered alone. His 10,000-meter-tall golden body moved forward alone in the black hole-like space passage. It was as if he had been doing this for thousands of years and had never had a companion. He did not know how far he had traveled or how much time and space he had traversed. Finally, his footsteps slowly came to a halt. In front of him, there was a giant door that might have existed since ancient times. It was 300,000 meters tall and 200,000 meters wide. In front of this giant door that only gods could pass through, even Emperor Wu Shuang, who had a 10,000-meter-tall body, became incomparably small. At this moment, a solemn and respectful expression appeared on Emperor Wu Shuang's face. He very sincerely bowed to the giant door to pay his respects. Inside the giant door, there seemed to be a faintly discernible will sighing slightly, but it also seemed as if nothing had happened. Ancient great God above, the peerless descendant of Skirich Tower has come to keep the appointment. Great God, please be merciful and open the divine door. Emperor Wu Shuang bowed deeply. The immemorial runes on the unbelievably huge divine door drove the ancient rune circle. Divine light shone brightly and illuminated the entire space passage. The divine light drowned the entire world like the sea. At the place where the light was the most intense, the door slid open silently. Just a sliver was enough for Emperor Wu Shuang to enter. Emperor Wu Shuang paid his respects sincerely. Only then did he take a big step. Step by step, he walked in like a heavy mountain. Outside the giant door was an ancient passage that was like a black hole vortex that could swallow everything at any time. Inside the giant door was an extremely clean and beautiful world of light. In this world, there was nothing bad at all. Everything was beautiful. Even the air here was 100 times fresher and smelled better than the air in the heaven realm. This was a sea of flowers. Countless exotic flowers and plants that were rare even in the heaven realm grew everywhere here. There were no evil beasts, only spiritual birds and rare animals. They played and chased each other here, happy and carefree. Emperor Wu Shuang did not stop. He continued to move forward step by step. His goal was the distant mountain. It was a divine mountain that was at least 1,000,000 meters high. Its height far exceeded the clouds in the sky, piercing straight into the sky. Following Emperor Wu Shuang's footsteps, a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. There was a voice full of joy and a crying voice that came from the top of the white clouds. Peerless, you shouldn't have come. You should understand that some things can't be forced. You really shouldn't have come. I know everything, and I understand everything. Emperor Wushuang suddenly smiled and stretched out his hand to catch the drizzle. Then why did you still come? The voice seemed to be complaining, but it was more of joy. I was bored in the Black Tower, so I came to find a friend to talk to. That's all. Emperor Wushuang's voice became very soft like the wind. The sun and moon that were originally emitting blazing light in his eyes were reduced to shining stars because of his smile. Don't lie. You're covered in blood. You must have been in a fierce battle. How could you be bored like this? I don't need you here, and it doesn't matter. You also know that I've long been used to it over the years. But outside, without you, I don't know how chaotic it is. Go back, Peerless, you didn't want to come here. You should stay in the Black Tower, not come here to chat with me. The voice transmitted from the top of the cloud also became extremely soft, and gradually turned into a light breeze, blowing over Emperor Wushuang's body, blowing away the wounds and blood on his body. It's fine even without me outside. After being locked in the Black Tower for all these years, the heaven-reaching tower is still the same as before. There's no problem at all. But you only have me as a friend. If I don't come, who will accompany you, even if it's just for a while? Emperor Wushuang slowly raised his head to the sky. His eyes were like the moon, as if he wanted to penetrate the layers of clouds and look directly at the person on top of the cloud. What a fool. I've already become like this, and I've long been used to it. Please don't look at me with the silly temperament of a child. The voice on top of the cloud laughed upon hearing this. The laughter was extremely soft and gentle, even softer than the beautiful rainbow that had just been born in the mountains. I'm still the same me, you know. Emperor Wushuang also laughed, but there was an inexplicable bitterness in his smile. Don't worry, no matter how long I sleep, I won't forget you. The voice on top of the cloud didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so he changed his tone and asked, is it really okay outside? The dignified Emperor Wushuang was actually beaten up so badly. It's really a bit unreasonable. How, don't you want to explain what's going on? It's just a misunderstanding. Emperor Wushuang casually spread out his hands. Actually, there was an impulsive bull who suddenly came to my door and fought with me for no reason. I hope the truth is as simple as you say. The voice on top of the cloud suddenly sighed. I won't lie to you. You know that, it's the truth. Emperor Wushuang didn't want to hide it. He treated the person on top of the cloud with complete sincerity. Otherwise, he could completely remove all the wounds and blood on his body before entering the divine gate to meet him. Of course, he didn't want to mention the outside world too much. He didn't want that person to be distracted by the outside world. Yes, you won't lie to me. But I believe that the process won't be as simple as you say. The voice on top of the cloud suddenly raised a notch. Why don't I ask this little girl who followed behind you and sneaked in? I've seen many young and outstanding children, but I've never seen someone like you who can hide from the eyes and ears of the peerless, follow behind him, and sneak into the divine gate. Hello, little girl, what's your name? Why are you following behind the peerless? Could it be that all his injuries were caused by you? You're too young. In the past 10,000 years, didn't Tong Tian Tower only produce prison Emperor Zhongfeng? How can there be such an outstanding person like you? Emperor Wushuang turned around when he heard this, and found a sparkling, star-like shadow quietly floating above the sea of flowers. Breath. One with nature, as if she had been living here for billions of years in harmony. Who are you? Jizun looked up at the sky, her eyes passing through the layers of clouds and looking at the person at the top of the mountain. I have almost forgotten who I am. I have been sleeping here for too long. Little girl, on your body, there is a very familiar smell that makes me feel very close and familiar. Perhaps you and I are the same, we both come from the same place. Is the current heaven stairway still as vibrant, blooming with flowers, singing birds, and fragrant flowers as before? How nostalgic. I remember back in the day, I loved to chase and play with my younger sisters in the bushes of flowers. At that time, even the gentle breeze blowing from the sky was filled with laughter. The voice on top of the white cloud was incomparably sentimental. I don't know what the heaven stairway used to be like, but the current heaven stairway, as early as I remember, has become a barren world. The sky is broken, the earth is cracked, the lake is dried up, everything is gone. Jizun shook her head. Although she couldn't bear to tell the other party this result, the truth was the truth. Is that so? The most beautiful heaven stairway was also destroyed by the flames of war? The voice at the top of the cloud was sad, and after a long time, he sighed. Didn't Peerless Senior tell you that Tongtian Tower has long fallen and is no longer the same as it was in the past? Jizun looked at Emperor Wushuang strangely. Emperor Wushuang's face was expressionless. He neither admitted nor denied it. He came here mainly to accompany me. Most of the time, I was talking and he was listening. The voice at the top of the cloud was especially gentle when it came to Peerless Senior. What is this place? Jizun was very curious. Why didn't she know about the existence of this gate of God and the world behind it? Even if she didn't know, then why didn't she mention the majesty who had been sleeping in a mirage at the entrance of the temple ruins? Could it be that this place has become a secret realm that has been lost for thousands of years? This is the balanced world. Emperor Wushuang did not look back. His eyes were still looking at the divine mountain, but his mouth intentionally or unintentionally replied to Jizun. Balanced world? It was the first time Jizun had heard of this balanced world. In Tongtian Tower, on the heaven stairway, there had never been any legends of the balanced world. What was going on? Could it be that here, this balanced world, was a corner of the temple ruins? Otherwise, how could the outside world know nothing about it? Emperor Wushuang was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about what to say. After a long time, he slowly said, "This place is actually a sealed place of God. I don't know when it started, but it might have existed since the ancient times. Right here, in this world of balance, in Tongtian Tower and Heaven Realm, all the gods who committed evil deeds would be sealed here by the ancient great gods, imprisoned within the gate of God, never to leave." Jizun was stunned when she heard this. The sealed place of God? If a god committed a crime, wouldn't there be nirvanic apotheosis? Why did they have to specially set up a divine gate to imprison him? Perhaps seeing that the supreme martial artist was confused, the voice on top of the white cloud explained with a smile, "Little girl, you might not know that there are actually two types of apotheosized gods. One is nirvana apotheosized gods, which is mainly targeted at those divine-level experts who have yet to comprehend the divine throne. However, once they comprehend the divine throne and possess their own laws and unique godheads, nirvana apotheosized gods won't be very useful anymore. Therefore, a special apotheosized place like the balance world has to be set up to confine those gods who have committed evil deeds but are unable to be completely sealed." When Jizun heard this, the difference between the two seals of Fei Wenli and Emperor Wushuang flashed in her mind. Fei Wenli, the conquest queen, was nirvanic apotheosis. Emperor Wushuang was sealed in the Black Tower. From this point of view, it was not that Emperor Wushuang's crimes were small or his ability was low. On the contrary, it was because Emperor Wushuang's ability was more powerful, so powerful that it could no longer be restricted by nirvanic apotheosis, and could only be imprisoned in the Black Tower. Even so, Emperor Wushuang often left the Black Tower, just like now, to come to the balanced world behind the Gate of God. However, this senior above the divine mountain did not seem to be a person who did many evil things. Why was he sealed in this balanced world? Was there a mistake, or was there another reason? Thinking of this, Jizun could no longer hold back the curiosity in her heart. "Then, senior, why are you imprisoned in this world?" As if seeing through Jizun's thoughts, the voice on the top of the white clouds carried a hint of a smile. "I was indeed not sealed here. On the contrary, I voluntarily slept here. Because this is the balanced world. In the balanced world, not only are there the past powerhouses of Tongtian Tower sealed, but also the Heaven Realm, and even the Heaven Realm and Radiance Mountain. Many powerhouses, after a long period of bitter practice, have cleansed themselves. The Gate of God is no longer a prison for them, so they are also free and leave one after another. However, there are still some stubborn villains here. They are not willing to examine themselves, and are even more unwilling to endure the bitter practice. On the contrary, they take the opportunity to gather together, and in this balanced world, continue to do evil, continue to wage war, and become more intense. They do it even more happily than outside." The voice on top of the white clouds laughed lightly. Many seniors of the Tongtian Tower saw this situation. Some of the experts who could free themselves and leave voluntarily stayed behind. They turned into divine mountains and guarded this place. With their wills, they continued to balance this world that had originally lost its balance. Seniors are not willing to fight, and only wish to turn into divine mountain and sleep forever. And Heaven's Stairway has divine mountain protectors in every generation. When it was my turn, it was originally my younger sister, but because of some accident, she unfortunately fell. As her elder sister, in order to fulfill her wish, I voluntarily came here. Heaven's Stairway has divine mountain protectors in every generation, Jizun thought hard. This was not recorded in history at all. From this point of view, there must have been many unforeseen events in the middle, resulting in such an important inheritance not being continued. Perhaps, this divine mountain protector senior, as early as tens of thousands of years ago, in the era of the peerless emperor, had already been alone, guarding this divine mountain. Later on, the Heaven's Stairway, the inheritance was broken, and no one knew about this at all. This also resulted in no second divine mountain protector to take over her position, guarding here for tens of thousands of years. It must be very bitter, perhaps. It was even more bitter than cultivating alone on the Heaven's Stairway. Jizun bowed to the divine mountain and the senior between the white clouds on the top of the divine mountain. You have worked hard, senior. As a junior, I have always been criticized for being arrogant and rude, and never show respect to my seniors. Here, I am willing to change my personal habits and sincerely pay my respect to you. It's not bitter, as a divine mountain protector, it is my honor. The voice on the top of the white clouds was very gentle, without the slightest resentment of guarding alone. As a divine mountain protector, must you turn into stone? Jizun had divine eyes that could see through heaven and earth. The layers of white clouds and the high sky, of course, could not block her vision. In her eyes, there was an indescribably beautiful flower fairy. She wore a flower crown on her head and stood there with her eyes closed. She stood alone on the peak of the divine mountain. Everything below her slender waist had turned into stone, and her feet were firmly glued to the divine mountain. They were inseparable. No, the protection of the divine mountain does not have any restrictions. I became like this only because I am not good at fighting. After losing to the Radiance Mountain's evil god, I was cursed by them and turned into a divine mountain stone. The flower fairy smiled, but her beautiful eyes still did not open. For tens of thousands of years, has it always been like this? Jizun looked at the peerless emperor, then looked at the flower fairy on the top of the mountain, as if she understood something. Unless I can defeat them, otherwise, the curse cannot be lifted. After all, it is a curse from God, and I lost the bet, so it is very reasonable for me to receive a little divine punishment. I have no resentment, nor am I dissatisfied. Although it is not convenient for me to move, it is okay. As a divine mountain protector, I do not need to move, and I also like peace. Besides, this is not a bad look. Turning into stone is better than turning into an ugly monster. I have long been used to it, little girl, you do not need to have any thoughts. The beautiful flower fairy waved her hand lightly, as if she did not want Jizun to see her like this and feel burdened. Are they still there? The evil deities? Jizun suddenly asked. Yes. The peerless emperor suddenly turned around and looked at Jizun, his eyes like the sun and moon shot out rays of light. Now, there are 3 people. Now, I need one person to go to the top of the divine mountain, stand by her side, and at the same time, hold up the sky of the balanced world, and activate the divine war law. If you can agree, then, no matter the outcome, I will do one thing for you, as long as it is within my power. The current Jizun of the Tongtian Tower, I am not here as a senior, but as a man who is avenging his lover. Please promise me, give me a chance to start the divine war. No. Jizun refused. I have sworn, other than my younger brother, I will not promise a second man in the world, even if it is a request like yours to avenge your lover. The peerless emperor's face became bitter, and he clenched his fists. Even if he had a body of supreme divine power. Even if he was a god. So what, he could not even avenge his lover, or even bring her down from the divine mountain, and let her walk freely on the grass. It was impossible. He took a deep breath, and looked at Jizun again. I am not asking, I am willing to exchange the secret of the divine throne. For a god-level expert like you who cultivated to become a god-level expert, there should be no one to tell you the secret of the divine throne, and no one to help you evolve the divine throne. If you agree to help me hold up the sky, then I am willing to swear that I will do my best to help you create the biggest and most brilliant divine throne. Jizun was silent. Just when Emperor Wu Shuang thought that things had taken a turn for the better, Jizun shook her head unwaveringly. She, who had the eternal will of Jizun, could not be swayed by anything. Emperor Wu Shuang gritted his teeth and was about to make another offer to persuade Jizun, but Jizun waved her hand and said solemnly, "No matter what you say, I will not agree. Because I am me, and my will not be moved by any man. This is me. However, it is my own will that I am willing to help, not because of you, but to pay tribute to the seniors who have been guarding here for tens of thousands of years. As long as you support the sky at the top of the sacred mountain for me, then no matter what your will is, I am willing to help you achieve the divine throne." Emperor Wu Shuang was overjoyed when he heard this. He never thought that this cold and unshakable human Jizun would volunteer to help him. No need. Jizun refused Emperor Wu Shuang's kindness. "I will not accept a man to evolve the divine throne for me. Moreover, long before this, there was already someone who told me about the secret of the divine throne on the 1,000,000 steps of the world tree. Moreover, I have already begun to evolve my own divine throne according to the secret method left by that person." What? Emperor Wu Shuang was shocked. How was this possible? The divine throne could not evolve by itself. The evolution of the divine throne required various conditions. It was extremely complicated. That level of difficulty was not something that a self-taught genius of the younger generation could handle. How did this little girl, this human Jizun, do it? And who told her the secret of the divine throne and the secret method of evolution on the 1,000,000 steps of the world tree? Jizun did not look at Emperor Wu Shuang's expression. She slowly flew up, passed through the layers of clouds, and reached the top of the sacred mountain. She came before the 1,000-meter-tall flower fairy who had turned into a divine stone and was one with the sacred mountain. She bowed deeply to show her respect. "Although I can't promise to replace you as the next guardian of the sacred mountain, I can feel your protectiveness. Hold up the sky, I can't wait to drink the blood of those guys." Emperor Wu Shuang's fighting spirit erupted like the sun and wind, billions of times more powerful. "No, you are the one holding up the sky. The divine battle between Tong Tian Tower and Radiance Mountain is now the responsibility of our generation." Jizun had a different opinion. "Little girl, don't try to be brave. You should let that big idiot do it." The flower fairy hurriedly dissuaded her. The strength that Jizun was currently displaying, there was no way they could be compared to the evil deities who were on the opposite side of the sky of the Libra realm. Just as she had said, how could she, who had just evolved her divine throne, fight against a true god? Moreover, there were so many evil deities on the other side, and their evil nature was not something that a junior could contend against. Even if it was someone as strong as the peerless emperor, he would not have enough confidence to deal with the opponent's continuous attacks. Jizun shook her head gently. She held on to her will. When Emperor Wu Shuang and the flower fairy looked at her in surprise, the corners of Jizun's lips curved slightly, as if she was smiling. "I won't fall. Because I have promised my mother and aunt that I will become the strongest person in the world. Before that, no matter who, no matter what, cannot be an obstacle to me." After saying that, Jizun floated down the mountain. She turned into a ray of light and flew straight to the opposite side of the Libra realm. The peerless emperor arrived at the top of the mountain. First, he looked at the flower fairy who had turned into a god stone gently. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to caress her soft hair, but then he slowly raised it up high and released his divine power, trying his best to hold up the sky at the top of the Libra realm. With his will, godhood, and the power of the laws, he once again broke the balance of the Libra realm and activated the divine war law for the umpteenth time. The petrified flower fairy's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her empty eyes. She looked up at the peerless emperor who was holding up the whole world above her head, and her voice was full of gentleness. "She did it on purpose, that little girl, I know." The peerless emperor said lightly. "She must have a special ability to see through your desire to die, so she rejected your request. Although her face is cold, this little girl's heart is not as cold as her appearance." The flower fairy's empty and blind eyes suddenly revealed a kind of gratitude. She stretched out her slender arms, first raising them high above her head, then elegantly folded them over her head, and hung them down in front of her chest. "Even if it's only for a while, I already feel very satisfied." Not only you, you big fool, but also that kind and understanding little girl. The juniors of Tongtian Tower are quite interesting now. Not only is there this cool human Jizun, there is also this naughty and mischievous kid who is very bold. He is so young, but he dared to come to the Radiance Mountain to challenge the heavenly chariot. I really don't know what to say. The peerless emperor nodded. Hee, if that's the case, it's a bit like a big fool who ran to the heavenly realm to cause trouble, but ended up being beaten badly. The flower fairy laughed. I'm different from him, I'm much stronger than him. The peerless emperor quickly denied. Of course you're much stronger than him now, but back then, maybe you weren't even 1/10 of him. The flower fairy covered her mouth and laughed. Anyway, I'm stronger than him. I'm sorry, I said I would take you out, but, until now, I haven't fulfilled my promise. The peerless emperor didn't look at his lover, but his deep voice was full of apology. It's okay. The flower fairy gently waved her hand. You also know that I died a long time ago. My body is gone, and my godhead is also gone. Even my soul has dissipated in the divine curse and deep sleep. Only a trace of protective willpower is left to guard this place. The godstone body that still exists now is my responsibility, not the original me. Big fool, I understand what you want to say, but that's not important, really not important. But you, the Radiance Mountain's Temple Jizun, that martial arts madman, has already become so powerful? You have always been full of confidence, why are you filled with the desire to die now? No, it's not the heavenly chariot. The peerless emperor smiled. His smile was like the sun and the moon. A golden arrow that emitted thousands of rays of light. The flower fairy's face was full of surprise, and she asked curiously, it's not the heavenly chariot? The peerless emperor couldn't stop laughing, and after a long time, he slowly shook his head and said, it's not the heavenly chariot. I asked the divine armament old man in the upper realm, and he said that if I continue to persevere, I am destined to die in the hands of another man, but it's not the heavenly chariot. Then who? The flower fairy almost couldn't believe it. In the entire heaven realm, other than the deity Temple Jizun, who else had the ability to kill the man standing beside her who could lift the whole world with just his arms? I also don't know, maybe, it's that person. The peerless emperor laughed, the little sapling needs to grow, and the big tree can't block its sunlight. Otherwise, the law of nature will definitely destroy the trunk of the big tree, wither its branches and leaves, and finally overturn under the feet of the little sapling, becoming fertilizer for its growth. This is the law of nature. The big tree has lived long enough, and it's time for it to return to nature. You really don't regret it at all? The flower fairy turned her head and asked. Back then, I also relied on the overturned fertilizer of the big tree to grow. Those big trees that provided me with growth didn't regret it, so what reason do I have to regret it? The peerless emperor laughed out loud. If you had always been atoning in the Black Tower, you probably wouldn't have today's fate. The flower fairy sighed. It has nothing to do with you, this is my personal wish. If I hide in the Black Tower, I can indeed live, but that's meaningless. People have to do something to not waste their lives, or else what's the fun in living for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, that little sapling may be a kind of world tree, and when it grows up, who knows how many big trees will be willing to provide it with nutrients. I want to provide them, but maybe I'm not qualified. The peerless emperor held up the sky, and his head tilted slightly, looking gently at the flower fairy under his feet. If the big tree overturns, maybe it can turn into another stone. In this way, the stones on the divine mountain will have companions, right? 2 stones with companions? That's good, I like this kind of fate. The flower fairy nodded lightly. Unfortunately, I can't go back to take a look at the stairway, and then look at the valley of life that is like a warm home, and the world tree that has brought me countless inspirations. Maybe, not long after, a little sapling that is absorbing the nutrients of the world tree will run over. At that time, when you see it, it is equivalent to seeing your home. Around that little sapling, there are many flowers, each one of them growing full of vitality. Isn't it just like the situation in your garden back then? The peerless emperor comforted with a gentle voice. But this is the scale world behind the divine gate. When the flower fairy heard this, she didn't dare to believe that there would be such a change. According to the arrangement of our fate, that should be the case. The peerless emperor smiled incomparably. That's right, the roots of the world tree can permeate the entire world. No matter where it is, it will exist. The flower fairy also smiled. After an unknown period of time, she finally stopped smiling. With a hint of sadness, her empty eyes looked up at the peerless emperor who was holding up the sky. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The big tree can't change the fate of the stone, so let the other little sapling grow quickly, let it grow into the world tree, isn't that good? Okay. However, the little sapling might not know that the big tree has given it a lot of sunlight. It doesn't matter, as long as the big tree and the stone are together, it's fine. The scale world was divided into two extremes. On one side was the Divine Mountain. The picturesque Divine Mountain was an incomparably peaceful land of life. On the other side was the Dead Sea, a land of destruction where only death existed. It was impossible for any life, not even the creatures of the lower realm, to exist here. Only gods who had transcended the mortal world and transcended the essence of life could survive in such a harsh environment. In between the Divine Mountain and the Dead Sea, there was an indescribably huge scale canyon that mortals couldn't cross. It was the canyon that blocked the confrontation and conflict between the two polar regions. On the scale canyon, there was a bridge. It was like the lever of the scale world, set in the center. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles long, but the width was also at least 100 miles. Jizun flew down on the bridge and found that the abyss below was like a prison, bottomless, and the cold wind here was like a blade, blowing people all over their bodies. Huh? What she didn't expect was that there wasn't someone waiting for her in the middle of the bridge, but this person seemed to be someone she knew. Dongfang? Although Jizun had never seen him before, she was confident that her senses would not be wrong. However, why was Dongfang inside the Gate of God? Wasn't he setting up outside? You are indeed worthy of the title of the number one person in the Tower of Babel. A middle-aged scholar dressed in white stood in front of the Supreme Being. He had a smile on his face, and he gracefully greeted the Supreme Being with innate etiquette. It was as if the innate beings or sages were meeting in the Tower of Babel. As expected of the number one trader of Tong Tian Tower, Mr. Dongfang. When Jizun heard this, she unceremoniously raised her lips and ridiculed him. Jizun, please don't be too surprised by my appearance. Dongfang was not angry at all. He was still graceful. In fact, I can come here because of one person. Of course, you may already have the answer in your heart. Peerless Emperor? I think you must have done something that forced him to agree to bring you in. Jizun did not know the reason, but she could guess a little. Although the Peerless Senior is very reluctant, he promised me that year, and he must fulfill this promise. So, when I found him and asked him to bring me into the Gate of God, he could not refuse. You and Yu Taitan, and even Fei Wenli, who was hiding and preparing to give Tianyu a fatal blow, must be very strange. Why am I so sure that I will win in the end? Now you should understand, right? Yu Taitan, who is outside the Gate of God, even if he has the ability to go against the heavens, it is impossible for him to open the ancient Gate of God and enter the balanced world, let alone find me within a short period of 10 days. So smart. Jizun snorted coldly. Although she did not want to admit it, Dongfang was indeed a synonym for a flawless plan. Thank you. Once the laws of the chessboard world and the maze world cannot be broken, Tong Tian Tower will definitely collapse and sink forever. Do you understand? Why am I so confident? Because I am using the power of wisdom. This ancient gate that forbids everything, this balanced world that isolates everything, is the source of my confidence. Kill you, and everything will be solved. Jizun was not moved, her face was as cold as ever. She had always been used to using the most direct means. As long as Dongfang was killed, the chessboard world would automatically collapse and disappear, and everything would be destroyed. As for whether it was Yu Yang who did it or not, it was not important at all. If it was him who did it, it would not be impossible. No. Hearing this, Dongfang shook his head lightly. He smiled confidently, turned around gracefully, and slowly walked away. Here, even the peerless Emperor Wu Xuan can't kill me. Perhaps I will never be able to leave this balanced world, and I will never be able to take a step out of the divine gate. However, I can stay here and quietly watch the scene of Tong Tian Tower collapsing. That will be the greatest entertainment and meaning for the rest of my life. Goodbye, Supreme Human. I hope that you, the #1 expert of Tongtian Tower, can persevere under the rage and ruthless attacks of the countless fallen gods in the Dead Sea until Titan Yu arrives. The premise is that he knows about your disappearance and the secret method to enter the Gate of God. Ha ha ha, although the East is not the strongest, the wisdom of the East is enough to turn the whole world into a chessboard, turning everything into black and white pieces. My fate is decided by me, and the fate of others is also decided by my wisdom. Dongfang threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. A few black figures silently snuck in front of Jizun. In the darkness, these murderous fellows were like leopards and wolves that had discovered their prey. They were only waiting for the right opportunity to brandish their claws and teeth, choosing their target to devour. Jizun's face was indifferent, as if she did not see anything around her. As the black figures slowly approached, there was even a hint of disdain in the depths of her eyes. Her hands moved mysteriously, and at the same time, she raised them high above her head. Such a gentle movement was as graceful as a dance. However, her mouth was filled with ruthless mockery. Mere clowns, you dare to come out and act presumptuously? Just as her ice pearl-like words fell, there was only a vast ocean of light left between heaven and earth. As vast as the sea. In an instant, it drowned the whole balanced world. Billions of light arrows, light darts, light daggers, light swords, light spears, and light feathers formed a vast ocean of light that engulfed the whole world. It was so mighty that even the consciousness of life was drowned out. On the divine mountain, the peerless emperor and the flower fairy's expressions changed. The two of them saw that the barrier of the divine mountain's laws was also densely covered with these kinds of light thorns. Many of the light thorns even penetrated deep into the barrier, reaching right in front of the two of them. Fortunately, the peerless emperor used his divine power to condense a thick barrier like a city wall in time to resist the attack of this rain of light. Otherwise, the petrified flower fairy might have been seriously injured. Even at such a long distance, this kind of light still had such a terrifying power. Then what about the enemy on the battlefield? The peerless emperor and the flower fairy looked at each other. Both of them believed that under this kind of terrifying light that made people despair, the enemy would probably not have it easy. A black figure. He was directly annihilated. Even his appearance was not shown in time. He was instantly killed. Another one fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Although he was not dead yet, even a blind person could see that he was dead. His injuries were so serious that even a baby might not be able to withstand a punch from him. The remaining 3 were rolling around on the ground, wailing in agony. Their miserable cries made one's hair stand on end, and the entire canyon was filled with these terrifying echoes. So weak. Pfft, what a failure. A lazy voice sounded behind Jizun. The owner of this voice seemed to be very disappointed and dissatisfied with the wailing shadow. Soon, you will also join their ranks. Jizun did not raise her eyebrows or move her eyelashes. She felt that the person behind her was actually the same kind of trash. This joke is really funny. The lazy voice behind her laughed a few times. You can't even tell the difference between a probing war beast and a real god? Is this the eyesight and strength of the current strongest person in Tongtian Tower? Please, can Tongtian Tower not be so depraved? There should at least be a few god-level rankers with god thrones. What's the point of having a yellow-haired little girl who hasn't even grown her hair out? That's right, I have done a lot of evil and have been locked up, but that doesn't mean that you can insult me like this. I will sign up for the second game. Although she is a little young, the power of the light is still not bad. Another voice came from the sky. Does Master Shan Kong also want to participate? No, I just want to watch the show. An old voice floated down from the sky. With that lunatic subtraction common life making a move, this little girl probably won't even have bones left in the end. I also don't want to snatch her away. An incomparably seductive female voice came out from the abyss, as if it had always been hidden in the bottom of people's hearts. It was only at this moment that it sneaked out, preparing to secretly nibble away at people's hearts and souls while they were intoxicated by her decadent voice. Everyone, just watch. I will be quick and kill this yellow-haired little girl first. Then, I will make 32 different postures for everyone to watch and admire. The guy with the lazy voice behind him should be the subtract the common life that the seductive voice mentioned. Good, good. A few old ghosts who were hiding somewhere took the opportunity to clap their hands and jeer. Watch my heaven and earth shatter. Subtraction common life's lazy voice was still as annoying as before, but the power that erupted from his body was comparable to the explosion of the sun. The storm of divine power caused the world to tremble under his will, and everything was instantly destroyed. Not to mention a person, even a mountain or an ocean would be flattened and evaporated by this storm of divine power, after an unknown period of time. The storm of divine power calmed down. The heaven and earth shatter canyon, as well as the sky snake bridge, which had collapsed everywhere, slowly recovered under the ancient will and the law of balance, returning to their previous state. However, the Jizun in the center of the bridge had disappeared, as if she had evaporated into thin air. No one saw her, and no one knew if she was still alive or not. Under the attack of subtraction common life's heaven and earth shatter, everyone could not avoid it, and could not sense the changes in the center of the battlefield. However, almost everyone believed that the result was predetermined. She must have been annihilated by subtraction common life's divine power. Below the throne. There was no god, no enemy. Aya, too weak. I already held back and only used 30% of my divine power. Who would have thought that the result would be so disappointing? Peerless, why don't you come and fight with me? Sky Split Towers juniors can't even withstand a single blow. Isn't this too shameful for your Sky Split Tower? The lazy subtraction life was like a deflated balloon, his face filled with boredom. You are not qualified to fight with me. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang's words were even more powerful than the world's fiercest slap, hitting subtraction common life's face. What did you say? Subtraction common life was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his whole body bristled. Behind you. The voice of the person who signed up to be the second to participate in the game shouted, but before he could say anything, a fist had already landed on subtraction common life's face. Ah, it's really satisfying. Subtraction common life was hit by the heavy fist and took 2 big steps back. Blood gushed out from his mouth and nose like a fountain, but he was not angry. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and waved his fist like a madman, bombarding Jizun who had returned to the battlefield. Jizun raised her delicate hand and blocked the opponent's heavy fist. Her other hand held subtraction common life's elbow and skillfully pulled subtraction common life's entire body up. Subtraction common life flew out in midair and attacked Jizun's lower abdomen. Jizun was even faster. Her long legs drew an arc, her waist was like a bow, and her feet were as fast as a meteor. She stepped on subtraction common life's left ribs, and the force penetrated through. Subtraction common life's heart felt as if it had been hit by a lightning hammer, and it was so painful that it almost exploded. Subtraction common life's attack missed, and his whole body was pulled up in the air. He struggled with all his might, and still wanted to hook his knee to hit Jizun's head. Unfortunately, Jizun's figure disappeared in an instant and flashed above subtraction common life. She turned her body and kicked. Like a heavy axe. She chopped down on subtraction common life's back, causing subtraction common life, who had thick skin and was extremely resistant to beatings, to let out an uncontrollable cry of pain from his throat. Subtraction common life fell down heavily, and his hands sank deep into the bridge until his arms were gone. His eyes had not yet recovered from the repeated painful blows, and there was another delicate foot that made people sigh. It turned into a stream of light and heavily hit subtraction common life's chin. Boom, subtraction common life flipped dozens of times in the sky, and finally smashed onto the surface of the snake bridge like a meteorite falling to the ground. His face was covered in blood and he was in a sorry state. When he coughed and stood up from the bridge shakily with a hint of dizziness, the seductive female voice couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Master Subtraction common life's big move is really beautiful. However, this doesn't seem to be a heaven falling and earth splitting, but a hungry dog chewing mud, right? Haha, not bad, not bad, this should be the first of the 32 postures. The old voice of monk Xian Kong also opened his mouth to mock. Good, what a wonderful performance. The voice that signed up for the second game was stunned for a while, but quickly reacted and laughed loudly. All of you, shut up. Subtraction common life twisted his neck and moved his wrists. With a face full of anger, he roared, "I was careless just now and let that little girl get away with it. Now, I'm going to be serious. So it was an accident." The seductive female voice couldn't stop laughing. "Not bad, not bad." There were also a few old ghosts hiding somewhere who were desperately clapping and cheering. However, their cheers made Subtraction Common Life's face turn black. Damn, what kind of teammates are these? Of course, cheering was one thing. Now, everyone saw a fact, that is, this seemingly weak little girl was not someone to be trifled with. Where did Yu Yang go? The middle-aged Uncle Zazai, who was preparing to kill him with his big move, couldn't understand. Even his companion, who was watching from the side to prevent the shameless third young master from escaping, couldn't understand how the sneaky brat escaped. When they came out from the world of nothingness, they discovered that Radiance Mountain was the same as before. There were no changes, as if there were no Tong Tian Tower martial artists invading, as if Titan Yu had never come. He ran so fast. The companion who was hiding in the sky was a little unhappy. Letting Yu Yang escape from under his eyes was a failure. I have a feeling that this Titan Yu did not go far. Happy Sky, who had the sharpest senses, didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually sensed that Titan Yu was still nearby. He didn't escape like everyone thought. Is that so? Zazai also had a slight feeling, but he didn't dare to confirm it because everything was quiet and there was nothing around. Split up and search. The one who was hiding in the sky was an impatient person and acted first. However, after the three of them had searched all over the Radiance Mountain, they didn't find any traces of Yu Yang. Instead, the feeling that they thought was an illusion became stronger and stronger. Happy Sky thought for a long time and suddenly made a judgment. Maybe, the guardian deity opened the ancient passage. After he entered, he was trapped in a space not far from Radiance Mountain. That's why we have this illusion. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. With the guardian deity suppressing him, no matter if it's Titan Yu or someone else, there's only one result, eternal seal. Zazai heard this and his body trembled slightly. Could it be my master's request? This Titan Yu needs the guardian deity to make a move? The violent-tempered companion who was hiding in the sky laughed. Let's go take a look and the truth will be revealed. Let's enter the ancient passage too. Anyway, we've already been allowed to enter. Even if the guardian deity didn't make a move, we can still go and ask him to come out. Why don't we leave one behind? Zazai had some misgivings. The ancient passage wasn't easy to enter. Even if one entered, it wasn't easy to get out. It was said that the most ancient passage could lead directly to the time square in the god's ruins of Tong Tian Tower. In that kind of place with the eternal ancient will and the restrictions of the ancient laws, even the gods had to be careful. There's no need for that. It's enough to have that fellow by my lord's side. Skies will immediately rejected Carefree Heaven's suggestion. Let's go in together. If the three of us work as one, it'll be easier for us to take care of each other if anything happens. Joyous Sky also supported their companion who was hiding in the sky. Faced with a 2-to-1 decision, the experienced and prudent Sky of Freedom could only choose to compromise. After entering the ancient passage, they started to take the first step in catching up to Yu Yang. In that case, was Yu Yang in the ancient passage? This was for sure. After escaping from the world of nothingness, Yu Yang was ready to leave the Radiance Mountain that was full of traps, and he also decided to temporarily give up on challenging the deity's Templar's supreme heavenly chariot, who had a backer. What he wanted to do the most was to return to the grimoire world and meet the heavenly sword goddess in his dreams again. He wanted to ask her about the heavenly throne. If she had been helping him condense the heavenly throne, then he would learn from her how to use the power of the heavenly throne. If not, then he would ask her to help him evolve a heavenly throne. Otherwise, without this, it would be impossible for him to challenge Heavenly Chariot and kick the deity's Templar's supreme Heavenly Chariot, who had been training crazily, out of the Radiance Mountain. However, when Yu Yang came out, he discovered that the entrance to the ancient passage had shattered in front of him. Through the shattered void, Yu Yang discovered a person, which made him give up on the idea of returning to the grimoire world immediately. This person was currently fighting. If Yu Yang saw this person fighting normally, he would definitely calmly return to the grimoire world to rest, and only come out after he had a good sleep. This was because this person was not someone he needed to worry about. On the contrary, when he fought with this person, he needed to worry about his enemies, whether they would let him hit them too hard, or torture them too miserably. Yu Yang only took a few more glances and found that something was wrong. The person who was fighting was actually covered with cuts and bruises, bathed in blood. He, who could have crushed all his opponents, was now bitterly holding on. Yu Yang was even worried that if he did not rescue him, this guy would not be able to hold on for the next 10 seconds. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming." Yu Yang shouted and rushed into the ancient passage like Dima jumping out of the bushes. "You idiot." His support not only did not make the person who was gritting his teeth and fighting bitterly feel grateful, but instead he was scolded. "Usually you are quite smart, why are you like a pig now? Hurry up and get out, this is a fight between adults, it has nothing to do with a kid like you." You, what do you want me to say about you? What bullshit genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, idiot that only appears once in 10,000 years. Don't you know that this is a trap? I'm prepared to trick you. The ancient passage could have opened anywhere else, why did it have to open right in front of you? Do you think you are the savior? Do you think you can save my life just because you stupidly rushed in? You don't know anything, yet you still dare to show off like this. Mother ****, you, aren't you looking for death? Yes, I'm an idiot. Yu Yang behaved very humbly, lowering his head and allowing the person to scold him. How did I get to know an idiot like you? You are really infuriating me. If not for the fact that the guy was busy, he might have given Yu Yang a slap. It's normal for an idiot to know an idiot. Birds of a feather flock together. Yu Yang laughed. His lips were red and his teeth were white, shining like the sun. Needless to say, when he laughed like this, he was really asking for a beating. God, please let me die. I might as well vomit 3 liters of blood and die. Not only was I beaten up, you even sent this bastard to anger me before I die. What have I done wrong in this life? How dare you punish me like this? The guy who scolded him really vomited blood. However, it was not because he was angry, but because he was beaten up. The person who beat him was at least 40,000 meters tall. Regardless of size or strength, the golden divine body could completely crush the entire field. What was more terrifying was that behind this 40,000-meter tall golden divine body, there was a miraculous divine throne. That was formed by at least 400 small planets and a small sun. This divine throne was incomparably powerful. Not only could it automatically generate energy for its owner to use, it could also absorb the surrounding energy to weaken its owner's enemies and the fluctuations on the battlefield. It could even fuse with the ancient will of the ancient passage, using it to punish and suppress its enemies. Yu Yang felt that he was even smaller than an ant when compared to the golden god's body and the glorious throne. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Perhaps a casual blow from the golden divine body could annihilate Yu Yang. This was the first time that Yu Yang saw the divine throne. He looked up to the sky and sighed emotionally. So this is the divine throne. How did it come about? Is this the deity palace's supreme heavenly chariot? He is really awesome. Are you blind? A certain boss, who had a big hole in his chest, tried his best to resist the enemy's heavy punches while shouting at Yu Yang, "This guy is the Radiant Mountain's guardian god." Turns out he is the Radiant God Prison's guardian and Tianyu's half-master. You can't even tell the difference between a disciple and a master, and you still foolishly rushed to the Radiant Mountain to challenge him. Are you trying to make people laugh their teeth off? Eh? You mean, this guy is even more powerful than Tianyu? Yu Yang expressed his shock. A certain boss was distracted for a moment, and after he finished speaking, he was almost beaten to the point of looking for his teeth on the ground. With great difficulty, he managed to block the enemy's heavy punch again. He turned around and roared at Yu Yang, "Idiot, if you have such thoughts, you're dead meat." No way? Tianyu is more powerful than this guy? Yu Yang was really shocked. Tianyu punched a hole in my chest. This guy beat me for a long time, but I am still alive and kicking. What do you think? A certain boss sneered. This doesn't make sense. How can a disciple be more powerful than his master? Yu Yang was extremely puzzled. Originally, he thought that his estimation was already exaggerated enough. Who knew that the supreme elder of the temple's strength was 100 times more terrifying than his estimation? If the supreme elder of the temple, Tianyu, was stronger than this guardian god of light who was 40,000 meters tall and had a divine throne, then what was the point of fighting? He should just admit defeat. Who said that a disciple can't surpass his master? Although I don't want to admit it, Tianyu is indeed a genius and a lunatic. A lunatic who practices martial arts, even crazier than me in the past. Do you think that anyone can punch a hole in my chest? Although it was a sneak attack and I was not prepared at that time, this is not something an ordinary person can do. A certain boss started to brag about himself as he spoke. Where's your divine throne? Take it out and fight with the enemy. Why are you still hiding it now? Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Yang hurriedly reminded this boastful boss who was about to be beaten up again. My divine throne has long been removed by the supreme dragon god. Otherwise, if I don't beat this guy to a pulp, I won't be called Mo long. A certain boss said fiercely. A certain third young master was speechless. How many bad things did he have to do to be removed from his divine throne? Just look at the guardian divinity of light and the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple of light. They've done so many bad things, yet they haven't even been slashed once. Demonic dragon, you're the legendary saber maiden, so why are you always the one being slashed? Moreover, if your divine throne is removed, you should be hiding to accumulate karma. Why did you come to this ancient passage to fight with someone who has a divine throne and a godfather behind him? Aren't you looking for trouble? Yu Yang decided not to bother with Mo long. There was a saying that goes, unlucky people don't deserve sympathy, because bad luck is easily contagious. Whoever sympathizes with him will also be unlucky. Suddenly, the giant god who had tortured the abyssal dragon to the point of wanting to die stopped his attack. He looked at Yu Yang who was watching the battle from outside. He looked up and down. It was as if he had a great interest in a little ant. The giant god nodded in the end. Not bad. You are indeed a genius. You don't have a master to watch over you. You actually managed to cultivate in a place like the Tower of Babel with your own efforts. If you weren't the fated enemy of the heavenly chariot, I would be tempted to take you in as my disciple. Young man, you are very bold. If you think that with the support of Fei Wenli, that little snake demon, and the protection of a Qilin cub, you can challenge fate and become enemies with our Radiance Mountain, then you are gravely mistaken. In life, you have to do something for it to be meaningful. Yu Yang's face was full of smiles, like a child who was praised for receiving red packets during the new year. Besides, how do you know it won't work if you don't try? It's good to have confidence, but strength is the prerequisite for everything. The giant god's face was neither angry nor happy, and he said seriously, not to mention a child like you, even if Emperor Wu Shuang is peerless, he does not have the ability to go against the heavens. Do you think he does not want to reverse fate? However, before he was imprisoned in the Black Tower, he was defeated by my hands, and after being imprisoned in the Black Tower, his strength has plummeted. Even if you can successfully persuade him to stand on your side in the end, he will not last more than 1,000 moves against me. The fall of Tong Tian Tower, and the fall of the martial artists of Soaring Dragon, Heaven Stairway, and Demon Abyss are all inevitable. You mean we should all wait for death? Yu Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Good idea, let us think about it. You can choose to resist, but no matter what you do, it will be of no use. Even if you awaken the demonic dragon, it will still not affect anything, and you will not be able to change anything. On the contrary, because of you, the demonic dragon, the originally free and unfettered heaven realm martial artist, will fall. The giant god looked at the demonic dragon, indicating that this ending was completely caused by Yu Yang. An adult bullying a child, and you are still talking nonsense. Do you want me to die of laughter? The demonic dragon was very annoyed. If you want to fight, then fight, and still pretend to be righteous. This is the truth. The giant god stretched out his hand and blocked the demonic dragon's full attack. Go, leave this place. If you think I am your boss, then listen to me and leave this place. Before you are sure, don't do anything. Others have prepared many traps, waiting for you impulsive fools to jump into. The demonic dragon burst out with all his strength and launched an attack at the giant god, hoping to take this opportunity to fight a bloody path and let Yu Yang escape successfully. I, the fool, have already jumped in, don't chase me away, okay? Yu Yang had never called the demonic dragon boss, but he suddenly felt that if this demonic dragon was a boss, he would be quite qualified. I am so angry, you bastard who is neither smart nor stupid, do you want me to die here for nothing? No, my life can't be wasted like this, you have to let me die a meaningful death. Go, I know you have a way to leave, don't let me die for nothing. I really can't hold on anymore, do you want to see me beaten to death before you stop? The demonic dragon was knocked down by the giant god's punch, and he vomited blood like a waterfall. There were already countless wounds on his body, and there was almost no part of his skin that was unscathed. Of course I won't watch you get beaten to death. Yu Yang laughed, and he began to increase his divine power, like a volcano that was ready to erupt. I want to say, you are too lousy, let me teach you how to be a boss. I have been a boss for a long time, okay? You want to take the position of boss? No way. The demonic dragon got up in a roll. We will only know after we fight. Before Yu Yang finished speaking, the demonic dragon on the other side had already counterattacked the giant god like a madman, as if he did not care about his life, and his ferocity made the giant god adopt a defensive stance for the first time. Without waiting for Yu Yang to make a move. On the other side, the throne behind the giant god had already erupted with millions of glorious divine lights. It fused with the space around the ancient passageway, triggering the direction of the ancient laws and ancient will. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a mysterious and vast ancient power, upgrading the space into a special battlefield. In this special battlefield, no changes could be seen with the naked eye. However, Yu Yang could definitely feel himself being infinitely shrunk. His real body did not shrink, but his divine power was condensed to the limit. It could not be easily released from his body. The 10,000-meter golden body of the demon dragon in front of him kept shrinking until it finally reverted to its original form. No, it was slightly taller than the demon dragon's original form, shrinking to about 2 meters. The giant god who stood in front of the demon dragon also underwent the same transformation. However, the giant god's shrunken body was still 8 meters tall. He stood like a mountain, and his shadow alone was enough to completely cover both the demon dragon and Yu Yang. The throne behind the giant god had now condensed into a circle with a diameter of more than 4 meters. A sun god orb revolved in the center, and around it were 4 different elemental orbs of black, white, red, and blue. Although they were not as terrifying as before, they still contained boundless divine power, and supported their master like before. As long as this throne was still there and was not damaged or destroyed, others could forget about defeating its wielder. I see. Yu Yang sighed inwardly. No wonder it was said that no one below the god throne could match up to him. Who could fight against an enemy who had an endless supply of divine power and would never tire or be injured? At the very least, it was impossible to win in a one-on-one fight. If they wanted to win, they would probably have to rely on the strength of a group to surround and attack. Even a continuous battle would not be able to pose any threat to an opponent with a god throne. At this time, attacking together was the best choice. The giant god sent the demon dragon flying with a punch and waved at Yu Yang. If I release my divine power and use my perfect divine body to fight against you, even if I can kill you with a single move, people would laugh at me and say that I only know how to bully children. Come, I'll put away my divine body and play with you in my original form. As long as you can take 100 moves from me, I promise to let you live. Thank you very much, Senior. Yu Yang raised the Guizhong and Xianxia swords in his hands and stabbed them into the eyes of the giant god like lightning. Be careful. The mystic dragon was not happy, but shocked. He shouted a warning. 2 swords came into view. The giant god's face was expressionless. Not a single drop of blood flowed from his tightly shut eyes, and He Guizhong and Bai Shuanghua's sword chi did not display their might. It was as if they had stabbed into an empty world, giving Yu Yang a very bad feeling for the first time. He did not see that on the throne behind the giant god, 2 swords had pierced through the black soil divine pearl and the white water divine pearl respectively. Although the sword chi entered his eyes, the giant god's body did not suffer any damage at all. Yu Yang retreated hastily. However, it was too late. In the 1/1,000,000th of a second that Yu Yang used his body technique, the giant god had counterattacked. His arms disappeared, and the golden giant fists turned into thousands of meteors, densely covering any space that Yu Yang could escape to. The fists were denser than raindrops, extremely accurate, and not a single punch missed. All of them hit the target. Da-da-da-da-da, Yu Yang rolled more than 100 times in the sky and finally smashed heavily into the space barrier of the ancient passage. The blood that burst out of his mouth drew a long blood rainbow and splashed all over the sky. He felt that every bone in his body was groaning, and even his fingertips had the illusion of being smashed by the opponent's fist. If it was not for the strong heart that had evolved into the heart of the true dragon that was still beating, he suspected that he had been killed by the opponent's fist. He raised his willpower to the maximum, and fought with the last bit of strength that had not been scattered in his body. He used his hands to support his knees as much as possible, and gritted his teeth to stand up. In Yu Yang's entire life, he had never felt that standing was actually so difficult. It was not easy at all. His heart and lungs were breathing rapidly like bellows, and his blood was circulating crazily, desperately trying to recover his injured body. Even so, Yu Yang still felt that his vision was turning black, and there was a kind of dizziness and bone-deep pain. It made him want to just fall down and sleep comfortably, completely free from this pain and exhaustion, and never wake up again. I am a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower. I am the new prison emperor. I am everyone's hope. I can do it. Yu Yang tried his best to stand straight, and used all his strength to raise his head. He would never admit defeat, no matter what kind of opponent, no matter what kind of blow, he would never surrender. This was the Yu clan's third young master. This was the essence of a man from another world. However, when Yu Yang's eyes regained focus, he couldn't help but cry out in sorrow for his reckless attack. In front of Yu Yang, a man dripping with blood opened his arms like a guardian, protecting Yu Yang. On his body, there were at least 100 fist marks, and hundreds of bloody holes where his muscles and skin couldn't withstand the pressure. He was a certain boss who was never acknowledged, but was very qualified, Mo Long. He was the one who stepped forward bravely. In the end, in the most dangerous moment, he took the brunt of the giant god's torrent of attacks for Yu Yang. He was the one who took the brunt of most of the attacks for Yu Yang. If it wasn't for this boss who opened his arms like a guardian, he might not be able to stand up anymore. Even if he was indeed a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower, he might not be able to stand up anymore. What are you looking at? I am not dead yet. Mo Long was very satisfied with Yu Yang's current expression. He really wanted to mock this brat a few times. How about it? Am I not doing well as a boss? Do I need you to teach me? I have been a boss for a long time, and is there anyone better at being a boss than me? Really, could it be that I was given the title of the most loyal person in the heavens for nothing? Unfortunately, the giant god did not give him a chance to boast. The second wave of attacks was about to begin. You definitely can't block it. Charge with me. Let's fight. Mo Long did not keep Yu Yang behind. He knew that once the guardian divinity of light began to attack, no place would be safe. Only when Yu Yang was by his side, he could reluctantly feel at ease. Kill. Yu Yang's eyes were now red, and he roared like an injured tiger. His speed was even faster than Mo Long's, and his sword aura was aimed straight at the giant god. Even a grain of rice can shine? The giant god casually stretched out his hand and caught Yu Yang's sword chi with 2 fingers. Then, when Yu Yang unleashed his illusion moon divine power and kicked out a crescent moon, the giant god flicked his fingers and sent the crescent moon that was born into eternity flying into the sky. He even used his thumb to easily block the demon dragon's heavy punch. The giant god swept his elbow and sent Mo Long flying like a cannonball. His other right hand, which had been accumulating power for a long time, turned the infinite divine power into a divine axe that could split the heavens and earth. It met Yu Yang's head and chopped down. Yu Yang felt that he was locked on by his opponent's divine sense. Even if he escaped to the ends of the sky or rushed into another space, he could not escape this fatal blow from the giant god. He might as well go all out. Instead of retreating, he advanced and became one with the divine sense of the moon of destiny that was sent flying into the sky. It heavily struck back at the giant god. Even if he died, he would drag his opponent down with him. This was the style of Yu Yang Titan Yu. This was the character of a man from another world who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You want my life? Sure, but you'll have to pay with your life. The moon of destiny was an eternal existence. Even a god with a throne could not deny it. If he could return the giant god's blow, it would not be a loss for him. Naive. Two beams of divine light shot out of the giant god's eyes and turned into two halberds that blocked the moon of destiny. Meanwhile, the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand was still chopping down with indomitable will. Do you think I'm dead? Mo Long had returned at some point. His arms were above Yu Yang's head and clamped down on the blade of the divine axe. Humph, you're courting death. The giant god pressed down hard. He felt that it was better this way. With a single swing of his axe, he was able to kill the demon dragon and Titan Yu. With a single swing, he was able to easily deal with two enemies. The demonic dragon was indeed unable to withstand the giant god's terrifying divine power. The guardian divine lord's divine power was already above his, and with the help of the divine throne, the demonic dragon was no match for it at all. Moreover, this boss who was not at his peak had previously fought a bloody battle with the peerless emperor. The demonic dragon really wanted to shout at Yu Yang, "Go!" However, under the pressure of the giant god, he could not even make a sound. He only hoped that Yu Yang, this silly boy, would be more alert and take the opportunity to escape. He would run as far as he could and not waste the opportunity that he fought for. Yu Yang did not escape. He was like a fool. Not only did he not run, he continued to attack the giant god. If running would also lead to death, then running would be meaningless. Moreover, he couldn't just abandon the mystic dragon and run away by himself. The Yu clan's third young master was usually not loyal, but it did not mean that he was a running tortoise who would abandon his friends in battle. F***ck, are you an idiot? Mo Long desperately raised the godly axe that had cut into his forehead a little higher. His voice was squeezed out through his teeth. I am. Yu Yang's eyes were bloodshot. Blood seeped out from the corner of his eyes. He realized that his punches and kicks were completely ineffective. He roared crazily. He stabbed his right hand into his heart, using his heart's blood as a blade. Turning blood into a sword, turning it into a sword of life. This was the Jizun's move. When Mo Long was about to be cut in half by the godly axe, the sword of life in Yu Yang's hand finally erupted. The giant god reached out and pinched it with two fingers. However, the sword of life directly penetrated the gap between his fingers. The godly throne behind him rotated rapidly. A flaming divine shield blocked the path of the sword of life. At the same time, countless electric arcs followed the sword of life and quickly spread towards Yu Yang's hands, attacking Yu Yang's bleeding heart. What kind of person was the giant god? He could tell at a glance that this brat's blood sword was completely supported by the blood from his heart. If the blood from his heart was interrupted and spurted out, then the power of this blood sword would be greatly weakened. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had no way to retreat. If he had even the slightest thought of retreating, he and the demon dragon would both be split into two under the godly axe. The sword of life pierced through the flaming divine shield and advanced unstoppably. Finally, it successfully pierced the giant god's skin. But it was not the original target. It was not the giant god's heart. It was the giant god's left palm. At the moment when Yu Yang rushed forward with all his might, the giant god calmly returned his hand and caught Yu Yang's sword of life's ultimate sword aura with one palm. On the other side, Mo Long, who wanted to use the godly axe to hold him back, was kicked away by the giant god. He did not even have the chance to attack. The giant god blocked the sword of life with one palm. He raised the godly axe with one hand and looked down at Yu Yang in the air. I now understand how you cultivated to this level. You fought with your life. You have such ruthlessness at such a young age. It is true that you could defeat many enemies who were originally above you. Unfortunately, you are now facing me. You don't even have a godly throne. Even if you fought 100 times harder, it would be useless. The godly axe in the giant god's hand slashed down. Mo Long pounced. Holding on to Yu Yang, he hurriedly dodged. Blood gushed out from his waist like a waterfall. He was almost cleaved in half by the godly axe. Yu Yang attacked wildly in the air. The moon of destiny once again spun under Yu Yang's will. It mysteriously dodged the halberds and slashed at the giant god's neck. The giant god had to reach out and use his divine power to gently brush it away. but the demon dragon seized that moment. He brought Yu Yang with him and turned into a stream of light in the ancient passage. In the blink of an eye, they escaped thousands of miles away. Slash! The giant god swung the godly axe in his hand and jumped up high. His whole body bent into the shape of a bow, and when he reached his limit, he turned around and slashed forward. Even the ancient passage, which was sealed by the ancient laws, instantly had a spatial crack that could never be healed. The power of the godly axe pierced through the boundless space and reached the demon dragon's back thousands of miles away. Running away was meaningless for the godly throne and the guardian god of light, whose will was half integrated into the ancient passage. His attack had no distance to speak of. As long as his divine sense could reach it. No barrier, no distance, nothing could stop him. With the heavy swing of the godly axe, the mystic dragon and Yu Yang were in danger. Just as the guardian deity of light thought that the battle was over, what happened next stunned him. The reason was that the mystic dragon had returned. Not only did he rush back from thousands of miles away, but he also rushed into the giant god's blind spot, a spot where the godly axe could not hit. Not only did the mystic dragon return, but he also brought 6 dragons with him. Since the start of the battle, the mystic dragon had never revealed his true strength. Now, at the moment of life and death, he used a secret move that no one knew for 100,000 years. 6 dragons return, no one knew the reason for the mystic dragon's secret move. In addition to the forgetfulness of time, there was another reason: the mystic dragon's enemies were all killed by this move. The mystic dragon did not have a throne, but it did not mean that he was weak below the throne. He was just cut off by the supreme dragon god and could not be used. His strength could not be evaluated by the martial artists below the throne. If anyone really did this, then the result would be very regretful. Just like the giant god now, there was no power that could stop the 6 dragons' return. Not to mention 6 dragons, even the power of 1 dragon was an unstoppable existence. The giant god could not help but let out a cry of pain. Under the guidance of the mystic dragon's will, the 6 golden dragons pierced through the giant god's limbs, head, and heart. They bit through the giant god's body and squeezed out from the throne behind. The 4 elemental god pearls almost burst, shattering into ice beads and falling to the ground. Only the larger sun god pearl in the middle continued to emit supreme divine light after the 2 dragons passed through it. The transparent hole in the giant god's head quickly recovered under the divine light of the sun god pearl. But the 5 bloody holes in the heart and limbs were not so simple. The mystic dragon, who had endured until now and succeeded in his counterattack, would not miss the opportunity to further expand his victory. Not only was the guy from another world good at chasing after victory. He, the mystic dragon, who was once known as the #1 villain in heaven, was also good at it. Even his control of timing was better than the mystic dragon. Just now, I returned that to you. If you think that I can only wait to die when I see you, then you are very wrong. And now, this is the interest you owe me. The mystic dragon's hands turned into terrifying claws and directly attacked the enemy's chest and abdomen. In a barbaric and bloody manner, he pried open the giant god's ribs. At the moment when the giant god's protective divine power repelled him, he took out something black and bloody. Roar, roar, roar. The giant god was furious. He tossed aside his divine axe and swung his meteor-like astral fist, ready to beat the demon dragon to a pulp. Don't forget about me. Yu Yang had been waiting for a long time. When the power of the giant god's throne was broken by the mystic dragon's 6 dragons' counterattack, he began his counterattack. A moon of fate slashed the back of the giant god's neck. Under the eternal divine power of fate, even an existence like the light guardian divine venerable could not help but sway and freeze for half a second. Half a second was meaningless to most people, but to a guy from another world who was good at seizing opportunities, it was enough for him to do many things. For example, he could raise a divine staff and smash it on the giant god's head like he was doing now. The giant god's face was completely expressionless as he took the staff head-on. The prison emperor divine staff's power was nothing to him, not to mention that it was just a divine weapon that had not fully recovered its original divine power. Again. In less than 1,000th of a second, Yu Yang launched a second wave of attack. The prison emperor divine seal that was almost reduced to a chestnut smashing tool was lifted up and smashed heavily on the giant god's forehead. The power of this smash was no small matter. The prison emperor divine seal that was completely contracted and fused with Yu Yang's will could no longer be called the prison emperor divine seal. It was a new divine seal. However, Yu Yang still named it as the prison emperor divine seal to commemorate the prison emperor Zhang. Its new power combined with fate to achieve eternity. It was no longer comparable to the prison emperor divine seal that the three great leaders had endured. The giant god's forehead cracked. However, the powerful and incomparably tenacious giant god was still unfazed. He only clenched his teeth and endured all the attacks. In 1/100th of a second, he reacted. He stretched out his hand and pressed down the demon dragon that was waving its claws. Then, he grabbed onto Yu Yang, who was about to launch a third wave of attack. The furious giant god opened his huge mouth and prepared to stuff the little bug that injured him into his mouth and eat him. Maybe that would be the only way to relieve the hatred in his heart. Break! After Yu Yang stuffed the god bead into his mouth, he still did not struggle to escape. On the contrary, he released a third wave of attack desperately. The creation god bead that was never used in battle was finally used. The creation god bead shot out from Yu Yang's hand and flew straight towards the giant god's throat. As long as the giant god ate this creation god bead, then the outcome of the battle could possibly be reversed. The creation god bead was something that only those who ate it would know. Although it was rarely seen, it was definitely the most powerful artifact that the man from another world had ever cultivated. Roar, roar, roar. The giant god also realized the danger. With his keen senses, of course, he would not treat it as a candy. On the contrary, he would rather swallow a black hole than touch this thing. At the moment when he bit and swallowed Yu Yang, he spat out the little bug in his mouth at an unbelievable speed, intending to use his divine power to blow away the little guy in his throat. Unfortunately, this wish did not come true. In embarrassment, he reached out without caring about his image, stuffed it directly into his mouth, and dug deep into his throat. He forcefully dug the creation god bead out from the depths of his throat. Then, he hurriedly threw it to the ground and abandoned it. Even so, his throat and the palm that had touched it were also swallowed by the creation god bead. It took a long time for it to recover. That's amazing. What kind of treasure is that? The demon dragon leaned over and looked at the creation god bead in Yu Yang's hand. In terms of treasures, he also had a lot, but compared to Yu Yang, he felt that he had lived all these years in vain. This damn bastard had a basket full of divine weapons. It was 100 million times more envious, jealous, and hateful. It's just a creation god bead. Don't you have one? Yu Yang spread it out in his palm unconcernedly. His smug expression almost made the demon dragon choke him to death. Damn it. The demon dragon stuffed a piece of black bloody thing in his hand into his mouth, turning his grief and anger into appetite. You? Yu Yang was shocked when he saw it. What about me? The demon dragon swallowed the food in his mouth with great difficulty. He was very puzzled by Yu Yang's expression. Eating something, replenishing nutrition, and recovering a little physical strength, you don't have to make such a fuss, right? What was that just now? Yu Yang felt a little dizzy. I think I saw you dig it out from that guy's stomach. Yeah. It's something like heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Although the taste is so, it's very nourishing. When the demon dragon said that, Yu Yang almost vomited. Solita Zue really existed. Of all the things to eat, eating this was really too shocking. Moreover, brother, don't you feel nauseous when you swallow it on the spot with blood dripping down? This young master's stomach cramps just by looking at it. The demon dragon wiped the corner of his mouth with an indifferent expression. This made the guy from another world feel that the gap between the generations really existed. The gap of 100,000 years was really a difference between heaven and earth. Perhaps 100,000 years ago, this kind of thing like digging out the enemy's stomach and eating it was fashionable. But it was not possible now. Today, 100,000 years later, it was the era of the river crabs. Brother, what you did was too barbaric. It was not in line with the spiritual civilization of the new socialist countryside. Even if you are a glutton, you can't just eat everything. Eating random things will cause your intestines to rot. The guy from another world used a lot of effort to stop himself from vomiting. The demon dragon used his sharp claws to pick his teeth. He was incomparably disdainful of the guy from another world who was making a fuss over nothing. You don't even want to eat such a good thing, you're stealing a treasure. Yu Yang was speechless. Alright, if this was considered stealing a treasure, then he would accept it. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, you can go to hell. The guardian divine Lord of Light was very angry, but he did not lose control and roar, nor did he attack crazily. Instead, he was extremely rational and extremely calm. After reflecting on his gains and losses just now, he made up his mind to carry out his original will and kill the two opponents in front of him. To be honest, I really don't have any trump cards left, but I still have a way to seal your throne again. The demon dragon did not need to signal. Yu Yang had already tacitly moved forward together, one on the left and one on the right, attacking the giant god. Before the other party's throne was sealed, no matter what attack it would be ineffective. Only by using the 6 dragons to seal the throne like just now could it cause effective damage. Although the guardian divine Lord of Light had now completely recovered with the help of his throne, the fact that he had successfully attacked just now told Yu Yang that the throne was not omnipotent, or perhaps the throne in front of him was not omnipotent. As long as it was sealed, then the master would still be hurt. There was even another possibility, and that was death. The giant god was not careless this time. He did not want to suffer another 6 dragons counterattack. Being tricked just now had become the greatest humiliation in his life. Now, he definitely could not and would not suffer another 6 dragons counterattack. He used his greatest rationality to control the situation, and decided that before he killed the demon dragon, he would not let his consciousness and will lose control in the slightest. Twin dragons playing with pearls. 2 golden dragons shot out from the demon dragon's arms. They were larger than the previous 6 dragons, and more than 100 times more powerful. As soon as they appeared, they surpassed their master. Playing. They easily evaded the giant god's lightning interception. They seemed slow but were actually fast. One on the left and one on the right, they naughtily fought to bite and pull at the throne behind the giant god. The divine throne spun rapidly like a wheel, instantly shooting out millions of divine lights. Every ray of light was like a divine sword, incomparably sharp. The demon dragon and Yu Yang were affected, and the injuries on their bodies increased like raindrops. However, the 2 golden dragons were still playing with each other. They shook their heads as they evaded the attacks of the divine swords of light. Not only were they not injured, but they also pulled at the throne even further, slowly dragging it away from the giant god's back. The giant god turned around, and his arms disappeared. Billions of shooting stars interweaved into a terrifying net of punches. It was airtight, and drowned the 2 dragons like an ocean. The 2 golden dragons did not retreat. Instead, they continued to drag the throne away from their bodies. Their bodies were being destroyed bit by the giant god's punches. However, before that happened, the throne they were dragging and restraining could no longer support its master like before. Although this was not a seal, but a temporary restriction, it was enough to make Yu Yang feel pleasantly surprised. If this was the case, he still could not grasp the opportunity. In that case, he would not be called Titan Yu, but an idiot. Die. On the other side, the demon dragon also unleashed his greatest power and attacked. Blood splattered everywhere. 6 fists landed on their respective targets, none of them missing. The giant god stood tall like a mountain, unmoving. The demon dragon's body shook and he took 3 big steps back, while Yu Yang was sent flying. The giant god raised his arms to the sky, and his divine power condensed into a guillotine, which floated above the demon dragon's neck. With just a thought, the demon dragon's body could be split in half. The demon dragon, who was covered in blood, did not retreat. Instead, he laughed like a madman. Huh? The giant god was confused at first. But he was shocked to find that a sword had pierced through his heart. When did the sword pierce into his body? Why did it pierce through his heart? What kind of sword was this? He reached out and was about to pull the sword out, but the demon dragon was rolling on the ground in laughter. He was laughing so hard that tears were almost rolling down his cheeks. It was not easy. He finally tricked the light guardian divine lord. If this guy was not so confident, maybe. The giant god looked back in shock. His golden pupils dilated several times. What he saw was the head of a raging dragon. The raging dragon opened its huge mouth. It did not allow the enemy to struggle or resist. It swallowed him whole, including the divine power guillotine in the sky. Without the support of the divine throne, even an existence like the light guardian divinity would be defeated under the joint attack of the demon dragon and Yu Yang. The raging dragon swallowed the giant god, shook its head, rushed into the sky, and disappeared into the ancient passage. It's done? Yu Yang had returned and asked in surprise. It should be done. The demon dragon was not confident. Although the raging dragon swallowed the enemy, the opponent was still the Radiance Mountain's big boss. The divine lord over there doesn't seem to have dissipated. Yu Yang, who had a huge fist mark on his chest, touched his ribs. He was about to heal his internal injuries when he suddenly realized that the divine lord held back by the two dragons was still there. He could not help but scream. It doesn't seem. The demon dragon's eyes darkened. What do you mean? Yu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. It means that it's not done, and we have to do it again. The demon dragon's face was the same. Again? Yu Yang felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. If he did it again, it would be strange if he didn't turn into dust. Out of confidence in the demon dragon, he asked, "Do you still have a trump card?" "If I did, I would have used it earlier." The demon dragon rolled his eyes. "Damn, then what are we doing?" Yu Yang was speechless. "We have no choice but to do it. Even if we don't want to do it, I'm afraid others won't agree to it." The mystic dragon gulped nervously. He realized that the giant god had returned. "We have to. Even if we don't want to, the others won't agree." The demon dragon gulped nervously. He realized that the giant god had returned. The giant god and the divine lord merged again. The divine lord emitted 1,000,000,000 rays of divine light, bathing the giant god in it. The invisible internal injuries of the giant god were healed. At the same time, the giant god's body was strengthened by 100 times. The giant god's body was renewed and improved. "Your trump card isn't good. It's not even a trump card." The world traveler could not help but complain. "I can't do it." "Do it if you can." The demon dragon was angry. The trump card was not good, and this was not what he wanted. The demon dragon devours the world was a move that could destroy everything. However, the guardian divinity on the other side not only had the divine lord's divine lord, but he was also half the owner of the ancient passage. The demon dragon devours the world could not unleash its true power here. Moreover, the giant god's strength was so abnormal that he could withstand the attack with his body. What else could he do? Now it seemed that just stripping the divine lord's divine lord was not enough. He still had to avoid the ancient passage, which was considered the opponent's home ground. Otherwise, there was no way to continue this battle. The giant god was not angry. His expression was calm, as if the one who had been beaten down by the mystic dragon and Yu Yang was not him, but someone else. He slowly stepped forward and walked in front of the mystic dragon and Yu Yang. For the first time, he bowed slightly in greeting. "You are worthy of this bow." The giant god nodded with a solemn expression. "From now on, I admit that all of you are my opponents, including you, Titan Yu. I should not have viewed you as an insignificant insect. You possess courage and viciousness beyond imagination, as well as strength beyond imagination. I have misjudged you. You are actually a formidable foe that is no less dangerous than the demon dragon. So this young master is actually so awesome?" Yu Yang was very pleased with himself when he heard this. Mo Long, who was beside him, almost couldn't breathe. "Yes. Everything about you is hidden behind the demon dragon. If not for your attack just now that almost damaged my divinity, I would still be in the dark. Your sword has a special power of destruction. It is not very powerful and seems to have yet to be perfected, but it is already undeniable and unstoppable. This sword chi that is close to eternity is the most special sword I have ever encountered. It is really hard to imagine that you could cultivate such a divine sword that others could not even cultivate for thousands of years at such a young age." The giant god mused to himself for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Although I can't tell, I have reason to suspect that you have a master or a caretaker behind your back, and perhaps more than one. Young Titan Yu, your future is limitless. As long as you agree to one condition, I can guarantee that I will not pursue the matter, and both you and the abyssal dragon would be spared. What condition? Yu Yang's eyes brightened. If there was no need to die, who would be willing to die for nothing? As long as the two of you stay here for a year, I can guarantee that I will not pursue the matter. I can even evolve a new divine throne for the two of you. The guardian god of light looked sincerely at Yu Yang. Did we hit you just now? Yu Yang asked worriedly. I also hit you, so we are even. The giant god waved his hand to show that he was open-minded. You really don't want to fight us? Yu Yang decided to ask clearly to avoid regret. I can't be sure if there is a guardian behind you. The giant god was frank. I don't want to become enemies with the higher-ups. There is no benefit to me if I do that. Just like the demon dragon, he would not have been stripped of his divine throne if he did not commit some unforgivable crime. What if I don't have a guardian behind me? Yu Yang was worried that the guardian god of light would turn hostile if he was exposed. You don't have one now, but it doesn't mean that you won't have one in the future. If the higher-ups knew about such an outstanding child like you, they would be extremely happy. The giant god's words were worth 1,000 gold, and he comforted Yu Yang with kind words. I don't really want to fight, but I can't make the decision. Yu Yang threw this hot potato to the demon dragon. Don't you have a boss? You bastard, you only think of the boss when you have to take the blame. The demon dragon felt that he was going crazy. Isn't that what the boss does? Yu Yang asked weakly. Since I am the boss, then things are simple. One word, fight. The demon dragon was very unhappy with Yu Yang's current expression. Are you crazy? Yu Yang's eyes widened. He still wants to fight in this situation? Isn't this like hanging himself? Is he looking for death? That's not how a boss should be, okay? If we don't fight, we will die even faster. Don't you see that he is testing your reaction and breaking your fighting spirit? The mystic dragon sneered. Now that you've let him find out that there's no one behind you, your fighting spirit has almost collapsed. It's fine if you don't fight, but in the next second, he will kill you with one hand. Negotiating with an enemy who is stronger than you is the stupidest thing to do. It's no different from asking a tiger for its skin. No, no way. The other party seems to be very sincere. Yu Yang turned to look at the giant god. With just a glance, he could not continue. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The giant god shook his head gently. Because I still can't see if there is someone behind you. But the demon dragon must be killed. I will not let a threat continue to live. What do you think I am? You want to kill me just like that? The demon dragon suddenly remembered. I have someone protecting me too. Who? Yu Yang asked in surprise. The supreme dragon god. The demon dragon answered unconfidently. Are you sure? All right. Yu Yang no longer held any hope in his heart. Counting on a person who had his divine throne removed and sealed for 100,000 years to protect him was really impossible. No wonder the mystic dragon's voice sounded so diffident. Haha, if that's the case, I will take the risk of being punished by the supreme dragon god to test the truth. Maybe the supreme dragon god will send an envoy to thank me for helping him capture and execute the fugitive. The giant god laughed wildly. He felt that the funniest joke in the world paled in comparison to this. It should be known that the supreme dragon god was the one who judged and sealed the demon dragon, the #1 villain in the heaven realm. Now, the demon dragon dared to say that his boss was the supreme dragon god. Was he not afraid of being laughed at by the world? Damn it. The demon dragon's face darkened. Even if he did not believe it, there was no need to laugh so wildly. I believe you, really. Yu Yang was afraid that the demon dragon would hang himself, so he quickly pretended to believe it. However, the expression on his face did not cooperate well, which made the demon dragon even angrier. Since there is no one at the top, then things are simple. The giant god stopped smiling. Billions of divine power turned into countless meteors, densely covering the entire ancient passage. In every inch of space, there were meteors. Any collision of the meteors would erupt with the power of a planet exploding. These were not the most terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the giant god's fists turned into two huge dragon heads. Each of them was 10 times bigger than the angry dragon that the demon dragon had condensed just now. As long as he waited for the best opportunity, this dragon head would burst forth with a power that was even more terrifying than the demon dragon devours the world, swallowing both the demon dragon and Yu Yang. The demon dragon gritted his teeth and charged forward, his body withstanding the attack of the countless meteors. At the same time, he also fought for an opportunity for Yu Yang, who was preparing to counterattack. 2 dragons, one in front and one behind. The demon dragon roared wildly. The demon dragon roared crazily. His body returned to his original form, becoming a 3,000-meter-long black dragon. He coiled around the 2 smaller dragons and rose into the sky together. At the dome of Euphoria, he fell down and attacked the giant god below. The giant god's eyes were filled with fanaticism and joy. He was waiting for this move. Almost at the same time when the black dragon swallowed him, his body also expanded endlessly. In the end, his original form returned to a 4,000-meter-tall ancient slaughterer with extremely strong muscles. He leaped into the sky and jumped higher than the black dragon. He grabbed the black dragon with both claws and swung his head down right in the middle of the black dragon's shoulder, hitting the dragon's nose. He grabbed the dragon's horn with both claws and forcefully pulled it down. However, the black dragon's reaction was extremely fast. He had already coiled around the golden ancient slaughterer's body. Just as the 2 giant beasts were fighting each other crazily, a divine power of destiny soared into the sky. The divine power of destiny that was close to the height of the giant of destiny condensed in Yu Yang's hands into a hammer of destiny that could produce endless power. The 9 weapons of destiny appeared for the first time. The appearance of the hammer of destiny made the golden ancient slaughterer, who had returned to its original form, feel that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it had no chance of regretting now. The black dragon used all its strength and swept its tail fiercely at the elemental god throne that was in the shape of a small sun with hundreds of planets revolving around it. The elemental god throne shook for an extremely short period of time. Perhaps it did not even take a 10,000th of a second before the elemental god throne was cut off. So you're a gorilla? Come, I'll give you a banana to eat. Yu Yang had held it in for too long. He couldn't wait to raise the hammer of destiny in his hands and seize the best opportunity to hit the golden ancient slaughterer''s forehead with the hammer. The golden ancient slaughterer, who had reverted to its original form, felt dizzy after being hit by the hammer. However, it quickly recovered and roared. Its protective divine power immediately sent Yu Yang flying. You're still so arrogant after being hit by the hammer of fate's divine power? Who do you think you are? Even the Radiance Mountain would have a corner broken after being hit by this hammer. Yu Yang knew that this was not the only effect of the hammer. It was just that his opponent was trying to save face by taking it head-on. The power of the hammer of fate had just begun. Yu Yang had been waiting for a long time. Once he made his move, he used the other weapons of the 9 weapons of fate. The sword of fate, which represented justice, descended from the sky and pierced deeply into the golden ancient slaughterer''s head. The divine power tempest that the giant god had spewed out was caught by the shield of fate that appeared later. Under the shield of fate that protected the heaven and earth, the divine power tempest that engulfed the heavens and earth became ineffective for the first time, dissipating in vain. Immediately after, the whip of fate that represented evil retribution wrapped around the enemy's neck, while Yu Yang smashed down with the staff of fate that represented judgment of life. In an instant, the golden ancient slaughterer, who was the guardian god of light, was beaten up by Yu Yang. It cried out in pain. The black dragon, who was fighting the enemy, was sweating profusely. He could not help but say, "Idiot, why are you hitting him? He's not a brainless gorilla. He's just a god in the form of a gorilla, and he has a throne. He'll recover soon. What's the point of hitting him? Eh? That's right." Yu Yang felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. His opponent was not an ancient slaughterer. He was a god. It was just that his original form was in the form of an ancient slaughterer. No matter how badly he was injured, he would recover quickly. What was the point of fighting? The man from another world immediately changed his target and smashed the staff of fate towards the elemental thrones that were densely packed with planets and spinning rapidly. Amidst the rumbling explosion, one of the planets shattered. The shockwave affected the rotation of the surrounding planets. The elemental thrones that were helping its owner recover were disrupted and stopped for a second. The third young master was overjoyed that his attack had such a miraculous effect. Immediately afterward, he temporarily abandoned the staff of fate in his hand and switched to another divine weapon of fate. The staff of fate specialized in judgment of life. Although it was effective against the elemental throne, it wasn't optimal. Hammer and sword in hand, Yu Yang pounced down like a ferocious tiger. Freeze! The giant god who had reverted to his golden primordial slaughterer hurriedly abandoned his battle with the demon dragon and focused his full attention on the titan Yu who possessed the destiny divine weapon. He filled the entire ancient passageway with divine power and fused with the ancient will here. As half the master, he issued orders to stop time and confine space. Roar, roar, roar. The black dragon that the mystic dragon had transformed into did not completely stop, but its speed was as slow as a tortoise. In terms of divine power, he, who had been sealed for 100,000 years and had yet to return to his peak, was no match for the light guardian divinity. Moreover, this was the opponent's home ground. The black dragon that was tangling with the enemy was quickly torn apart by the opponent's giant claws and thrown far away. Although there was a struggle, the golden primordial slaughterer's sharp claws tore the black dragon's body and blood splattered everywhere. That terrifying bloody mouth spat out a divine power bomb that was comparable to a small sun, causing the black dragon to be dizzy and unable to retaliate. I'll eat you. So what if you are a genius with a divine sword and a divine weapon of fate? Here, I am the master. The giant god who had transformed into the golden primordial slaughterer waved its claws at Yu Yang who had stopped in midair. Dream on. Yu Yang suddenly moved. In a situation where time and space had completely stopped, he moved in an unbelievable manner. On his finger, the ring of destiny, which represented free will since birth, was shining. As long as the ring was present, the wearer and the owner would never be imprisoned or imprisoned. This was the greatest willpower that Yu Yang had comprehended in the Trials Grimoire. It was the greatest enlightenment that the three oracles of destruction, creation and eternity had imparted to him. Under the eternal willpower of Yu Yang, no one's destruction could destroy it, and no one's creation could be eternal. This was the greatest explanation of free will that the Ring of Fate had. You want to destroy my throne? Go to the lost world and enjoy your endless journey. When the giant god saw that the kid could still move, he quickly combined the divine power that filled the entire ancient passage with the ancient laws. In an instant, the entire world became a strange and absurd world. Here, birds swam under the water, fish flew in the sky, mazes and mistakes filled the entire world, obstacles and confusion were everywhere. Not only could he see with his eyes, even his soul could feel the changes in his surroundings. This is a war beast. The Mo Long originally wanted to remind Yu Yang, but when he shouted, his voice strangely became, "This is delicious, delicious." The mystic dragon drowned the mystic dragon with an avalanche of wine and towering chunks of meat. On the other hand, it was the opposite for Yu Yang. He had entered a world of mirrors. The endless refraction and reflection of light made it impossible for Yu Yang to see the real path. Furthermore, in every mirror, there was a resentful spirit or a mischievous little ghost. They were making faces or pointing the wrong direction, trying their best to tease Yu Yang who had fallen into confusion. Yu Yang also knew that this was the special skill of the war beast, and with the help of the opponent's divine power. But while he understood, his eyes could not see through the truth. Even Heaven Eye's divine vision could not, because this was the home field of the guardian divinity, the ancient passage that he had fused with his will. Here, there could be countless truths, or none at all. As long as the giant god willed it, the truth could appear at any time, and it could disappear at any time. Before Yu Yang's divine power and will could suppress the opponent, and before there was no special war beast that could restrain the opponent's confusion war beast, this world was basically an endless and unbreakable, mysterious world. You forced me to use my ultimate skill. Yu Yang did not move. He knew that if he moved, he could fall into the opponent's wide-open mouth. Under the ridicule of thousands of mirror imps, Yu Yang took out a pearl. The Pearl of Fate, this was also one of the 9 weapons of fate. It represented the guidance of wisdom, destroying obstacles and breaking mysteries. Not only did it contain Yu Yang's own understanding, but it also contained the wisdom of Shui Wuxia and many other treasures, such as the Book of Truth, the Gemini Temple, the Will of the Virgo Temple, his mother's inheritance of knowledge, the Trials Grimoire, and so on. The Pearl of Fate was formed by the fusion of countless wisdom. It was a divine pearl that pointed directly to the truth and eternity. In the sky, the light of wisdom fell. It paved a path of fate. It was as gentle as a rainbow. Yu Yang cleared his distracting thoughts and stepped onto the path of fate. After just 3 steps, the obstacles and confusion in the entire space were completely destroyed, disappearing and ceasing to exist. The giant god could not help but exclaim when he saw his confusion divine beast turn into a wisp of smoke and return to the grimoire. If not for the fact that it was a guardian war beast that could not be killed or destroyed, the confusion divine beast would probably have been destroyed by the light of wisdom of the Pearl of Fate. If that's the case, then take this. The giant god wanted to continue stopping Yu Yang, but Yu Yang's expression was as calm as the surface of a clear lake. Do you think that the sword I nailed into your head only has the power to make you feel pain? What? The giant god was stunned. Didn't he send the sword flying? It was just a mosquito bite. Could there be any repercussions? My sword of fate is the righteous judgment of my enemies. Yu Yang turned around and did not look at the giant god again. If a person's righteousness is too strong, the sword of fate will not only not harm him, but it will also help and protect him. However, if it's the opposite, then the person being judged must bear all his sins with both his body and soul. There's no exception even if you're a god. How can mere pain affect me in the slightest? The giant god did not only feel pain in his body, but even his soul was in extreme pain. However, he was not afraid at all because of his boundless divine power and the recovery of the godly throne. He persisted in the battle. Is that so? Yu Yang turned around and suddenly held a divine seal in his hands. This is? The giant god could not help but jump in shock when he saw it. This divine seal was formed by the divine power of fate. It was extremely similar to the legendary Nirvana sealing god, but its power was slightly weaker. If he was hit by this divine seal head-on, if he let this terrifying divine power of fate pull his soul and pull him into the Nirvana sealing god's black hole, then the giant god quickly recovered from his golden primordial slaughterer form. His body was too huge and could not avoid the divine seal's attack at all. However, after turning into an 8-meter-tall giant, everything was much simpler. The giant god sneered. If I can't hit you, your divine seal is equivalent to trash. Yu Yang looked at the demon dragon who had recovered, and then looked at the giant god in front of him. Why don't we try? The demon dragon looked at the divine seal and felt his scalp go numb. Although he was the brat's boss, this divine seal did not recognize anyone. Whoever was hit by it would be unlucky. He stood far away and did not dare to approach at all. He also understood that Yu Yang's glance meant for him to stand further away. This brat probably could not completely control the divine seal's sealing power. Once he attacked, he would definitely attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. Ring, 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 ring. The giant god casually summoned another battle beast. It was not in the form of an animal, but a special battle beast in the form of a ring. The moment this battle beast appeared, it stood in front of Yu Yang and his master. As it spun, the demonic dragon had a strange feeling. No matter how Yu Yang attacked, the divine seal would not hit the light guardian divinity's head. Instead, it would hit the ring that was slowly spinning. This battle beast was clearly a sacrifice. Its only purpose was to take a fatal blow for its master. It would trap all the enemy's attacks into the ring. Yu Yang saw such a strange yet effective battle beast and could not help but be stunned for a second. When it came to using battle beasts, these old ghosts who had lived for tens of thousands of years were indeed terrifying. They were the real summoning experts. They would not easily summon battle beasts to participate in battle, but once they were summoned, it would definitely be the beginning to win or reverse the unfavorable situation. Whether it was the confusion divine beast just now or the strange ring now, Yu Yang had a special understanding of battle experience. I also have battle beasts, and not just one. Yu Yang might not have many other things, but he definitely had a lot of battle beasts. An extremely beautiful divine light shot out. In Yu Yang's hand, it changed into a pair of swords. He pierced through the air, and mysteriously and wonderfully pierced through the ring. The sword chi directly pierced the giant god's heart. The giant god's eyes widened. Humanoid divine weapon, and it seemed to be a humanoid divine weapon transformed from an Eastern immortal beast? What was this? The legendary pair of lovebirds? The sword chi emanated from the throne. Although Yu Yang's sword had pierced through the mystical ring, it was still ineffective. The throne behind the giant god had completely replaced and nullified the ambush. However, the lovebirds were a pair, and Yu Yang's attack was not as simple as a single sword chi. As the giant god looked down at his own heart in shock, another beam of divine light appeared in Yu Yang's hand and turned into a bow. A shooting star streaked across the sky. It glided through the mystical ring and nailed itself between the giant god's brows. Not bad, but that's not enough. The giant god laughed out loud. The throne behind him was unaffected. The sword and the arrow had both penetrated through the sun god orb, and the 4 elemental orbs were still operating. Although the power of the throne was slightly reduced, it did not affect its normal operation and functions. Although Yu Yang's sword and arrow were sharp and effective in attacking the enemy, their power was still lacking compared to the Abyssal Dragon's 6 dragons' counterattack. Damn, this turtle shell is too hard. When the demon dragon saw this, he sighed dejectedly. They had already fought to this extent, but unfortunately, they still couldn't defeat the light guardian divinity. It wasn't that he and Yu Yang weren't strong enough, but that damned great god was too abnormal. Huh. Just as the giant god was laughing proudly, there was a sudden shout. An adorable lowly serpent demon jumped out. She raised her tender little hand. Swinging her blade, she slashed at the giant god in front of her, instantly freezing the mystical ring. Behind her, the stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga, and the frost serpent demon all appeared in a flash. They could not wait to attack, unleashing their most powerful attacks at the giant god, hoping to lend their master a hand. The giant god was not afraid, but a 6-armed serpent demon statue looked down from the sky. It glared at the giant god. This time, even with the abyssal dragon, the giant god could not resist. His entire body and the abyssal dragon were both frozen by the binding talent and rule. Scram, all of you scram. The giant god realized that he had only paused for half a second under the snake demon statue's angry glare, but it was in this half a second that the opponent had completed all the attacks. Even the demon dragon, who was watching from afar, unleashed a solitary dragon soars. The giant god did not know how many attacks he had suffered. He only knew that the seal of fate smashed on his forehead was the most painful, and his soul was almost extinguished. Fortunately, the Pantheon was still there, taking most of the power of fate in his place, allowing his soul to narrowly escape. You idiot! When Mo Long saw that Yu Yang still wanted to use the prison emperor divine seal that was said to be used to smash chestnuts, he couldn't help but roar, I already said that smashing him is useless, quickly smash that damned divine throne. F***ck, why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Yang was so engrossed in killing that he almost forgot about this. I just said it. If I had the Pantheon, even if you had 100 lives, you would be finished. The demon dragon sighed in his heart. Fortunately, it was the light guardian divinity who was the enemy. If it was the temple's great elder Tianyu, sorry, but there would be no second chance. If one move failed, the next move would kill you instantly. How could you have 3 more chances to perform? This is the first time I have fought such a ridiculous boss, okay? Mistakes are inevitable. Do you think I want to be like this? It's good enough that we didn't get wiped out. Yu Yang used the 9 weapons of fate to smash the giant god's divine throne. On the other hand, the demon dragon hugged the giant god's fist and held him back so that the giant god could not kill this long-winded brat with his fist. The demon dragon was beaten to a pulp. The giant god furiously bombarded his body. He could not beat the slippery Yu Yang, so he was furious at the demon dragon who was trying his best to hold him back. While Yu Yang was bombarding his divine throne, he vented his anger on the demon dragon. When Yu Yang attacked his divine throne, he retaliated by bombarding the demon dragon with 10 punches. The demon dragon desperately hugged one of the giant god's fists and did not let go no matter how many times he was hammered. If it were not for little Wen Li, who stopped the giant god's heavy punches in time, the demon dragon would have died long ago. Little Wen Li's divine beast will and the law of binding were not as good as the giant god's, but the giant god was not completely unaffected. After all, little Wenli also had an undeniable eternal will. A second or half a second was enough for the demon dragon and Yu Yang to escape from the heaviest punches. On the other side, the demon dragon gritted his teeth and held his fist. On the other side, Yu Yang attacked with all kinds of methods. The 9 weapons of fate, the divine pearl of creation, the prison emperor divine seal, the wheel of eternity, the wheel of destruction, and the humanoid soldier god by Yi sisters poured out without holding back. Yu Yang even summoned the world that only appeared with the summoning grimoire. He used all his means and power. His goal. He wanted to smash the opponent's divine throne. Unfortunately, he had only achieved a small part of his goal in the end. The divine throne behind the giant god was indeed smashed, but it was not destroyed, just badly damaged. Yu Yang could not do more or better, because the demon dragon who was in charge of holding the enemy could not hold on any longer. The demon dragon was knocked down by the giant god. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, wanting to fight again. But he staggered. His body fell straight down. This was the first time in all his battles that he lost control of his consciousness, the first time he could not control his body. As long as the giant god added another thunderous punch, his soul would be scattered and turned into dust, vanishing into nothingness. But the giant god did not. He raised his huge fist and looked at Yu Yang, who stopped attacking the divine throne and hugged the demon dragon tightly, as well as the little serpent Loli who was guarding Yu Yang. They stared at him with the determination to die. After a long time, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Titan Yu, you are indeed the hope of the Tong Tian Tower. I never thought that you could fight to this extent. I should say that I admire you for not standing on the enemy's side. Just wait, I will be back soon, you won't have to wait too long. The giant god turned into a ray of divine light and disappeared into the endless ancient passage with the damaged divine throne. Seeing the enemy leave, Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. His whole body suddenly collapsed like a soft dough. He had actually reached his limit long ago. He was just holding on just now. If the giant god had held on for one more minute, one more punch, he would not have been able to hold on. Fortunately, the giant god was paranoid and his divine throne was damaged. He could no longer provide support, causing the giant god to lose the desire to continue fighting. Xiao Wenli hurriedly carried Yu Yang up. Yu Yang's fighting strength had been completely exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Compared to the Mo Long who had just regained consciousness and sat up while gritting his teeth, Yu Yang was even worse. How weak. You are still far from it. The demon dragon was dyed red with blood. The injuries on his body were more than the stars in the night sky. I have only cultivated for a few years. Yu Yang was speechless. What do we do now? The demon dragon did not think that staying in the ancient passage was a good thing. The guardian divinity could return at any time. Even if the giant god did not return, the deity temple could just send a few subordinates here and they would be able to take advantage of it. Now, both the heavily injured demon dragon and the exhausted Yu Yang had lost their battle power. If it were not for little Wenli, the two of them would definitely not be able to walk out of the ancient passage. You ask me? Who should I ask? Aren't you the boss? Yu Yang decided to throw this thorny problem to the demon dragon. **CK, you don't even think of me, the boss, when you treat us to a meal. The demon dragon was furious, but he knew that this was not the time to vent his anger. He was too lazy to argue. He desperately used his rarely used brain, hoping to come up with a good idea before the giant god returned. Should we find a place to hide and recover first? Yu Yang found that the blood on the demon dragon's body was like a fountain. If he did not heal this boss, no matter how much blood he had, he would not be able to withstand it. There is no place in the heaven realm that is safe. The demon dragon was furious. Where could he hide? In the heaven realm, in this ancient passage, the guardian divinity was the real master. What was the use of hiding? Was there anything here that was not under his eyes? Hiding was definitely not an option. He would definitely die. He definitely could not compete with him in terms of recovery. The other party had a deity. However, Yu Yang's unintentional suggestion still gave the demon dragon a flash of inspiration in his almost overgrown mind. Unfortunately, for a moment, he could not grasp what it was. He scratched the back of his head and reached out his hand to pat Yu Yang's shoulder. Talk some more nonsense. I almost remembered just now. There is still a little bit left. Yu Yang was speechless. F***ck, you can't remember. Let others speak to enlighten you. Do you think I am the god of wisdom who guides the world? If you can't remember, then think hard. What does it mean to let others talk? Is this the prelude to blaming others? The demon dragon was also speechless. There is no need to speak. You brat, you talk non-stop. Now that you need to speak, you can just say a few words to get some inspiration. But you can't even come up with a fart. Yu Yang saw the depressed expression of the demon dragon. He quickly said, why don't we go to the god's ruins? It should be safe there. I just don't know how to leave the heaven realm. Don't look at me. I am not familiar with the heaven realm at all. If we go back to Tong Tian Tower and go to the god's ruins, I can give you some directions. Well, I know it's not reliable, but didn't you want me to speak to remind you? I shut up. Now it's your turn to speak. You are the boss, you have the final say. Although Yu Yang's suggestion was useless, the demon dragon's mind was still successfully grasped by him. The demon dragon first organized his words. Then he waved his hand. Going to the god's ruins is a good idea, but we don't know the direction. Coupled with the long journey, it is difficult to guarantee that the guardian divinity will not catch up. The temple's supreme heavenly chariot is most likely waiting for us halfway. If we really go that way, it is probably more dangerous. But in the end, going to the god's ruins is the right choice. Our final battlefield should be in the god's ruins. This is the enemy's home ground. We will be at a disadvantage if we fight. Yu Yang nodded in agreement. Then let's leave this ancient passage first and pretend that we are escaping from the god's ruins. Then, we will return to the grimoire to rest. The demon dragon shook his head. No, we definitely can't return to the grimoire. This time, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Yu Yang was puzzled. Question mark. The demon dragon looked at Yu Yang solemnly. Why do you think the temple's supreme heavenly chariot didn't come to participate in the battle? If he makes a move, the two of us will definitely die. Why would he give up such a good opportunity? Yu Yang suddenly understood. You mean, the temple's supreme heavenly chariot is carrying out some conspiracy at this moment, so important that he doesn't even care about killing us? The demon dragon said suspiciously, yes. If that is the case, there is only one possibility. It is the legendary Supreme Heavenly Chariot Duel. Supreme Heavenly Chariot Duel? Yu Yang had never heard of this term. The Destiny Duel of the Supremes, this is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. In other words, either the Heaven Realm or the Heaven Realm has produced two candidates to become the Holy Supremes, but the Heaven Realm only needs one place. Therefore, these two candidates will engage in an unparalleled destiny duel. The winner among them will become the Holy Supremes and enter eternity, while the loser will become the stepping stone of the Holy Supremes, and all his efforts will become a foil for the eternal glory of others. This kind of battle is crueler and more tragic than a cruel death, and there is never a way out, never a second choice. This is the destiny duel of the Supremes. In this kind of destiny duel, only victory is allowed, no defeat is allowed. You see, the guardian divinity attacked both of us, but the Supremes of the temple did not appear. The only explanation is that he is making his final preparations. For the final victory, he abandoned everything in the outside world, including the seemingly easy victory. The more the demonic dragon said, the more he understood. In the end, Yu Yang was still confused, but he had completely understood. Finally, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked eagerly at Yu Yang. Unfortunately, at this time, Yu Yang did not have any reaction. Without any awareness. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find the peerless emperor. When Yu Yang heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He estimated that the good days of the Temple Supremes were coming to an end. For a big boss like him, the opponent must also be an unparalleled awesome person, such as the peerless emperor who had been locked in the Black Tower for tens of thousands of years waiting for an opportunity. Who said that the other candidate for the destiny duel is the peerless emperor? The demonic dragon was stunned. There is an existence more awesome than the peerless emperor? Yu Yang thought that the other candidate could not be Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, right? Thinking about it, it made sense. Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li was determined to conquer the entire heaven realm and trample the Light Mountain. It's you, you fool. The demonic dragon slapped Yu Yang's forehead. He really wanted to slap this unconscious guy to death. If you are not the other candidate for the destiny duel, can your cultivation speed be so fast? Could there be so many fortuitous encounters and so many guides? Look at your beasts and treasures, then look at others. Have you ever thought that perhaps you were born into this world because you wanted to defeat Deity Templar Supreme Tianyu and become a Divine Supreme? I am also a genius, and a super genius at that. What right do you have to cultivate for such a short period of time to catch up to me? Isn't it because you are the future Divine Sovereign? Everything is arranged by fate. Me? Yu Yang was flabbergasted, completely dumbfounded. Your expression is asking for a beating. Don't force me to use violence out of envy, jealousy, and hatred, okay? The demon dragon gritted his teeth in hatred. He really didn't understand why the other candidate for the Divine Supreme Fate Showdown would choose this brat. In terms of talent, the unparalleled Emperor and the Conquest Queen Fei Wenli were not inferior at all. Moreover, the other people's hard work could beat this brat by 9 streets. Then it's over. If it's really me, then I'll definitely lose this battle. Yu Yang didn't think he could kill Tianyu right now. Not to mention killing Tianyu. Even if he challenged him, he might not be qualified. Even Yu Yang himself wouldn't bet on himself to win if the two of them were placed on the stage at the same time for a fated battle. Damn, the gap was too big. How many years had Tianyu, the supreme elder of the deity palace, cultivated for? Moreover, it was said that this guy was a madman. He cultivated every day and never slacked off just because he was the #1 person in the central shrine. Against such a pervert in the fate showdown, could the chance of winning be 1 in 100 million? It's not up to you to say whether you win or lose. You're only responsible for fighting. The demon dragon's heart was now much more at ease. If this brat was really the other candidate for the Supreme Fate Showdown, then many of his previous doubts could be explained. Why was this brat so abnormal? Why did this brat have so many guardian war beasts? Why did this brat have so many divine weapons? Why did this brat have so many fortuitous encounters? Why did this brat improve so quickly? Why could this brat defeat powerful enemies that he couldn't possibly defeat? Now, everything had an answer. Because he was the future divine sovereign, perhaps it was destined from birth. Of course. It was also possible that it would become someone else's wedding dress. The final result could only be known after the fate showdown, but no matter what, this brat didn't seem to be a tragic existence that would become someone else's wedding dress. Perhaps the one who would really become a stepping stone to set off his glory was the deity shrine's sovereign Tianyu, who had never been pushed down from his throne for tens of thousands of years. Brat, with me protecting you, you will win, you definitely will. The demon dragon patted his chest and guaranteed, even if I die, I will help you reach the top. My little brother is actually the divine sovereign. Damn it, I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. Calm down, don't panic, the deity shrine's sovereign Tianyu is nothing to be proud of, he just cultivated tens of thousands of years earlier than you, he's just a madman who cultivates every day. It's okay, with me protecting you, you will definitely win in the end. What kind of look is that? You dare to doubt me? Are you asking for a beating? Let's find a place to hide. Yu Yang suddenly thought of this serious problem. If the guardian angel of the light returned, forget about the Supreme Elder's fate showdown, he would be instantly killed. That's right, that's true. The demon dragon also felt that the giant god was very difficult to deal with. This guy's turtle shell was too hard, he really couldn't beat him now. Let's hurry up and run, it'll be too late if we don't run now. Yu Yang felt that it was too early to discuss the fate showdown. What are you panicking for? I know a place. The demon dragon suddenly thought of a place and grabbed Yu Yang's shoulder. I don't know if it's right to go there. Maybe it's harming you, maybe it's fate's arrangement. You make the final decision. Live or die, you've already made your choice. If you die, don't blame me for not making it clear. So serious? What is that place? The bright summit of the central shrine? You know the secret passage? Yu Yang remembered that when the 6 major sects besieged the Ming cult, there was a secret passage that led straight to the bright summit. Could it be that the demon dragon wanted to play a trick on him? The most dangerous place was the safest place, right? What nonsense. We're going to the Gate of Fate. Fortunately, the demon dragon didn't know what the bright summit that Yu Yang was talking about was. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked to death. The Gate of Fate? Yu Yang had a bad feeling when he heard that. That's an ancient gate of God. Those who enter must break through their destiny to get out. Bringing you in now might be good, or it might be the biggest mistake. You decide for yourself. The demon dragon gave the choice to Yu Yang. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Yu Yang threw caution to the wind. Even though he had a guilty conscience. But the guy from another world still had the courage to do things. Clenching his teeth, he made a decision that he didn't know was good or bad. Everything would be decided by his own hard work and struggle. Whether he would succeed in defying the heavens, turn the world around and achieve glory, or some other ending, he didn't think about it for now. He would use his hands to fight to the end. In short, he would do his best. The guy from another world felt that it was fine as long as he didn't have any regrets. The demon dragon praised, "Good, this is the courage of a future honorable saint." Just like that, the 2 brothers who weren't fated to die finally came to their senses and made the right choice at the most dangerous moment. When Little Winley brought Yu Yang and the demon dragon along and turned into a ray of divine light, disappearing into the ancient passage, the 3 rankers under the honorable saint of the temple, Zizai Tian, Huai Tian and the strongest ranker who liked to hide high up in the sky, rushed to the battlefield. If they were a minute later, no, half a minute. The ending. Maybe it would have turned into something else. The extremely mature Zizai Tian observed the surroundings of the battlefield and judged, a terrifying deity war once erupted here. The missing Titan Yu definitely escaped from here. Titan Yu has this kind of strength? The hidden ranker who liked to descend from the sky expressed his doubt. Someone is helping him. Huai Tian's senses were even more accurate. Although this place was destroyed everywhere, I can still sense the energy left behind by the 3 powerful deities. The guardian deity must have sensed the enemy's movements and appeared to stop them. An intense deity war erupted here. Although we don't know what the outcome was, we can be sure that an enemy close to the guardian deity came to help Titan Yu. Mo Long. Zizai Tian immediately reacted. The East once said that Titan Yu had an extremely powerful guardian behind him. The demon dragon who was once known as Heaven Realm's #1 murderer, has already been released by the higher-ups to protect Titan Yu to atone for his crimes. That makes sense. The one hidden in the sky also agreed with this deduction. The guardian deity still couldn't kill Titan Yu? There seems to be someone leaving over there. Huai Tian faintly sensed that there were some kind of tear marks in the depths of the ancient passage. If the guardian deity made a move, even if the enemy wasn't killed on the spot, the enemy would definitely be heavily injured. The will that descended from the sky was overjoyed. Hearing this, Zizai Tian immediately made a decision. Let's chase. Quickly chase. As long as Titan Yu was still alive. Then the chase must not stop. 3 rays of divine light cut through the tranquility of the ancient passage. In an instant, they disappeared into the deep darkness. At this moment, on the Sky Snake Bridge of Libra World, Jizun was in a bitter battle. Her opponent was no longer that battle-hungry subtraction life, but had changed many times. Now, it was an extremely powerful old ghost called Venerable Floating Sky by her companions. This venerable floating sky was completely black, like a dazzling ink. No light in the world could stay on his body for even half a second. It wasn't devouring, it was a type of negation. Jizun had released a burst of light before, but it was completely ineffective against this venerable floating sky. This old ghost was an existence that couldn't be defeated by any light energy. Even Jizun's black pieces couldn't leave a mark on his body. If it wasn't for Jizun discovering that this venerable floating sky was somewhat afraid of the black pieces, she wouldn't know what to do to deal with this troublesome enemy. Use your ultimate move. Use your strongest secret technique and forbidden technique. Otherwise, this battle will be over. The black hole-like venerable floating sky was even stronger than subtraction life. However, Jizun was currently exhausted in the battle against several super experts. She almost didn't have the strength to stand. It's not bad that you were able to fight until now. What a surprising young lady. The seductive female voice giggled. Good fight, very exciting. It would be better if the fight lasted longer. Right now, it's not enough. Peerless world, are you going to watch your descendant be killed by venerable floating sky and do nothing? Another old voice provoked the peerless world, don't you want to fight? This old man's hands are a little itchy. Come, this old man will give you a chance to take revenge. I'm not dead yet. Jizun suddenly stood up and stood proudly under the impact of the opponent's divine power. A trace of stubbornness flashed in the depths of her eyes. I haven't lost. Mother, are you watching from the sky? You know. I'm the strongest, and I've always been working hard. Today, I'll show you the greatest result of my cultivation. When Jizun's consciousness fell into thought, her divine power also underwent an incredible change around her body. A strange spectacle that no one had ever seen before appeared in front of everyone. Black and white interweaved to form a world. There was only black and white inside, and nothing else. It rotated outside Jizun's body at an extremely slow speed, but it was extremely mysterious. It was as if it had always existed since the beginning of the world. Danger! A seductive female voice screamed. Not only Master Xiankong, who was opposite Jizun, but even Master Chongqing and the other opponents who were resting and watching the battle from afar were all alarmed. When this extremely beautiful and mysterious small world appeared, everyone had a feeling that they were going to be sealed inside forever, never to come out. Whether it was stepping into the battlefield or hiding in the sky to watch the battle, the result was the same. Everyone rushed forward in a frenzy, hoping that at the last moment, they could stop this terrifying small world from rotating. As long as it continued, even if everyone died, at the very least, they would be sealed forever. Door of eternal life, seal. Jizun raised her hand and pointed. Master Xiankong, who had already erupted with his ultimate power, was absorbed by the small world like smoke. His divine body, which was not affected by any light energy and even the black pieces could not damage it, was directly annihilated. Under everyone's gaze, the soul inside the divine body let out a heaven-shaking wail. It desperately begged and struggled, but it was useless. Master Xuankong's soul was directly extracted by an irresistible will of Jizun and sealed into the small world. Master Chongqing and the others were sweating profusely as they watched. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that the will and laws of this little girl in front of them had reached such a terrifying realm. If they had known earlier, even if there were great benefits, they would not have made a move against this little girl. It was too terrifying. Someone as strong as Master Xiankong couldn't even struggle. His divine body was directly annihilated and his soul was sealed. How did she cultivate to such a level? Fortunately, the target was not them, but Master Xiankong, who was constantly shouting in the battlefield. Otherwise, no one here would be spared. I give up, I don't want to fight against such a terrifying opponent. Master Chongqing was scared out of his wits. He decided that he would never fight against Jizun again, forever. Not a single person in the crowd laughed at him, because this was not funny at all. Everyone's hearts became incomparably heavy as they watched the ascendant being insta-killed. It was as if a heavy boulder had been placed on the other side of the scale. That little girl seems to have fainted? The seductive female voice cried out again. She was the first to notice that something was wrong. Jizun fell to the ground with a thud. Her consciousness gradually became lighter. It was as if she could see her mother and little aunt smiling in the sky, while her little sister was like when she was young, lifting her skirt and running over happily, calling her big sister and so on. Further behind, there was a mischievous little fellow, surrounded by a large group of people, walking over noisily. Is it him, Mom? Is it him? Is he the little brother you were hoping for? It turns out that she had already reached her limit and couldn't hold on any longer. A few old fellows discussed among themselves. Doesn't that mean that Xiankong's sage died unjustly? Some people felt sorry for the powerful Xiankong sage. If he hadn't been killed in one move, he would have won even if he didn't attack. Who asked him to provoke his opponent? Someone sneered. He deserved it. I think that little girl is too strange. A normal god-level warrior can't kill an opponent of the same level in one move. More people agreed with this point of view. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if she's strange or normal. Now is the best time to kill her while she's unconscious and defenseless. The god-level expert, who was ranked second behind Xianxia and was fighting against a supreme being, spoke at this moment. If we miss this golden opportunity, and she wakes up, she might attack and instantly kill another old man. I just don't know which unlucky fellow among you will be Xiankong's esteemed master. Qidanzi, you're all talk and no action. Why don't you attack? How do you know that you won't be the next one? An old voice protested in a stern voice. I've already fought with her. Now, it's not my turn to attack, right? The god-level ranker called Qidanzi laughed. If you're still trying to incite us to fight her to the death because that little girl killed dozens of your trash beasts, then there's no need for that. At the very least, I won't be used as a tool by others. It's better to play less tricks. The old voice snorted disdainfully. Whatever you think. Qidanzi didn't say much. Don't be noisy. Isn't it just killing an unconscious brat? It's so easy. A gloomy and slightly hoarse male voice rang out, hissing like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. You're all high and mighty deities, so you disdain to do such despicable and shameless things, don't you? Don't worry, I'll do it. Haha, what I like to do the most is to build my happiness on other people's pain. It doesn't matter when or where, as long as I can vent to my heart's content. Do you want me to rape her first and then kill her? I can swear in the name of the primordial snake god that I can twist off her head and play with it to my heart's content for an entire day. She won't die completely. If you don't like it, how about some delicious roasted meat? It's been a long time since I've tasted a little girl with such tender skin and flesh. Roasted human flesh? The seductive female voice shrieked, Jiu Yan, you pervert. You have no taste at all. You can imagine, if there is a long and sharp root piercing through your anus, through your stomach, then through your throat, and finally out through your 2 rows of teeth and sexy lips, how wonderful that scene would be. If there was a fire roasting the food underneath, watching the food being cooked bit by bit, charred bit by bit, and then the aroma would spread. You have to eat it while it's hot. You have to cut off a big piece at the fastest speed and stuff it into your mouth, letting the taste of the meat fill your entire mouth. Oh, that would be the highest enjoyment in life. When the gloomy and hoarse Jiu Yan said this, many old ghosts who knew him couldn't help but stay away from him. For tens of thousands of years, no one knew that he had such a perverted hobby. How well did he hide it? Of course, it might not be that Jiu Yan hid it well, but that this Libra world didn't give him such a chance to display it. The Libra world was filled with divine-level monsters. To Jiu Yan, whose abilities were average, it wasn't easy for him to eat any one of them. There was a shortage of ingredients, so this hobby had never been displayed. The seductive female voice cursed when she heard this. Her relationship with Jiu Yan wasn't good. Now, when she thought that this fellow might have had designs on her, and when she thought about how she would look when she was placed on the roasting rack, she felt extremely disgusted. In the future, don't ever talk to me, and don't say that you know me. The seductive female voice distanced herself from him with extreme disgust. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Fine, I won't tell you even if you've slept with me before. Jiu Yan laughed loudly. Do you want to die? The seductive female voice became even more furious. All right, don't coax each other. Let's talk when we get back. I don't care whether you sleep with me or kill each other, but you have to deal with this immediately. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it when the peerless world releases the Libra world. The aged voice relied on his seniority and quickly stopped this battle that could explode at any moment. Damn snake, I'm not done with you. Just you wait. The seductive female voice suppressed her desire to kill, but continued to curse resentfully. Wait where? On the bed? Jiu Yan wasn't afraid at all when he heard this. Instead, he was proud of himself. Can you all calm down for a while? The aged voice hurriedly shouted. Jiu Yan, you'll be responsible for this matter. You can steam it or boil it if you want, roast it or roast it if you want. We don't care, but you'll have to bear this sin yourself. If someone behind this young lady pursues this matter, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Don't think of dragging us down with you. I understand. Since I want to enjoy delicious food, I naturally have to pay the price. Jiu Yan laughed loudly. So what if I'm guilty? Lock me up for another 10,000 years? Anyway, I'll never be able to get out of here. Lock me up for as long as I want. With a beautiful woman as my food, I don't care about any sins. Even if the heavens fall and the earth shatter in the future, I'll just enjoy it now. Ha ha ha, if you're interested, you can come and share it with me. I'm very happy to find a like-minded friend to enjoy delicious food in life. I'm interested, but this young lady might not be a simple character. I'll let it go this time. We can talk about enjoying delicious food next time. An old ghost expressed his interest, but he was equally cautious. After all, he still didn't know if there was someone behind Jizun. Hurry up and get her out of here. Peerless will be here soon. The aged voice hurriedly reminded Jiu Yan. Alright, then I'll have to enjoy this sumptuous meal alone. Jiu Yan, whose voice was gloomy and hoarse, appeared from the darkness. He had a human body and a snake's tail, and a pair of terrifying green, phosphorescent snake eyes flashed. Between his thin lips, a long forked tongue flashed and hissed from time to time. He twisted his body and slithered forward. Although he looked arrogant on the surface, he was actually secretly vigilant, deeply afraid that Jizun would wake up. Just now, Jizun had killed Floating Sage in one move, which shocked everyone present. If she hadn't fainted on the ground and completely lost consciousness, Jiu Yan wouldn't have dared to eat her even if he was given 100 guts. Although Jiu Yan's actions were disgusting, even the seductive female voice, who was the most disgusted with him, didn't object. Even she was afraid of Jizun's awakening, because no one knew if Jizun would kill another one in a second when she woke up. However, when Jiu Yan swam to Jizun's side, an unexpected person suddenly stood up. He stood in front of Jiu Yan. This person. It wasn't Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, but Subduing Common Life, who had previously fought a bitter battle with Jizun. In the battle between Subduing Common Life and Jizun, neither side had the upper hand. The evenly matched two fell into a long and bitter battle. Subduing Common Life exhausted all his means, but still couldn't defeat Subduing Common Life. Jizun also attacked fiercely, but couldn't do anything to Subduing Common Life. If it wasn't for Scarlet Danzi, who was ranked second, being impatient and joining the battle might have continued until now. Subduing Common Life, what is the meaning of this? Jiu Yan was confused. Nothing. Subduing Common Life's voice sounded lazily. I just can't stand it. None of your business. Get lost. Jiu Yan was furious. Whose side are you on? Do you think you're on Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang's side? You're a fallen god, a criminal imprisoned in the Dead Sea. Why do you have a sense of justice? Besides, a hero saving a damsel in distress isn't something a villain like you, Subduing Common Life, would do. If you want to kill her, then I don't care. But if you want to eat her, then I won't allow it. Subduing Common Life was very principled. I want to use her as food, and I want to humiliate her. What are you going to do about it? Jiu Yan felt that this guy was deliberately going against her. Everyone agreed, so why would Subduing Common Life object? If you want to humiliate her, then you want to humiliate me. She's a strong enemy that I, Subduing Common Life, can't defeat. She's definitely not food. Subduing Common Life sneered. If you can step over my dead body, then I have nothing to say. But before that, don't even think about touching a finger of hers. Come, if you insist, then let's have a showdown. If it was before, I might have some reservations. But now that you've been crippled, do you really think I'm giving it to you for free? Jiu Yan suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity. If he could defeat Subduing Common Life, who was ranked above him, then he could advance further. Don't mention a small injury. Even if I, Subduing Common Life, am on my last breath, don't even think about challenging my position. Subduing Common Life was incomparably proud. Are you sure? Jiu Yan laughed sinisterly. Her tone changed. Are you sure that your stupid actions won't anger everyone? It's not your turn to rule over Subduing Common Life yet, right? Jiu Yan is right. Destroying the enemy is the most important thing right now. The old voice also hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Subduing common life, we can understand your respect for a strong enemy. But they're still enemies. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang could drop the sky at any time and launch a sneak attack on us. Right now, we can't fight amongst ourselves. Subduing common life, we mean to get rid of this little girl first. Her willpower and laws are too dangerous. Jiao Yan, you have to respect subduing common life's wishes. After all, his position is above yours. You'd better make a move as soon as possible and kill the target. Don't do anything unnecessary. We only want the result. It's that simple. You guys control the speed. Understood. Jiao Yan laughed. Did you hear that? Subduing common life, I've won. Move aside. I can promise you that I'll kill this little girl first and then turn her into a delicacy. Go and die. Subduing common life sent Jiao Yan flying with a punch while he was laughing smugly. He opened his stance towards the darkness. His gaze was blazing. Standing in front of the unconscious Jizun, his willpower was boundless. This enemy is a respectable enemy. If any of you want to blaspheme her, then step over my dead body. If she's conscious, I, subduing common life, will fight her to the death without any regrets. But while she's unconscious, you old ghosts who've lived for tens of thousands of years, don't even think about killing her and blaspheming her corpse. I, subduing common life, am a bad guy. But I'm also a warrior. The old ghosts in the darkness discussed for a while. In the end, the old voice let out a long sigh. The seductive female voice suddenly spoke, Subtraction life, you still have a chance to change your mind. Subtraction life's usual lazy and sleepy voice had changed. It became like a furious lion, roaring thunderously, no, never. After a long time, the seductive female voice made a decision. Everyone knows that my relationship with this idiot is not bad. If he participates, you might even suspect that we are on the same side, so I have decided to withdraw. After a pause, she said to Subtraction life, if you die, I might shed a few tears. After all, I have been using you as a shield all these years. You idiot, why do you have to be so foolish? That is an enemy. You did not know her before, and you did not fall in love with her at first sight. Why do you still want to protect her? Subtraction life snorted, I am such an idiot, you don't understand. The seductive female voice sighed, alright, I don't understand, but I will still help you collect your corpse, if there is even a little bit of you left. Just as she was sighing bitterly, billions of light rays shot out from all directions in the darkness. Their target was Subtraction life, who was blocking in front of Jizun. It was an attack that gathered almost all of their strength. Its power could simply shatter half of the Libra world. The Horizon Snake Bridge disappeared in an instant. The entire space turned into a sieve. If not for the ancient laws continuously recovering, the Libra world would have been in danger of collapsing. In the center of the divine power attack, a sapphire blue divine power circle protected the unconscious Jizun, not letting her receive any damage. And her original opponent, Subtraction life, was directly bathed in the divine power storm that erupted from his comrades. After a long time, the destructive shockwave caused by the divine power slowly disappeared. The Horizon Snake Bridge also began to recover bit by bit. The broken space began to close up. Finally, it was as if nothing had happened, except for Subtraction life, who had taken the full brunt of his comrades' attacks. Half of his body disappeared. Only one leg and one hand remained. But at this time, Subtraction life was still tenaciously surviving, and persisted in protecting Jizun. Fool, how many waves of such attacks can you withstand? The seductive female voice had already foreseen this outcome, but when she saw Jiat Songxing's miserable state, she still couldn't help but sigh. I won't regret it even in death, because I'm reduced life. No matter how depraved I am, I won't kill an unconscious woman. This is my principle as a warrior, and it's also the thing I'm most proud of in my life. Reduce the common life's cry shook the heavens and the earth. He knew that after the next wave of attacks, he would definitely not be able to escape. Even the principles that he adhered to and the enemies that he protected would be annihilated together. But even so, he would not regret it even if he died. You're such a fool. That seductive female voice sounded like she was about to cry. Go and die. If you want to be a hero, go and help Peerless raise the sky. Why are you trying to be a hero on our side? It's as if you've never done anything bad. Who are you trying to show this disgusting face of righteousness? Jiu Yan appeared and rained down punches on subduing mortal being, causing blood to splatter all over his body. In the past, he would not have dared to challenge subduing mortal being, who was ranked far above him. But now, it was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Subduing mortal being was on the brink of death. Heavily injured, he could not fight back at all. Moreover, with so many people gathering their divine powers to attack him, subduing mortal being would definitely die. No matter how they humiliated him, there would be no repercussions. Da-da-da-da-da, the divine fists were as heavy as mountains and as dense as rain. In the sky, blood splattered everywhere. Subduing mortal being, who had always been ranked above Jiu Yan in both ranking and status, could not even dodge now. He could only let Jiu Yan attack with all his might. Jiu Yan was having a great time fighting. Who would have thought that the powerful and proud subduing mortal being would one day become a human target? Just as Jiu Yan was preparing his strongest move to blow up subduing mortal being's head, a strange divine power arced through the sky from behind and sent Jiu Yan flying in an instant. Jiu Yan tumbled around in the sky in a sorry state. It took him a lot of effort to stop the momentum of his charge. He looked at a dark corner and roared angrily, "Blood flower, you bitch, do you want to go against us too? Just because I attacked your lover, right? I knew you and subduing mortal being were a couple. Otherwise, how could a bitch like you not have a man for tens of thousands of years? I don't want to go against anyone. I just don't like you." The seductive female voice giggled. "You can kill subduing mortal being. I don't mind. I said I would back out long ago, but some people are very annoying. I couldn't help but attack. Now, you can continue. I will watch and not participate in any of your quarrels or disagreements." "Bitch, that's just an excuse. Everyone knows he's your lover." Jiu Yan was about to go crazy with anger. But in terms of fighting, he really did not have the confidence to defeat the other party. The seductive blood flower. This legendary spider queen who did not like men every day was not someone to be trifled with. Especially since there was still subduing mortal being in front. If he fell into the enemy's trap in the middle of the battlefield and allowed the other party to attack him with all his might, the gains would not make up for the losses. The old voice pondered for a while and slowly said, "Since you are neutral, it doesn't matter. Moreover, your personal actions did not violate the rules of the Dead Sea. We will not care about the grudges between you. Subduing mortal being, if you give up, I guarantee that we will still be friends and comrades." Subduing mortal being's reply. There was only silence. A silence that was as firm as a mountain and as hard as steel. He did not say a word, but his attitude had already expressed his will. "In that case, we will send our friend on his way." Over the years, there have been many friends who have grown tired of the balanced world and the Dead Sea and have chosen various ways to leave us. Although we are reluctant, we respect them very much. Subduing mortal being, you are not wrong. You can have your persistence and ideals, but we are not wrong either. We also have our persistence and ideals. Friend, former comrades, since we have different paths, let us not work together. Fate has come to an end. Please go on your way in peace. The old voice had already made its final decision. Divine power gathered again and turned into blazing divine light. It came from all directions. It shot towards the center, towards subduing mortal being, who was in the middle of the battlefield. The destructive power was 10 times stronger than the previous wave of attacks. Even if subduing mortal being tried to escape with his broken body, he might not be able to escape death in time. Is it over? But this is good too. Actually, I should have died back then. It's too late now. If I had died in battle back then, how good would that have been? I wouldn't have needed to be trapped in this damned balanced world for tens of thousands of years, my comrade. After tens of thousands of years, do you still remember me, sleeping for eternity? If I hadn't been so competitive back then and deliberately stood in front of you, determined to compete with you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm tired. I've lived for too long and I'm too tired. What I need most now is freedom. My brother, please allow me to come to your sleeping world and apologize to you. I was really young and impetuous back then. I didn't know that you were so much stronger than me, and I didn't know that you were so forgiving. On the contrary, I swung my murderous fist at you and caused you fatal injuries. Can you still forgive me like before? My friend, my brother, once again. The huge sky serpent bridge was in a state of destruction. Above it, subtract the common life was directly bathed in the divine light of the attacks of the gods. It was as if, at the moment when he disappeared, he revealed a comfortable smile that had never been seen for tens of thousands of years. That smile was so comforting, so liberating. His companion Scarlet Danzy, who was hiding in the darkness, saw this and sighed sadly. As a friend, he understood very well what subtract the common life wanted. This guy didn't want to live anymore. He was tired of living. In this Dead Sea, the endless years without passion were even scarier than the sharp edge of a knife. Bit by bit, it cut away the fighting spirit of a martial artist. Almost no one could escape the devastation of this blade of time. This was not like the aging of mortals. Their physical bodies died and then reincarnated, continuing a new exciting life with a brand new attitude. This was a kind of punishment for not dying. Scarlet Danzy understood very well that subtract the common life longed to die in battle. He even longed for it before. Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage that subtract the common life had. He didn't dare to stand against everyone and face death. Because this kind of death was not the death of a mortal's physical body. This kind of death was true death. Soul annihilation. In other words, it was a kind of death that had completely turned into nothingness. Have a good journey. Perhaps, one day, I will also go crazy and follow your choice. Scarlet Danzy murmured and sighed. Before subtract the common life, there had been many fallen deities who chose to die in battle as a means of liberation. Some even chose to self-destruct as a means of liberation. Although this ending was different for each deity. Some deities endured for a long time, and some deities only persisted for a short time before giving up. The choice was almost the same. They all chose death as a means of liberation. Pay. Jiao Wang spat coldly. He was actually another mode of existence among the fallen deities in the camp of the Dead Sea of Balance world. He was another direction of choice. No matter how bad the environment was or how boring life was, people like Jiao Wang would always have a way to entertain themselves and convince themselves that in their minds, controlling divine power was everything. Higher divine power was always their pursuit. As for the rest, it was meaningless. The heavenly snake bridge returned to normal. The space was the same as before. The power of the ancient laws here was unparalleled. No one could truly destroy the balanced world, even if it was the joint attack of a dozen powerful deities. It's already over. The old man's voice had just faded when he suddenly shouted angrily, "Damn it, bloody flower, you untrustworthy B*TCH with a mouth full of lies." Not only him, but the rest of the old men were also cursing angrily. When the divine light disappeared, there was a spider demon on the heavenly snake bridge. Her entire body had been smashed to pieces, and only her head was left intact. She stood in front of subtract the common life. It was she who had blocked the fatal blow for subtract the common life. And this was not the real reason for the curse of the fallen gods in the camp of the Dead Sea. What made the fallen gods of the Dead Sea extremely angry was that there was an incomparably huge silver spider climbing on the peak of the divine mountain and weaving a rune net. It temporarily held up the sky in place of peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, who was struggling to hold up the sky. Using her own body to bear the god's power while her guardian beast held up the sky. This was a crazy move by Blood-Bright Flower, who said she would withdraw from the battle and remain neutral. Not only Qi Danzi, Jiu Hai and the others, even Jiet Songxing, who was lucky enough to survive, was very confused. Being afraid of death had always been Blood-Bright Flower's true nature. Why? I know you don't like me, and I know I am ugly. Who would like a poisonous spider? Originally, I thought I would never have any love in this life. I have always used hatred as my strength. The blood of my enemies and their painful moans are what I like. But all these years, I've seen that fool, the peerless emperor, come over and over again, doing all kinds of foolish things for his lover in vain. He never gets tired of it, which makes my heart suddenly have a trace of desire. If there's someone who can do something for me like the peerless emperor, even if it's the most boring, idiotic, and wrong move, I'll be satisfied. Blood-Bright Flower's body was broken, leaving only her head. When Jiet Songxing held her head with one hand and looked at her in shock, she smiled. But I have never done anything for you. Xianxia really couldn't remember what he had done for her. There is still time. Do something for me before my soul completely disappears, okay? Before Blood-Bright Flower finished speaking, Jiuhai had already pounced on her. His fists were like lightning, attacking. Get lost. Xianxia pushed Jiuhai away, only to find that Blood-Bright Flower's soul had already started to disappear. Instantly, tears of blood flowed. No. This was the result Jiuhai wanted. He laughed sinisterly. Easily dodging Xianxia's sorrowful attack, he delightedly slipped back to the group of Dead Sea fallen gods. Subtraction Common Life held Blood-Bright Flower's head in despair as he watched her soul dissipate bit by bit in the void sky. It's okay. To be able to see you cry for me, I am already very honored. If the ancient gods are willing to give me another chance, I will courageously chase after you and make you fall deeply in love with me. I won't be like this anymore, watching you suffer in loneliness and self-blame for tens of thousands of years. I will definitely accompany you and never leave your side. Before the crimson flowers could fully blossom, it disappeared completely. The guardian beast that held up the sky also turned into a ray of light, following the direction where its master disappeared, disappearing into nothingness. No, no. Subtraction Common Life roared at the sky in grief and indignation. That kind of heartbreaking wail was enough to make the stone golem cry. He was already heavily injured, and he was good at destruction but not healing. He had no way of saving his comrade's life. He couldn't even stop it for a moment. Ever since he had accidentally killed a comrade who was as close as a brother to him, the common people had never felt as heartbroken as he did today. This was not a fate he wanted to choose. It was just like how he had shattered his brother's heart with a single punch in the past. Qi Danzi couldn't bear to watch anymore. He had never thought that the Crimson Flower, who cherished her life so much, would do such a thing. Only Jiu Yan and the others were completely unmoved. They were bad people through and through. Was there a need to have a conscience and a sense of justice? Evil killing and merciless destruction were what life was all about. Only then could they build their happiness on the pain of others and watch their enemies struggle and wail in pain. That was true enjoyment. This wail is really pleasant to hear. Jiu Yan laughed loudly. He had wanted to see reduce the common people, who were higher than him, suffer for a long time. Wasn't this the perfect time? Alright, since you said so, I will do one thing for you. Many people felt that something was wrong when they heard Reduce the Common People's resolute words. What was this guy trying to do? Reduce the Common People's broken body turned into a stream of light and appeared on the top of the divine mountain. He lifted up the sky that was constantly falling down with one arm. The majestic will of the divine mountain immediately shone brightly and continuously eroded his already heavily injured fallen god body. But he didn't care at all. He turned a blind eye to the endless pain and shouted at the sky, "Look, do you see it now? This is what I did for you. I, Reduce the Common People, have never done anything for you. Now, I am willing to lift the entire sky for you." The fallen gods of the Dead Sea camp were furious. This guy had betrayed them. Moreover, he was crazy enough to lift the sky for the enemy. He had officially freed Emperor Wu Shuang, who had been alone and helpless all this time. Thank you. Very well, my fate has finally begun. Emperor Wu Shuang gazed at his lover with peerless gentleness. The sun and moon in his eyes emitted an indescribable divine light. Once I leave, I may not return. So, this is an official farewell. If I am lucky enough to become a big tree and accompany you for the rest of your life, it will be the greatest gift of the ancient gods to my life. Goodbye. Whether you return or not, in my heart, you will always be a big tree that can lift the sky. The flower fairy was smiling, but 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Fallen gods of the Dead Sea, I am coming. You can now say your last words. Emperor Wu Shuang's anger, which had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, erupted like a volcano. What made the Dead Sea gods tremble was that Emperor Wu Shuang, who was already incomparably strong, had a terrifying will to die. If this guy wanted to fight with his life, the consequences would be unimaginably serious. If you dare to take one more step, I will kill her. Jiu Yan was extremely afraid, but his mind was quick. He realized that Jizun, who was protected by the sky-blue divine power shield, was still there. He was overjoyed and rushed forward. He gathered his divine power and prepared to use her as a hostage. Stupid guy. Emperor Wu Shuang couldn't stop laughing. You guys have been living like dogs all these years. This little girl didn't lose at all. She just used the cruel battle to realize and build her brand new divine throne. From life to death, from death to life. Her enlightenment far exceeds the seniors like you who have been living for tens of thousands of years. Don't you feel ashamed at all? What do I want to say to you Dead Sea gods? Stupid? No, that's not enough to describe you. Perhaps it's more appropriate to describe you as pitiful. Pitiful? When the fallen gods of the Dead Sea camp heard this, their faces twisted. They were so depressed that they almost went crazy. However, the person who said this was Emperor Wu Shuang. He was a guy with overwhelming strength. No matter how unhappy they were, they could only try their best to endure it. Jiu Yan, who was on the battlefield, still didn't believe it. He felt that Emperor Wu Shuang was tricking him. This girl had clearly fainted. Why was she talking about the divine throne of enlightenment? The divine throne had to be formed from a higher level. Could it be realized by one person? What a joke! He gathered his divine power and rushed before Emperor Wu Shuang could stop him. He attacked the unconscious supreme martial artist in a frenzy. Heaven and earth exploded. Space fragments flew everywhere, and the snake bridge collapsed. In the center of the attack, everything was in a state of destruction. Everything turned into powder, ha 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 ha. This is the divine throne of enlightenment you mentioned? This is the wisdom that surpasses us? Ha 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 ha. Because Jiu Yan had no way to vent the fear in his heart, he couldn't help but laugh wildly at the slightest provocation. The pressure that Emperor Wu Shuang brought him almost made him go crazy. Now that he could turn the tables on the opponent, how could he not be ecstatic? Ha ha ha. Standing on the divine peak with one foot, Subtraction Common Life, who was holding the sky with one arm, also laughed wildly. His face was covered with tears of blood. His maniacal laughter baffled Jiu Wei. What are you laughing at? That girl is already dead. Everything you have done is in vain. What are you laughing at? Could it be that he had gone mad after seeing me kill this chick? Jiu Yan looked at Emperor Wu Shuang, who was tens of thousands of meters tall and could shake heaven and earth with a single step, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, he felt a chill all over his body. He quickly turned around and prepared to retreat to the group. As soon as he turned around, he discovered an inconceivable scene in front of him. There was a familiar woman standing coldly in the air. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like the young lady whom he had just killed with a single strike. It was her. It was her. Jiu Yan was scared out of his wits. His divine will exploded, and he didn't care about the attack anymore. He ran away as fast as he could. Did I say that you can go back? Jizun raised her hand, and the entire balanced scale world seemed to turn into a black and white world. Jiu Yan's body flew back to the group of Dead Sea gods like an arrow. But his soul, it had been pulled out at some point. It was held in Jizun's slender hand. Jizun casually raised her hand, ignoring the desperate wails of Jiu Ying's soul, who was desperately begging for mercy. She gently squeezed it, and with a pop sound, she directly crushed the soul of a god-level expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years. When Jiu Yan's soul completely disappeared, the balanced scale world returned to normal. The black and white colors returned to Jizun's left and right as if they were born to protect her. Hiss. The fallen gods on the Dead Sea camp all sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that this little girl had not lost at all. She had only used death to complete her godhood. She had not lost at all. Fortunately, that fellow reduced the lives count had been foolish and had desperately tried to protect her. Everyone's attacks had not been effective. Otherwise, everyone would have completed a godhood for her. In the confusion, only Jiu Yan attacked in the end. This little girl's divine throne wasn't really complete. Otherwise, there was no need to fight this battle. It was no wonder that Emperor Wu Shuang didn't say anything and didn't help her. She was actually using their power to cultivate. What should they do now? Not only was there a crazy little girl who could understand life and death and could even use it to cultivate, but there was also an even more terrifying and angry Emperor Wu Shuang, who hadn't had a chance to fight for tens of thousands of years. Who wants to die first? Emperor Wu Shuang's attitude was absolutely contemptuous. He said indifferently, "Why don't you all come at me together?" Emperor Wu Shuang looked at Jizun. Jizun pondered for a moment. Her will would not change because of anyone. However, she had already seen some signs and felt that this was the path of destiny that Emperor Wu Shuang insisted on walking. Thus, she nodded and said, "You are the senior, so I will let you fight first." "Thank you very much." Emperor Wu Shuang revealed a peerless and carefree smile. In an instant, the entire gloomy Sky Snake Bridge was like the rising sun, breaking the dawn. He stretched out a giant hand. Slowly, he gathered his divine power. Unknowingly, his will had already permeated the entire balanced world and every molecule in the air. No matter who the enemy was, no matter where they were, whether they were hiding or not, it was useless. The Dead Sea fallen gods had a feeling that they had been locked on by the enemy. As long as this Emperor Wu Shuang made a move and used his ultimate move, they would be doomed. Any attempt to dodge or escape would be a joke. Seeing Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless and domineering fighting posture and his contemptuous attitude, the Dead Sea gods felt a deep pain in their hearts. Shocked, they showed up together. Working together. With the advantage of being in a group, they released their divine power together to fight against Emperor Wu Shuang. Dazzling, varied, grotesquely shaped thrones appeared behind these Dead Sea gods. The common characteristic of these thrones was that they were gorgeous. Each and every one of them was exquisite and unimaginably beautiful. However, Jizun noticed one thing. Although these thrones greatly enhanced their masters, they were not tolerated by the ancient will of the balanced world. Just like Xianxia, who was holding up the sky with one arm, the will of the divine mountain was constantly eroding and cleansing his divine body, making him suffer endless pain every minute and second. Jizun did not know if the Dead Sea gods who were enhanced by the thrones would be tortured by the ancient will, but she was sure that the ancient laws were expelling them. The speed was very slow. But Jizun could see it clearly. The ancient laws were melting the thrones of these fallen gods bit by bit. If not for the Dead Sea will behind these fallen gods, resisting the expulsion of the ancient laws, these thrones would have disintegrated even faster. No wonder the enemy did not dare to show the thrones easily. It turned out that in this balanced world, they were not tolerated by the laws. The leader of the Dead Sea camp's fallen god clan was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, but he had a youthful complexion. There was no sign of aging on his face. One could only feel that this person was blessed and had a long life. The old man wore ancient clothes from tens of thousands of years ago. In his right hand was a lifelike dragon erosion staff. It was not a god artifact, but it was even better than one. What surprised Jizun was that this divine staff was naturally formed from the legendary dragon corrosion divine wood. The corroding dragon divine wood was also recorded in the ancient secret history of Tongtian Tower. It was a strange item that only existed in the upper realm. It may have been born from the poisonous saliva and blood that splashed out during the battle between the eastern evil dragons. It could repel poison and had an extremely beneficial effect. It was a very rare treasure in the heavenly realm. Of course, its greatest use was to slay dragons. Any dragon would be weakened by 10 times in front of it. Once it was injured, it would not be able to heal itself, and it might even produce a dragon plague that would make the dragon race pale at the mention of it. You know that my main beast is a dragon, so you deliberately used poisonous dragon saliva to breed it? Emperor Wu Shuang laughed out loud. Not only was he not affected, but his expression became even more contemptuous. Peerless, agree to start the battle between the god race. Otherwise, this battle will be meaningless. The old man with the corroding dragon divine staff was the temporary leader of this group of Dead Sea gods. After a secret discussion with his companions, he was the first to step forward. From the top of his fallen grimoire that was shining with unparalleled radiance, a special divine light that was as light as a rainbow but had no destructive power flew toward Emperor Wu Shuang. I have waited for too long. This god war is late by tens of thousands of years. Emperor Wu Shuang summoned the unique dark gold grimoire and also shot out a ray of rainbow divine power to clash with the other party. The divine power was neutralized. However, the decision of both sides to request for a battle had already been approved by the ancient code. The ancient code that suppressed the entire place just now temporarily dissipated and hid again. The ancient will vaguely drew an invisible circle in a large area as the battlefield for this life and death battle. Once the ancient code dissipated, the god thrones were no longer expelled. The expressions on the faces of the Dead Sea god race finally relaxed. Some of them even started to show off. With the god thrones, one would have unlimited battle power. Although Emperor Wu Shuang was very strong, if he couldn't kill him in one move, this battle would be a long and bitter one. The Dead Sea god race, who had the advantage in numbers and could use flexible tactics such as taking turns to fight, besieging, and so on, undoubtedly had the advantage. At the end of the battle, they might be able to suppress Emperor Wu Shuang. After all, no matter how strong he was only one person. As for that strange little girl, she didn't have an official god throne to protect her. Even if she participated in the battle, she wouldn't be a threat. This is the god throne? Jizun frowned slightly. Previously, she thought that all the god thrones were the same. Who would have thought that there would be so many changes? It was almost impossible to find any similarities between them. Emperor Wu Shuang, who was about to start the battle, suddenly stopped when he heard this. He said in a gentle voice, "As a senior, I have never done anything for the younger generation. Haha, speaking of which, I am a little ashamed. Since fate has begun, I have no more regrets. I might as well make an exception and tell you the secret of this god throne." Jizun was silent, but she saluted with her hands. This god throne was a secret among secrets. If it wasn't for the master and disciple, outsiders really wouldn't talk about it. Now that Emperor Wu Shuang, who was the peerless, did this, it could be said that he had broken a big rule. First of all, why can't the god throne be condensed by oneself? It must be created by a stronger superior or a master. Because this god throne is actually a threshold for the recognition of the god rank from above. When the standard is reached, it can be recognized. If not, then it is nothing. At the same time, it is also a door. Through the god emblem as a recognition mark, the god rank can be allowed to enter a higher level world and a higher level space. For example, the world created by the Divine Supreme Being's self-will or other wonderful and boundless space worlds. It is like the pass of the Tong Tian Tower, the bronze card, the silver card, the gold card and so on. No. It can't be like this. The certificate of the sky-reaching tower is just a tool that you low-level worlds use to scare people and make it convenient for management. It's completely different from the mysterious god throne, a tall and thin man from the Dead Sea god clan objected with a sharp voice. Let's listen to what he has to say first. There were also fallen gods like Qi Danzi who were very interested in Emperor Wu Shuang's words. These were secrets that they had never heard before. Although they already had the god throne. But the secret behind it. The secret behind it. They still didn't know. The god throne behind the tall and thin man was like a blade or a guillotine, rotating unceasingly. Although he didn't agree with Emperor Wu Shuang's words, he didn't receive any more support. On the contrary, many fallen gods were more willing to listen to the secret from Emperor Wu Shuang's mouth first. The god throne's function is indeed not only this. Just now, I said that it is a standard. If it is far beyond its standard, then the god throne is not called a god throne anymore. In other words, it is not just a god throne. It will be an eternal world created by the Divine Supreme Being's self-will and unique divine power. The world created by this god throne is not the grimoire world. The grimoire world is actually created by the ancient great gods for us. They made a template for us. Only an eternal world created by ourselves is the real world. This is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Only divine level. Rankers at the level of the Divine Supreme Being can achieve it. As for whether there is a higher standard above that, I think it is for sure. But that is not something that I can find out. It is just like how we have heard of the existence of ancient great gods or immemorial great gods, but we have never seen them. Emperor Wu Shuang was sure of one thing. The Divine Supreme Being was the highest level of life that all living beings knew. Is there anyone who has started to condense a world before condensing the god throne? Jizun thought for a while. A certain abnormal boy seemed to be like this. Impossible. The tall and thin divine-level ranker screamed again. Shut up. Qi Danzi was listening with great interest. When he heard this guy objecting because of opposition, he couldn't help but scold him. I don't know either. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Even if there is, maybe such a person doesn't know that there is actually someone doing it for him. Otherwise, with the life of the Heaven Realm and Tong Tian Tower, it is impossible to complete it on their own. Constructing a world is definitely not a simple matter. Emperor Wu Shuang didn't mention it directly. Tisk, really? What's so difficult about constructing a world? Nonsense. The tall and thin divine-level ranker sneered. It is very difficult to construct a world. Some divine-level rankers are very arrogant and dare to say that they can form a world with a thought. Emperor Wu Shuang was amused. But that is just a piece of light from his divine power, a painting of void. Even if it looks like it is alive and gorgeous, it can't hide its fragility and inadequacy. That is not a world at all. It is just some beautiful bubbles. With a light touch, it will disappear instantly. The true world is eternal, even more eternal than this balanced world. No divine-level expert can destroy or change it. As long as the master of that world, the divine supreme being that created and constructed the entire world, and then used his will to manage it, only then can he do whatever he wants. Since it can only be achieved by the divine sovereign, let's not go into it for the time being. Can you talk about the divine throne? Ji Zun felt that there was no need to talk too much about the world. It was something that was beyond his power now. The divine throne is a pass and also a threshold. Emperor Wu Shuang nodded. It is almost the same as the connecting card of Tong Tian Tower. Just now you mentioned the bronze card and the silver card. Are there different standards for the divine throne? Ji Zun keenly noticed this. Yes. Emperor Wu Shuang's words shocked the Dead Sea God clan members who were eavesdropping. There were different standards for the divine throne? How was this possible? Wasn't the divine throne unique to an individual? How could there be different standards? Impossible. Before the tall and skinny divine-level ranker could finish speaking, his companions glared at him. Everyone was having a good time listening to him. What are you doing here? If you don't say it now, who will know the truth? Emperor Wu Shuang paused. There are indeed different standards for the divine throne. However, it is not easy for people to know, including the divine-level rankers who possess it. Generally speaking, the divine-level rankers whose divine power light pillars are less than 10 meters and 100 meters are all within a rank called the primary divine throne. There are some secret techniques in the heavenly realm, also called the gorgeous divine throne, brilliant divine throne, holy divine throne, and so on. These are all words used to cover up the divine level. In fact, most of them are called the primary divine throne. Those that are more than 100 meters and less than 300 meters are called the high divine throne, those that are more than 300 meters and less than 500 meters are called the high divine throne, and those that are less than 1,000 meters are called the primary divine throne. As for those that are more than 1,000 meters and more than 10,000 meters, they are called the high divine throne. Ji Zun was puzzled. Why is there only one standard for those that are more than 1,000 meters? Emperor Wu Shuang became solemn when he heard this, because the divine sovereign wants to create a world, not a divine throne. Even if he becomes an eternal divine throne, he is not willing to make the divine throne especially detached. Therefore, there is no difference between those that are more than 1,000 meters, at least in appearance, they are all high divine throne. For example, if the innate rankers of Tong Tian Tower burst out with their greatest power, they would not be able to live in the soaring dragon continent. In order to live a good life in the soaring dragon continent, even if they are innates, they will look like ordinary people. They will not make themselves so sacred and majestic that people will worship them at first sight. If the divine sovereign did that, he might not be able to live in his world, and the people living in his world would not be able to withstand that kind of deterrence. Therefore, the divine throne did not specifically surpass it. Anyway, it is just a door. It is enough to open a city gate to enter and exit. Which ordinary person would build a house as big as the Radiant Mountain and open a door that is tens of thousands of meters high to enter and exit? Understood. Ji Zun completely understood and nodded gratefully to the senior who had cleared her doubts. If necessary, then tell this to some little guy. Maybe, he doesn't need my shallow understanding at all. Emperor Wu Shuang looked up to the sky and laughed. He definitely needs it. Jizun paused and suddenly asked, "This secret is a secret that cannot be revealed. What will be the consequences if you say it?" "I don't know, maybe it's a seal, maybe it's something else." The sun and moon in Emperor Wu Shuang's eyes shone brightly. "I have made up my mind to embark on my own path of destiny. Those things are not important anymore. Perhaps it's fate's arrangement for me, your senior, to give you this revelation. Otherwise, why would those old guys lock me up in the Black Tower for so long? Goodbye, little girl. To be able to get to know you is the honor of us martial artists. If possible, please stand at the top of the world and look down on everything. I, Emperor Wu Shuang, hope that you, the human Jizun who stands proudly in the world, can achieve the future that I, Emperor Wu Shuang, cannot achieve. Goodbye." Jizun paid her respects for the third time. She could already see that this senior had officially embarked on his journey of destiny. "Although I can't achieve eternity, I was once peerless, until today." Emperor Wu Shuang, the peerless, roared at the sky. His heroic roar shook the entire balance world, and even the divine mountain and the Dead Sea trembled. Behind him, a flaming divine throne condensed from countless runes burned fiercely. Above his head, at the center of the intersection of the runes, an eternally burning primordial rune flickered in it. Behind the peerless emperor of the unparalleled world, the image of a heavenly dragon flashed. Its wings covered the sky and the sun. The majesty of the dragon's head caused many deity-level experts to feel fear, as if they were ants. The peerless emperor of the unparalleled world strode forward. He walked a path of fire, and his footprints were blazing. This path of destiny would be the final song of his life, and it was also his ultimate wish to move forward without any hesitation. Once this peerless man of the heaven-reaching tower exploded in anger, it would definitely bring about a lightning strike that even divine-level experts couldn't withstand. The future divine Jizun was still growing. At this moment, who in the world could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? There was only one man in the world who looked down on the world and was unparalleled. There was only one Emperor Wu Shuang, peerless. Attack! The white-haired old man with the eroding dragon staff squinted his eyes like needles as he shouted. He knew that if he allowed Emperor Wu Shuang to make the first move, he believed that no one present would be able to withstand it. Only with the strength of a group and the advantage of numbers could they suppress this super expert who dominated the world. Everyone in the Dead Sea camp had the same mentality as him. Seeing that Emperor Wu Shuang was approaching, they immediately attacked in unison. Billions of rays of divine light burst out from all directions, just like the attack on Subtraction Life and the Bloody Flower. They covered the sky and the earth like a vast ocean. Damn it, these guys are always so despicable. Only Subtraction Life, who had faced the attack head-on, could truly understand the power of this group attack. Humph. Although Jizun was not moved, she was still sure of the strength of these fallen gods. They were indeed old ghosts who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Gathering the power of the group and supported by the god's throne, it was really, then how would Emperor Wu Shuang, who was striding towards the enemy, deal with it? Would he resist it head-on like Subtraction Life? Or would he avoid the attack head-on like Jizun and wait for an opportunity to attack? Not only Subtraction Life and Jizun were looking forward to it, even the fallen gods who were attacking the Dead Sea camp were curious. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Emperor Wu Shuang, who was peerless, casually stretched out an arm and raised one palm to block the attack. His actions and attitude were even lazier than an emperor meeting a rank 9 Sesame official. If not for the bad habits of Yu Clan's third young master, he might have yawned on the spot. Boom, all the divine power attack was concentrated on the palm. The divine light that filled the sky gathered at one point. Then, like a wisp of smoke, it disappeared. Nothing happened. There was no explosion, no storm, and no destruction. Emperor Wu Shuang's palm was as good as new. There was not even a scar on it. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Subtraction Life would have thought that he was dreaming. How was this possible? That kind of power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, that kind of terrifying attack that gathered the power of all the fallen gods, was blocked by Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless hand. Moreover, he didn't even use his full strength to resist it. He just casually stretched out his hand. Could this be Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless true strength? It was too terrifying, although subtraction life was no longer an enemy of Emperor Peerless and was now standing at the peak of the divine mountain with one arm holding up the sky. He couldn't help but feel his legs turn to jelly when he saw this scene. Jizun's eyes lit up. She never would have thought that when this peerless being erupted, it would actually have such a tyrannical might that far exceeded her imagination. It wasn't that the enemy was too weak, it was that the peerless emperor was too strong. Besides, there was no other explanation. Impossible. The tall and skinny god shrieked in terror. At this moment, the faces of the Dead Sea God clan members beside him were filled with terror and disbelief. A concentrated attack, an ultimate move that takes form. The old man with the dragon erosion divine staff was the only god who still remained calm. He knew the peerless power of this Emperor Wu Shuang far better than others. If it wasn't for the fact that he was imprisoned in the Black Tower for tens of thousands of years, and his power wasn't at its peak, he really wouldn't dare to fight against the peerless. He also knew that the attack just now couldn't defeat the opponent at all. It was just a test, and the next killing move would be the real attack. Die. The Dead Sea God clan members, who were awakened, madly gathered a huge amount of divine power, no longer holding back to guard against their companions. They went all out. They attacked without holding back. Divine light once again rose up in the sky. However, this time, the divine light didn't disperse, and its power was far greater than before. What was even more terrifying was that every single divine level expert had unleashed their own ultimate moves. Divine spears, divine swords, or divine hammers appeared in the sky, and combined into one under their master's will. Finally, they formed a huge divine pillar that could tear apart everything in the world and devour any life, driven by the will of a dozen Dead Sea God clan members, and supported and guided by a dozen god thrones. It pierced through the sky with destructive power and monstrous killing intent. It directly hit the chest of the peerless emperor. The Jizun behind him didn't retreat, but he already released his divine power, condensing a shield of divine light that was like the gate of life and death to protect himself. It was merely an attack from a distance, and it wasn't even the target or the center of the attack, but it already forced the Jizun to be on guard. This was the collective power that the Dead Sea God clan gathered after giving up their guard and cooperating tacitly. The peerless Emperor Wu Shuang stood proudly, unmoving like a mountain. He didn't have the slightest intention of dodging, and there wasn't a trace of concentration or seriousness on his face. On the contrary, the sun and moon in his eyes were still full of contempt. When the huge divine pillar that gathered millions of divine swords, divine spears, and divine hammers hit his chest, the peerless emperor reacted. He puffed out his chest and took the full attack of the enemy camp. At the same time, he wrapped his tiger arms around the huge divine pillar. Then, he faced the sky and let out a thunderous roar that shook the divine mountain, the Dead Sea, and the entire balanced world. At the same time, he violently and crazily twisted and crushed the huge divine pillar in his arms. The millions of divine swords, divine spears, and divine hammers were instantly turned into powder, vanishing into nothingness. Because of the irresistible divine power, the Dead Sea God clan's fallen god clan members all retreated. Those who couldn't withstand it fell to the ground repeatedly. Only 2 or 3 of them managed to stand firm. Among them, Scarlet Danzi, who stood behind the old man and didn't fall, felt his chest tighten, and he almost fainted. His strength wasn't as strong as his companions. For the sake of face, he forcefully held on and almost suffered a great loss. The other one who didn't fall was the tall and thin god-level expert. He was even weaker than Scarlet Danzi. After he stood firm, his expression changed greatly, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What the F***ck? Subjugation Commoner swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His lips trembled, and he couldn't say a complete sentence to express what he was feeling at the moment. It wasn't that he hadn't seen geniuses before. Moreover, they were geniuses themselves. However, he really hadn't seen a peerless genius like the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, who challenged the entire Dead Sea God clan with his own strength. Moreover, he was even under the joint attack of more than 10 god-level experts. No wonder the peerless guy dared to call Emperor Wu Shuang by such an awesome name. This guy was really too abnormal. He was 100 times stronger than he had imagined. Subjugation Commoner suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. It was really sad to be born in the same era as such a person. What was even more sad was that he had to wait for tens of thousands of years to truly understand this person's strength. Could it be that a genius like him was just an ant in the heaven realm? God, how could you let such a person be born in this world? What should we do now? What else can we do? Scarlet Danzy looked at the old man with the cane. If he could surrender, he would immediately do so. However, the current peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was clearly going to start a massacre. It was already too late to surrender now. Scarlet Danzy suddenly envied Subjugation Commoner, the only person in the Dead Sea who could be called a friend. Although that guy was stubborn, at least before he died, he received a love that others could only dream of, and he did something that he wouldn't regret even if he died. He held on to the pride of a warrior and risked his life to protect the enemy. He also held up the sky with his hands and promised to stand at the peak of the divine mountain for his lover. If he died like this, it wouldn't be a waste of his life in this world. However, what about himself? He stood on the opposite side of the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and was about to become a sacrifice in the enemy's massacre. Now, he was still shamefully thinking of surrendering. How could the difference between them be so great? Scarlet Danzy's mind flashed, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He suddenly took a big step forward and faced the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang alone. He tried his best to calm himself down. Come, I know what will happen next. However, I am also a warrior, and I also have a warrior's pride. Although I don't want to die, my pride doesn't allow me to stand in the line and become a shameful member to be slaughtered. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, I want to fight you one-on-one, even if it's just one move. Get lost, Scarlet Danzy, you idiot. Hurry up and go back to sleep in the Dead Sea. Do you think this kind of mantis trying to stop a chariot is something you can do? Subjugation Commoner couldn't help but curse. I also want to be a hero. Scarlet Danzy was speechless. It wouldn't do for you to be a hero all by yourself. Have you figured it out? Heroes are not supposed to be like this. Subjugation Commoner was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It wasn't easy to make a friend. Who didn't want him to be a big idiot? Just now, you had the chance to be a hero, but you didn't step forward. Now, how could you be a hero? You're worse than a coward. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was about to start a massacre, but you didn't hide far away. Instead, you foolishly ran out and wanted to fight him one-on-one. One-on-one, Motherf asterisk cur. What kind of ability do you have? Be obedient like an ant and know your place. If the giant god wanted to start a war and slaughter, then don't come out to block the way. You could just quietly hide a little further away and everything would be fine. Now that you've come out to court death, you'll look like an ignorant clown if you get killed. Scarlet Danzy's mentality was different from Subjugation Commoner's. He felt that he was going to die anyway. If he hid in the line, he might die a little slower, but he would definitely die a sullen and insignificant death. Now that he stood out and challenged the Emperor to a duel, even if he couldn't win, he would still be able to live a good life. He was very regretful. If Subjugation Commoner had rebelled just now, if he had stood out together with him, then he would be standing on the peak of the divine mountain and supporting the sky together. That way, he would be able to die with his eyes closed. But now, he had missed the opportunity. If he didn't do something now, then he, a divine-level expert, would have lived his life in vain. In Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless eyes, there was no enemy, Scarlet Danzy. He was like a lion to a mouse's clamor for a duel. He didn't care. This kind of disregard stung Scarlet Danzy's heart. He rushed forward like an arrow, and his hands, which were supported by the divine throne, condensed a 10,000-meter-long divine sword, and pierced the peerless heart. I'm going all out, even if I can't win. I'm going to charge at the enemy like a hero. Although I'm lowly, I'm also a warrior, and I'm also a divine-level expert who used to look down on the heaven realm. Seeing Scarlet Danzy going all out, the people of the Dead Sea God clan, who were supposed to work together against a common enemy, quietly retreated. Even that tall and thin divine-level expert turned into a divine light and escaped without a trace. Subjugation Commoner closed his eyes. He knew the strength of this friend. Not to mention fighting against Emperor Wu Shuang, there was also a gap between him and Scarlet Danzy. Jizun didn't even look at Scarlet Danzy. On the contrary, she looked in the direction of the Dead Sea in the distance, as if she wanted to lock on to the escaping enemy, and also seemed to be searching for other traces. Emperor Wu Shuang, the Peerless, still strode forward, ignoring Scarlet Danzi. When Scarlet Danzi's divine sword approached him, he raised his foot high and stomped heavily, directly shattering the divine sword. Scarlet Danzi, along with his divine throne, was stomped into the heavenly snake bridge. Come out, guardian of the Dead Sea, come out. Also, all the turtles who are sleeping inside, come out. Today is the doomsday of the Dead Sea Fallen God clan, and also the end of the balanced world. Emperor Wu Shuang, the Peerless, strode forward. The people of the Dead Sea God clan, who were reckless and daring to start a divine war just now, couldn't help but retreat. Except for Scarlet Danzi, who was flattened by Emperor Wu Shuang's foot, no one else dared to face him head-on. Ridiculous. An extremely majestic and noble voice rang out from the distant end of the heavenly snake bridge. In the depths of the Dead Sea, a huge statue of a god, tens of thousands of meters tall, slowly stood up. He also strode forward, welcoming Emperor Wu Shuang, the Peerless. The end of the balanced world must be the day when the divine mountain is flattened and the Dead Sea evaporates. How dare you, the Peerless, defy the heavens and disturb the Dead Sea that I am guarding? You really overestimate yourself. Emperor Wu Shuang, the Peerless, you are defying the heavens, and your death is coming. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless killing intent soared into the sky. He looked at his opponent from afar, the sun and moon in his eyes shining as if they were new. My destiny is your end. It is also the end of the entire balanced world. It is even the end of the destiny battle of the Divine Supremes. Although you and I were the candidates of the previous generation, we both failed. Today, let me put an end to everything and restore the original correct direction. What right do you have? The huge statue of a god, tens of thousands of meters tall, shouted with incomparable majesty. Because I am Emperor Wu Shuang, the Peerless. In the ancient passage, the endless space-time tunnel and the distorted space barrier made the Mo Long, who was determined to be a good boss, completely lost his way. The Mo Long's mood changed from being confident at the beginning, this is definitely the way, to being uncertain, this should be the way, I had just walked this path 100,000 years ago, to seemingly right but actually wrong, I didn't get the wrong direction, I clearly walked this path, to randomly choosing a direction, it doesn't matter which direction I go, it seems like there is only one destination, and finally to being extremely frustrated, who can tell me how to walk this damned path? I've already had enough of these damned ancient passages, why did they make it so complicated, aren't they making things difficult for me? I haven't walked this path for 100,000 years, how could I remember it so clearly? I feel like I've walked in a circle? Yu Yang, who had also taken the space teleportation course in the academy, finally realized that something was wrong. Really? The space in the ancient passage is almost the same, there should be something similar. A certain boss said guiltily. But how do you explain the gold coin on this stone? Don't tell me that there was someone as suspicious as me in ancient times who left his gold coin as a mark along the way. Furthermore, the gold coin he left behind was exactly the same as mine. When Yu Yang picked up the gold coin, he suddenly realized that there was a picture of Hui Tai Lang roaring towards the sky on the coin. It was obvious that this was a limited edition commemorative coin of the world-exterminating demon wolf that the Soaring Dragon continent had specially made to commend Hui Tai Lang's efforts in protecting the continent during the Heaven Realm's invasion. Alright, I admit that I'm lost. I haven't walked this damned path for 100,000 years, how could I remember it so clearly? A certain boss tried his best to shirk responsibility. But I remember that you didn't say that at the beginning. Yu Yang remembered that this boss expression was very confident at that time. At that time, I would definitely find the way, it wasn't a difficult thing for me at all. The Mo Long was very depressed. He originally wanted to show off his might in front of this little brother that he hadn't completely subdued yet. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Yu Yang was also speechless. Big brother, we are in a critical situation right now. Can you be more serious? If you can't do it, you should have said so straight from the start. Everyone can think of another way. Now that you're halfway there, but you can't figure out the direction. Do you know how much of a blow it is to the young hearts of others? Back then, I mustered up my courage and used 10% of my trust to support you. Who would have thought that you would cruelly fail to live up to my expectations? Is there a boss like you? The mystic dragon slapped his forehead. Give me some time, let me think about it. I will definitely remember. Yu Yang suddenly felt that it was better to rely on himself than to rely on this fellow. This guy's brain might be made of muscles. Fighting was good. But other things would be fine. He remembered that the three little Lolas, creation, destruction, and eternity, had said that the longest record of the divine grimoire trial was set by this fellow. Being trapped in the endless world for 1,000,000 years, his intelligence was really quite high. Why don't I lead the way? Yu Yang now remembered that his teacher was a great sage of space teleportation. The only problem was that the space in Tongtian Tower, especially in the soaring dragon continent, was incomparable to the complexity of the heaven realm, especially the ancient passage. In the soaring dragon continent, where there were only 2 or 3 main roads and small paths, Shui Dong Lu, that old fox, might be a teacher who was proficient in spatial manipulation. However, bringing his theories to the heaven realm, where there were thousands and thousands of intertwining passageways, to put it into practice. Furthermore, it was a practice that couldn't fail and had to succeed, it seemed a little too much. You lead the way? If you don't bring us back to the Guardian of Light, I will call you Big Brother. The mystic dragon was enraged. Although I can't remember the direction, it's still 10,000 times better than you. Then why are we still going around in circles? Yu Yang waved his hand weakly. Just go. What about you? The mystic dragon widened his eyes. I will wait here. Yu Yang took out a chicken drumstick and started eating. You will come back here in a while anyway. I'm so angry. You are too arrogant, you dare to look down on me? I have no choice but to show you. Watch carefully. The mystic dragon flew into a rage. He summoned a special beast called Boyd's Light Dragon, which only had a head and a body that was glowing with light. First, he placed a special rune on the head of the Boyd's Light Dragon. Then, he let go of it confidently. He let it fly away. Finally, he looked at Yu Yang and proudly raised his eyebrows. Did you see that? I will be able to find the correct path immediately. This is the Void's Light Dragon, it can pass through any space. Yu Yang almost vomited blood on the spot. Why didn't you use your beast earlier? If you want to show off your memory, at least find another time. The mystic dragon patted Yu Yang's shoulder heavily and lectured him sincerely. You are still too young, you don't know how to train. Only like me, at any time, at any place, do not forget to train yourself. You can turn pressure into motivation, and motivation into ability. This way, you can continue to improve. Besides, I didn't go the wrong way just now. I just wanted to confuse the enemy. I purposely took a few detours to confuse the enemy and get rid of the pursuers. Look, that guardian elder of light was fooled by me, right? He couldn't predict my movements at all, so I easily got rid of him. The guy from another world felt that if he continued to boast, the heaven realm would burst. He hurriedly stopped him. Alright, since we have already confused the enemy, let's hurry on our way. I feel a little uneasy staying here. Just as the boss, the mystic dragon, was about to make a big move. Just as he was about to give the order to set off, the Void's Light Dragon returned. It returned from the direction that its master and Yu Yang had gone. What's going on? The mystic dragon was stunned. Have we already entered the heaven realm corridor? Only in that place would people endlessly repeat the same path. But that's not right, we haven't deviated that far. Before I can still maintain my rationality and not strangle you to death, I think it's better for me to lead the way. What do you think? Yu Yang had already raised his hand. Idiot, I'm right. The mystic dragon suddenly shouted. You still have the cheek to say that? Yu Yang used his hand to strangle the mystic dragon's neck. An idiot like him should just die and reincarnate. Listen to me, I actually purposely took a detour to come here. The mystic dragon hurriedly explained. He was in the wrong now, so he had to swallow his anger. He patiently explained to Yu Yang. It's easy now that we're here. What is this place? The Heaven Realm Corridor, a place that even gods wouldn't be willing to come to. Don't strangle me, let me finish. It's precisely because no one is willing to come here that we are very safe. Safe my ass. Yu Yang decided not to believe a single word. Wait, there's another benefit to coming here. The mystic dragon saw his little brother's expression and was a little scared. No one can leave this heaven realm corridor. That's why no one comes here normally. Stop straining me, I'm serious. Coming here is the right thing to do. Coming here is the right thing to do? Yu Yang felt as if he had heard someone say that the moon was a square. Do you think I'm an idiot? Yes. Before the mystic dragon could finish, he suddenly realized that he was tied up by Yu Yang. Yu Yang decided to bury this guy alive. Strangling him to death would be too easy on him. F***ck, he actually said that coming here was the right thing to do. If he didn't bury him, then what was he waiting for? The mystic dragon was scared and shouted, I'm serious. Damn it, I've never told the truth many times in my life. Now that I'm telling the truth, you don't believe me. Yu Yang turned a deaf ear and continued to dig the hole. There's a god buried in the heaven realm corridor. Although he's not the legendary ancient god, he's almost there. Because when I was still playing with mud, this guy was already a mess of old age. Hearing the mystic dragon's words, Yu Yang immediately stopped and looked at him suspiciously. The mystic dragon realized that it was effective and quickly said, coming here, we found the right place. Let's wake him up and let him send us out. See, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Are you sure that the god won't be angry when we wake him up and slap us into meat paste? Yu Yang suspected another possibility. Nonsense, of course not. The mystic dragon said proudly, I'm very familiar with him, very familiar. Although we're not brothers, we're still friends, and very good friends. Are you sure they're friends? Yu Yang was surprised. This idiot also had friends in the heaven realm? This didn't make sense. It's a friendship as strong as steel. The mystic dragon patted his chest as a guarantee. Then hurry up. Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Since they were friends and not enemies, even if he was angry, he wouldn't slap them. Okay, watch and see if I can wake him up with my divine power. Mo Long's actions didn't seem like he was trying to wake someone up. Instead, it seemed like he was trying to provoke someone and seek revenge. Yu Yang, who was watching from the side, felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, it seemed like he had been too careless and trusted the wrong guy. Now he could only hope that the god really had a friendship as strong as steel. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After an unknown period of time. It seemed to be sleep-talking, but also seemed to be yawning. In any case, a sleepy voice came from the endless void, faintly passing into Yu Yang's ears. It's you guys again, can't you guys stop? Yu Yang blinked his big eyes. It's us again? We've been here before? The sleepy voice became a little more awake. Haven't you guys been walking in circles in my corridor for the past 3 days? It's fine if you guys are walking in circles in my house, but you're also making a ruckus and not letting others sleep. Isn't this too much? And Mystic Dragon, you fool, aren't you going to Tong Tian Tower? What are you doing here? We're going to Tong Tian Tower, but we're lost now. Why don't you do us a favor and give us a lift? The Mystic Dragon winked at Yu Yang, indicating that it was that simple. No. The god who had just woken up refused without hesitation. Why not? The Mystic Dragon was stunned. Because I'm not very familiar with you. The god who had just woken up directly exposed the Mystic Dragon's lie. Didn't you say that you have a steel-like friendship with him? Yu Yang was furious. You're not familiar with him, yet you dare to wake him up and even ask him to give you a lift. How thick-skinned and courageous do you have to be? Ha ha ha, do you think that you'll have a steel-like friendship with a prisoner that you've only met twice 100,000 years ago and haven't seen for 100,000 years? Even if you do, 100,000 years is enough for the steel to be eroded. Seeing that we've known each other before, I won't blame you guys. Hurry up and leave. The god who had just woken up was preparing to go back to sleep. If you don't send us off, we'll keep arguing here until you can't sleep peacefully. The demon dragon was very angry. It's fine if we don't have a steel-like friendship, but do you have to laugh at me like this? I can't believe I still remember you after 100,000 years. Yu Yang was speechless. Do you look like a boss? You're like a scoundrel. Alright, for the sake of sleep peacefully, I'll send you off. The god who had woken up was very helpless. His helplessness made Yu Yang feel the same. If it was Yu Yang, he would also not be willing to admit such a scoundrel as a friend, let alone talk about some *T-steel-like friendship. We won't go back to Tong Tian Tower. There may be Tian Yu waiting there, so it's not safe. Send us to the Gate of Destiny. The demon dragon seized the opportunity to raise conditions. So troublesome. The awakened god stretched out a huge palm of 10,000 meters from the void and slowly pressed towards the demon dragon and Yu Yang. However, I think that it's useless no matter where you go. Moreover, even if you enter the Gate of Destiny, you will only be in more danger, because the Libra world inside is still being maintained, and the fate of the previous generation inside is not over yet. Unless you break fate and achieve flattening the divine mountain and evaporating the Dead Sea. Your destiny isn't completely in your hands. You can't solve everything with your own wisdom and courage. Senior, please dispel my doubts. Yu Yang only had time to shout this sentence before he felt the world spinning, and was instantly transported hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In his mind, indistinctly, came a trace of indistinct divine decree, sacrifice. When Yu Yang's consciousness was fully awakened, he suddenly found himself standing in front of a huge gate of God that was about 300,000 meters tall and 200,000 meters wide. The demon dragon, who was standing beside him, clapped his hands happily. Aya, it's here. The place we are looking for is here. How is it, brat? You must have been scared by this ancient Gate of Destiny. Don't worry, with me, your boss, protecting you, I guarantee that everything will go smoothly. Yu Yang quietly took out a big hammer and kept it behind him. He asked with a smile on his face, who is the god who sent us here just now? His name is the Ancient One, the guardian god of the heaven realm. I don't know how long he has lived, but he should be a few 100,000 years old. He's an extremely lazy fellow who doesn't do anything all day long. His biggest hobby is to sleep in. The demon dragon was extremely arrogant now. He was beaming with joy as he said, brat, let me tell you, I've known him for more than 100,000 years. We're old friends. Didn't you see that he obediently sent us here with just a word from me? However, this fellow is becoming more and more like a big kid. He loves to tease people and also loves to joke around. Don't doubt me, I really have a steel-like friendship with him. What's with that look? Aya, don't hit me, I really know him. Under the threat of Yu Yang's fist and oversized hammer, Mo Long, as the boss, finally recalled the secret to opening the ancient god's gate. It wasn't easy, especially under the supervision of a little brother who had zero patience and changed his attitude faster than flipping a book, digging out the memory of 100,000 years ago from his mind that had been barren for a long time. This difficulty was no less than digging out an unknown secret treasure under the eyes of the central shrine on the radiant mountain in the heaven realm. After the ancient god's gate was successfully opened, Mo Long became arrogant again and boasted to Yu Yang, look, it's open, it's really open. Do you think anyone can open the Gate of Destiny? No, it's impossible for ordinary people to open it. You must be a genius among geniuses. Someone like me. What's going on? Why is there a fight inside? Oh no, it's Emperor Wu Shuang, that guy is actually inside. The familiar divine aura scared the demon dragon. He didn't understand how Emperor Wu Shuang could be so smart that he could predict that he would bring Yu Yang here and deliberately set up an ambush here. Yu Yang was also shocked. Emperor Wu Shuang being here was not the most shocking thing. What surprised him the most was that there was someone who could fight against Emperor Wu Shuang behind this ancient god's gate. In his senses, there was a super expert whose divine power was even above that of Emperor Wu Shuang. He was madly urging his divine power to wreak havoc in the whole world. Are we really going in? Now it was Mo Long's turn to hesitate. He was worried that if he brought Yu Yang in, it would really create some kind of irreversible fate. After all, Emperor Wu Shuang was inside, and there was a powerful person who was at the same level as Emperor Wu Shuang. This was completely different from what he had expected. Yu Yang, on the other hand, calmed himself down and nodded resolutely. Since fate is here, then let's fight. Anyway, I have already decided that no matter what challenges and tests I encounter, I will do my best. My own fate must be in my own hands. No, there is also everyone's fate, the fate that everyone entrusted to me. I must control it in my own hands. Becoming the holy sovereign, freeing myself, freeing the fate of all living beings that follow me, this is my future goal, after entering the ancient God Gate. With the eyesight of the mystic dragon and Yu Yang, they were able to observe the intense battle from afar. It was a supergiant ultimate god that was at least 60,000 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked extremely majestic with the throne behind it rising like a heavenly fire. In addition, there was a ring of light under the feet of the supergiant ultimate god that looked like a raging sea of blood. Every time there was a wave, the entire world would feel like it was drowned in a sea of blood. Supergiant ultimate god held 4 divine weapons in his hands and condensed 2 balls of inextinguishable divine light in his empty hands. One was red and the other was gold. These 2 balls of divine light were extraordinary. They were both eternal and indestructible existences. When Yu Yang saw this, he almost cried out in surprise. This was because these 2 balls of divine light that had been refined to the limit of their power were the 5-colored divine light that Yu Yang had painstakingly collected all this time but to no avail. To be precise, they were the red and gold of the 5-colored divine light. At first, Yu Yang had the green of the 5-colored divine light in his hands. After defeating the prison emperor divine palace, he obtained the black light. Unfortunately, it was a fake. He searched hard until the mysterious man appeared in the trial world. Yu Yang fought to his limit and the mysterious man's strongest divine form was flattened by the giant fate. He had no choice but to hide his soul in the black of the 5-colored divine light before he could use it to escape. The others couldn't catch up to him and only the Phoenix sisters managed to snatch the black light with great difficulty. Although Yu Yang had the second 5-colored divine light in his hands, he had never been able to exert the true power of the 5-colored divine light. Today, he was surprised to see the other form of the 5-colored divine light. It was an eternal and indestructible form of divine light. Its power. It was almost stimulated to the limit. Although there were only 2 lights and not the 5-colored divine light, it was still far beyond Yu Yang's knowledge and imagination. It can't be. What stunned the demon dragon was not the supergiant ultimate god nor the 5-colored divine light, but Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless. If the Guardian of Light had a huge divine body of 40,000 meters, then the enemy fighting with Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless was 60,000 meters tall and had transformed into a terrifying divine body with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was such an enemy that Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless could fight to a draw and was not at a disadvantage at all. How could the demon dragon not be shocked? Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless didn't change much from before except for an additional divine throne behind him. However, he could fight against strong enemies with supreme divine power. Not only was he frantically fighting against the 60,000-meter-tall supergiant ultimate god, there were also dozens of divine-level experts with divine bodies of more than 6,000 meters or even more than 10,000 meters beside him. They were besieging him with all their might. "Get out of my way!" Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless shouted. After the heavy fists collided and repelled the supergiant ultimate god, he raised his tiger arm and swept it across the battlefield with one hand. Those who touched it rolled and fell back. There was a divine-level expert about 8,000 meters who was not much shorter than Peerless. He retreated a little slower and was caught by Peerless and had his divine arm torn off. No one dared to step forward to rescue him. Even though they clearly knew that the fate of this captured deity-level expert would be the same as that of their fallen companions in the past, that his godhead would dissipate under the hands of the Peerless expert and under his will, there was still no one who dared to take this risk and step forward to rescue him. Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless deliberately raised the divine-level expert above his head. In public, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he executed the enemy. He ignored the many strong enemies and wantonly tore off the enemy's arms, legs, and feet. Finally, he pressed the enemy's head and increased his divine power little by little. Everyone watched in horror. From afar, no one dared to approach. "If you think that besieging me is effective against Peerless, then you can continue. He, as well as the divine-level experts who have fallen in my hands, will be your examples." Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless roared and his divine power erupted. Before the supergiant ultimate god's fist could reach him, he directly tore off the head of the divine-level expert in his hand. The supreme divine power directly annihilated the opponent's soul and destroyed the opponent's divine essence. The divine-level divine throne had not yet dissipated. The pure and vast divine power was suddenly restrained by a kind of will and law and frantically peeled off and extracted. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into black in a small black and white world and became another kind of existence similar to the divine throne. Yu Yang's eyeballs almost fell out because he also saw the Supreme Master at the edge of the battlefield. She was using some special secret to attract the enemy's divine throne power that was about to dissipate. Every time Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless killed a divine throne, she absorbed a divine throne. Using this, she used black to create her own divine throne. Peerless, don't be arrogant. Your fate has been decided. When you flourish, you will fall. This is the place where you die. Supergiant Ultimate God ignored the divine-level experts around him being killed. He only focused on Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless. As long as he killed Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless, he would win the entire world and even the entire future. My fated return is also your end. Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless laughed and faced the enemy without giving in. You, why are you here? And in such a dangerous place? Yu Yang rushed over immediately and stared at the slightly stunned Supreme Master with anger he had never felt before. On the other side, the demon dragon also stared angrily at the Supreme Master. You bastard, how dare you hold back when fighting with me? How dare you look down on me? Emperor Wu Shuang, if that's the case, then don't blame me for falling out with you. The demon dragon was ready to join the battle. His target was, of course, Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless, who was besieged by a group of enemies. Yu Yang was about to die from anger. Big brother, look at the situation now, can you stop making trouble? You can't even figure out who's the enemy and who's the friend. Do you know how to be the boss? Do you know that you'll tire everyone to death like this? Besides, even if Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless is not a good person, the other side doesn't look like a good person. Who? Are you going to help now? Even if you want to fight Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless, you should pick a good time. Is it really appropriate to make a move now? I'm coming, I'm coming. The demon dragon was like a gambler who saw that he was missing 1 out of 3. His heart was itching. He transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall divine body. With a thunderous roar, he joined the battle. The unstoppable fist passed through the god's throne and landed on the Peerless Emperor's back. With the addition of the demon dragon, many of the god-ranked experts hurriedly retreated. Although they didn't understand what was going on, everyone understood one fact, and that was that the guy who had just rushed over was definitely a lunatic. Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless took the heavy punch head-on. His tiger arm rotated and hit the demon dragon's chin. Without waiting for the demon dragon to fall, Emperor Wu Shuang's knee bent like a bow and kicked the demon dragon into the air. Supergiant Ultimate God saw the demon dragon's whole body smashing toward him. 6 arms flailed. 4 divine weapons and 2 balls of divine light all hit the demon dragon's body. Yu Yang covered his face and could not bear to watch any more. He had seen fools before, but he had never seen one as stupid as him. Ouch! The demon dragon got up with a twisted face. Although he was seriously injured, it did not affect his movements at all. He angrily roared at Supergiant Ultimate God, "Don't think that you're so arrogant just because you're a little bigger and you can hit people at will. That's just fat. Do you think you can scare me? You can't even scare the kids over there and you still have the nerve to show off. Stupid creature." Supergiant Ultimate God sent the screaming demon dragon flying with a punch and continued to launch a new round of attacks at Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless. Are you okay? Yu Yang found that the demon dragon seemed to be seriously injured. It's just a small injury. What can you do to me? When the demon dragon saw Yu Yang saw his embarrassment, he quickly jumped up and made a cool pose. What a joke. I saw that he's a junior, so I deliberately let him have 2 moves. I don't want him to cry and go back to complain that I bullied the junior. Sister-in-law over there, stay away from Yu Yang. Don't accidentally hurt yourself. The sister-in-law in his last few sentences angered Jizun. Seeing Jizun's glare, the demon dragon suddenly remembered that this girl was different from others. He felt guilty and quickly laughed. Then hurry up and bully him. I think this guy hasn't been beaten to tears for a long time. You have to give him a memorable experience. Yu Yang pointed at Supergiant Ultimate God. His words were like putting his boss on a bonfire. That's what you said. If I really use my ultimate move and break this world, won't you blame me? When the demon dragon heard that, he didn't feel cheated and was excited. I won't blame you. If it's really broken, I'll be responsible for repairing it. Yu Yang felt that if his boss really had the ability to defeat the enemy, the result would definitely be 100 times better than the current situation no matter how bad it was. Well, you're the future great master. You have to keep your word. The demon dragon bowed his head, stretched out a finger, and pointed at Yu Yang. Hey, in the name of the great master, you said to unseal and use your strongest move. Yu Yang was stunned. It's easy to use your strongest move, but are you sure your brain hasn't been damaged by the enemy? Does it really make sense to do that? This young master doesn't even know what unsealing is, okay, although he was complaining in his heart that his boss was unreliable. Seeing that he needed to do that, he also cooperated and released his strongest sword energy that pierced the demon dragon's forehead. The sword aura soared to the sky. The demonic dragon bathed in the sword aura. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed. Yu Yang suddenly felt dizzy. He was puzzled. Big brother, if you can't stand the sword aura, why do you have to suffer like this? You even said you're going to use your strongest move. What are you doing? However, on second thought, although the demonic dragon was not very reliable, it was not to the extent where he could not even withstand one of his own sword. Previously, he fought with the Peerless until he was covered in wounds and fought with the guardian divinity of light. His body was severely injured and he was exhausted from the fight, but he did not make a sound. Why was he behaving like this now? What the hell happened? The demonic dragon, who was rolling on the ground in pain, could not even hide his original form. He transformed into an angry dragon and crazily vomited blood. Dragon blood spurted out. Black ink splattered all over the sky and the ground. The fallen gods of the Dead Sea, who were besieging Emperor Wu Shuang from afar, saw this enraged dragon form. All of them cried out in fear, "It's the demonic dragon. That lunatic has actually escaped." No, wait, wasn't he imprisoned by the supreme dragon god forever? Stay away from him. This guy is an immortal dragon from the Eastern clan. There's no point in fighting him. Is the supreme dragon god going to return to the heavenly realm? It's too scary. Even this place is no longer safe. What should we do now? Continue to besiege the Peerless in vain? Continue. Ignore the demonic dragon and continue to besiege the Peerless. If the guardian divinity is defeated, all of us will die. We will all be slaughtered by the Peerless. Our fate is already closely linked to the Dead Sea. There is no other choice. Fight, continue to fight, for our fate, for our future. The battle over there was in full swing. Over here, Yu Yang saw the demonic dragon's long body twisting like a dead snake and spitting out black blood from his huge mouth from time to time. Just when Yu Yang thought that this fellow was going to vomit blood and die, the raging dragon's twisted body and shiny black scales gradually emitted a black light, slowly fading into a dark gold color. Especially the dragon horns on its forehead, as well as a pair of huge dragon eyes, were even more dazzling with golden light. Light returned to the mystic dragon's eyes. The aura that had been on the brink of death erupted and increased by billions of times. Reincarnation from death. In just a few minutes, it was so fast that Yu Yang couldn't believe it. I feel much better now. The mystic dragon, who was in the form of a raging dragon, gradually returned to his human form. He slumped in front of Yu Yang and said weakly, "Is there any tonic like God's blood? Give me some." Yu Yang shook his head. Of course there was God's blood, but to get it from Yu Yang would be more difficult than defeating Tianyu. The mystic dragon had no choice but to lower his request. "If you don't have God's blood, give me a mouthful of God's dew." "Bastard, I have lost too much blood and am dying of thirst. How can I fight if I don't recover?" Fine, I owe you a cup now. I'll pay you back 1 cup after this. 2 cups, I'll pay you back 2 cups. You bastard, you're still talking about interest now. You miser, are you even human? Take note, you are a boss, don't be a rascal. Of course, Yu Yang had plenty of God's due. If he wanted to drink 1 cup and return 2 cups, then lending him a cup should not be a problem. However, he seriously doubted the character of a certain boss. Of course, do I look like someone who doesn't return debts? The mystic dragon took the cup and drank it in one gulp. You don't look like one, you are. Yu Yang was very worried that his god's due would never return. Now that I have been officially resurrected, your good days are over. The mystic dragon jumped up and burst out with his 10,000-meter-long divine body. He once again rushed towards Peerless Emperor with the same punch. One punch sent Peerless Emperor flying, and another punch sent Super Giant Ultimate God flying. Yu Yang's eyeballs almost popped out as he exclaimed, "This is not scientific." He was half dead just now, but after drinking a cup of God's dew, he activated his little universe and fought against a strong enemy. Was a cup of God's dew really that effective? This could not be explained with common sense at all. He should have unlocked the shackles of the laws. Although he has not recovered to his peak, he can already release his true power smoothly. Jizun understood. But I didn't do anything. Yu Yang looked at his hand. It was just a casual sword attack. Maybe, he used your future to take advantage of a loophole. Jizun guessed so. That's not right either. Yu Yang still couldn't believe it. He didn't do anything, and there was no law produced just now. The sword energy didn't unseal anything, he didn't use the power of fate, he didn't bear any burden or receive any revelation. In short, he didn't do anything. How was this possible? Besides, it was impossible for an unsealed mystic dragon to recover just by drinking a cup of God's dew. Could it be that this boss faked his death and cheated him of the God's dew? The paranoid man from another world was letting his imagination run wild. What are you doing here? Jizun didn't care about that at all. She just looked at Yu Yang strangely. I should be the one asking you this question. What are you doing here? Do you know how dangerous this is? How could you sneak into such a dangerous place without letting anyone know? This is outrageous. The more Yu Yang spoke, the angrier he became. It was as if he was blaming Jizun, but under Jizun's gaze, his voice became weaker and weaker. In the end, he said, everyone was very worried about you. Are you all right? Other than those 3 fellows, do you think there will be any problems? Jizun looked down at everyone, as if there was no one else around. So many powerful people. Yu Yang saw that there were more than 10 God-ranked experts with divine thrones here, and the number was close to 100. Even in this kind of situation, Jizun actually said that there was no problem. This was really something that he couldn't agree with. You stood so close to the front, did no one attack you? He really suspected that those fellows in front of him were blind. Yes. Jizun said casually, but after killing a few, they stopped. Yu Yang was speechless. Sure enough, this world was a world where the strong were respected. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. After fighting for a long time, while the mystic dragon was fighting with the guardian deity of the Dead Sea, Emperor Wu Shuang caught another divine-level ranker who had unfortunately fallen behind during the siege. Emperor Wu Shuang was determined to carry out a massacre. Under his will, there was no forgiveness or tolerance, only killing and destruction. He mercilessly tore apart the opponent's divine body and used his divine power to annihilate the opponent's divine deity and soul. That feeling. It was like a lion tearing apart a chick. Yu Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. Damn, isn't this Emperor Wu Shuang a little too awesome? Fortunately, it wasn't the boss he wanted to fight. Otherwise, even if he cultivated for 1,000 years, it would be useless. Speaking of which, between Emperor Wu Shuang and Jizun of the Divine Palace, who was stronger? Could the guy over there, who was 60,000 meters tall and had 3 heads and 6 arms, be Tianyu? Jizun took the opportunity to absorb the dissipating power of the opponent's divine throne and transformed it into the black and white divine throne that she was still condensing. Are you condensing a divine throne? Yu Yang asked weakly, don't you need others to help you condense a divine throne? Someone left me a divine emblem at the Million Steps. I want to use it to make my own lesser divine throne. Of course, the real greater divine throne will still be completed by others. Previously, there was a divine message that told me part of the truth. Now, I just need to complete this lesser divine throne that belongs to me. When Jizun said this, Yu Yang felt extremely inferior. Even if it was a lesser divine throne, if he could make it himself, he would still be extremely arrogant. Besides, if Jizun had a divine message, why didn't he have any divine message? Could it be that the heavenly sword goddess had forgotten about him? No, she must be in closed-door training right now and doesn't know the situation outside. It must be like that. Yu Yang was very envious. After looking at it for a long time, he realized that he couldn't understand this divine throne at all. It was too complicated, so he asked, "What divine throne is this?" "Sovereign divine throne." Jizun told him very honestly, "This is what I comprehended in the gate of life and death. Under Jizun's will, I can control all life and death. For example, on this battlefield, no matter who changes between life and death, from life to death, from death to life, they will all be under my divine throne. Right now, I haven't completed it yet, so I can only absorb the divine power of those who died in battle. I want one too." Yu Yang almost drooled when he heard this. You don't have the foundation to achieve it, and you don't have the divine emblem to achieve this kind of divine throne. Jizun bluntly attacked him. "Who gave you the divine emblem?" "I don't have one?" Yu Yang remembered that he had also reached the 1,000,000th step, although he was pulled up by Jizun with the laws. "You want to know?" Jizun stared at Yu Yang. Seeing this kid's anxious expression, a smile appeared in her bright eyes. "This is a secret, I can't tell you. Also, if you want to become a divine throne, you must first think about how to move my heart. For example, someone did something with a shameless goddess that he thought was a secret, which made me very angry." Jizun was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. When Yu Yang heard this, he knew that it was over. He had already said that he shouldn't go too far and that he shouldn't fantasize about Jizun while doing something. However, the phantom moon goddess said that it was fine and even took his hand and secretly touched it. Now, it was all over. Just as Yu Yang was thinking about what he should do to atone for his sins, he suddenly saw the demon dragon being punched away by Super Giant Ultimate God and smashed in front of him. The demon dragon's first little universe punch exploded. Emperor Peerless and Super Giant Ultimate God did not accurately estimate it, so he succeeded. Now it was not very useful. So, the boss immediately shouted at Yu Yang, "You're still looking? Hurry up and do it. Look at the situation now, and you're still talking about love here. Can't you guys talk slowly in bed when you go back? I don't have time for that now. Do it?" Yu Yang looked at the 60,000-meter tall Super Giant Ultimate God and couldn't help but shrink his neck. "I'm not stupid. You can't fight the big monsters, but you can fight the small monsters." The demon dragon was angry. "The ground was full of small monsters, you can just fight any one of them. Standing on the side of the battlefield and watching others fight to death while you chat with a beauty so leisurely, you will be punished by heaven. So many." Yu Yang found that there were at least 90 small monsters here, if not 100. Each of them had a divine throne, and the shortest one was more than 6,000 meters. F***ck, are these still small monsters? Jizun originally wanted to fight the small monsters, but she was angered by the demon dragon's words just now. She decided to stand by and watch for a while, waiting for this guy to be tortured. She did not move, so Yu Yang followed closely behind. As for brothers, boss, loyalty, and steely friendship, they were all fleeting clouds in front of a beauty. Moreover, this was an angry Jizun, so he had to pretend to be a good boy. Yu Yang looked around and flashed to the top of the divine mountain. He said to the seriously injured subjugating Chongqing who was struggling to hold the sky with one arm, "This small monster looks like it's easy to bully, why don't I beat him up?" The demon dragon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Beat him to death, why don't you carry the sky? If no one carries the sky, the gate of destiny will close, and it might even alarm the sleeping great god of ancient times. At that time everyone will be finished, and it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. I don't want to stay in prison anymore, especially the kind of prison where I have to stay for 100,000 years. Yu Yang was curious and asked subjugating Chongqing, "One look and I can tell that you don't look like a good person, why are you so kind as to come here and carry the sky for everyone?" Subjugating Chongqing laughed bitterly, "This sentence is as long as a piece of cloth." The guy shook his head and waved his hands, "Then don't say it. He belonged to the type of person who doesn't see for too long, doesn't listen to too much. He didn't have the patience to go straight to the point. If he beat around the bush, who knew if he would let people go around in circles? Just like that, the guy from another world put aside the depressed subjugating Chongqing and looked at Qi Danzi, who was lying on the ground not far from subjugating Chongqing's feet. His body looked as if it had been run over by 100,000 mammoths. What about you? One look and I can tell that you are not a good person, so why did you come to this divine mountain to enjoy the sauna bath? Qi Danzi didn't know what the sauna bath was, but he understood the meaning. He laughed. I was stepped on by a peerless expert. I can't live anymore, and I don't want to live anymore, so I came here. Yu Yang made a fuss out of nothing, stepped on by a peerless expert? Then you are walking too carelessly. How can you just run around randomly? This is very dangerous. Are you saying that I was wrong? Qi Danzi had never thought that he would be stepped on by a person. So it turned out that he was wrong. Do you think you are right? Yu Yang criticized him as if it was a matter of course. That's right, I thought that as a bad person, I could do some wrong things. I didn't expect. Qi Danzi felt a little depressed. As a bad person, you didn't reflect on yourself properly, but still ran around randomly and did wrong things. This is even more wrong. Yu Yang reminded him, since you are going to die soon, do you have anything left? If you don't even have a single divine equipment, then you are a failure as a person. Wouldn't that be a waste of your life? I even think that the divine equipment choosing its master, choosing you as its master, is not right at all. You mean to choose someone like you? Qi Danzi now understood Yu Yang's meaning a little. I think that even without comparison, it should be very clear. Look at you, you're lying here waiting for your death, while I'm standing here alive and kicking. You're an old man who can't do anything right, but is good at spoiling things. I'm still young and smart, and everything goes according to plan. If you had even the slightest sense of inferiority and self-awareness, I think you would immediately take out the divine weapon and force it into my hands. Even if I sternly refuse, you would still insist on giving it to me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to die in peace. When Yu Yang said this, Qi Danzi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck. After talking for so long, it turns out that you want my divine equipment. It's not that I haven't seen shameless people before, but I have never seen such a shameless person. This brat, why didn't the heavens strike him with lightning? Go back and comprehend it well. Jizun appeared behind Yu Yang in a flash. When he turned around in surprise, she tapped his forehead lightly with her finger. That was a ball of boundlessly mysterious spiritual light. Like a meteor breaking through the sky. It flashed in Yu Yang's mind. It contained all of Jizun's insights, as well as the unique revelations given to her by the mysterious inheritance. Everything, like fireworks blooming, instantly overflowed the entire lake of Yu Yang's mind. Yu Yang's previous puzzles and speculations about the divine throne were completely understood at this moment. However, Jizun did not limit Yu Yang's understanding to her own realm. On the contrary, she used her own wisdom to guide Yu Yang to continue to move forward to a higher realm. Yu Yang was so excited that he almost wanted to hold her in his arms, but before he could open his arms, he immediately realized that it was too abrupt and quickly took a step back. The outcome of this battle won't be decided even if we fight for a few more days and nights. You are only here to add to the chaos. Go back and work hard. What you need to do is to surpass yourself and completely transcend before the enemy wins. Jizun hoped that Yu Yang would return to the grimoire world and take this opportunity to comprehend the divine throne and the new realm. What should I do? Yu Yang didn't know what to do to improve himself. Look at your heart and get rid of distracting thoughts. Maybe you will get the answer. Jizun never thought that this kid's comprehension would be a problem. Indeed, there were many shortcomings in this guy from another world. But being stupid was definitely not one of them. As long as this kid was serious, no matter what he did, no matter how difficult or challenging it was not a problem. The only thing that limited this kid's progress was his laziness. It was too difficult to make this kid nervous until the most tense moment. Of course, this also depended on the person. For example, Jizun was his nemesis. As soon as she opened her mouth, he would immediately become honest. Yu Yang returned to the grimoire world. Xiao, who stayed inside and did not participate in the battle outside, widened her beautiful big eyes. Why did he come back, and what was with that bitter expression? As soon as she asked, Yang poured out a lot of grievances. In the end, he hoped that Pandora, who was coexisting in Xiaonu's body, could give him an opinion. Weren't you a super strong god tier in the past? There should also be a divine throne. Tell me, what should I do to become the best divine throne? No, I'm not asking for too much now. It's fine as long as I can become a divine throne. Yu Yang still wanted to use his divine throne to deal with Jizun, but this was not something else. Even if he wanted to make do with it, he wouldn't be able to. Xiaonu did not know anything about the divine throne, and Pandora was also confused. What is the divine throne? Is it delicious? This answer almost made Yu Yang fall to the ground. Sigh, he asked the wrong person. Instead of asking this muddle-headed Pandora, who had even forgotten about her past, he might as well think of a way himself. Seeing Yu Yang's depressed look, Pandora covered her mouth and laughed. She liked to see Yu Yang's depressed look the most. She felt that it was very amusing. On the other hand, the kind-hearted Xiaonu was a little soft-hearted and hoped that Pandora could help her master. Under Xiaonu's pleading, Pandora also decided to try and see if she could remember anything. The result was obvious. After Yu Yang finished a sumptuous meal, he found that Pandora, who had taken over Xiaonu's body, had already fallen asleep. Furthermore, her sleeping posture was very alluring. It was rare for him to work hard, but his hard work was actually ignored by others. How could this be? The guy from another world howled and turned into a wolf under the moon. He pressed down on a certain goddess and spanked her but 30 times. At first, a certain third young master's willpower was very firm, and the execution of the family rules was very strict. However, a certain goddess knew how to act coquettishly. Furthermore, there was an extremely cute Xiaonu in her body that he could not bear to hit. Thus, towards the end, the family rules were still enforced. The spanking was still the same, but it had already become a different form of family rules. After a hearty battle, the guy from another world discovered that a certain goddess not only had a divine throne, but also a realm that was exceptionally high. At the very least, it was a level higher than what he could currently detect and understand. However, this divine throne of calamity was deeply sealed. Even Pandora's consciousness seemed to have forgotten about it on purpose, and did not resonate with it at all. If not for the slight ripple that occurred when Yu Yang's body and mind fused with hers, Yu Yang would not have been able to detect its existence. I also have a divine throne? Then where is my divine throne? Can I sit on it? Pandora's words made Yu Yang feel helpless. It seemed like there was no hope for this girl to help him become a divine throne. On the other hand, when he had the ability in the future, it was not impossible for him to help her remove her divine throne. Furthermore, it seemed that this divine throne of calamity was not sealed by someone else, but by Pandora herself. She probably did not like him, who would be cursed by divine power the moment he touched her divine throne, so she sealed herself. Jizun's enlightenment, the revelation from the mysterious inheritance above the million steps, Wu Shuanghuang's unique interpretation of the divine throne, and Pandora's divine throne realm that was deeply sealed, all of these were fused in Yu Yang's heart. He had learned a lot from his exploration. However, he still could not use divine power to condense it himself. The most important prerequisite was that there was no divine emblem. If there was no such thing, even if he condensed it, it would not be recognized by the higher-ups. At the same time, without this, which direction should he condense it in? Jizun condensed the divine throne that she comprehended from the gate of life and death to control life and death. Pandora condensed the divine throne of calamity that she was born with and could curse everything in the world. Then what about himself? Could it be that he had to create a perverted divine throne? Traversing the divine throne, after agonizing over it for a long time, Yu Yang decided to ask the omnipotent sword goddess for help. She definitely knew about it. A certain third young master fell asleep very comfortably under the gentle care of Xiaonu. Unfortunately, the sword goddess was not at home. Not only was she not there, even that Koki no Koki was not there. The entire dream realm was empty, causing a certain third young master who was full of expectations to be disappointed. When he woke up, Yu Yang discovered that Xiaonu was as curious as a cat. She was tossing and turning a sparkling thing in her hands. When Yu Yang looked over, her small hands that were like white orchids immediately took out that sparkling star and happily handed it over. When you were asleep, a rainbow light flew out from the trial grimoire. Pandora said that it might be for you. The trial grimoire flew out? Yu Yang was stunned when he heard this. Something that flew out from the grimoire? It didn't fly out earlier or later, but it flew out now. Could it be that it was intentional? Thinking about it again, it must be the doing of the three little Lolas: creation, destruction, and eternity. They seemed to have also disappeared and could not be found anywhere. It was really strange. Why did all of them disappear at such an important juncture? Taking the sparkling star-like object, Yu Yang discovered that there was indeed their pure divine power on it. The degree of purity of this divine power simply shocked Yu Yang. How did they refine it? Could divine power be as eternal and pure as nirvana flame? It was too inconceivable, but it was also the truth. Yu Yang carefully held the sparkling star-like object in his hand. He felt that this thing should be the legendary foundation of the divine throne, the core of achievement, and the divine emblem that was specially approved by it. Without it, it wouldn't work. Now that he had it, Yu Yang was still confused. Such a pure divine emblem, what kind of divine power would be added to it? If all the divine power was as pure as it was to become a divine throne, then it would be over. Even if all the divine power of his attributes were added together, he wouldn't be able to achieve much in the end. How much divine power was needed to become a divine throne? Yu Yang thought about Jizun. He remembered that she seemed to have absorbed the power of two 10,000-year-old ghosts' divine thrones, but she only added a little bit of black in the black and white world of the divine thrones. After the evolution, there seemed to be only a little bit of the vast divine power left. F***ck, he didn't have Jizun's ability to control the power of other people's divine thrones. If he were to rely on himself, he would explode and then die. Do you also have a lot of troubles? The Freedom Queen passed by and noticed that this brat seemed to be very bitter. She couldn't help but ask. Who doesn't have troubles? Do I look like that kind of heartless guy who laughs foolishly all day long? Yu Yang disagreed. You are. The Freedom Queen's pure and holy face was smiling and shining. Don't provoke me now. Yu Yang was very depressed. You know that I'm in a bad mood, but you didn't kiss me to comfort me. You even deliberately made fun of me. It was really too outrageous. Although he was depressed, he couldn't hit the Freedom Queen's little butt because this girl only had half of her body. Last time, he wanted to help her grow her lower body, but he didn't make a move until now. Goodbye. The Freedom Queen waved her hand lightly, a smile on her face. It was really rare. Why was she in such a good mood today? Wait a minute. Yu Yang chased after her. You want me to help solve your doubts? Sorry, I'm not even at the divine level. The Freedom Queen knew about Yu Yang's troubles, but she couldn't do anything about it. The divine throne was far beyond her understanding. Who said that? I'm talking about helping you recover your body. Yu Yang was like a big bad wolf approaching a little lamb. I'm not ready yet. The Freedom Queen realized the danger. I'm already ready. Don't refuse, because it's useless to refuse. Don't talk nonsense, this young master has wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Yu Yang picked up the Freedom Queen and ran to the bedroom, ignoring her objections. Xianxia, who had just finished cleaning up, came out with a basin of water. She was very tactful, but Pandora laughed and said, Ayaya, I didn't see anything. The guy from another world was thick-skinned and pretended not to hear it. However, the Freedom Queen couldn't do it. She was so embarrassed that her face was burning, and she wanted to faint immediately. She covered her face shyly and used the ostrich method to escape. Although she knew what was going to happen next, she still didn't dare to face it directly. The Queen of Freedom, who had lost half of her body, was still breathtakingly beautiful even though she had lost half of her body. She was as fragrant as snow and as soft as jade, and as red as ruby. Her perfect body formed a shocking contrast with her incomplete body. Only now did the Queen of Freedom realize that she was a woman. Only then did a kind of shyness unique to women awaken in her soul. The guy from another world was usually a big pervert, but he was still good when it came to serious matters. He focused his mind. Especially when he gently placed half of the divine body under the Freedom Queen, he was so nervous that a layer of fine sweat seeped out. This was definitely not a simple connection or splicing. This was a kind of regeneration that surpassed life, the fusion of a divine level and a mortal. The most difficult thing was that the Freedom Queen had a kind of pure divine power, which was inherited from the previous Water Temple Master. Two kinds of divine power with different attributes would coexist in a mortal's body, perfectly fuse, and transform into her life functions and wisdom. This level of difficulty was even higher than a mountain. If Yu Yang didn't have the Nirvana flame and his own blood, he wouldn't dare to dream of such an unprecedented miracle. Divine and mortal as one, heaven and man as one. This would also be a unique existence in the entire world. It's about to begin. Yu Yang was sweating profusely, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe it off. His entire mind was focused on the connection. If there was even a millionth of a mistake, the conflict between the two kinds of divine power would produce a world-destroying explosion, and this Freedom Queen would definitely perish. The Freedom Queen also knew that she needed to cooperate with her thoughts. No matter how embarrassed she was, she couldn't let his hard work go down the drain, let alone sit and watch him be in danger. Her fingers that were covering her face opened slightly. This was the first time in her life. She was so brave, and she looked at him with open heart. So, this is the secret of the Divine Throne. When Yu Yang was remodeling the Liberty Queen's body, he discovered that there was a sleeping divine throne that had lost its consciousness but still had its power. At first, it was very weak, and Yu Yang thought it was an illusion. When the Liberty Queen's consciousness and divine power law were gradually integrated into the divine throne under Yu Yang's guidance, the divine throne immediately began to awaken and continuously fed back various information to Yu Yang's mind, such as the secret and prerequisites to become a divine throne. This made the Dazzleju clan's third young master pleasantly surprised and flustered. The power of the sleeping divine throne had dissipated a lot, and more than half of it was incomplete. However, the good news was that the foundation was still there, and the form was complete. This made Yu Yang, who did not know how to evolve it, heave a sigh of relief. Other than the divine emblem, condensing a divine throne was an essential foundation. It also needed a type of divine might to fill it. This kind of divine might. It could be refined and transformed by the Master's divine power. It could also be transformed by the Master's followers' piety or faith power. It could even be transformed by the Master's many great deeds, such as the phenomenon, influence, power, and so on. For example, the Liberty Queen. She did not have any divine power, and what she had was either the inheritance or the remnant of half of her divine body. After Yu Yang refined the divine power in her body as well as the remaining divine power in half of her divine body, he was pleasantly surprised to find that her divine power light pillar had already exceeded 215 meters. Although she was unable to reach the superior divine seat requirement of 300 meters and above, it seemed to be very easy to reach the true divine seat between 100 and 300 meters. However, when Yu Yang took action and prepared to awaken the Liberty Queen's sleeping divine throne and integrate the new divine power, he realized that his understanding was just a mistake. It was just a terrifying beginning. Yu Yang had already learned from the old fisherman that the sleeping great divine priest's feedback was the same. If one wanted to become a great divine priest, if one wanted to become a god that was recognized by the entire upper world, they must first use their divine power to free themselves. Then, the rest would be used to become a divine throne. Once the great divine throne was completed, the height it showed and the rank it was at represented the height of the realm of the divine throne. This was a harsh condition that made Yu Yang speechless. However, he had to do this. There was no other way. Only by doing this could he truly transcend his mortal body and ascend to godhood. Is it very troublesome? The Queen of Freedom looked at Yu Yang apologetically. It's fine, but it turns out that it's so difficult to truly become a god. It was only now that Yu Yang realized that advancing to the divine level wasn't something that could be achieved just by cultivating for a long time, accumulating a lot of divine power, or using some kind of divine equipment, divine beast or grimoire. Although any external object had a supportive effect, it was also an object of self-liberation. To become a god, one had to pay the price first. First, he would use pure divine power to pay for everything in the world. After completing this, he would no longer have any restrictions or obstacles. Only then would he be liberated and become a god. The Queen of Freedom was very kind. She had never killed anyone, and she rarely killed anything. She didn't even step on many ants, so the repayment requirement was very small. However, she had many experiences in her life, and all of them had to be cleared with pure divine power. Moreover, the fate she carried was a dead knot that had been entangled for generations. She also had to pay divine power to resolve this wave of hatred. As for those hungry followers and believers, she also had to pay divine power to respond to their prayers. Unless the Queen of Freedom was willing to take over those people in the Tianhua region, she had to convert her divine power into divine grace in one go in order to truly free herself and the fate that she had been carrying. All of this was fine, she could pay it all in one go. About 30 meters of divine power would be enough. Among them, the Queen of Freedom didn't need 5 meters to free herself. The main thing was the fate that she carried. What Yu Yang didn't expect was that half of the divine body also needed to be repaid. Moreover, the amount of divine power needed to be repaid was unimaginable. F*CK, the divine power light pillar that is more than 200 meters tall is gone in one go. Yu Yang realized that the divine power light pillar disappeared in an instant. If it wasn't for the trace of light pillar that was a few centimeters tall, Yu Yang would have thought that the Queen of Freedom would destroy her godhead because she didn't repay enough. Fortunately, because she had freed herself from fate and ascended to become a god, the various good deeds that the Queen of Freedom's ancestors had carried out in the Tianhua region, including the prayers and piety of her followers, etc., returned like a spring. There were countless of them. These were all transformed into blessings and divine power, and the divine power light pillar rose again. Moreover, it was very pure. Yu Yang used the nirvana flame to purify it. Out of 10 or 20%, only 80 or 90% remained, and it returned to a height of 60 meters. There was no need to think about becoming a proper deity. Even becoming a beginner deity would be passable. Yu Yang's greatest hope was to be able to fuse with the remaining divine power of the sleeping divine throne and reach the beginner deity throne that was infinitely close to a height of 100 meters. Please. Don't repel each other. Yu Yang slowly fused the 60 meters of pure divine power into the sleeping divine throne. He was extremely nervous, worried that the two would repel each other and explode, causing great destruction. He was drenched in sweat, and drop by drop, it dripped onto the Queen of Freedom's newly reconstructed snow-white body. At the most tense moment, Yu Yang felt his vision blur, and his mind seemed to relax. He was so scared that his hair stood on end, thinking that something bad was going to happen. Fortunately, he realized that it was just a false alarm. He focused again, and his mind guided the pure divine power to fuse with the divine power of the sleeping divine throne. When it had completely absorbed the divine power, Yu Yang realized that the sleeping divine throne was still far from enough. It seemed that it still had enough potential to absorb more divine power, but the external divine power had already been completely exhausted. Just when he was in a dilemma, Yu Yang, who had a bright mind, boldly took out a portion of the giant's divine power of fate that he once carried but could not use from the holy grimoire and placed it inside. Strange light. It exploded from the sleeping divine throne and lit up the entire grimoire world. At this moment, the fates of the two people were closely linked, inseparable. The Queen of Freedom's divine throne instantly reached a perfect state, and she immediately became a god. Her body was reborn into an immortal god's body, and according to her own will and the original memories of her body, she formed a brand new Statue of Liberty. Behind her divine body, which was as pure as jade and immortal, a dazzling and beautiful divine throne of liberty slowly rose up. Looking at the mighty and holy Statue of Liberty, even the evolved Yu Yang himself couldn't help but feel a kind of reverence that he didn't dare to blaspheme. The birth of any god was always so extraordinary. It was so dignified. The Statue of Liberty, which represented free will and would never be fettered and bound, was officially born. This. The Queen of Freedom, no, the Statue of Liberty, Yingluo gently touched the emblem between her eyebrows. It was a special emblem that represented a god's wife. When Yu Yang used his divine power of fate to place it into her body and the divine throne, this little dot appeared between her eyebrows at the same time and marked it forever. I also didn't know it would be like this. Yu Yang was a little speechless. If he had this after having sex with the illusionary moon goddess, then it would be fine. After all, he had done it before. However, this Statue of Liberty hadn't even started yet. Actually, he didn't know that this emblem already existed. including Yu Yu, Lu Yi, and the others. It was just that it wasn't as obvious and divine as it was now. After the emblem first appeared under the world tree, it disappeared according to its master's will. Since our fates are linked, then our lives will also be blended into one. The Statue of Liberty bowed to Yu Yang, and her bright eyes emitted an incomparably gentle divine light. Although I'm a little lacking in confidence, Yingluo will definitely work hard. In the endless years to come, Yingluo will fulfill the greatest responsibility of a wife and let my husband's life be filled with freedom and joy. Really? I mean, it's really good. The Statue of Liberty is really beautiful. When Yu Yang saw the naked god's body in front of him, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have any crooked thoughts. When he heard what Yingluo said, he was even more ecstatic. However, he was a lot more careful after hitting a wall with Jizun. He was still able to control his mind and didn't want to pounce on her and eat her like a big tiger. Please don't say such words that go against your will. You should know that Yingluo's heart is now completely connected with yours. The Statue of Liberty couldn't help but laugh. Let's take a look at the god's throne first. Yu Yang was greatly embarrassed. Not saying what he meant was the characteristic of a guy from another world. Usually, very few people would expose him, including Xuanyou, Tigress, and even Yu Yu and the others. Everyone knew what kind of person he was, but everyone secretly left some face for him. However, it couldn't be done in front of the Statue of Liberty, Yingluo. She was used to sincere and frank words. In the past, she would rather keep her mouth shut than lie to her enemies. Seeing that Yu Yang didn't say what he meant, even if she had a wolf's heart, she couldn't help but correct him. Yu Yang didn't dare to look straight into Yingluo's eyes. He was afraid that he would see a wolf's reflection in those beautiful eyes, so he quickly changed the topic. Just a primary god. The Statue of Liberty smiled. She now understood the actions of Princess Sisai and the others a little. As a wife, especially a good wife, she really had to learn to be tolerant. She displayed her divine throne. Instantly, the entire grimoire world shone brightly, holy and flawless. The Statue of Liberty's divine throne was the lowest rank, primary god. However, Yu Yang noticed one thing. This divine throne of liberty was very different from the previous divine throne that was in deep slumber. The feeling that the divine throne of liberty gave Yu Yang was perfect. So perfect that it was indescribable. This divine throne of liberty seemed to have a lot of room for improvement. It seemed like it still had half of its potential to be improved. The previous divine throne that was in deep slumber did not have this feeling. Could it be that he really did it? Did he do it all? For a moment, Yu Yang started to doubt his own hands. Even though he knew that it was his own doing, he still couldn't believe it. He felt that when he integrated the fate divine power into it, there was a mysterious and undetectable force that quietly helped him achieve it. It wasn't all of his doing. What he did might just be a superficial catalyst, heavenly sword goddess. It must be her. It must be her who secretly helped him evolve this divine throne of liberty. Otherwise, this divine throne of liberty wouldn't be so perfect. It was even more impossible for it to have half of its potential to be improved. The old fisherman had said that after becoming a divine throne, there shouldn't be any more big improvements. It was almost the end. Even if there was improvement, it would be very slow. However, the divine throne of liberty had exceeded his warning. Why? Maybe, it's like this. Yingluo can make a bold guess. The Statue of Liberty and Yu Yang were connected. She was unable to detect the existence of the heavenly sword goddess. She only vaguely knew that there was a mysterious guardian. It was an existence that even her divinity and divinity feared. However, she could clearly sense Yu Yang's current state of mind. Seeing that Yu Yang was confused, she hurriedly comforted him. It's possible. During the process of becoming a divine throne, the heavenly sword goddess borrowed your hands to evolve it. It can be considered as you evolving it for Yingluo. Because you have not become a divine throne and have not officially entered the peak, Yingluo arranged it to be below half of the realm. In the future, when you have completely reached the peak, you will advance at the same time. If that's the case, it does make some sense. Yu Yang thought of Jizun. She was still preparing to become a lesser divine throne. That would be even more awesome. The divine throne of liberty was like child's play compared to her own sovereign throne. Maybe Jizun also received some kind of revelation or secret. She seemed to have said the same thing before. Jizun let you become a divine throne. There should be more than one divine throne. Maybe there can be two or more. The Statue of Liberty made a bold guess. Could it be that becoming a divine throne is related to the grimoire? Yu Yang thought further and thought of a possibility. Is it possible that one grimoire can become a divine throne? The Statue of Liberty looked at Yu Yang. If that was the case, then Yu Yang could condense at least 3 divine thrones. Jizun tried to condense the sovereign throne to control life and death. If I want to condense my own divine throne, what kind of divine throne would it be? If I can condense a few divine thrones, what kind of divine throne would the first one be? Yu Yang fell into deep thought. He had the holy grimoire that had accompanied him since he transmigrated. He also had the trial grimoire that he had obtained from the 10 trials. He even had a divine grimoire that he had not successfully summoned. The characteristics of his divine throne should be closely related to them. The direction of his evolution should also be based on them. So the holy grimoire first. Or the trial grimoire, no matter who it is, please give me a little hint. Yu Yang was especially anxious in his heart. He felt that he was about to break through the barrier, but he was just a little bit away. The inspiration was at his fingertips, but he couldn't really grasp it in his palm. This feeling was too maddening. Was there no one who could clearly tell him what to do? It was all riddles. Could it be that his fate had to be solved in the process of a riddle in order to achieve something? To achieve the effect of the trial, the heavenly sword goddess did not say it, his mother did not say it, Queen Vivian Li and even Fourth Mother, who were often with him in the later stages, did not say anything. Alright, there must be a reason behind this. Maybe after solving this riddle, this situation, the entire fate and the battle situation would be solved. I will not disappoint you. Just wait, comprehending the divine throne is just the beginning. In the future, there will be even more. I will solve them one by one, and I will definitely become a divine sovereign, just like you all hoped for. The Statue of Liberty hugged him from behind and gently hugged him in her arms, trying to give him some comfort and support. She also did not know what she should do. Only then could she help him. But she hoped that by doing so, she could share his troubles with him, and bring him some comfort in his heart. Yu Yang woke up from his thoughts. He realized that she had been accompanying him for a long time, but she was patient and gentle. When she saw him turn his face, she even smiled sweetly, a complete change from the cold and indifferent attitude she had when she was the Queen of Liberty. With a body, although she had become a goddess, she actually had a feminine gentleness. Seeing this, the guy from another world could not help but be moved. His wolfish claws secretly reached out and climbed up the snow jade fragrant peak. It's better to understand the secrets of the divine throne from you. Of course, it was necessary to understand, but was his goal the divine throne? This was very questionable. The Statue of Liberty could not protest, because her cherry lips had already been savagely blocked by a certain guy from another world. In the space-time labyrinth, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were still fighting. All the way forward. They didn't know that they were in the game, nor did they know that their opponents were just illusions in the labyrinth world. The real enemies had already escaped from Dongfeng's chess skills and rules and were scattered at the most important points. They didn't need to fight until the most crucial moment. Just like that, the rankers from the Radiant Mountain camp quietly watched their own illusions fight against the warriors from Tongtian Tower. Damn it! The captain's face turned ugly when he saw his own illusions being killed several times by the enemy. Although it was a space-time projection, its strength was not far from the original. In other words, if the real captain appeared on the battlefield and fought against the warriors from Tongtian Tower who were trying to break through, he would probably die with hatred. The captain's expression was ugly, and so were Tusher and the others. This was because they discovered that without the conqueror Queen Fei Wenli or Titan Yu, without the human Jizun and his majesty who resided deep within the Tianluo Palace, the space-time labyrinth still couldn't stop the attacks of the Tongtian Tower warriors. These fellows were simply undying cockroaches. They treated this as a battle experience. Many of them had already seen through the illusion, but they still charged forward with great interest. They did not have any plans to avoid or break out of this situation. After fighting for so long, Tushar and the other god rankers also understood that they would not be able to stop the Yu clan third young master by themselves. His battle would be at a higher level. Their true targets were the warriors of Tong Tian Tower who did not seem to be eye-catching before, but were in fact immortal. Alright, that guy from Dongfang's plan was flawless. They would continue according to his plan. As long as they won in the end. The process wasn't important at all, this was what the captain, Tushar, and the others were thinking. What was different from them was that the third party, who was watching the battle from another world, was extremely dissatisfied with their passive behavior. This was especially so for the battle-hungry arrogant man. He clearly knew that everything in front of him was a space-time labyrinth, but when he saw Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others fighting happily, he really wanted to join in and challenge the trial together. Massacring and killing, the steaming hot blood, and the sorrowful howls of the enemies, that was what he wanted. But unfortunately, no one gave him such a chance, other than the Night Empress being a little interesting, the others are not worth mentioning. The monster emperor, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, yawned in boredom. Has anyone seen where Jizun's guardian beast has run off to? On the other side, Supreme Jin furrowed his brows. Isn't she protecting Yu Taitan's younger sister? The two-headed dragon Guang was shocked when he heard that. That should be an illusion. The arrogant man's eyesight was far better than his. What? The beautiful queen was about to faint. The current illusionary moon goddess didn't look like a phantom at all. She could fly, laugh, and jump around. She would even chat with Titan Yu's sister from time to time. Although she didn't make a move during the battle, whenever Titan Yu's sister was in a disadvantageous position, she would use her divine power to help. How could she be a phantom? It's not just that goddess. Even Yu Taitan's sister, they are actually illusions. The Goblin Emperor wasn't too sure. I haven't completely seen through it, but I can be sure of one thing. All the girls, beasts, and treasures related to Titan Yu have all disappeared. Maybe it was the little girl who inherited the power of the goddess of wisdom, or maybe there were other people working together. In any case, 3 days ago, these people had all been replaced by phantoms. The last real body was that Supreme Elder's guardian beast. She has been using the eternal moon to deceive our eyes. Under her disguise, all the girls, beasts, and treasures related to Titan Yu have all disappeared. Only his teammates, the little fatty and the others were left to continue their breakthrough. All fake? The two-headed dragon Guang and the other Heaven Realm powerhouses almost couldn't believe it. Everything in front of them was clearly real. Where did they go? The arrogant man raised this question. Perhaps it's a stratagem. Perhaps Titan Yu has met with a strong enemy. They aren't willing to stay in this time-space labyrinth to train, so they all left to his side to help him. The latter possibility is very high because now is not the best time to break out of this predicament. They left a little too early. This doesn't make sense. The Goblin Emperor made a bold conjecture. Makes sense, but there are other possibilities. I feel that the battle of wits between Dongfang and Titan Yu isn't that simple. The suspicion in Goblin Emperor's eyes deepened. Right now, Night Empress is fighting with the undefeatable Jizun. Is she also fake? The beautiful queen couldn't accept this reality. She's real. The Goblin Emperor smiled. The only one that still existed was Night Empress. However, the fate divine weapon in her hands had already disappeared 3 days ago. Initially, he still suspected that Night Empress had purposely kept the treasure. However, from the looks of it now, the fate divine weapon in her hands had been taken away by the original owner, Titan Yu. It was also because of this that he dared to speculate that Titan Yu had met with one or a few powerful god-level powerhouses that he couldn't fight against. Moreover, it was to the point that he couldn't fight against them without using the fate divine weapon. Night Empress really existed. Her battle with the undefeatable Jizun was also coming to an end. The undefeatable Jizun had the perception inherent skill. As long as he felt that he would definitely win and never lose, he would only participate in the battle. Under such circumstances, it was theoretically impossible for the undefeatable Jizun to lose. Unless, the Goblin Emperor and Supreme Jin looked at each other and received the answer and acknowledgement from each other's eyes. To defeat the undefeatable Jizun, that was the only possibility. I've won. I've finally won. The undefeatable Jizun was currently bathed in blood. His body was riddled with wounds. His originally handsome face that was comparable to a trap was now covered with crisscrossing scars. He was extremely tired, but he was even more excited. Because, at the end of this battle, the winner was still him, who possessed the innate talent of perception and never made a mistake. The name of the undefeatable Jizun would continue to be maintained, forever. Night Empress' body was completely unharmed. Her starlight was still there, but it was slightly dimmer. Her star power had actually reached its limit after 3 days of exhaustion. She could no longer sustain a high-intensity battle. The undefeatable Jizun, with his strongest and most tenacious willpower, began to recover bit by bit from being tortured by the enemy. Although he almost died to the Fate Divine weapon in Night Empress' hands, the Fate Divine weapon quickly disappeared without a trace. Night Empress' original advantage was no longer there. This battle was very bitter, but in the end, he still managed to recover. He had the last laugh. Night Empress had no more strength to fight and turned into a ray of starlight. Disappeared. If Dongfang hadn't arranged for the two of them to fight in a clear sky world with the most negative star power, if Jizun hadn't used the Radiance Mountain's divine power to continuously support him at the most difficult moment, this battle would have been impossible to turn around. I knew it. My innate talent would never be wrong. My undefeatable record will never end. Haha. The undefeatable Jizun was in an extremely good mood. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no energy left, he would have wanted to keep Night Empress as a strong enemy. It was a little regretful. However, it was enough to be able to win. The rest would be left to Dongfang and Jizun. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? Demon Emperor and Jin Di, you are too naive. My undefeatable record will forever be maintained because I am the one and only undefeatable Jizun in the history of the Heaven Realm. The undefeatable Jizun sneered at the image in the sky. I have a question. Demon Emperor paused. How long has it been since you last summoned your grimoire? What do you mean? The undefeatable Jizun was stunned. What he means is, when you were fighting against Titan Yu, did you open your grimoire again to check on your innate talent? Is there a possibility that your previous innate talent might be correct or wrong? If you did not correct it in time, you might be misled by your previous innate talent. Alright, that's all I have to say. When Supreme Jin finished, he did not look at the undefeatable Jizun anymore. He already knew the answer. You're already a dead man. Demon Emperor became even bolder. Before the battle with Titan Yu, I already had my suspicions. Now, I have every reason to believe that you've already died because of your innate talent. Impossible. I am undefeatable. My innate talent will always be correct. The undefeatable Jizun's face turned pale as if he had thought of a terrifying possibility. He reached out and tried to summon his grimoire. The grimoire did not react. The undefeatable Jizun screamed in despair. No, I am the undefeatable Jizun. My innate talent must be correct. It can't be wrong. The grimoire can't disappear. This is an illusion. This is an illusion that the enemy has given me. No, I must still be in the middle of the battle. I must still be tormented by the enemy's illusion. Victory will always belong to me. I am the only undefeatable Jizun in the upper heaven realm. When his willpower collapsed, his divine body began to dissipate. Strand by strand. Slowly but unstoppably, it dissipated between heaven and earth. The more nervous and frenzied the undefeatable Jizun was, the faster his divine power dissipated. I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. The Radiance Mountain's divine power spring is still here. I can still hold on. The final victory will belong to me. This will never be wrong. Amidst his fear, the undefeatable Jizun realized that there was an endless supply of divine power coming from behind him. This was the undefeatable Jizun's support. At this slow rate, the undefeatable Jizun was terrified. With his vast divine power and endless support, the undefeatable Jizun estimated that he could hold on for at least a year. And the final victory did not even need a year. It only needed 10 days, no, 7 days. Then, the entire battle would be decided. The Radiant Mountains camp would be victorious, and the Tong Tian Tower's camp, Titan Yu, would be defeated, Although he did not understand why the grimoire could not be summoned, the undefeatable Jizun still believed that he would be the final victor. I will not lose, because I am the undefeatable Jizun who has never failed and will never be defeated. The undefeatable Jizun held on to this belief. For the past 3 days, he had endured the torment of the Night Empress like this. He completely believed that as long as he continued to hold on, the final victory would belong to him. Too scary. The two-headed dragon Guang and the other upper heaven realm warriors almost wet their pants in fear. They were not fools. Even a fool would understand what it meant when a divine grimoire could not be summoned. The undefeatable Jizun must have understood this as well. It was just that he could not accept this terrifying reality. To turn a great leader of the central shrine, one of the 3 great honorable Jizun, into a lunatic who did not dare to admit defeat. He even turned him into a dead man in front of everyone. Was this the true power of the Yu clan's 3rd young master Titan Yu? How did he do it? Moreover, why did he do it? If he could easily kill the undefeatable Jizun, why would he allow the Night Empress to torture him for 3 days? Titan Yu's target is not the undefeatable Jizun, but someone else, someone even stronger. Supreme Jin already had an answer in his heart. He is locking on to the undefeatable Jizun. The monster emperor's gaze seemed to be able to see through time. Under the ancient pine tree, the stone chessboard was still there, but the people playing were different. The person who had been standing quietly in the east had disappeared, leaving only an old man who was extremely old and had 1 foot in the grave. The skinny old man saw the Night Empress who had appeared out of nowhere. He did not show any expression, as if he had already known that she would appear. That year, the main cause of Princess Starlight's death was your despicable sneak attack. The undefeatable Jizun. Today, Yi Yu, the descendant of the Heaven Stairway, will repay this grudge to you. Consider it as a final end for the ancestors. Night Empress picked up a chess piece and gently threw it on the chessboard. You are not qualified to play chess. The old man frowned, indifferently and disdainfully denied. It's not me, it's Titan Yu. I am only playing this chess piece on his behalf. Night Empress agreed. 1 more or 1 less chess piece is useless to the overall situation. The old man shook his head. Yes, but once this chess piece is played, you, as a senior, will fall from the peak of the Radiant Mountain. After Night Empress finished, the entire ancient pine world changed. The stone table disappeared, the chess pieces disappeared, and the world instantly changed into the inner courtyard of the Tian Luo Palace. The guards on duty were still standing outside the door conscientiously and meticulously. A palace maid walked out lightly with quick steps. She saw the old man sitting cross-legged on the ground and seemed to be startled. However, her good upbringing and etiquette quickly calmed her down. She slightly squatted in front of the uninvited guest, bowed with both hands, and then left with light footsteps to deliver the meal to the most respected king. This is a dream? The old man slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. This is a dream that has existed since the day Princess Starlight was killed. For thousands of years, this dream and the person in the dream have never woken up. The king's voice sounded softly, welcome, undefeatable Jizun, welcome to the end of the dream, ha, do you think that with the strength of the 2 of you, you can kill me, who has the supreme will and the supreme divine throne? The old man laughed. Are you sure that you have everything that you said? Night Empress also laughed. No matter what you say or do, you can't shake my supreme will, not even a little bit. The old man shook his head, his face full of disdain. Please wait a moment. After a certain naughty boy falls asleep, we can discuss this topic again. Because I want to tell him what is the real eternity. His Majesty's voice rang out softly, like a clear spring in the forest, gurgling and flowing. Yu Yang fell asleep. He happily hugged the Statue of Liberty. Before he fell asleep, his wolf claws were still pressed on the pile of snow made of fragrant jade. His greed was simply endless. In the dream, he seemed to be attracted by some kind of spiritual call. It was also like a kind of summoning force. Before Yu Yang could figure out what was going on, he found himself falling into Her Majesty's mirage. It was different from the first time he fell into the lake. This time he fell onto the hard ground. In a thousandth of a second, Yu Yang turned his body and perfectly adjusted his position of head down and feet up. His body did a beautiful somersault and landed lightly on his feet. If he had to give marks, this reaction and posture could be given full marks. Yu Yang was very satisfied with his performance. He couldn't lose his composure in front of Her Majesty. Although he didn't know why she was looking for him, if he performed well, he would definitely get points, right? You pervert, what have you been doing all day? The Night Empress voice screamed in Yu Yang's ears, giving him a big scare. Only then did Yu Ho realize that he was completely naked. He was standing in front of Yu Ho without a stitch on. Not only was the Night Empress here, there was also a skinny old man sitting on the ground. He looked like he was about to take his last breath. He suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly took out some clothes to put on. He hurriedly put on his pants while asking the Night Empress, "Who is this old man? He doesn't seem very friendly." The Night Empress really wanted to kick this brat into the clouds, but in front of the enemy, she endured it and snorted, "Nonsense, he is the immovable sovereign." Yu Yang was shocked again. Before he could pull up his pants properly, he hurriedly hid behind the Night Empress. Why would such a dangerous big boss come to Tianluo Palace? Where's Her Majesty? Her Majesty looked at this brat's useless appearance and really wanted to throw out her shoes and smash it on this brat's head. Too embarrassing. If she had known this earlier, she would not have pulled him into this mirage dream world. Yu Yang didn't have any self-awareness. He immediately pulled up his pants and rubbed his palms. This young master is very experienced in fighting bosses. Get out of the way, I'll burst his chrysanthemum. The Night Empress almost covered her face and pretended not to know this idiot. If he could burst it, she would have let him go long ago. Why would she need so much effort now? Did he think the immovable sovereign was made of tofu? Boring. The immovable sovereign pointed his finger. The divine power erupted with billions of rays of light, covering the sky and covering the earth. The sea of light instantly drowned out the entire world. It was unknown whether it was the dream realm or the real Tianluo Imperial Palace. Everything had been annihilated. Titan Yu, Night Empress who was surrounded by starlight, and His Majesty who was resting quietly in the palace had all disappeared without a trace. Aside from the old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the battlefield, nothing else existed. After a long time an ancient will appeared in the shattered void. The old man could clearly sense it. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly, and it could be considered as a sneer. Why don't we wait for the heavenly chariot to move? This old man can destroy the entire Tongtian Tower by himself. His figure turned into a beam of divine light. Into the broken void, flying all the way in the direction of the ancient will. Here, there was an entrance to the god's ruins, which was known to everyone in the upper echelons of the central shrine. In addition to the guardian, what really troubled the giants of the central shrine was the ancient prohibition inside. If there was no guide, no one could set a goal in the Times Square of the god's ruins and send out a guide message. It was impossible to enter. Otherwise, the result of waiting was very likely to be the ancient prohibition of tens of thousands of years or even longer. The immovable sovereign waited for so long. His purpose was not the plot of the East. In his eyes, there was only one person. That was Tianyu. The number one person of the central shrine, the temple supreme, Tianyu. Before the war, Tianyu had made a god's contract, agreeing to cooperate to explore and share the gains of the god's ruins. If it wasn't for deity temple supreme Tianyu, Ji Motionless had never doubted that he alone would be able to destroy the entire Tongtian Tower. Of course, if he did that, he would have to bear a huge sin, angering the ancient rancors who came from Tongtian Tower and provoking an unpredictable disaster. Therefore, he quietly cooperated with the fool of the East who was willing to be the bad guy, and let the guy of the East who gave up his life to bear the disaster of this war. Did he really think that the immovable sovereign, who was at the top of the mountain of light, could be challenged by some of the ants of the Tower of Tongtian in the lower world? What a joke! The immovable supreme martial artist's heart moved, and he immediately cast aside these trivial matters. In his life, he did not know how many such challenges and how many such endings. As long as it was a failure, as long as it was not an eternal existence, then there was no need for him to remember. In the whole Tower of Tongtian, he didn't need to remember the prison Emperor Zhang Feng, nor did he need to remember the Starlight Princess, or even the abnormal genius Titan Yu that only appeared once in 10,000 years. These were all past tense. The only thing worth paying attention to was the arrogant conquest Queen Fei Wenli. She was the only variable. Of course, this conquest Queen Fei Wenli, who might be a variable, would be personally dealt with by the Temple Supreme. This was his task and obligation. After passing through countless time and space, following the extremely dangerous ancient passage, bypassing the time corridor that took 100 years to take a step, and also bypassing the area of the Tower of Tong Tian's ancient will restriction, aiming at the target guided by the Temple Supreme, Tianyu. According to the most correct direction, he officially entered the time square that he had been longing for tens of thousands of years but had never had the chance to see. The immovable sovereign saw the two people confronting each other in the field at a glance. At the entrance of the time square. It was not yet the official center, just at the passage, one on the left and one on the right, there were two super strong god-level, cautiously confronting each other. The Temple Supreme and Conquest Queen Fei Wenli had not officially started the war yet? It was no wonder that Tianyu was worried. This Conquest Queen, compared to 10,000 years ago, was much stronger, making people have to look at her in a different light. I'm here. Proud Conquest Queen, long time no see. I didn't expect that after escaping from the Nirvana deification, your strength did not retreat, but went to a higher level. When the immovable sovereign saw Queen Vivian Li, the attitude on his face was no longer as contemptuous as before. His expression was a little serious, and he no longer sat cross-legged on the ground. Instead, he stood up and summoned the divine throne. He let the holy mountain divine throne that he had comprehended stand on his back, allowing the light divine power that was one with the radiance mountain to flow continuously, surrounding the perfect divine body that instantly glowed with youth. At the same time, it was doubled with the divine throne. Get lost. Immovable old ghost, have you forgotten the pain after the knife wound on your body healed? Queen Vivian Li's temper was very bad, and she scolded people the moment she opened her mouth. Was I the only one who was injured that year? The fist wound on my back, has it already healed? The immovable sovereign heard this and laughed, while paying his respects to Tianyu, the supreme master of the temple, who was standing with his hands behind his back. Despicable old dog, sneak attacking from behind, what kind of expert are you? Queen Vivian Li sneered, it's easy for you to enter the time square, as long as you ask if my sword and saber agree. It's us. The immovable sovereign corrected, it's not just me, there's also Tianyu, and many others, I'll kill whoever comes. Queen Vivian Li's attitude was very clear. The number of people was not a problem at all. From the beginning when she intended to conquer the entire heaven realm, the number of enemies was not in her consideration. The immovable sovereign shook his head and disagreed, sometimes, the strength of two people is far stronger than one person. In your Tong Tian Tower, the phrase outnumbered comes from this, isn't it? Conquest Queen, no one doubts your strength and determination, but, you don't know, long before you, we have already tested it. Tested for what? Queen Vivian Li was very puzzled. When the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang ran amok in the heaven realm, the old man Xianxia of the heaven realm made a prophecy to the previous generation's supreme candidate, that the holy sovereign of the next realm would not be a man of the soaring dragon continent. So, no matter how hard the peerless emperor worked, his fate could not be achieved in the future. In the end, he could only close the Black Tower, depressed, and unable to have a good end. The immovable sovereign pointed at Queen Vivian Li, his eyes glowing, and you, when you said that you would conquer the entire heaven realm, we tested you again. The result came from the prophecy of the ancient gods, Yan Fei was the daughter of the demon abyss. The result was obvious, you were sealed by a black hole. If you were not lucky enough to escape, I'm afraid you would have died a violent death. If I'm not the holy sovereign's choice, are others not? Queen Vivian Li listened, unmoved. If you want to talk about the so-called genius Titan Yu, then, I'm very sorry, if you did not support him from behind, he would simply be a trash. His temperament, even the failed prison emperor Zhangfeng could not compare. A lecherous little hooligan, an ant from the lower realm, a delusional man who relied on his divine power to run amok as a playboy, dared to touch the position of the holy sovereign? What a joke! The immovable sovereign laughed loudly, his laughter was like thunder, then his voice paused, as cold as a knife cutting. The old man Xianxia used his last effort to make a prophecy for the third time, the holy sovereign's position is not a person of Tong Tian Tower. Even if he is not a person of Tongtian Tower, he may not be a person of your Radiance Mountain Central Shrine. Hearing this, Queen Vivian Li's body trembled slightly. Although she immediately recovered, she was still noticed by the Sky Chariot and the immovable sovereign. Ha ha ha. The immovable sovereign looked up to the sky and laughed. Who is the holy sovereign? That is no longer important. The important thing is, your Tongtian Tower can give up. You want us to give up? The divine light in Empress Fei Wenli's eyes gradually condensed into frost. Even an expert like the unmoving Zhizun felt a chill run down his spine. There is only one condition. It's very simple. When I flatten the entire Radiance Mountain and send everyone back to the God Prison, while the Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm have no objections, only then will our wish be fulfilled. Can the old man Shenji's prophecy represent the ancient will? What a joke, he is old and muddle-headed. You treat his words as the truth, and are doomed to a tragic end. Get lost immediately, and never set foot in Tongtian Tower again, or choose to die here. Can you teach me how to get lost? The immovable sovereign expressed that he had never learned such a smooth way of leaving. Of course, he was only arrogant verbally. Truly inwardly. Especially cautious. The Conqueror Queen from 10,000 years ago was already fierce enough. Now that she had broken the seal and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds, the Snake Demon Empress was even more difficult to deal with. If it was not for the Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot by his side, the immovable sovereign would really not be willing to directly face this terrible woman with a strong killing heart. Queen Vivian Li did not make a move, but there was a voice that sounded like a little hooligan, which sounded like a little punchline, behind the immovable sovereign. Being a teacher, this young master is most willing to do this kind of thing. Am I supposed to say that I was born to teach you how to f*ck off? No, I am very low-key. Then, the immovable sovereign felt that his buttocks were kicked hard by someone. Although it was not to the extent of falling and rolling on the ground, it was still very embarrassing. Such a big embarrassment. And in front of an old enemy like Queen Vivian Li, the immovable sovereign could not help but feel angry. Who? Who is it? As soon as he turned around, he saw a man with a bright smile and a particularly annoying smile, who was proudly gnawing on a chicken leg. Isn't it your teacher? Teaching you to get lost. Rest assured, I will definitely teach you. I guarantee that you will not have to walk for the rest of your life, it will be all scram. Besides, an old turtle's talent is to get lost. If you don't learn it, it will be a waste. You are not dead? The immovable sovereign suddenly thought of a flash. This is still a dream? This is the Times Square. The Night Empress appeared beside Yu Yang. She first gave a certain third young master a smack on the head to tell him not to be too cocky, while explaining to the immovable sovereign indifferently, unfortunately, we are separated by a dream. In front of the immovable sovereign, Fei Wenli and the Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot were still confronting each other. They were very close. But suddenly, the immovable sovereign had a feeling that no matter what power he used, he could not move to the side of the Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot, because there was a dream in between. Unless he killed the owner of the dream, found the source of the dream, and broke out of the dream, otherwise, he would never be able to move from this dream world to another world. The Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot was still standing with his hands behind his back in a cold and arrogant manner. He did not express any opinion towards the immovable sovereign's change. In his eyes, what kind of companion, what kind of ending, was not important at all. The important thing was, what kind of opponent? Queen Vivian Li looked at Yu Yang, then looked at the Night Empress, as if she had found some ambiguous information between the two of them. You guys dream a little further away, I seem to smell something. What? That's not mine, it's all this brat's own nonsense. What does it have to do with me? The Night Empress was embarrassed and quickly cleared herself. It's just a dream, it's normal to have any kind of dream. Yu Yang said that dreams were strange, and spring dreams were just one of them. Besides, it was not a dream with the Statue of Liberty, it was also uncontrollable. You still say? The Night Empress grabbed a certain third young master's ear and dragged him away. She and Yu Yang left. The scene on the side of Fei Wenli and the Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot became fainter and fainter, and finally gradually disappeared. The whole world returned to the inner courtyard of the Tianluo Palace. The guards were still on duty in front of the door, and the little palace maid who came out of the door still came out quickly. When she saw the immovable sovereign, she politely greeted him, but when she saw Yu Yang, she snorted pervert from her little nose, because she had been molested by a certain third young master more than once or twice, and she was still angry in her heart. Yu Yang did not care at all, and even looked left and right, as if looking for another pervert. This funny look almost made the Night Empress laugh out loud. The immovable sovereign's face was now solemn. He began to realize that His Majesty, who was guarding the gods' wasteland, was not an enemy that could be easily defeated with strength. Eternity is the foundation of everything. His Majesty's voice sounded softly, giving Yu Yang a new revelation. Anything in the world, if it does not have the characteristic of eternity, then it is like the sand castle by the sea, the waves, nothing exists. Therefore, strength, treasures, war beasts, divine thrones, and the like are not the most important. The important thing is how you make them eternal in your life, how you give them such a characteristic. Do you understand? Well, now I finally understand what my first divine throne will be. It was only at this time that Yu Yang really came to a realization. The previous confusion. It was swept away. Yu Yang had no idea what the final outcome of the battle between His Majesty and the immovable sovereign was. Because, as soon as the immovable sovereign made a move, His Majesty immediately kicked him out of the eternal dream of the mirage. His mind was disconnected. Yu Yang immediately woke up. In his arms, the Statue of Liberty was still dreaming, her little face overflowing with an indescribable sweet happiness. She lay in the arms of the man from another world, her slender white and tender arms half hugging his neck, as if in a dream. She wanted to hug him tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment. Yu Yang opened his eyes and retracted his wolfish claws from the pile of snow. For a moment, he was still in a dream. Did I really enter His Majesty's dream, really see the confrontation between the Night Empress and the immovable sovereign, really see Queen Vivian Li and the mysterious Supreme Sky Chariot in front of the Times Square? Was that a dream? Or did it really exist? What about the revelation he got in the dream? What's wrong? Yu Yang's movement awakened the Statue of Liberty. Half awake, she sat up with him. Nothing, go back to sleep. The man from another world hurriedly comforted her, bowed his head, and kissed her lightly. When she continued to sleep, he quickly got up. Give all things in me an eternal quality, put everything in me into eternity. This is His Majesty's revelation, but how should I do it? First, use the divine power of fate to complete an eternal throne. Yu Yang gently held up the trial grimoire. He stretched out his hand and felt inside. He hoped to get more enlightenment and spiritual enlightenment. Then, he stared at the pure star for a long time. Eternity? Eternity is the foundation of everything. Without it, then everything will become small, everything will become the past. Even if the powerful immovable sovereign, even if he has the holy mountain throne and his whole spirit is connected to the light God mountain, in the face of eternity, he is just a tragedy that can't even surpass other people's dreams. In the face of eternity, no matter how strong the divine power is, it is also empty and powerless. Yu Yang said to himself. The feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger, and the inspiration accumulated more and more. But, he needed an outbreak. A certain ignition point. Sparks of inspiration erupted in an instant. Who can tell me the foundation of eternity? No, who can tell me the foundation of the eternal God throne? Where do I start? Yu Yang understood, and made up his mind to try to achieve his own eternal God throne. However, he still did not know what his first eternal goal should be. Divine Grimoire. Unknowingly, the divine fog had enveloped the entire grimoire world. Three little Lolas slowly walked over from afar. When they arrived in front of him, Yu Yang rubbed his eyes and looked at them again. He realized that they had unknowingly turned into the three God messengers of creation, destruction, and eternity. From cute little Lolas, they had turned into the three white sisters of different sizes and heights. The Eternal in the lead pointed at the trial scripture and smiled. If eternity is the foundation of your life, then you need to first create a world that completely belongs to you. Only then can you settle everything in your life before destruction arrives. Why the grimoire? Yu Yang understood the conditions of eternity, but he was still puzzled. Because the grimoire is the foundation of creating a world. The pink round face was creation. She smiled at Yu Yang's question. you have passed the trial. You will create the future you need in a world that originally did not belong to you. At the same time, you can also destroy the past that you do not need. The heroic destruction added. When everything becomes your eternity, then you can add or create anything you want on this foundation. The leading Eternal held the star-like divine light in her palm and gently handed it to Yu Yang. When you truly achieve eternity, you will understand that eternity is just a beginning. On the foundation of eternity, you can still expand. You can expand your life, your will, your possessions, your needs, your home, your destiny, and so on. You can continue to achieve a higher and higher future. As for the God throne, it is just a representation of your realm. It is a standard set for all living things in your life. Or, it is a door that you can freely enter or a rule that you set according to your will. This is not all of you. On the contrary, this is actually your beginning. Your future is that of the divine sovereign. You do not need to be like others and regard the God throne as the highest standard and realm. What you need to do is to achieve a God throne and set the next rule so that all living things that follow you can live happily and worry-free in your world according to this standard. Think back to your enlightenment in the endless world. That was your most wonderful and perfect masterpiece. At that moment, the origin of your God throne was actually born. Yu Yang heard this. His heart shook. He remembered all kinds of things in the endless world. In the last enlightenment, he exhausted all his efforts and finally created an object that did not belong to the special constant space. Moreover, it was an unexpected life form. Was that the origin of his God throne? That was the origin of eternity? Was this the real purpose of the trial set by the ancient great God? Perhaps it was the depths of the soul, or perhaps it was the source of devouring in the body. Anyway, even Yu Yang himself was confused. A ray of spiritual light shot out. An extremely small loli, as small as a girl's finger, suddenly flew out. She was riding on a sky dragon that looked like a small golden beast. A red ribbon made of Nirvana's flame was coiling around her delicate body. A small silver ring hung on her left arm. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like the wheel of eternity. On the right, it looked like the wheel of world exterminating. There was an extremely small divine ornament rune between her eyebrows. Even Yu Yang did not know what it was. He could only guess that it was an extremely special and extremely rare immemorial rune. What shocked Yu Yang the most was that behind Tiny Tot, there was a mysterious God throne that looked like a black hole. The starlight inside was faintly discernible. Its realm and power were beyond Yu Yang's imagination. At the outermost part of the God throne, there was a wisp of divine light of wisdom that lingered like a rainbow. This was created by me? Yu Yang stretched out his hand. Tiny Tot rode on the sky dragon and spun around his palm happily. She really liked to be close to him. Yes, this is the first eternity that you created. Even the will of the ancient gods cannot deny her birth. In other words, in this world, there is no existence that can affect her, and no person or power can deny her eternity. The small round face's eyes were as happy as a little mother's. He looked at the loli and could not bear to blink. Think back to your enlightenment at that time. Heroic Destruction also laughed. If you look back, you will find that everything is so simple. What God throne? That was just your will. You could easily create it. Creating a perfect and eternal world is what you should do. The leading eternal God also expressed that the Holy Supreme who made the God throne difficult was amusing, although this Holy Supreme was still in the future. I didn't know I was so awesome. The guy from another world was sweating. Hey, you've always been a big idiot, okay? Pandora, who was eavesdropping at the side, immediately retorted, who was the one who was frowning just now? You're so smart, but you didn't tell me. A certain third young master had always been thick-skinned and did not take a small blow seriously. Yu Yang did not even need to do anything to condense the God throne. The little loli had an unimaginably huge power. Moreover, without Yu Yang's command, as long as Yu Yang willed it, she would immediately hold the star above her head. A kind of power that was at the level of an ancient god to Yu Yang instantly condensed the perfect image of the God throne in Yu Yang's heart and filled it with endless runes and laws. Yu Yang thought that it was formed, but she pointed with her little finger. The world exterminating wheel was formed inside the God throne, and with another point, the eternal wheel was formed. At the center of the god throne, it was as if a lotus had bloomed. A ball of nirvana flame surged out and formed a wonderful and beautiful nirvana lotus throne. The little loli jumped up and waved the nirvana red silk in the center. The nirvana flower that looked like a thorny flower and a thorny vine surrounded the inner edge of the god throne. Immediately after, a black dog like Tuan squeezed in with all its might, trying to fight for a position. Maybe it saw that the outside world was looking at it, it even waved its paw and made a victory sign. Countless specks of light descended from the sky. Each of them had a different image. There were Yi Kongs, Fatty Highs, the Li brothers, countless peoples, and countless beasts. More and more of them appeared. In the end, they formed a waterfall of light that was absorbed into the black hole of the divine throne. This is really awesome. Yu Yang's mouth was so wide that 2 big steamed buns could be stuffed inside. Yes, yes. Xianxia was also very excited. Do your best. Continue to work hard, you must create the best. Xianxia's little round face was like a little mother, raising her little fist and cheering for the little loli. After an unknown period of time, the first god throne that represented eternity in Yu Yang's life was finally condensed successfully. The little loli did not give Yu Yang a chance to praise him. Maybe it was because he was tired, he yawned and made a closing gesture with his little hand. The whole magnificent god throne instantly turned into a black hole. Other than the faintly discernible stars, there was nothing else. If one did not know, they would definitely think that this god throne was the lowest level elementary god throne. However, who would have guessed that this was the highest level that only a divine lord could have, the highest god throne? Of course, only Yu Yang realized that during the process of creation, especially when the waterfall of light was falling from the sky, there was a mysterious force that was quietly helping him. It integrated an invisible will into it, accelerating and multiplying the evolution of this eternal god throne. If not for this mysterious force, this eternal god throne would not have been born so quickly. It must be the heavenly sword goddess, she was always silently protecting him from behind. Yu Yang's heart was moved, but he did not show it on his face. If she was really the granddaughter of the old Taoist, then he would forget about the kick in the butt. Anyway, he would just have to make her his wife. Respecting teachers and respecting the old and loving the young, he also had that. The shameless guy from another world hugged Xianxia and spun a few rounds. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since you guys are done with the god throne, then what am I responsible for? Divine grimoire. The Eternal in the lead handed over the trial god grimoire. Every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, every grain of sand, every heaven and earth, everything needs to be transformed by your will. Once you completely transform everything inside into an eternal existence, then you will be the true master. Otherwise, you will just be a god grimoire keeper, no different from us. Heavens, how long do I have to do this? Yu Yang was stunned when he heard this. Damn, how big was this damn divine trials grimoire? He hadn't even finished exploring it yet. If he were to convert it all, how long would that take? Take it slowly, we are not in a hurry. The heroic Annihilation seriously patted Yu Yang's shoulder. What about you guys? Yu Yang decided to drag someone down with him. We are responsible for watching over you and supervising you. Yes, we are responsible for this job. The heroic Annihilation showed that he had a lot of authority. Do your best, do your best. The only person who had complete confidence in Yu Yang was the round-faced creation. If it wasn't for her going back on her word, her kind heart might even sympathize with him and help him. Aya, what the f***ck? Yu Yang suddenly remembered that he had 3 grimoires. Furthermore, this trial grimoire seemed to be the worst out of the 3 grimoires. If he had to change all 3 grimoires, he wouldn't be able to finish them all in his lifetime. Damn, who said that it was a good thing to have many grimoires? If he had too many grimoires, he would be exhausted to death. Knowing that he couldn't shirk his job, Yu Yang had a bitter face as he held the divine grimoire. His excitement from evolving the eternal divine throne had disappeared. However, the thick-skinned Yu Yang thought of another way to slack off. He expressed that he would accept the task of converting the grimoire himself, but the Holy Grimoire and Divine Grimoire's divine throne hoped that the 3 sisters would help. The 3 sisters heard this and left. They didn't even look back. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded beside his ear. In the end, the wildflowers are more fragrant. The whole house is full of flowers, but there are people who can't see them. Instead, their eyes are fixed on the little butts of the wildflower sisters. Damn, the vinegar jar at home was about to collapse. In a split second, Yu Yang jumped up and warmly shook hands with the person behind him. Welcome home. I, the guard captain, will take care of the city mistress bedwarming mission. I guarantee a free trial and 3 guarantees of quality. Hey, isn't this Tigress? Welcome, although you have a straight face, you look especially energetic. You are indeed energetic. In the blink of an eye, you have already pushed down one. If you had returned a little slower, you would have probably taken down the other 3. A certain tigress glared at the guilty Yu Yang with her tigress eyes. Xuanyou, help me say some good words. You also know that I have always been the most obedient. I have never done anything like stealing food. A certain third young master asked for help everywhere. It's okay to steal food once in a while, we are already mentally prepared. A certain Xuanyou comforted him kindly. Go and die. A certain tigress took out her divine sword. Sister Yu, save me. The only one who could save him and was also the only one who was willing to help him was his good sister who loved him dearly. The eternal divine throne is so beautiful. I wonder what the other 2 divine thrones are like. In her sister's heart, her brother was always so perfect. Such a small matter wouldn't affect her at all. Furthermore, it wasn't the first time that her sister-in-law had chased after her brother with a sword. She was already used to it. On the contrary, she was more interested in the other 2 divine thrones. The first was the eternal divine throne. What would the second and third divine throne be like? Alright, let's get down to business. After fooling around for a while, Shui Wuxia clapped her hands and signaled everyone to come closer to discuss the fated duel. Should we not go out for now? The Radiant Guardian Sovereign is 40,000 meters tall, the Dead Sea Guardian is 60,000 meters tall, and the Deity Temple Sovereign Tianyu is probably even more powerful. These old ghosts are too strong, we can't fight them now. Southern Demon King felt that these bosses' levels were too high. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. It was impossible to farm them now. There's also the Ancient One who is more than 10,000 meters tall with just one hand. That's the scariest one, alright? Lady Catastrophe loved to talk back to her. Although it was quite good in private, the 2 of them were born to go against each other. They quarreled every day, and their mouths were unforgiving. That's the Heaven Realm Guardian, not the bosses we are fighting. Yu Yang sweated profusely. That was impossible to fight. The Ancient One, who loved to sleep, had probably become a divine sovereign long ago. It was just that for some unknown reason, he had been staying in the Heaven Realm to watch over them. An existence like the Ancient One would not be able to participate in the matters of the lower realms. The mystic dragon bringing him to him was a test, as well as a form of verification. The Ancient One did not care and did not dissuade him. This proved that the fated duel was possible. Otherwise, the demon dragon would not bring him to him no matter how muddle-headed he was. Princess Sisai agreed with him. Yes, we don't have to worry about that. However, I am most worried about the senior who sealed Queen Vivian Li back then. Sky Law, however, waved his hand. The matter at that time was very complicated. Empress Fei Wenli did not mention it to us. There should be a reason for her to do so. After all, her killing had reached an extremely dangerous level. The Guardian of Radiance Mountain and many old ghosts would not sit idly by. Perhaps the black hole seal itself was a form of protection, or perhaps it was a purposeful and strict test. No one knows the exact truth. Let's assume that things are positive and not be too pessimistic. Let's not worry about Queen Vivian Li for now. She does not need us to interfere. Let's focus on our fated duel with Bratyu first. Most people agreed with what she said. Even Yu Yang quickly reached out to give Sky Law a thumbs up. There was no need to worry about Queen Vivian Li. His Majesty, who could not restrain the supreme martial artist in the mirage, could also temporarily let go. Right now, including Yu Yang, no one had the ability to enter her dream and help her. Her Majesty will win. She never does anything she's not sure of. Yu, the considerate sister, was afraid that her brother would be distracted, so she comforted him. The Night Empress is helping her. Only Bao Er, this heartless little girl, would think that the Night Empress was an important help in defeating the immovable Jizun. If she didn't say it, everyone didn't think much of it. But now that she said it, everyone laughed. I will go with you to serve the fruit platters for everyone. Xianu will not be able to handle it alone. Xiaoyi hurriedly pulled her away. Anyway, I think so. The Night Empress is also very powerful. Last time, she even gave me a very beautiful and powerful star elf war beast. She will definitely have no problem defeating that old man. Bao Er felt that her persuasion was not enough. She wanted to give an example, but was pulled away by Xia Yi. The Night Empress was very powerful. Everyone naturally knew that, but it would be a bit difficult to defeat the immovable Jizun. After all, he was an old ghost who had the Holy Mountain's divine throne and his spirit was connected to the Radiant Mountain. As long as he was not killed instantly. Then the Radiant Mountain's endless divine power, under the guidance of the Holy Mountain's divine throne, would continue to support the immovable Jizun. The immovable Jizun was able to keep pace with Tianyu and other super strong people in the heaven realm, so there was a reason for him to look down on the world. It was a pity that he met the most terrifying opponent, a nemesis of His Majesty. His Majesty's dream was unbreakable. Even someone as strong as Tianyu did not dare to underestimate it. The immovable Jizun definitely hit an iron plate this time. And this did not rule out that Tianyu had the intention to kill him with a borrowed knife. Especially his performance in front of the Times Square. This made Yu Yang even more suspicious. Well, let's not think about His Majesty's matter. Maybe, the immovable Jizun really died in the hands of the Night Empress. Don't forget the ability of Bao Er, that little girl. Her mouth is usually not reliable, but sometimes it is quite accurate. Otherwise, how could she be called a lucky baby? Shui Wuxia smiled and defended. If that's the case, then the immovable old ghost is too unlucky. City Lord Fallen Flowers was overjoyed when she heard this. She laughed until her shoulders shook. In the end, the more she thought about it, the funnier it was. She couldn't help but fall into Yu Yang's arms. That's impossible. Princess Sisai shook her head and said, how can Bao Er's little mouth have that ability? She usually accidentally hit the jackpot once or twice because she dared to think about anything. Well, let's not talk about other things first. The most important thing is to improve a certain third young master's combat power. Don't look around and play dumb, I'm talking about you. The Guardian of the Dead Sea has the peerless Emperor, who has traded away a piece. But the Guardian of Light is someone we must face. Even if the demon dragon joins us, it will still be useless. Have you ever thought of a terrifying possibility? The demon dragon might be forced to stay out of this because he is not a member of Skysplit Tower. If Tianyu starts the fated duel, the demon dragon may have to stand outside and not be able to help. Doesn't that mean that Master has to fight the Light Guardian Jizun and the Temple's Supreme Tianyu alone? Lu Yi was anxious when she heard this. There's still us. Sickly Beauty quickly comforted her. Well, I will also work hard. Yu Bing knew that she couldn't beat the god level, but she wouldn't give up. She was determined to help her brother fight to the end of his life. Bing Er, don't be anxious. Let's think of a way first. Maybe, we can play a bigger role in other aspects. Yu hugged her sister. Her words represented everyone's thoughts. You have the Book of Truth and received the inheritance of the Goddess of Wisdom. There must be a way. You say it. Princess Sisai handed this heavy responsibility to Shui Wuxia. What are we going to do? In an instant, everyone came closer. Even Yu Yang was no exception. Shui Wuxia didn't say anything. But pointed at the Statue of Liberty. Everyone knew what happened to Ying Luo, who was promoted from the Queen of Liberty to the Statue of Liberty. Could it be that they had to use that method? Ying Luo saw that everyone was looking at her strangely. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. She covered her face with her hands and buried her head in her chest. She didn't dare to look at everyone again. If it wasn't because she hoped that she could help Yu Yang, she would have run away in embarrassment. Yu Yu's face was also red. She was the elder sister. How could she, but her brother and Sky Chariot were about to have a fated battle. If he lost her help and lost, wouldn't she be the greatest sinner of all time? But even if that was the case, he couldn't do this. It was too reckless. If outsiders found out, it would be over. No, he couldn't affect Little San's reputation either. He was the future divine sovereign who would rule over the world. He definitely couldn't. She hoped to help her brother but was tortured by the restrictions of the world. She really didn't know what to do. However, if it was the most dangerous time. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she must. You want that so soon? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Sky Disaster felt that it would be easier to call him brother-in-law. She would feel more at ease when extorting treasures. But doing it seemed comfortable. Sister Skylaw loved doing it with him. It didn't seem bad to try it. If it felt so good, it wouldn't be a problem to help him. As for the title, she would still call him brother-in-law. She was too lazy to change it. Idiot, what are you thinking all day long? Skylaw slapped her little but angrily. She is referring to the god, silly girl. Is she talking about the god? Sky Disaster bit her little finger in surprise. Not pa. Pa. Skylaw slapped her little but more than 10 times. The little girl was so scared that she hurriedly got up and ran away. When she ran far away, she turned back and made a face. She eavesdropped on this term. When the guy from another world and her elder sister did the shameful things, there were often some unbearable conversations. After listening to it a few times, she learned a lot and learned a lot of positions. Skylaw spread her hands helplessly. It's all because I spoiled her too much. After Sky Disaster's misunderstanding, everyone's awkwardness disappeared. Yu Yang, who was muted, didn't have to pretend anymore. He quickly jumped up and said, "The question about the god is actually very simple." Before he finished speaking, Princess Sisai immediately punched him. You don't need to say anything about the god. You just need to get rid of the perverted things in your heart. Everyone laughed. Because of the telepathic connection, the guy from another world had some strong psychological fluctuations. Fortunately, everyone could ignore it. Otherwise, it would be unbearable to continuously sense it all day long. Yu Bing looked at everyone, not really understanding. Because a certain wolf was a good brother, he hid it well in front of his sister. Therefore, she almost couldn't sense her brother's special psychological fluctuations. Even if they lived together, she rarely got some bad information. In comparison, her sister Yu was in more pain. So it's the god. Lu Yu was bashful and relieved. At the same time, there was a trace of disappointment in her heart. However, she was shocked and quickly suppressed it. Yu Yang helped the Statue of Liberty to continue its body and became the god of liberty. Everyone could sense the process and understood it without much explanation. But why did Xue Wuxia specify that the key to promotion was the god? Could it be that Yu Yang had to help everyone become a god? If that was the case, wouldn't it take a lot of time? 4 of the 10 days in the east had passed. Was there still time? Xue Wuxia shook her hand lightly, indicating that it wasn't the case. When Yu Yang also sat down to listen seriously, Xue Wuxia smiled and said, "If there are 2 more gods' throne, then the eternal god's throne is the foundation that Yu Yang has mastered now. Let's not think about the 2 gods' throne first. It can be said that it's not something that he can have and achieve now." Why do you say that? Yu Yang's future is not some god's throne, but a divine supreme or even higher. We have always been limited to the god's throne. If we change our thinking a little, we don't need to help him achieve a god's throne, but at the starting point of this god's throne, at the current eternal god's throne, we can help him achieve this realm and this level of the indestructible god's body. Yu Yang was stunned. What did this mean? Did Xuanyou mean that the eternal god's throne was just a temporary god's throne and there would be better ones in the future? Seeing Yu Yang's inquiring gaze and everyone's confusion, Xue Wuxia smiled. Actually, when the 3 oracle sisters appeared, I understood a little. Sure enough, they were the first to enlighten Yu Yang and the first to help him achieve the god's throne. They taught Yu Yang the meaning of eternity. Only eternity is the foundation, the starting point of all his achievements in the future. This is why Yu Yang's god's throne is the eternal god's throne. He didn't just create this realm and this little thing, he still wants to continue upwards and create a new world at a higher level. For example, the current grimoire world is growing together with him. Now that Yu Yang is still growing, he naturally can't fix the god's throne. As for the other divine grimoire, I can't say too much about it at the moment. I can only say that Yu Yang will definitely have his own destiny and will naturally walk towards a higher level. Before he completely controls his own destiny, I don't think Yu Yang will be able to evolve the third god's throne. The requirements for that are much higher, much higher. One day, with the support of the eternal god's throne, Yu Yang creates his own new world and completely controls his own destiny. It won't be too late for him to attack the third god's throne with our support. Hearing this, Princess Xianxia took a deep breath and her eyes flashed. I understand. Then, what can we do for him with the foundation of the eternal god's throne? I mean, how can we help him complete an indestructible divine body that can defeat Tianyu and win the fate battle? It's very difficult, but also very easy. Shui Wuxia passed the trial grimoire to Yu Yang and said with a smile, control the grimoire, and the indestructible divine body will be completed naturally. God, how long will that take? Yu Yang was completely shocked. Maybe it won't take a day, maybe it will take 10,000 years. If you can recall the wisdom you created in the endless world and the constant space, the trial grimoire will be easily converted and completely under your control. If you can't reach that state, forget about 10,000 years, even 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years might not be enough. Shui Wuxia held Yu Yang's face with both of her hands and stared into his eyes seriously. Listen, the most outstanding man in my heart, I believe in you, because you really are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I believe in you, because you are truly a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. You are even more outstanding than Prison Emperor Zhang Feng, Empress Fei Wenli, and even Emperor Wu Shuang. No one can deny that you are the true peerless genius. You are also the choice of fate. This task is impossible for anyone else in this world, only you can do it. We will support you and help you with all our strength. If you don't want us to become despairing widows, then you have to take action now. If you hesitate a little more, Deity Templar's Supreme Heavenly Chariot will be ahead of you and surpass you. We started slow, but as long as we work hard, we still have a chance. For us, please work harder. I know it's hard, but we believe that you will create a miracle. We will also accompany you and create this miracle with you. Shui Wuxia kissed Yu Yang softly. Through this method, she passed on the most sincere and primitive feelings in her heart to him. Xiao San, we support you. Yu hugged him from behind with tears streaming down her face. She hugged her most beloved brother tightly. Let's create a miracle together. Princess Xianxia stretched out her hand and pressed it on Yu Yang's shoulder. Everyone stood up and stretched out their hands. Although they didn't know what to do, their hearts were all on him. No matter what price they had to pay, no matter what sacrifice they had to make, they all hoped that they could help him on his journey in life. Success, they must help him succeed, control the divine grimoire, and achieve the eternal immortal divine body. Tears of excitement dripped down. Some dripped onto Yu Yang's shoulder. Some, like broken jade, splashed onto the treasured book of trials in Yu Yang's arms. As Yu Yang felt these thoughts that were like a warm current, his heart surged like a tsunami, and he was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. Just when he was about to shout towards the sky and vent the emotions that he could no longer suppress, suddenly, a clear sound that was like the sound of nature resounded from the depths of his soul. Along with this sound that overlapped with each other and was indescribably beautiful, the sound of nature resounded in Yu Yang's mind, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier. Boundless enlightenment erupted with a loud bang. A pillar of nirvana flame rose up from under Yu Yang's feet, bathing everyone within it. Divine Grimoire World, First Stage, Rain Valley. Yu Yang focused all of his attention on this page of the Divine Grimoire. The ancient forbidden space law, duplication law, labyrinth law, fog and rain law were all in his mind, including the structure of the space, the energy of heaven and earth, the combination of runes and so on. At the same time, there were also the information imprints of the warriors who had entered the Divine Grimoire before, as well as the souls of the beasts and warriors who had died in the Rain Valley after failing the challenge. Even the reason why the Rain Valley was created, how to guide the trial, how to imprison and protect it, how to set up the rules of punishment. Everything was there. Just the Rain Valley alone has already formed an incomparably complex world. If the entire Divine Grimoire was connected, how spectacular would it be? Yu Yang suddenly had this kind of feeling. If it was before, he would definitely give up on continuing, because the Rain Valley was only the beginning of the Divine Grimoire. With his current strength, it was impossible to completely transform it. But with Shui Wuxia's encouragement and everyone's support, Yu Yang threw away all distracting thoughts. It was the first time in his life that he was so confident, and also the first time in his life that he was so calm and rational. The giant of fate did not appear, nor did he lose his rationality. It was Yu Yang himself, for the first time, who felt that he had a boundless divine power, that he could create any impossible feat, not to mention changing the divine grimoire, even if it was creating a new world. I can still succeed. Yu Yang's heart was already filled with gratitude for everyone's support. Shui Wuxia and the others also quietly accompanied him with their thoughts. There was not a single ripple. They didn't want any of their own distracting thoughts to interfere with or affect the process of Yu Yang controlling the divine grimoire. The virtue that he controlled and achieved could not tolerate any impurities, but they also didn't want him to feel lonely during this process. Thus, they decided to quietly accompany him like this, even if it was for thousands of years, until he succeeded. Destroy. Yu Yang remembered that the three gods' envoys had said that destruction was the best creation, and creation was also the best destruction. What he needed to do now was to destroy. Destroy all the laws that existed in the ancient era. These were the wills of the ancient gods. As long as they existed, as long as even a tiny bit of them remained, the trial scripture would not completely belong to him. The forbidden space law, duplication law, and other laws disappeared like smoke. Yu Yang's current destruction was using his wisdom and understanding of the endless world's constant space to destroy the will of others and create his own eternity. In the instant that they disappeared, they were born again. However, the new laws that were born belonged to Yu Yang's will, and were created by Yu Yang. Even if they were exactly the same as before, their creator was no longer an ancient god, but their new master, Yu Yang. Destroy them all. Yu Yang destroyed the spatial structure of the Rain Valley, the energy of heaven and earth, and the combination of runes in an instant. Under Yu Yang's will, the souls of the warriors who failed the challenge, the souls of the beasts, and the information imprints left behind by the strong challengers were either thrown out of the divine grimoire and reincarnated into the heaven realm, or changed according to their original will, becoming the living beings of the new world. Yu Yang felt that his divine power was being used up like a flood bursting through a dam when he was paying back or clearing away these dead souls. If not for the continuous support from the eternal God Shrine, he would have long become a dried corpse. Since the ancient era, who knows how many millions of Heaven Realm warriors, Tong Tian Tower and other lower realm warriors had come to challenge Yu Yang. Who knows how many beasts had been sacrificed. The amount of divine power that had to be cleared was even greater. However, Yu Yang did not have a second choice. He felt that he was like a river. His divine power was like water, flowing endlessly into it, and instantly evaporating into nothingness. Most of the warriors' souls were obsessed with their hometown. Yu Yang would send their souls back. Those who had committed grave sins would be directly annihilated or punished by the laws. The punishment would be turned into the rocks and gravel of the new world, until their sins were cleared. A small number of beasts. For meat, to drive them away. There were also some beast souls that were abandoned by their masters who were willing to become beasts and become the living beings of the new world, serving the new master loyally. They no longer had intelligence, but their primitive nature knew that this was the best chance for a new life, so most of them were unwilling to leave. Create the Rain Valley, no, the Human Valley. Yu Yang's idea of creation produced a wonderful inspiration. He decided not to copy the Rain Valley, but to create something completely new. The space of the Rain Valley was shattered and annihilated. Even the laws of the Resting Rain Pavilion and the Imprisonment Law were completely destroyed. Only Uncle Yu was thrown into the endless void, waiting for Yu Yang's final judgment. The new world expanded infinitely in Yu Yang's eternal creation. Maybe the process of creation inside took thousands of years, but the outside world did not even need a second. Just like in the endless world, Yu Yang used his unlimited divine power to create a new world that was 10,000 times bigger than the soaring dragon continent. Originally, he could have created even bigger, but out of consideration for the future, he stopped expanding the law at the limit of 10,000 times the soaring dragon continent. Everything was born. First, it was at the lowest level. The magma was boiling and roaring, and the heat was unbearable. The souls of countless sinful warriors would be firmly imprisoned inside, and the painful punishment would be cleansed immediately. Among them, those with lighter sins would be turned into rocks and gravel, until they were liberated by the wind. Very few good people would get the chance to be reincarnated into a new world. With a little bit of their original soul's spirituality or will, they could be turned into flowers, grass, trees, birds, or beasts. If they contributed to the new world and helped the ruler, then they could even be reincarnated into humans. At the same time when the world was created, Yu Yang refined the various laws. For example, the forbidden space law still existed, but it was not limited to birds. It allowed the existence of similarities and differences. Everything was specially made for the future creatures of the new world to improve their cultivation. Just like the various strange landforms, harsh environments, and unique sceneries that he had seen during his travels in the heaven realm, including the 10 great deathlands of the soaring dragon continent and the various scenic spots in Tongtian Tower, in an instant, the new world that Yu Yang named Human Valley rose and was born. Text, with my divinity, create a new text, named Traceless Divine Text, to replace heaven runes and ancient runes. Yu Yang's mind moved. Previously, he and Sickly Beauty had imagined that the original text that was used to secretly pass on and replace heaven runes should be added to the new world. Thus, he specially bestowed divinity and turned it into eternal divine runes. One by one, line by line, they formed a rune formation and entered the new world, evolving into a brand new guidance and enlightenment. Sickly Beauty saw it and tried her best to hold back the excitement in her heart. She was afraid that her emotions and thoughts would destroy and affect the bestowal of divinity. She was not the ruler of the new world, and the new world could not have 2 or more rulers. Therefore, not only her, but everyone else's will could not be involved in it. In the process of Yu Yang's control, they could only watch quietly, silently supporting. Yu Yang did not create his own. Although he could easily achieve it with his current intelligence, he did not. Instead, he chose to bestow divinity on the new text that everyone had researched together. Then, with his eternal divine power and supreme will, he turned these texts into the light of guidance and wisdom for the new world. If Nangong Xian, the old fox and the others who were lucky enough to participate in the research and development knew about this, who knows how happy they would be. Especially the white-robed brother Xianxia, who had been beaten up by Yu Yang because he was talkative and shameless. He, who had become one of the famous people in Tongtian Tower, had also contributed a lot to the research and development of divine text. The reason was that Nangong Xian saw that he was very knowledgeable, especially his talent in languages. With the intention of not wasting talent, he let him, Qin Yang, Wen Umo, He Zi Yun and the others, who were sent by Yu Yang to learn the Demon Abyss language, organize the information and focus on research and development. They cooperated with Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty to create the new divine text that replaced the heaven runes today. The new world was no longer as free to enter as before. One had to be a recognized heaven realm warrior, a recognized Tongtian Tower warrior, or a follower of Yu Yang and his descendants to be qualified to enter to train and improve. Everything belonged to Yu Yang's will, including life and death. The new Human Valley would be similar to the 7th gate, Human Valley. It could not be easily killed, and battles had to be carried out under the rules of challenge. As the beginning of the new world of the Divine Grimoire, the 1st gate, the change from the original Rain Valley to the Human Valley was completely earth-shaking and ubiquitous. When the resting rain pavilion was reborn, when Uncle Yu, who had been thrown into the void, returned, he could no longer recognize the Rain Valley that had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. This, how did you do it? The statue of Yu Yang was right in front of him. Because he had created the new world, he had consumed a lot of divine power and accumulated a large amount of weight. His majestic divine body had already exceeded 3,000 meters. Yu Yang bent down and grabbed lightly with his divine hand. The law of imprisonment and the law of punishment on Uncle Yu's body disappeared like smoke. However, in order to be free, Yu Yang's weight body was shattered. At least 1/10 of it was absorbed by the ancient law, which allowed Uncle Yu to gain true freedom. I'm free. Thank you for your hard work. Yu Yang slightly saluted the senior. I don't dare. Uncle Yu's attitude now was not the same as when he saw Yu Yang pass the trial. He hurriedly saluted back to Yu Yang. It was not only a great gift of freedom, but also a great respect for the future Divine Lord from the bottom of his heart. If you are willing, you can continue to stay here and be a teacher. Yu Yang felt that Uncle Yu was very qualified to be a teacher of the new world. If she is also willing. Uncle Yu was overjoyed, but he also hoped that Granny Xia and Uncle Feng could regain their freedom like him. Granny Xia and Uncle Feng will both come. Coming here is the beginning of the training in the new world. It will be very lively. The future cultivation of the younger generation will all depend on the guidance of the seniors. Yu Yang got the answer and disappeared instantly. At this time, Uncle Yu's face was already covered in tears. Freedom, he thought that he would never be able to regain his freedom in this life. He never thought that he would be able to regain his freedom one day. Moreover, Granny Xia and the others would be his companions. New world, I will definitely cherish every day here. Uncle Yu was moved and saluted the direction where Yu Yang disappeared. You old bastard, you are still alive. Behind him, there was an annoying voice that he hadn't heard for tens of thousands of years. Uncle Yu suddenly turned around and found that it was Uncle Feng's enemy. He rushed over and hugged Uncle Feng tightly. I will definitely live longer than you. I will make you jealous of my happiness for the rest of your life. I will make you unable to close your eyes even when you die. The two old men burst into tears. Although they were enemies, they hadn't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, they hugged each other. They only had one feeling. Freedom was the most precious thing in the world. The feeling of being free was so good. How old are you? Are you still a kid? And you are crying so badly. Granny Xia's eyes were red. No one knew when she came to them. Wah. The two old men were shaking. It was the people from their dreams who had returned. Her heart was instantly filled with sorrow, and she was both happy and sad. She couldn't restrain herself any longer, and she burst into tears. It was a building similar to the Tongtian Tower that pierced through the sky. That place was the passage to the second stage of the New World's first stage, Human Valley. It was also another New World's Earth Valley, and even higher up was the Heaven Valley, with the knowledge from before he transmigrated, the inheritance from after he transmigrated, the knowledge he gained from his travels in the Heaven Realm and his personal enlightenment, the wisdom of everyone and the secret inheritance of the Dongfang clan. Yu Yang unleashed his infinite divine power. With the infinite wisdom of the Milky Way, he perfected every stage in the New World. The first stage, Human Valley, was just the beginning. A higher starting point and higher guidance would allow his followers and descendants to grow better. In the end, Yu Yang even created a world tree from the endless world, the realm of the gods, for all living beings to live in. The new world would be a new beginning for all living beings. It was also the beginning of Yu Yang's establishment of the indestructible divine body. From the first stage, Human Valley, Earth Valley, and Heaven Valley were the training for those below the God realm. The Love Valley, which was transformed from the original Desire Valley, would become a new God realm training test. Those who did not transcend would never be able to step into the God realm. In Yu Yang's new world, there was no so-called true God or false God in the Heaven realm. There was only one kind, and that was the true God who could reach the standard of a God throne in the future. The original Beast Valley and Devil Valley were also transformed into more difficult and higher standards. They had to break through the illusory reality and the illusory reality, the Death Valley and Life Valley. You can leave, or you can start anew. I will not acknowledge your original standards, nor will I care about your original failures. If you are willing to open your minds and immediately get rid of your past, and if you are willing to stay, then you must start anew from the first trial. Yu Yang destroyed all the bad things. The good ones stayed. He made a choice for the countless warriors trapped in the Desire, Beast, and Devil Valleys, to leave or to stay. As for the original seventh stage, Human Valley, the changes were even more indescribable. All kinds of laws and modifications made the whole world look new. A brand new order and new laws were suitable for the life and training of the God realm. Because Yu Yang comprehended the most in this valley, Yu Yang purposely connected the tower beyond tower, the mountain beyond mountain, and the sky beyond sky together. He used the passage of gods to run through it, and named it the Valley of Creation. Above that was the Valley of Destruction that comprehended and trained in destruction. The ninth stage was the Valley of Eternity that one had to comprehend the eternal God realm before they could set foot into it. Only by cultivating to the end would one reach the end. After Yu Yang reached the divine supreme standard, he created the world tree world of the gods in the endless world. Those who reached the limit of cultivation could enter it and share the eternal, wonderful, and blissful world of the gods with Yu Yang's followers. We are willing to start again. Whether it was the people in the original human valley, the residents of the god kingdom in the mountain beyond mountain, or even the so-called true gods who were sleeping in the sky beyond sky, they were all willing to accept Yu Yang's creation laws and start afresh. Only the heaven-splitting demon Venerable, after Yu Yang broke free from his imprisonment, showed his power and left on his own. As for those living beings that had been destroyed by Yu Yang, they were all returned. This included the ancient laws and ancient shackles that Yu Yang replaced, the endless world and the constant space, and many laws and world structures that far surpassed Yu Yang's current realm. All of these required Yu Yang's divine power to replace or repay them. The entire process might take 100 million years. The entire process of replacing the ancient laws seemed to take an indescribably long time. However, in the outside world, time was often very short. It could be a second, or it could be the time Yu Yang took a breath. When everything in the divine grimoire, including the billions of laws and the endless ancient will, was replaced by Yu Yang, he controlled and ruled. Yu Yang finally achieved the first eternal god body. It was completely formed from the purest divine power. It was formed from the divine grimoire's power. It was 10,000 meters tall. The three divinities of creation, destruction, and eternity formed the most dazzling and majestic undying god body in Yu Yang's current realm. When Yu Yang opened his eyes, he discovered that the giant of fate that he still could not fully control was gradually disappearing from the eternal god body. Its existence gave Yu Yang a clear standard. There was a higher realm. The current eternal god body was just the beginning. It was just his current comprehension. To fully control the giant of fate and become a divine sovereign, he still needed to continue. Thank you. I will work hard, I will continue to work hard. Yu Yang clasped his hands towards the sky. He knew that even if he did not know the truth, the heavenly sword goddess was definitely helping him from behind. Without her, the giant of fate would not have appeared. The eternal god throne would not have been able to easily provide divine power for him to replace the ancient laws and ancient will. She had always been there, but she did not want him to become arrogant. She did not want him to stagnate because of this. Why did you set the eternal god body at 10,000 meters? Princess Sisai did not understand. Yu Yang could have set it even higher. 10,000 meters is a standard. Yu Yang smiled. It does not need to be too high. For now, 10,000 meters is enough. I have already understood the secret of the god body. I cannot tell you now, because you cannot fully control divine power. In the future, you can all evolve according to this standard. I guess I have no hope. Bauer still had some self-awareness. A 10,000-meter god body was not something she could think about. There is no need to do that. As long as you understand the realm to the standard, the height of the god body does not matter. You can become 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, or even higher. But that is useless. If your realm is 1,000 meters, no matter how high you become, it is still the standard of 1,000 meters. So, it is enough to reach the standard of that realm. Height is not everything. Don't think about the god body for now, because once you evolve it, it will be easy to fix it. We have to keep going. It is best if you don't evolve it. For now, everyone should first understand the basics of the god level: creation, destruction, and eternity. When everyone comes up, we can think about the god body. As for the god throne, it is even easier. There is no rush. It was rare for Yu Yang to be so patient. He stroked Bauer's little head and comforted her. I understand. Let's keep working hard. Shui Wuxia felt like this was the beginning of challenging fate. She did not doubt that Yu Yang would fail. How long has it been? When Yu Yang was creating the new world and controlling the God's book, it felt like 100 million years had passed. Of course, he knew it was just an illusion. The outside world had not been that long. Guess. Fallen Beauty winked mischievously. It can't be 3 hours, can it? Yu Yang felt like he was a genius, so it should not take too long. In your dreams. It's already been 3 days. It's impossible to surpass Mom. Princess Sisai was referring to the unbreakable record. Since entering the endless world, she was the first to succeed in passing in 3 hours. She only stayed for 3 days to pay respect to her seniors. That's not bad. You're almost catching up to Mom. Yu Yang was very satisfied. I wonder how far away he is from Sky Chariot, the deity of the temple. Sky Law deliberately attacked him. In fact, everyone felt that even if he could not defeat Sky Chariot now, he would not suffer a crushing defeat. Was Sky Chariot really that powerful? Could he defeat Yu Yang, who had the God's Book and created a new world by replacing the ancient laws and achieving the eternal divine body alone? In a battle of fate, the scales would definitely be balanced. Otherwise, there would be no fight at all. From the fact that Yu Yang's astonishing growth speed had gradually caught up to Sky Chariot's 10,000 years of cultivation, one could know a thing or two. Although the starting time of the two sides was different, the running speed was also different. On the surface, it seemed that Yu Yang had suffered a small loss, but he definitely did not suffer a big loss. According to Shui Wuxia's thoughts, she still felt that it was not necessarily the case. Would Sky Chariot, the deity of the temple, be a match for Yu Yang? Could he possibly be a match for Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li? If not for the Peerless Emperor's absolute certainty that it was Yu Yang and the demonic dragon who brought him to the Heaven Realm Guardian God to test him, she would have been even more suspicious. The God's Book is finally under the control of the ruler. Next, what should we work on? Yu most hoped that she could help her brother more. It's very important. Shui Wuxia's expression was very serious. Yes. Yu Bing was very excited. She felt that as long as she could help her brother, it would be good. Previously, when controlling the God's Book to create a new world, she did not even dare to breathe, for fear that she would disturb her brother. Now that she could help him with her own hands, there was no need to mention how happy she was. We have to be his sparring partner, accompany him to adapt to the battle of the divine body, and also let him rush to a higher realm in this last bit of time. Now, every bit of increase is a bit more chance of winning. Listen, no matter what kind of ideas you have, no matter how difficult or impossible it is, you must take them all out and make things difficult for Yu Yang. That's right, you didn't hear wrongly, because this is the only way to truly treat him well. What he needs the most now is everyone's special training. Any slack may cause him to fail in the destined battle, so everyone must seize the last bit of time and force him to unleash more and greater potential. Shui Wuxia's voice was very soft, but the meaning in her words was very heavy. First, I will go first. Princess Sisai did not have any hesitation. She also knew that time was 1,000 times more precious than usual, and not a single second could be wasted. Outsiders could not participate in the destined battle between Yu Yang and the heavenly chariot. However, she would not give up. Not being able to participate in the battle did not mean that she could not help him. Not only this tigress, but everyone here also had the same thought. Everyone hoped to use their own hands to support the scales of victory for him. Space-time labyrinth. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, after a bitter battle and using the human wave tactic, defeated the first guard of the central shrine, the captain, who appeared in front of them. Hoo-hoo, we finally took him down. How many doppelgangers does this guy have? Why can't we finish fighting him after fighting him? Fatty Hai felt that if it wasn't for the human wave tactic and the help of Tao Tai, Star Scorpion and Heaven-Swallowing Beast, they really wouldn't be able to take down this persistent captain. Could it be that God-tier rankers could resurrect themselves? If that was the case, then what was the point of fighting this battle? It would be exhausting. You can stay. Yi Kong decided to continue forward. He knew that the only thing he could do to help Yu Yang was to charge forward. The enemy must have laid thousands of traps. Now, maybe it was just the beginning. If Yu Yang had to charge forward and fight the enemy alone, then what was the point of having so many teammates? Compared to the Eastern Palace Master who was #1 in scheming, compared to the immovable sovereign who was calm and unperturbed, compared to the deity sovereign Tianyu who looked down on all the heroes in the heaven realm, people like Captain were simply small characters who guarded the door. If he couldn't even beat the captain, then who else could he beat? Moreover, this was a doppelganger. The real body was still behind, it was even harder to beat. The wind-breathed seabird despised Fatty Hai to no end. Seeing that he came closer again after the fight, it couldn't help but roll its eyes helplessly. "Stay away from me, and put away your lecherous smile, it doesn't work on me." Fatty Hi was not discouraged, on the contrary, he was full of confidence. "I don't blame you, baby, one day you will remember." The wind-breast seabird got goosebumps. From the word baby, it screamed crazily, "Monkey Yi, and Ice Cube, hurry up and take care of your pig head, he's out of the pen again." "I'm really going crazy, don't explain, don't say anything, just disappear in front of me immediately, disappear without a trace, it's best if you disappear forever." "I said it's impossible, I will never like such a pig head, please, can you let me maintain some confidence in my own intelligence and vision? I'm a person now, no longer the little bird that was locked in a cage by him." "Alright, I also feel that they're not a good match." "That's right, just kick him like this, kick him hard. Don't worry about our feelings." Yi Kong nodded his head in schadenfreude. "Looks like we still have to save up our moral character." Prince of Tianluo felt that Fatty Hi had done too many bad things and this was his retribution. "My character is also not bad, okay? Sometimes, I want to do good things, but I don't have the chance to do so." Fatty Hi felt that everyone had wronged him. Who didn't want to do good deeds? Who wouldn't like to be praised for doing good deeds? It was just that as the eldest of the Yu clan's third young master, his reputation was too great. His name had already shaken the entire Tongtian Tower. Others would be scared off by his reputation and avoid him. Even if they wanted to do good deeds, they wouldn't have a chance. He had forgotten how he got his two deafening titles, Extremely Cheap Fat Demon and Meat Mountain Demon King. Did he get this from doing good deeds? Shui Tanlang affirmed, Fatty's character is still there. Fatty Hi was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. "Ice Cube, you really understand me. You're a true confidant." Regarding Fatty Hi's gay feelings, Shui Tanlang hurriedly took a big step away. "Don't come close. I mean, you do have a good character, but when you first contracted the wind-breast seabird, you had already used up all of it." Yi Kong held back his laughter and seriously helped him recall. "It seems like it's really like that." Ever since then, Fatty has never saved up his character. Instead, he has done a lot of evil deeds, such as harming flowers and plants. The Li brothers also agreed with Yi Kong that Fatty Hi had a bad character. They simply clapped their hands in agreement. They nodded their heads. Fatty Hi wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 300 mouths. When he saw the wind-breast seabird's expression, he couldn't help but feel sad. "I want to commit suicide, no one can stop me." "Are you sure? The girls will belong to someone else." Yi Kong tried his best to beat him down. "No, I won't do that kind of cowardly act. I must defeat the rumors, I must persevere to the end. For the treasures, I will never give up." When Fatty Hi heard this, his fighting spirit was immediately boosted. He didn't even bother to wipe off his fake tears as he immediately rushed towards the wind-breast seabird. "Those fellows are all jealous of me. You know, a lucky genius like me, they are jealous of me from the bottom of their hearts. That year when I had a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros. At that time, that brat Yu Yang only had a bronze-ranked level 3 Hui Tai Lang. Tell me, how could they not be jealous of me? Don't come close, go and die." The wind-breast seabird was so mad that it couldn't help but kick this fellow to the skies. When Fatty Hi fell from the sky, he found a pair of feet in front of him. It seemed like it was quite familiar, as if he had seen it before. Looking up, he found that there was an impossible person standing in front of him. Instantly, his mouth opened so wide that 2 toads could be stuffed inside. Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and the others were also stunned, because the person who came was Yu Yang. According to the information that the illusory moon goddess had secretly sent, Yu clan's third young master should have gone to the Radiant Mountain in the Heaven Realm to look for trouble, and should have started a war with the Supreme Elder Tianyu. How could he appear here? Could it be, this young master hates imposters like you the most? You could have turned into anyone, but you had to turn into the appearance of my little brother. Don't you know that this young master will be very angry? Fatty Hi didn't care about the consequences. In any case, there was no one who was more handsome than him in this world. Usually, Yu Yang didn't dare to hit him, but now that he had turned into a fake, it was just right. Hence, he raised his fist and used the hippo meteor punch. "Hey, wait. Yi Kong felt dizzy. Ask clearly before you fight, why are you in such a hurry? The wind-breast seabird shot forward like lightning. Flying kick. It heavily kicked Fatty Hi's big butt. Fatty Hi threw himself at Yu Yang's feet again, almost falling flat on his face. Yu Yang's attitude was very friendly. He didn't mind Fatty Hi's punches at all. He personally helped Fatty Hi up and helped him tidy up his messy collar. He smiled and said, "Isn't this boss? Why are you so polite today? Even if you are happy to see me, you don't have to be so polite." I don't dare. You are the boss, without you protecting us little brothers, we would be in trouble. Yi Kong heard this. He had to stay away from Fatty Hi. As long as Yu Yang called Fatty Hi boss, it would definitely not be a good thing. If he was not careful, he would be the scapegoat, and even he would die. It was safer to stay away from Fatty Hi. Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo also felt the same. They were happy that Yu Yang had returned, but this was different from standing beside the unlucky Fatty Hi, not to mention them, even the wind-breast seabird who had lost its memory felt an indescribable danger. Of course, as your boss, I will always protect you. Don't be afraid if there's anything, just look for me, Master Hi. No matter how big the problem is, it's not enough for me to deal with it. The legendary person who can go against the heavens refers to me. Tell me, I can tell with one look that you must have met with some kind of difficulty. With your strength, you can't solve it yourself, so you came to me, the great and mighty boss, for help. When Fatty Hi heard Yu Yang call him boss, he didn't care whether it was true or not. This was a good chance to show off. Did you think that anyone could be a boss? Yes, that's right. As expected of a boss, you guessed correctly. Yu Yang gave a thumbs up. Haha, do you think that I am a boss for nothing? I am the smartest boss in the world. Fatty Hi grinned from ear to ear. Did I really know this kind of idiot before? The wind-breast seabird looked at Yi Kong and the others in confusion. That's not right. Even if it was a blind bird, it wouldn't follow this kind of master, right? Yi Kong hurriedly comforted her, it's okay, idiocy is not contagious. The Li brothers nodded their heads desperately to prove it. Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo looked at each other. Was there anything that Yu Yang couldn't solve that required their help? Strange. Could it be that this Yu clan's third young master was fake? Looking at Fatty Hi who was about to be cheated to death, it didn't seem like it. This was obviously the Yu clan's third young master who was the scapegoat. Could it be that there was really a mission that required their help? When the two of them thought about it, curiosity could even kill a cat. As a righteous and loyal boss, there's no reason for me not to stand up for you. Fatty Hi was just short of saying that he would go up a mountain of swords and go down a wok of oil. Actually, it's very simple. Yu Yang smiled brightly, his lips red and teeth white. This matter seems to be difficult. Yi Kong looked at Fatty Hi's expression and knew that this was not a small matter. The more relaxed his smile was, the more difficult the mission would be. If it was the other way around, with a serious face, scolding people until they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in, then it would probably be better. Smiling brightly like the sun, he was definitely going to cheat them to death. Speak. Fatty Hi patted his chest, causing his fat to ripple. Forget about asking for his help, he wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide. Could his boss say no? What a joke, in front of his little brother, the boss must set an example. It's like this, as your little brother, I've always been very busy and needed to worry about a lot of things. But as the boss, you're more leisurely. I'm usually the one doing all the manual labor. I don't have any objections if a boss enjoys life. But at this time I'm really too busy and can't be distracted. There was a reason why Yu Yang wanted his boss to help, he couldn't be unreasonable. Fatty Hi was very touched when he heard this. As a boss enjoying life, he shouldn't be doing that. If he couldn't solve his little brother's problems, could he still be a good boss? Fatty Hi was about to open his mouth, but Yu Yang quickly stopped him. I know what you mean, and I also know that you're a good boss. I've done all the manual labor, that's my duty. Boss should enjoy life and flirt with girls at the same time, I don't have any objections. It's just that this matter still needs the boss to do it. As a little brother, even if I wanted to do it, I'm not qualified. Yi Kong's eyes darkened when he heard this. Fatty Hai might really die this time. It was rare for him to call him boss, but now that third young master had called him boss so many times, would Fatty Hai really be able to survive? Shui Tanlang also felt that it was time to make a tombstone for Fatty Hai. As for the epitaph, he didn't even need to think about it. He could just write something like idiocy is not contagious. What matter needs me to do? Fatty Hai was so excited that his face turned red. It was time for the protagonist to become a winner in life. Solving the spacetime maze. The guy from another world explained very patiently. He put one hand on Fatty Hai's shoulder and acted very intimately. It's not difficult to solve this spacetime maze, but if I, as a little brother, take action, because my status is not high enough, that damned sky chariot will know. So I can't do it, I have to rely on you, the boss. Haha, now you know how powerful I, the boss, am. Fatty Hai winked at Yi Kong and the others who were hiding far away. However, these guys were not willing to cooperate, and he was really unhappy. Looking back at the guy from another world, the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. As expected of his little brother, he gave all the important tasks to him, the boss. The heroic spirit in his heart was like a volcano erupting, and the spirit of loyalty in his chest was not extinguished. In the end, he blurted out, "All right, leave everything to me, the boss." Good. Yu Yang was not stingy with his thumbs up. How much time do we have left? Fatty Hai, in his excitement, vaguely remembered that Dong Feng had set up a damned countdown timer in the spacetime maze. There's still a lot, a whole day's time. Yu Yang expressed that time was not a problem at all. How many things could be done in a day? If it was a super god, destroying a piece of heaven and earth would be very easy. Alright then. Fatty Hai also felt that he could do a lot of things in a day. I'll leave the spacetime maze to you. I have to rush to another battlefield, there's a fierce battle going on there. Yu Yang waved goodbye to Fatty Hai. Go, leave this place to me. With me, the boss, here, don't worry. Fatty Hai had already almost forgotten what his ancestor's surname was. How could he still be rational? In his excitement, he waved goodbye to the guy from another world and made a big guarantee. Wait a minute. Yi Kong hurriedly stopped him. What do we need to do to solve the spacetime maze? It's very simple. I've already marked the path of the maze. This place will no longer be confused, and there won't be any illusions. As long as you guys continue to rush through the stages and defeat the guarding boss, the task will be completed easily. Yu Yang explained as if it was easier than eating beans. Then can I ask, how many stages are there in the entire maze? Prince of Tianluo asked carefully. Not many, only 100 stages. The guy from another world's 100 stages was a small number. 100 stages? Shui Tanlang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The guarding boss wouldn't be those gods from the heaven realm or the central shrine, right? Yi Kong already had a bad premonition. Not all of them are gods, there are also some weak chickens. Moreover, I've already helped you guys get rid of a few gods. The fiercest one, Jizun, is already trapped in His Majesty's dream realm. You guys just need to fight some small monsters, it's very easy. Yu Yang said casually, as if it was even easier than catching a few small shrimps on the riverbank. Damn, how can we win? Yi Kong couldn't help but curse when he heard that the opponents were at the level of Jizun. Although he didn't know the real strength of Jizun, it didn't stop him from being afraid. That kind of super existence could kill everyone in an instant with just a finger. This was not a task at all, it was a suicide mission. It's fine, it's fine. Go and do what you need to do, we'll settle it. Fatty Hai's mind was only filled with the word boss, nothing else. Settle your sister. Fatty, if you have the ability, go and do it yourself. We can't do it. Yi Kong was about to faint. Shui Tanlang was also speechless. It was already painful enough to fight a captain's clone, and he had to do it over and over again. How was he supposed to fight the 3 supreme martial artists of the Central Divine Palace? If this task wasn't given by his brother-in-law, he would definitely think that the other party was crazy. How could the 3 great Jizun of the Central Shrine be someone that they, the younger generation, could defeat, even if the strongest Jizun was trapped in the dream realm, it still wouldn't work. There were still Jizun and Jizun. Even if they weren't here, there were still others, other than Fatty Hai. Yu Tanlang sympathized with the situation where the others were about to riot. If it was someone else who asked him to fight, he would also spit on that person's face. However, he really didn't have the time to do that. Moreover, wasn't Fatty Hai the boss? Of course, the boss would have a heavy responsibility. In order to calm everyone down a little, Yu Yang, who was considerate and kind-hearted, made a magnanimous suggestion. Without the God's throne, it would indeed be a little difficult for you guys to defeat so many bosses. How about this? I will personally lend you guys some divine power, according to the height of your destiny that you guys have previously shouldered. Is that possible? Yi Kong and the others were dumbfounded. I will give each of you a God's emblem. It will be the foundation of your God's throne in the future. Of course, since you don't have a God's throne yet, I will lend this to you. You can use the God's emblem to use the God's power of fate that you have carried before to fight. Yu Yang pointed his finger forward. Countless rays of divine light. They flew towards everyone's eyebrows. In an instant, a god's body that looked like its owner rose above Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo. Yu Yang didn't wait for everyone to cheer. He hurriedly turned around and left. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind everyone, this is my personal loan to you. Remember to return it. Plus the interest, you only need to return it to me. If not. For this sentence, the image of the guy from another world would be very tall and powerful. However, this sentence. Even Shui Tanlang, who was as cold as ice, couldn't help but question him. If this guy goes into business, those who do business with him might not even have their bones left. Is it really okay for Big Sister to marry this kind of person? Grimoire World. When Yu Yang opened his eyes, he found Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai looking at him nervously. Don't worry, I didn't make a move directly, Sky Chariot shouldn't find out. Yu Yang quickly comforted them. Besides, I imitated His Majesty's real dream. Even if Sky Chariot found out, he wouldn't be able to catch me. Actually, Sky Chariot isn't the one I'm most worried about. Shui Wuxia muttered, I feel that Dong Feng's trump card isn't that simple. Dong Feng is indeed the key. Princess Sisai agreed. It's a pity that we know too little about him, and time is too tight. Otherwise, we might be able to think of a good way to deal with him. Skyla shook her head and sighed. She felt that Dong Feng's strength wasn't the most terrifying, but his threat was extremely high, only below Sky Chariot. It was impossible for him to just hide in the Dead Sea camp of the ancient God's Gate and do nothing in the end. The problem was, under the current conditions, how could they dig Dong Feng out from the Dead Sea and give him a fatal blow? Only the kind sickly beauty was more optimistic. She smiled and comforted everyone. Maybe Dong Feng is a good person, and he's just using Sky Chariot. Yu Yang was stunned when he heard this. Luohua City Mistress waved her hands repeatedly. No, that's impossible. That traitor from the east is definitely a bad person. Furthermore, he's a very bad person. Everything he did was to sink Tongtian Tower, there's no other possibility. With his character, he can't be a good person. He must be a very evil person. The reason why Dong Feng hasn't made a move yet is because the time is not right. Once he makes a move, I'm afraid it'll be the end. He's using Sky Chariot, but on the other hand, isn't Sky Chariot also using him? Among the girls, only Yu Yu and Lu Yi were willing to support Sickly Beauty. However, they only felt that it was a possibility. They didn't completely believe it. Even Sickly Beauty herself was optimistic about this. She did not confirm that Dong Feng was a spy from Tongtian Tower. I don't care who Dong Feng is. It doesn't matter if there's one sheep or two. It doesn't matter if there's an extra Dong Feng. At most, I'll just fight it out with him. Yu Yang now felt that he should be able to protect himself. He no longer had the same concerns as before. Whether they won the fate battle or not, the Divine Sovereign definitely wouldn't run. It was just that losing the fate battle and letting that fellow Tianyu get his way made him unhappy. We still have to wait for a while. It's not the best time yet. You go out and take a look first. Think of a way to replace Jizun. Shui Wuxia had also thought of a plan in the past few days. Whether or not they could turn the situation around depended on how the plan was implemented. Be careful, remember not to let your emotions affect your actions, and don't act rashly. Yu hurriedly warned her brother. She was most afraid that he would go crazy once he started fighting and forget the proper business. Don't worry, I'll definitely face it calmly. I definitely won't let Dong Feng and Tianyu scheme against me. Yu Yang patted his chest and guaranteed. However, not long after he finished speaking, he came out of the grimoire world and almost went crazy when he saw the scene. His anger exploded 1,000 times, and his rationality was suppressed by his boiling blood. He almost lost control, and his divine power was about to break out of his body. In front of him, an extremely cruel scene appeared on the battlefield. The entire divine mountain was carried by Emperor Wu Shuang, and he was walking towards the Dead Sea step by step. The heavenly serpent bridge trembled and collapsed under his feet. In front of Emperor Wu Shuang, an even taller and larger guardian of the Dead Sea was supporting the divine mountain, preventing Emperor Wu Shuang from moving forward. Every step Emperor Wu Shuang took, he had to put in hundreds and thousands of times more effort. On the top of the divine mountain, subduing Chongqing, who was supporting the sky, had already collapsed on the ground. He no longer had the strength to support himself, and the original guardian flower fairy took his place. Her divine body had long been destroyed, and her fossilized body was shattered. Only a wisp of her fragrant soul and the sovereign's divine sense, which was as firm as a mountain, was supporting the sky by force. Dozens of Dead Sea's fallen gods attacked in a frenzy. Some attacked Emperor Wu Shuang, some attacked the guardian flower fairy, but most of them attacked Jizun, who was bathed in blood and blocking the divine mountain. Without Jizun, the flower fairy's soul would have been destroyed long ago. However, Jizun, who was facing the attacks of so many old ghosts, was no lighter than the flower fairy who was supporting the sky and Emperor Wu Shuang who was supporting the divine mountain. Jizun, who was unable to retreat and had to face the attacks head-on, was covered in wounds and blood. Yu Yang had never seen her so heavily injured before. In an instant, his heart almost broke from the pain. Those damned old ghosts were actually so shameless, ganging up on a young junior who had yet to condense his throne. Mo Long. Yu Yang's roar was like thunder. He really wanted to know what his boss, the Mo Long, was doing. How could he watch this scene unfold? Brat, you finally came out. Luckily, you made it in time to collect my corpse. In the abyss under the heavenly snake bridge, a monster with a broken divine body that looked even worse than a scarecrow moaned weakly. Yu Yang was extremely shocked. How could someone as strong as the Mo Long be beaten to such a state? Could it be that there were two guardian honorables in the Dead Sea? Impossible. The Mo Long, who was on his last breath, shook his head and signaled to Yu Yang that there was no need to go forward to save him. Don't waste your energy, I can't be saved anymore. Don't cry, I'm most afraid of horse piss. If you dare to cry, I won't be able to die in peace. Yu Yang couldn't believe it. He had only been in there for a few days, and the situation had already become like this. What exactly happened? The Mo Long struggled to catch his breath. It's a long story. I'm too lazy to say it. The heavily injured honorable humphed. It's the good deed of that traitor from the east. I don't know where he reported that the Mo Long was released before his sentence was completed. Now, he has returned to the heaven realm to commit evil and requested for punishment. 3 days ago, the ancient celestial gate opened, but the ancient great god didn't appear. Instead, a giant hammer was thrown in and broke that fool's spine. Just like that, he was sent out of the battlefield. Shameful, it's too shameful for me to be the boss. The Mo Long was very ashamed. He thought that he could protect his little brother, but he didn't expect that he would become his little brother's burden instead. Why is it that no one cares about their evil deeds, but you are punished for doing good deeds like Lei Feng? Is there still justice in this world? Yu Yang was furious when he heard this. You also said that doing good deeds will definitely cause you to be wronged. If you don't feel wronged, how can it be called a good deed? The Mo Long was quite open-minded. With his past sins, smashing a hammer in was already considered to be protecting him. If it was really strictly enforced, he might even be dragged to the god execution stage and beheaded. 100 times. His only regret was that he couldn't participate in this fated battle. He really wanted to help his little brother, but he didn't have the mental strength to do so. I have never done good deeds in my entire life. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't give me this chance. F*ck, this is too King evil. I want to complain. Yu Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you have acquaintances above you? The Mo Long was shocked when he heard this. No. Yu Yang was very helpless. That's a waste of effort. The Mo Long snorted. If there's no one above you, why the hell are you complaining? They are bullying people like you who don't have any backing. Stop talking nonsense. Come over and replace Peerless. It wasn't easy for Jizun to catch a breather. If Yu Yang didn't appear and temporarily scare off the surrounding gods, she didn't know if she could hold on any longer. What? Yu Yang looked at the million-meter-tall sacred mountain. How could he possibly carry it? Why don't you go and defeat the guardian of the Dead Sea? Jizun democratically gave Yu Yang two choices. I might as well carry the mountain. Yu Yang didn't understand. Why did he have to carry the entire sacred mountain? Even if he wanted to move the mountain, couldn't he slowly move it after defeating the enemy? Now that the guardian of the Dead Sea was right in front of him, how could he move it? Even if the guardian of the Dead Sea was an idiot, he wouldn't just watch as such a thing happened. There's no time. The Mo Long strained his throat and shouted with all his might. There's still one more day before the ancient balance scale world descends. This place will become the stage for the fated battle. At that time, it will be impossible for you to win. Can you fight against a large group of people alone? If you want to win, you have to fulfill the legendary prophecy of flattening the sacred mountain, evaporating the Dead Sea. Haha, flattening the sacred mountain? Evaporating the Dead Sea? Ha ha ha. The guardian of the Dead Sea laughed. Do you really think that's possible? The reason why I conserved my strength is to let Peerless carry the mountain. Right now, your side is already riding a tiger and can't back down. You're on the verge of death. What prophecy is there to talk about? I can continue. No one in this world can stop my peerless will. Emperor Peerless Wushuang took a step forward with great effort. Although the sacred mountain was on his shoulders and a strong enemy was in front of him, his face was still resolute. Titan Yu, you just have to remember one thing. Your opponent is Deity Templar's Tian Yu. This balanced scale world, this Dead Sea, and everything in it should be ended by me. This is my fate, not yours. You just have to be yourself. Don't even think about it. As long as I exist, Peerless Wushuang, you'll always be a failure. The guardian of the Dead Sea didn't even look at Yu Yang. He spread his 6 arms and firmly supported a corner of the sacred mountain, blocking Emperor Peerless Wushuang's path. Emperor Peerless Wushuang shouted in a low voice. Divine power erupted. He paid the price of overdrawing his life in exchange for a short step. Emperor Peerless Wushuang and the Guardian of the Dead Sea had engaged in this kind of struggle countless times in the past 3 days. On the surface, Emperor Peerless Wushuang was unstoppable. However, the Guardian of the Dead Sea believed that the final victory would belong to him. Because under his obstruction, Emperor Peerless Wushuang would never be able to reach the edge of the Dead Sea. Halfway through, this fated opponent would completely overdraw his life and death, finally falling to the ground and dying. Titan Yu, your opponent is me. Yu Yang turned around and found that the Guardian of Light was standing tall behind him. When did you come in? Yu Yang was puzzled. This guy could also leave the Radiance Mountain in the Heaven Realm and enter the ancient sacred gate? The Gate of Destiny has officially opened. The Guardian of Light glanced at the demon dragon, then his gaze returned to Yu Yang. In the ancient passage, I could have killed you, the Destiny candidate. However, without the Destiny showdown, the Heavenly Chariot's prestige as a divine sovereign would be damaged. That's why I secretly let you go. You and that stupid dragon, don't tell me you really think you can escape from me? The ancient passage in the Radiance Mountain is my territory. Even if you have the ability to transcend the heavens, you can only play tricks under my eyes. Do you really think you can hide from me? Everything is within my calculations. Dongfang appeared. He first respectfully greeted the peerless Emperor Wushuang, and then smiled at Yu Yang. The truly troublesome one is not others, but the peerless senior. Only when he dies can the next generation's destined showdown be established, and only when he dies, Tong Tian Tower will truly sink forever. Titan you are also not bad. However, compared to Emperor Peerless Wushuang, you are still slightly lacking. So smart. As expected of Dongfang. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised, but his voice was like ice exploding. Next, it should be my turn, right? No. Dongfang shook his head, there is no more chess. Even if you want to play now, you can't. For the final victory, I have decided to sacrifice myself. Without an opponent, who are you going to play with? You missed a step. Now you want to take back your move and make up for it. However, it is already too late. I will not give you this chance. Titan you are a genius, no doubt about it. However, when it comes to chess, I, Dongfang, am still better. Dongfang fluttered in the air. He slowly drifted towards the direction of the Dead Sea. His robes fluttered in the wind. His entire person was like the legendary Ascension. There was an indescribable elegance and transcendence about him. However, the expression on his face was solemn and serene. It was as if he was the most dedicated and fanatical martyr in the world. For the sake of his ideals, he did not hesitate to pay and sacrifice himself. Goodbye, the hometown that gave birth to me and raised me. Goodbye, the Tongtian Tower that gave birth to me and raised me. Farewell forever. Dongfang is an insignificant speck of dust in the world. However, I have been here before. Even if a meteor appears and its splendor is hard to last forever, I will still emit my radiance, my light. There is no era that belongs to my Dongfang. However, at the very least, I can prove that my Dongfang has been here before, just like a comet streaking across the sky. Dongfang fell from the sky at the limit of the vault of heaven. His entire person blazed with flames and light. On the terrifying and dark Dead Sea, he drew an incomparably dazzling light mark and plunged deep into it. The Dead Sea, which was dark and terrifying, did not produce any ripples. Not even a bubble appeared. The burning Dongfang was directly annihilated. Then, it was as if nothing had happened. Phew. After seeing that the Dead Sea was still there, nearly 100 old ghosts felt relieved. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although Dongfang was a heinous villain and a traitor that everyone wanted to kill, there was one thing that could not be changed. Dongfang was a member of the Tongtian Tower. No one knew if this crafty Dongfang would turn to the Tongtian Tower, which gave birth to him and raised him, at the last moment. No one could guarantee that Dongfang would not turn against them at the last moment, especially when he died. He charged towards the Dead Sea with his whole body burning. It was more like the legend of the Dead Sea evaporating. Now, they saw that everything was the same. There was no abnormality. Only then did they believe that this Dongfang was a thoroughly rotten scoundrel from head to toe, a truly hopeless traitor who would do all sorts of evil for the sake of revenge. What a pity. Some people sighed in their hearts. A wise man like Dongfang should not have committed suicide at such an important moment. This was simply a foolish act of cutting off one's own arms and legs. Dongfang's wisdom could be of great help. This was something that no amount of divine power could replace. However, the huge Dead Sea could not contain Dongfang. As long as he was alive, all the gods in the Dead Sea could not be at ease and could not go all out. Perhaps, because of this, Dongfang had decisively committed suicide and pushed the situation to an irreversible battle. Perhaps a smart person like him, who had calculated everything, had already predicted such an ending before he entered the Libra world. It was no wonder that the expression on his face always seemed to have a kind of inexplicable self-mockery. It's better for him to be dead. Some people thought so in their hearts. If Dongfang did not die, there might be some more trouble. Now that he was dead, everything had stabilized. Although it was a pity, a dangerous person's death was more reassuring than being alive. On the other side, Jizun's face was expressionless. So was Yu Yang. On the other hand, the demonic dragon let out a long sigh. This is too disappointing. I thought that this guy would find his conscience and turn around to strike back. His words resonated with the common people who were also paralyzed on the divine mountain, waiting for their deaths. He also thought that the East would change its mind and try to evaporate the Dead Sea in order to pave the way for the future divine supremacy. Who would have thought that this death wouldn't even cause a bubble? It was truly a death for a chess piece. He was bad to the very end and never looked back. It was truly disappointing. What a joke. Only the Death Sea Guardian Paragon had an arrogant expression on his face. In his heart, regardless of whether Dongfang was a traitor or a spy, there was nothing to fear. Do you think you can evaporate the Dead Sea just by turning yourself into fire and throwing yourself into it? This was a huge joke, okay? Even if all the god-level experts in the balance world were to be thrown into the Dead Sea, or even 10 times the number of them, it would still be impossible for the Dead Sea to evaporate. Only the Divine Mountain was possible. This was because there were too many divine-ranked seniors of Tong Tian Tower or Tong Tian Tower's camp who were sleeping eternally in the Divine Mountain. Once the divine power and the rules of order were broken, unpredictable changes would occur. Only by throwing this divine mountain into the Dead Sea would it be possible to realize the prophecy of the Dead Sea evaporating. Anything else was impossible. Even if the Radiance Mountain in the Heaven Realm was thrown into the Dead Sea, it would not achieve the same effect as the Divine Mountain. The Dead Sea could devour everything in the world. How could it be ended by just one Dongfang? However, Dongfang's suicide was complete and did not show any signs of being a spy. Thus, the Death Sea Guardian Paragon reluctantly acknowledged Dongfang's existence. Otherwise, he could easily kill this traitor of the Tong Tian Tower who only relied on conspiracies and stratagems to succeed. Dongfang did not have enough strength. This was the reason why he and Tianyu truly acknowledged and accepted Dongfang. The second reason was his wisdom. Forward, forward. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless eyes were filled with determination. Dongfang's death had no effect on him at all. Don't even think about it. The Death Sea Guardian Paragon resisted with all his might. His 6 giant arms supported the Divine Mountain. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless life burned and advanced at the cost of his own life. Under the Death Sea Guardian Paragon's obstruction, Emperor Wu Shuang could not even take a small step forward. It was a contest of strength between 2 giants. It was still going on. It was just like a predestined battle between them. It was believed that this contest would not truly stop until one side fell. At this moment, no matter who tried to stop it, it was impossible to stop this predestined battle that transcended life and death. The Light Guardian Paragon's expression was very indifferent. He did not look at the demon dragon, nor did he look at the Supreme Being bathed in blood on the Divine Mountain. He only looked at Yu Yang quietly. Your opponent is me. As long as you are ready, the battle can begin at any time. If you think it is necessary, you can prepare first. It won't be too late for us to start after you are done. He was not anxious at all. To him, the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed enough virtue to become a holy elder, he would have killed this ignorant young man in an instant in the ancient passage. Until now, he was still a little suspicious. Why wasn't the other candidate for the predestined battle Queen Vivian Li, but her disciple? This young man, even if he was born a god, he would not be Tianyu's opponent after cultivating for so long. Not to mention, he was born as the lowest human in the soaring dragon continent of Tong Tian Tower, a pitiful creature that was even weaker than ants in the heaven realm. There was no need to kill him. Perhaps cutting off his head would be a good idea. When the real predestined battle starts in the Tianping world, it would be enough to let this brat become Tianyu's sacrifice to become a holy elder. Alright, it's decided then. In the eyes of the Light Guardian Paragon, Yu Yang was just a fish on his chopping board to be slaughtered at will. Just look at you, and you still want to be a boss. Yu Yang didn't look at the Light Guardian Paragon. Instead, he fished out the battered Mo Long from the abyss and threw him on top of the Divine Mountain. The Mo Long was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, but he couldn't refute Yu Yang's words. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood and die. You're not dead yet, right? If you're not dead, then get up and hold up the sky for me. Why are you still lying on the ground? Is this how you should be a senior? Get up. Yu Yang kicked Subtraction Chongqing's waist. I don't know how to be a senior. Moreover, I really can't get up. Subtraction Chongqing really had no choice. His waist was broken. Otherwise, how painful would it be for a man to say that he couldn't get up? Qi Danzi was even more miserable. No one hit him. However, he only had one breath left. Because at the beginning, he wanted to overestimate himself and block the path. In the end, he was stepped on by Emperor Wu Shuang. Yu Yang looked at the flower fairy whose body had disappeared and only a wisp of her soul was left. She forcefully held up the sky with her willpower. He kicked Subtraction Chongqing's waist again. If you can't get up, then why are you still alive? Trash, get further away from this young master. The heartless Yu Yang kicked Subtraction Chongqing into the air. He flipped a dozen times and fell heavily on the ground. Subtraction Chongqing was furious. He jumped up and roared, "No matter what, I'm still a senior. Don't go too far. Kicking me once is enough, but you're still kicking me. Do you think I'm your watchdog? Eh? Is my waist healed?" On the other side, Qi Danzi also jumped up. He realized that the bones all over his body, which were almost destroyed by Yu Yang's peerless god power and law, had recovered. I have to find a good watchdog. Look at you, no one will give you food even if you beg. Yu Yang turned around and left. You. Subtraction Chongqing was furious. He wanted to fight to the death with this kid. But in the end, he still swallowed his anger like a tortoise. His face turned red. He thought to himself, I'm a magnanimous senior who doesn't hold grudges against lowly people. I'll forgive you for now. If you show any disrespect in the future, I'll immediately fall out with you. He repeated these words 100 times. When he felt that his anger had calmed down, he would hurry over and take down the sky. The flower fairy couldn't hold on anymore. She only had a wisp of her soul left. Qi Danzi looked at Subtraction Chongqing, then at the 100 old ghosts in front of him. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. F***ck, do you think you can go back to them? Subtraction Chongqing really wanted to slap him. Even if you can't be a hero, don't be a fence-sitter. That's the worst way to die. Come back, it's fine. We're still partners, repent and be saved, Qi Danzi. You haven't done anything to resist. How can we see you as an enemy? That idiot Subtraction Chongqing is our enemy. You've seen the current situation as well. Staying with them will only lead to death. Why bother? If you recover, hurry back, or go back to the Dead Sea to sleep. Staying away from the battle is the wisest move. The gods on the Dead Sea side started to make a ruckus. They were trying their best to drive a wedge between Qi Danzi and Subtraction Chongqing. Qi Danzi joining the enemy's formation didn't help much. It was almost negligible. But everyone was very unhappy. Why did you have to stand out and be a hero? Unlike Subtraction Chongqing, who had already fallen out with him and couldn't turn back, there was still hope for Qi Danzi to lure him back. Even if Qi Danzi left, it would still be a blow to Subtraction Chongqing. You can be a hero, but you won't be able to do as you wish. Qi Danzi lowered his head and said to Subtraction Chongqing in a voice as small as an ant, I'm sorry, scram. Subtraction Chongqing roared angrily, scram now. Die far away from me. I don't know you. Who's a fence-sitter? I also want to be a hero, but I'm not as fast as you. You've taken the lead. Do you really think you're the only one in the world who can be a hero? Qi Danzi was also angry. He glared at Subtraction Chongqing. I don't know you either. Damn, do you think it's honorable for me to know an idiot like you? Bah. It's not honorable, it's not honorable. I've wronged you. Subtraction Chongqing immediately beamed with joy. Come closer. Even if we die, we're still brothers. Brothers. Qi Danzi's hair stood on end when he heard these gay words. He had goosebumps all over his body. On the other side of the Divine Mountain, Yu Yang arrived in front of Jizun. Jizun couldn't see through this kid. It can't be that this kid also wants to say something like brothers to her, right? Yu Yang didn't speak, but his eyes were full of heartache. That kind of heartache slowly overflowed from the bottom of his heart. When Jizun, who originally wanted to scold him, saw this, she couldn't open her mouth for a while. He opened his arms and hugged Jizun tightly. For the first time in his life, he took the initiative. There were no distracting thoughts. He just wanted to hug her tightly. Jizun's body trembled slightly, and her ice-cold eyes slightly thawed. Her bloody hand slowly reached up, wanting to touch his face and soothe the heartache that overflowed for him. However, her strong and resolute will didn't allow her to have a trace of weakness in her heart. Her hand changed, and finally patted Yu Yang's back heavily, almost making him lose his breath. "Are you still a child? I'm not dead yet. Don't worry." Yu Yang also patted Jizun's back gently. "I won't let you down." "What?" Jizun was slightly stunned. She couldn't understand what this kid meant at all. "What I want to say is, please watch carefully, because I alone am enough here." At the same time when Jizun pushed him away, Yu Yang bent down and kissed her. Jizun avoided it, but he still touched the corner of her lips. This kind of bold action shocked Jizun, and she was stunned on the spot. However, Yu Yang didn't have the usual fear. On the contrary, a kind of supreme courage and will broke out from him. "Please watch my anger and judgment. All those who dare to offend your majesty, whether they are ants or gods, will receive the most severe punishment." "Based on what?" Guardian of Light smiled coldly. "Based on the fact that I am her disciple, based on the fact that I am the most important man in her life." Yu Yang's eyes were spewing fire, and he shouted. In front of Guardian of Light, in front of the Dead Sea Fallen Gods Council, his will shook and shook the whole balance world. His anger ignited his divine power, which was millions of times more majestic than the eruption of a volcano. It covered the sky and the earth, and suddenly poured out. Under the inconceivable gazes of the Dead Sea Gods Council, Yu Yang's divine body rose sharply until it reached a height of 10,000 meters. The demon dragon's eyes were wide open. Even Guardian of Light couldn't accept this fact for a moment. As soon as the eternal divine throne and the supreme law appeared, the Dead Sea Gods Council scattered like a group of rats. No one dared to stay under the angry gaze of Yu Yang. Jizun found that the man in front of her had unknowingly grown up. He seemed to be taller than a divine mountain, and his broad shoulders could carry everything. In fact, his own injuries would also damage his pride, making him agitated and angry. The young eagle spread its wings and flew. It grew and changed rapidly in the vast sky. It became a proud king. Yes. He was no longer the child she saw on the first floor of the sky-reaching tower. He had grown up, truly grown up. A kind of tears that she had never shed since she was a child suddenly appeared, and her eyes became moist. From the bottom of her heart, a kind of care that she had never felt before suddenly gushed into her heart like a warm current. It was forcefully imposed on her life and will, making her feel uncomfortable, but she had no choice but to accept it. "Ah, mother, is this the indomitable man who can support the whole heaven stairway that you and the others spoke of? Is this the desire that you and little Ant have been praying for and persevering to the end? Is it true that only your younger brother can support the sky of life? I will make those ants who offended you, as well as the whole balance world, tremble under my anger." Yu Yang raised his fist and smashed it down resolutely. Even someone as powerful as Guardian of Light didn't dare to ignore this extreme anger, and quickly dodged. A divine-level expert who was hiding deep underground, thinking that he was safe and that no one knew about him, was forcefully dug out by Yu Yang. Yu Yang ignored his painful wails and powerless struggles. He clenched his 5 fingers. His divine power directly destroyed him. Eternal destruction. Both his divine body and soul were annihilated into a primordial chaotic state. His divine eyes stared angrily at the frightened old ghosts of the Dead Sea Gods Council. His cold will suffocated everyone present. This is only the first one. The trial has just begun. All of you, tremble under my anger. So, this is the true meaning of the fated showdown. Master Scarlet Danzi and Master Subduing Chongqing stared intently at the majestic 10,000-meter-tall divine body behind Yu Yang, as well as the unique eternal divine throne. They could not bear to look away for a long time, their hearts brimming with envy. After a long time, Master Subduing Chongqing finally came back to his senses and sighed, "If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that there is such a possibility in this world. This is truly a fated good fortune that transcends the heavens and the gods. It is indeed amazing." The demon dragon was shocked but also agreed, "However, no matter how amazing he is, I will still be his boss, haha." The demon dragon was not as useless as Master Scarlet Danzi and Master Subduing Chongqing. He still had the leisure to look at everyone's reactions. The Dead Sea Gods did not need to look much. Other than the child-faced old man with the dragon erosion staff and a few other leaders who were slightly better off, the rest were so scared that they wanted to flee in all directions. If not for the light guardian autarch, these timid old men would have long fled back to the Dead Sea and would not show their faces even if the outside world was turned upside down. There was no hope for them to improve. They could not compete with those who were stronger than them, but they could still compete with those who were weaker. They did not want to participate in any fate war. Before this, Jizun was a weak-looking woman. She only used her 6,000-meter-tall divine body to fight, and it was already enough to make them suffer. Now that Yu Yang had a huge explosion, his 10,000-meter-tall divine body and eternal divine throne appeared at the same time. He could defeat the enemy in seconds with unparalleled might. How could these old ghosts still have the guts to stand in front of the formation? The light guardian autarch's expression was different. He was still quite calm. Even when Yu Yang erupted, he was not too surprised. The demon dragon even observed that this guy seemed to have some kind of plan in hand and seemed to have a card up his sleeve. On the other side, the Dead Sea guardian autarch only took a glance before turning around and using all his strength to stop the peerless emperor. Yu Yang was not his fated enemy. The Dead Sea guardian autarch did not care about any changes on Yu Yang's body. He only cared about one person, and that was the peerless emperor Wu Shuang, who was carrying a divine mountain on his back and preparing to fill up the Dead Sea. Be careful, that guy might be playing tricks. The mystic dragon hurriedly reminded the enraged Yu Yang that now was not the time to be hot-headed. He must not fall into the enemy's trap at such an important moment. So smart. As expected of the mystic dragon. The guardian sovereign of light laughed heartily upon hearing this. You achieved a 10,000-meter-tall divine body and a divine throne in just a few days. Although this is a little unexpected, it's not too much. Everything is still within my control. You Titan, I don't know how much support those old fogies of Tong Tian Tower and your master have given you to instantly raise you to such a realm. However, what I want to say is that what others have given me will never be as solid as what I have cultivated myself, understand? Moreover, from the looks of it, this is already your greatest limit. Don't listen to his nonsense. There are spatial energy fluctuations, beware of sneak attacks. The demon dragon couldn't help them now, so he was very anxious. Once he sensed the energy fluctuations outside the ancient divine gate, he immediately sent out a warning. The ancient divine gate opened a small gap. It didn't close immediately like before. This abnormality should be related to the fate showdown. Outside the gate, the guardian sovereign of light and other old fogies who were familiar with intelligence might have used this change of law to make some kind of arrangement or deployment in advance. The guardian sovereign of light was very disdainful of the demon dragon's warning. He looked disdainfully at the audience and pointed at the guardian sovereign of the Dead Sea, who was struggling with the peerless emperor. The warning is useless. Demon dragon, do you know my true strength? Do you really think that the 40,000-meter-tall divine body is all I have? In fact, I am as famous as him. However, as early as a year ago, I integrated the power of the 20,000-meter-tall divine body into the ancient passage, from the Radiance Mountain in the heavenly realm to the Time Square in the God's ruins. The demon dragon shook his head. No, impossible. The God's ruins is an absolute forbidden area that no divine power can break through. If you can open the ancient passage to the Time Square, why not directly penetrate through this ancient divine gate and rescue the guardian sovereign of the Dead Sea? This might be even easier. Yu Yang quickly changed from a state of anger to contemplation. He felt that the enemy wouldn't shoot without a target. There must be something strange. The guardian sovereign of light turned his head and took a slightly serious look at Yu Yang, then turned his head back and smiled at the demon dragon. With your reckless heart, how can you pry into my true intentions? It is indeed impossible to forcibly open an ancient passage from the forbidden area of the God's ruins, but why would I do such a stupid thing? I only need to leave a strand of divine thread in the Time Square, and that will be enough. Hearing this, Yu Yang suddenly realized, so you want to move the battlefield of the fate duel to the Time Square. Titan Yu is still smarter, understanding immediately. The guardian sovereign of light laughed. However, you still didn't guess my intentions correctly. I gave up my 20,000-meter-tall divine body and integrated it into the passage, paving the way for today's fate duel. Now that the Sky Tower and the Time Square are about to be connected, no matter who wins or loses, heaven-reaching tower cannot escape the disaster of destruction. And you, Titan you, on the list of candidates for the fate duel, will be the stepping stone of the Temple's supreme heavenly chariot who has been training hard every day for thousands of years. Your master, Snake Demon Queen Vivian Li, your senior, Emperor Wu Shuangshi, and your friend, Demon Dragon, who dug his own grave and jumped into the pit he dug himself, etc. None of them can escape the reincarnation of fate. All of them will be trapped in the Sky Tower forever, unable to transcend. If the Time Square and the Sky Tower were connected, the consequences would be. It was indeed unimaginable. If they lost this battle, being trapped in the Sky Tower forever was the most basic. What was even more frightening was that the two old fellows, the Guardian of the Light and the Guardian of the Dead Sea, were preparing to replace them with the peerless Emperor and Empress Fei Wenli, and then take the opportunity to free themselves and escape from the Gate of Destiny. Don't think about anything now, it's useless to think about anything, it's most practical to act quickly. As long as you can kill him, there is still a chance. Demon Dragon was afraid that Yu Yang would continue to think. In the end, he couldn't think of a way, but the time was delayed, so he hurriedly called for him to start the battle. Don't, let's think of a way to deal with it first. Reduce the common people rolled his eyes. Kill the Guardian Sovereign of Light? It's easy to say, try it if you have the ability. If we can't do anything, then what should we do? Qi Danzi felt that his head was about to explode. Shut up. Jizun was angry. She was usually scary enough when she didn't get angry. Now that she was angry, even Demon Dragon was so scared that his heart was pounding. He quickly shut up. He dared to provoke anyone but Jizun. Jizun looked at Yu Yang with a particularly serious expression. I have nothing to say, just one thing, you fight well, we don't need you to worry about us. The we she said not only included herself, but also Queen Vivian Li. Although she didn't know how fierce the battle on Queen Vivian Li's side was and how bad the situation was, she felt that the only thing Yu Yang had to do was fight well. There was no need to think about anything else. Compared to the Temple Supreme Tianyu, the Guardian Sovereign of Light in front of him was not an ordinary person. If he wanted to fight Tianyu, he had to get through him first. You have about 3 hours. The Guardian of Light raised 3 fingers and said with a proud expression, if you can kill me within 3 hours, you will still have time to fight the heavenly chariot, who is rushing over. Within 3 hours. Kill the Guardian Sovereign of Light. This was a very difficult task. However, if he couldn't kill the Guardian Sovereign of Light within 3 hours, when Tianyu arrived, the two of them would join forces, and the situation would be even more impossible to reverse. Damn, I'd rather carry a mountain. Demon Dragon suddenly felt that Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless mountain carrying was actually a relatively easy task. Although there was still the Guardian Sovereign of the Dead Sea in front of him, he could still move forward like an ant by burning his life and desperately overdrawing his strength. Killing the Guardian Sovereign of Light within 3 hours was like a widow who lost her only son. There was no hope at all. 3 hours. Yu Yang hugged Jizun. His voice was surprisingly gentle as he comforted her. Go back and have a good rest first. After I have defeated this Guardian of Light Jizun, you can come out and help me. I only need 1 hour. Jizun nodded. She didn't pursue Yu Yang's offense, but hugged him back with unusual strength. Then, she turned into a ray of divine light. Under the guidance of Yu Yang's will, she entered his grimoire world. She urgently needed time to recover, comprehend, and make a breakthrough. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to lend him a hand at the most critical moment of the battle. Demon Dragon secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you serious? Can you really kill the Guardian Sovereign of Light in 3 hours? Subduing Chongqing and Qi Danzi felt that other than praying, there was no other way to suppress their frantic heartbeats. The Guardian Sovereign of Light waited there quietly. He was very calm. He completely didn't believe that Yu Yang could reverse the situation. Not to mention him, everyone present didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in Yu Yang. F***ck, do you think you can beat me up for sure? 3 hours? Do you believe that I won't beat you up until you cry for your parents within an hour? Yu Yang was furious. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? You think you can boast just because you are 40,000 meters tall? Now I will let you see what is called fat, and what is called real cultivation. This young master wasn't given by others at all. Every bit of it was cultivated by myself. Do you think only Tianyu can do it? This is simply child's play. Of course, on the surface, Yu Yang's attitude was contemptuous. His heart was still solemn. After all, he was an old guy with at least 40,000 meters tall. It was impossible to beat him easily. Yu Yang had long guessed that the other party would play tricks, so he was mentally prepared. Now that the other party had shown his trump card, although the situation was extremely serious, he could actually relax a little. He didn't dare to say it in the past, but now that he had the divine grimoire in his hands, he could dominate the new world and control the eternal divine throne. The only thing he felt was that the 5-colored divine light and the 6 divine weapons were not completely gathered. Otherwise, even if Tianyu came together, he would still be able to beat him up. F***ck, if I don't beat you up now, will I wait for the meal? It would be strange if I was afraid of you. 6 dragons returning head. Yu Yang roared. Demon Dragon was shocked. He thought to himself that his ultimate move couldn't have been secretly learned by this kid, right? However, Yu Yang's attack pulled a dog out of the eternal divine throne, threw it into the air, and then kicked it towards the enemy. Fortunately, this is the eclipse of the heavenly dog. Demon Dragon patted his chest. If he let Yu Yang secretly learn his ultimate move with just a glance, then he wouldn't want to live anymore. Because he had learned this move for 5 years, comprehended it for 50 years, and honed it for 500 years before he could barely achieve a satisfactory result. On the other side, the Guardian of Light was also shocked. Because of the 6 dragons returning head, he almost had a psychological shadow. Seeing that it wasn't the case, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yu Yang's move didn't have the power of the 6 dragons returning head. But between heaven and earth. Suddenly, there was only a mouth left. From the top to the bottom, everything in the world was in its huge mouth. End of chapter 1369. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.